Chapter 1. Alluring Opportunities. You have undoubtedly heard the saying that in Dubai, one can earn a substantial income even by begging on the streets. But what lies behind this assertion? As someone who has lived through this experience and successfully navigated my way back, I wish to share my story with you. My name is Gao Xing, and like many others, I am a dreamer with aspirations of carving out my own niche in this bustling world. However, dreams are merely dreams. Upon graduating from university in 2016, I embarked on a journey to Beijing, embracing the life of a migrant worker. My career in China yielded little in terms of breakthroughs, as I found myself caught in the relentless cycle of a 9-to-6 job, navigating the crowded subways and buses, living a life that mirrored countless others in the metropolis. Had this monotony persisted, it may not have been too burdensome. At least I would have escaped the hellish predicament that awaited me later. In my second year of work, I met a girl online. She was fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, a quintessential dream girl. After several months of getting to know each other, we transitioned into a romantic relationship. Her name was Lu Mengqing, a high-ranking executive at a company. Her youth and position were largely attributed to the fact that her father was a board member. I thought to myself, what a stroke of luck this is. A girlfriend who is not only stunning and gentle, but also comes from a wealthy family. What had I done to deserve such fortune? Lacking substantial life experience as a newcomer to society, I naively believed that Meng Qing was enamored with me for my looks, simply loving me for who I was. In the months we spent together, we never met in person. Our connection thrived solely online. Each time I suggested a meeting, she would deftly conjure up excuses to avoid it. I did entertain the notion that she might be a fraud. However, she had never deceived me out of a single penny. Even the gifts I sent her during holidays were reciprocated with items of equal value. As the saying goes, if someone is not after your money, they must indeed cherish you. Just a day prior, I had confided in her about the pressures of work. The following day, Lu Mengqing sent me a job listing, claiming that a multinational company in Dubai was seeking a marketing specialist. She suggested that I apply, as her father's company was overseeing this recruitment project. The offer was enticing, boasting generous compensation, an excellent working environment, and ample opportunities for advancement. As I glanced at the email she had forwarded, I was captivated by the opulence of the company's presentation. The introduction was replete with descriptions of grand office buildings, while the job description was laden with enticing phrases such as lucrative salary, lavish benefits, and international perspective. At that moment, I perceived a chance to transform my destiny, particularly given the salary was 3 times my current earnings. I had heard that even scavenging in Dubai could yield a monthly income exceeding 10,000. The prospect was undeniably tempting that I hesitated momentarily, aware that I had never traveled abroad and my command of foreign languages was not particularly strong. Yet, the gentle persuasion from my partner was hard to resist. Lu Mengqing, as the company's representative, had already arrived in Dubai to prepare for business operations. On the video call, she appeared in a pristine white suit, seated at her desk, her shoulder-length hair framing her alluring smile, that I found myself momentarily entranced as her sweet, melodious voice filled my ears. "Xinggu, you are coming to Dubai. It is the perfect opportunity for us to finally meet, isn't it? You mentioned we've never met before. This time, with the company's overseas assignment, your arrival not only allows you to earn money, but also grants us the chance to meet at last." After this video call, I made a resolute decision that I must go. It is imperative. High salaries and beautiful women await me. Without hesitation, I submitted my resume. Before long, I received a reply. The interview was to be conducted via video. The interviewer was a sharply dressed individual exuding professionalism, seated in a lavishly adorned office. Speaking fluent English, he posed several seemingly specialized questions. I responded in English, albeit with a slight stammer and a hint of nervousness. In the midst of it all, I stumbled. I initially believed I would not pass this interview. To my surprise, the interviewer immediately declared that I had been hired and urged me to prepare for my journey to Dubai. At that moment, I wondered if Lu Mengqing had orchestrated this behind the scenes. As if I were the chosen candidate, I secretly reveled in my good fortune. However, it soon became evident that excessive self-admiration is not always beneficial. After passing the interview, I joyfully commenced the visa application process, packed my belongings, and bid farewell to friends and family. With dreams of a promising future in my heart, I embarked on the journey to Dubai. As the plane landed at Dubai International Airport, I was filled with anticipation and excitement. However, this exhilaration was swiftly shattered. The individuals who met me were not official company representatives, but rather two indifferent men with peculiar accents. They took my luggage and ushered me into a luxury vehicle. That moment, I harbored no doubts, as the opulence of the vehicle impressed me. During the ride, I sent several messages to Lu Mengqing, but received no response. I brushed off the lack of reply, instead immersing myself in the allure of my new surroundings. The sight of the towering skyscrapers and bustling cityscape intensified my aspirations for the future. In an attempt to flaunt my overseas adventure to friends and family, I snapped a few photographs to boast about the grandeur of Dubai. After an hour's drive, the vehicle veered away from the city into increasingly remote countryside. Eventually, it halted in a desolate area. That moment, the man in the passenger seat abruptly exited the vehicle, displaying a hostile demeanor, and without a word, dragged me out of the car. I stumbled unsteadily. Annoyed, I felt a surge of anger. Yet, in the presence of this muscular man, I refrained from retaliating. After all, I was abroad, in unfamiliar territory. I politely offered him a cigarette. "Hey there, why have we stopped? Aren't we still en route?" The muscular man swatted the cigarette from my hand, ignored me, and then shoved me into a dilapidated van nearby. At this juncture, panic began to set in. I wanted to call for help. However, there was no opportunity. My 2 suitcases, phone, and passport were all seized from me. I found myself bound and tossed into the van. The windows were cracked, and iron bars were welded over them. It was then that I began to realize something was amiss. I struggled incessantly, shouting and kicking the doors, but to no avail. The driver, irritated by my incessant chatter, covered my mouth and bound my legs, leaving me inverted on the seat. The vehicle's upholstery was worn and exuded an unpleasant odor. After navigating through a labyrinth of streets, it finally halted before a secluded building. I was ushered into a cramped, dimly lit room, filled with individuals who bore expressions of bewilderment akin to mine. Men and women alike had their hands restrained. The person who had bound me unceremoniously tossed me into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. A pungent stench of sweat and dampness pervaded the air, while the walls were crumbling and the floor was uneven. It was at this juncture that I realized I had indeed fallen victim to a nefarious scheme. The oppressive atmosphere, laden with foul odors, weighed heavily on our spirits. A slightly older gentleman informed me that we had been ensnared by an illicit labor organization. The promised lucrative employment was nothing but a mirage. I attempted to resist, yearning to escape this wretched place. However, several burly guards stood at the entrance, each of them muscular and menacing, wielding clubs that left us no avenue for reprieve. My dreams of wealth and romance were extinguished before they had even begun. Chapter 2. Torment. We languished in a room for an entire day and night, parched and famished. A woman, strikingly reminiscent of Yang Ying, began to weep. Her sobs shattered the oppressive silence. She recounted her misfortunes, lamenting, "I came here to be a model. How did I end up in such a place?" Tears and mucus streamed down her face as she spoke. The 2 other women in the room, perhaps moved by her plight, joined her in weeping. "I do not wish to remain here. I want to go home." I silently echoed her sentiments, wishing fervently to escape this nightmare. The guards outside, alerted by the commotion, bellowed at us through the door, restoring the room's previous silence. One slender girl, her face streaked with tears, knelt on the ground and implored the guard at the door. "Sir, I was deceived into coming here. My name is Wang. Nan, I just graduated and came here for work. My name is on the roster at XXX Company. I was mistakenly apprehended. They must have caught the wrong person. Please, can you release me?" The guard remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wang Nan. Encouraged by his lack of response, she summoned her courage, crawling toward him on her knees. "Sir, they truly have the wrong person. I beg you, save me. They say this is a place of fraud. I don't want to be here. It's too foul, and I don't want to share a room with a group of men." I could not discern whether Wang Nan was genuinely naive or feigning ignorance. Did she think that those who had gone to such lengths to capture her would simply let her go? To my astonishment, she indeed believed this to be the case. Perhaps it was a reflection of the simplicity often found in recent graduates. The guard, irritated by her incessant prattling, lifted his foot and kicked her. Wang Nan was propelled 2 meters away and dared not utter another word. We found ourselves once again confined within the walls of a room. The moment the door closed, Wang Nan began to sob softly, inching closer to the two girls. However, upon her approach, the girls distanced themselves, unwilling to engage with this thoughtless woman. That on the third day, we were collectively transported to a vast complex of towering buildings. Upon entering through the main gate, we were greeted by an expansive courtyard, with a five-story edifice directly in front and 2 additional 3-story structures to the side, all encircled by imposing walls and electrified fencing that IT resembled an abandoned industrial park, but more closely resembled a dilapidated prison. The paint on the walls was peeling in several layers. At that moment, a bespectacled man turned to flee. He had barely run a dozen meters when a deafening bang echoed through the air. I was startled, the acrid scent of gunpowder invading my nostrils. The man who had attempted to escape collapsed to the ground, clutching his legs and howling in agony. To be candid, I was genuinely frightened. I had never encountered a real gun in my life, having only witnessed them in television dramas. Never had I seen someone shot with a real firearm. The shooter approached the fallen man without hesitation and fired again, this time striking him in the ankle. The man yelled out in pain, "He'll fight back." Summoning an inexplicable surge of strength, he endured the agony and attempted to seize the guard's weapon. Yet, how could an injured man contend with a healthy individual wielding a gun? Moreover, other guards stood nearby. The gunman merely took a step back, and the man collapsed to the ground. A third shot rang out. A gruesome wound appeared on the man's forehead as he gazed blankly in our direction before crumpling to the floor. Just like that, a living person was extinguished. Death came swiftly that moment. Fear enveloped me. His demise cast a long shadow over my psyche. Yet, in hindsight, I found myself envying him. I envied the ease with which he departed this world, free from suffering. The man's lifeless body was dragged away, and soon after, a woman emerged from the building. She was adorned with heavy makeup, her hair cascading in curls, and she donned black high-heeled shoes. "Ah Chong, why did you fire so indiscriminately?" she asked, a hint of irritation in her voice, although it remained gentle. The disobedient Pigletho told him to run. "If you kill so carelessly again, I won't speak on your behalf to Chinga next time." Ah Chong raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, I understand. Initially, I believed this woman might possess a semblance of kindness in this place. However, it later became clear to me that there were no good souls to be found here. Her reluctance to allow indiscriminate killings stemmed solely from the fact that death was too merciful. The methods of torment she employed were unlike anything one could imagine. This woman epitomized the essence of a demon. Following this brief interlude, she positioned herself before us, smiling as she introduced herself. "Welcome, new companions, to Dubai. I am Alan, but you may call me Sister Lin. I understand you all have come here to earn money, and indeed, there is truth to that. If you work diligently, indulging in life's pleasures will be guaranteed." The guards nearby erupted in cheers, joining in applause. Sister Lin gestured with her hands in a sign of halt, and the guards immediately ceased their actions. She continued, "If you work diligently, wealth will follow. However, should you wish to depart," she tilted her head back slightly, "consider the fate of that individual from earlier." With that, she approached us. Upon reaching the 3 girls, she nonchalantly lifted the chin of one who bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity. "How old are you?" The girl stammered 19. Sister Lin nodded. "Come with me to the office." Her gaze swept over the 2 girls beside her. "As for them, send them to the red building." After the 3 girls were separated, the remaining 9 of us men were escorted inside the building by the guards. We ascended to the top floor, where we were led into a modest room. It was not spacious, containing a podium and a dilapidated blackboard filled with scribbles. It was here that I was coerced into indoctrination. After 3 days of instruction, I grasped the specifics of the operation. That as a newcomer, my task was to establish contact with clients, acquire their contact information, and engage in daily conversations with them. The cycle of adding new contacts and incessantly chatting persisted. We were subjected to grueling physical labor, working over 10 hours daily, yet receiving meager rations of food and water. The living conditions were deplorable, with a dozen individuals crammed into a tiny room. The so-called beds were merely a few worn wooden planks hastily assembled, topped with thin, filthy mattresses making proper rest nearly impossible. I attempted to reach out to the outside world, but my phone had been confiscated, and the work phone was under constant surveillance, severing all ties with the external environment. My awareness of the surveillance on the phone was thanks to the young man who had accompanied me. We 9 men were divided into 3 groups. Alongside me was the older brother who had informed me of the deception in the small dark room. He was known as Lao San, and I refer to him as Sangu. Another was a bespectacled, frail-looking man named Zhang Shu. It was Zhang Shua who, on the very first day of training, began to use his phone to seek help from the outside. One could say he was both foolish and audacious. A modicum of common sense would reveal that they would not allow any opportunity for rescue, that if they provided you with a phone, would they truly permit you to make calls or send messages for help? Surely, the people here would have fled long ago. Yet, Zhang Shua thought otherwise. After adding a few clients, his first act was to cry for help. "Brother, please save me. I am at XXX location in Dubai. I was deceived and brought here. Please contact the police or my family for me back home." He sent such messages to 3 or 4 individuals. Before he could receive a response, his phone was confiscated. What awaited him next was a severe beating. Zhang Shua found his hand shackled. The guard behind him raised a baton and struck his calf with all his might. Zhang Shua collapsed to the ground, and the sound of bones breaking seemed audible. We, a few who had arrived together, stared at this scene. The others in the room remained engrossed in their own affairs, as if they had long since grown accustomed to such brutality. Zhang Shua's anguished cries echoed throughout the room. Yet, this was merely the beginning point. One of the guards tore away the upper garments from Zhang Shua's torso, after which several others commenced a brutal assault upon him, striking him with fists and feet. Ultimately, they forced a pair of shoes into his mouth before relenting. "You newcomers, not a single one of you dares to think of escaping," one of them warned. "Today, we're merely administering a minor punishment should anyone wish to emulate him. The next time it won't be as simple as just being beaten." Chapter 3. Seeking Hope. Days dragged on in an agonizing manner, as if we were trapped like ants in a dark abyss, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Daily, we faced the cold, unfeeling computers and telephones, reciting deceitful words that gnawed at our consciences, while our inner torment grew ever more intense. Since the incident, Zhang Shua from our team had become taciturn, his eyes lacking the former spark of life. He mechanically executed orders from above, as if his soul had been extracted. As for me, although I feigned compliance on the surface, I had never relinquished my quest for an escape. Sangu seemed to have assimilated into this fraudulent organization. Within a mere 3 days, he had baited a substantial catch. Posing as a returnee, he deceived a married woman back home, siphoning off 50,000 from her. I was astounded. How could she place such trust in him in such a short span? Meanwhile, I had yet to achieve any results. Thankfully, new recruits were afforded a transitional period, a sort of protective phase for novices. Otherwise, given my current state, I would have long been cast into the worm tank. It was Lin Yudong, an elder in our group, who informed me about this so-called worm tank. Previously, a newcomer had failed to swindle a single penny in 2 weeks. In a fit of anger, Lin Jie ordered him to be tossed into the tank for 2 days. The term worm tank was quite literal. The sweltering weather in Dubai was conducive to the proliferation of vermin. The creatures, seemingly nourished by growth hormones, were of considerable size: locusts, ants, cockroaches, and various unfamiliar insects. All were confined within a large glass tank. Those who failed to meet their targets, who angered Lin Jie, or who sought self-inflicted torment, were all imprisoned within. A group of famished insects that had gone days without food faced a tender-skinned human. The outcome was predictable. They would voraciously consume anything that came within reach. Ants, in particular, were relentless, infiltrating mouths, nostrils, and ears. A person could only use their hands to block their nose, leaving the ears vulnerable. This method, while not fatal, was egregiously repulsive and torturous. Anyone who spent a day within emerged covered in wounds, their flesh marred and bloodied. Each time someone was thrown in, Lin Jie would have the glass tank wheeled out of the office into the lobby, ostensibly for the amusement of others. She found joy in it, while the rest of us watched in dread, terrified that we might be next. The mere thought was horrifying, yet I never anticipated witnessing it with my own eyes. Terrified by Lin Yudong's tale, I suddenly felt a surge of determination. I grabbed my phone and hurriedly reached out to my superiors, inquiring after their well-being. I had no desire to be fed to the insects. That evening, after a protracted and exhausting day of work, I finally found a moment to breathe. Along with a few colleagues from my team, we trudged back to our cramped, musty dormitory. Silently, we consumed the unpalatable food, none daring to utter a word. Suddenly, Zhang Shuo shattered the silence, lamenting, "When will this torment come to an end?" His voice was tinged with a hint of despair and helplessness. I raised my gaze to his haggard face, which seemed on the verge of tears. I could not help but furrow my brow. Indeed, how could one endure such days? Forsaking a stable job to venture abroad in pursuit of a higher salary seemed utterly nonsensical. I mocked myself internally. Would a wealthy and beautiful woman ever take notice of me, let alone assist me in finding employment? I was truly blinded by superficial allure. My heart brimming with indignation and regret, I resolutely declared, "We cannot simply resign ourselves to fate. There must be a way to escape." Zhang Shuo smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Are you still dreaming? This place is heavily guarded. Where could we possibly flee? How can we know without trying? If we stand united and observe closely, we are bound to discover weakness." Zhang Shuo fell silent for a moment, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Before I could respond, Sangu interjected, "I advise you both to reconsider. Escaping from here is as daunting as climbing the heavens." I found myself intrigued by Sanji's background. "Sangu, how did you end up here?" He shrugged nonchalantly. "I came on my own accord." "Oh." Zhang Shuo and I exchanged bewildered glances. To be frank, I could no longer make a living back home, so I took some money and followed a friend to Dubai. Yet upon my arrival, that scoundrel turned against me, absconded with my funds, and refused to disclose his whereabouts. In a fit of rage, I took his life. Murder? Zhang Shuo could not contain his curiosity. "Isn't there a penalty for killing someone in Dubai?" Sengu sighed. "Yes, there is a penalty, but it is not capital punishment." I could not bear the thought of incarceration. Rather than be imprisoned, I chose to take my chances here. It seemed Sangu possessed a certain knowledge about the deceitful schemes in Dubai. Just as we were about to inquire further, he waved his hand dismissively and retired to sleep. Chapter 4. Heart-pounding in the ensuing days, we remained particularly vigilant, acutely aware of our surroundings and the movements of those around us while at work. I discerned that during a brief interval at noon, the guards would venture away to partake in their meals, during which their alertness waned considerably. Moreover, the window at the back of the dormitory, although secured with iron bars, appeared somewhat rusted, perhaps susceptible to tampering. Consequently, Zhang Shuo and I began to discreetly gather tools that could be of use, such as a sharp metal shard and a sturdy length of rope. We concealed these items beneath our beds, biding our time for the opportune moment. However, our clandestine actions did not elude the watchful eyes of our captors. One day, upon returning to our dormitory, we discovered that our hidden tools had vanished. Shortly thereafter, a cadre of brutish thugs stormed in, subjecting us to a brutal beating. This time, Zhang Shuo and I were left battered and bruised, sprawled on the floor, nearly incapacitated. Should you dare to entertain thoughts of escape again, next time it will not be so simple. The thugs menaced before departing with a swagger. I was left pondering how the guards had uncovered our plans, and my immediate suspicion fell upon Sangu, whom I believed had betrayed us. Our cramped quarters, consisting of 2 bunk beds accommodating 3 of us, left little room for doubt. If it wasn't me and it wasn't Zhang Shuo, then who else could it be? Following this incident, Zhang Shuo and I were reassigned to a different dormitory. What was euphemistically referred to as a dormitory was, in reality, a vast communal space housing over a dozen individuals, all of whom were either underperforming or had previously erred. I chose a small mat nestled in a corner and lay down slowly. The pain coursing through my body nearly prompted me to surrender. Zhang Shuo lay beside me, mumbling incoherently. Yet the bitterness within reignited my fighting spirit, albeit not for the present moment. My primary objective now was to recuperate. This most recent beating had left me feeling as though my entire being were in disarray. The following day, even typing on the keyboard felt laborious. I was compelled to engage in morally reprehensible telemarketing scams under the scrutiny of those around me. Each call made and every lie uttered inflicted torment upon my conscience. Yet, I understood that only by maintaining their trust could I hope to find a way out, to avoid being relegated to the depths of despair. I begrudgingly deceived my way into my first ill-gotten gain, a modest sum of 5,000 yuan. Among the new recruits, everyone else had already secured their first deals. With the exception of Zhang Shua from our group, he was not particularly sharp-witted, struggling with the art of deception. Yet he possessed an uncanny knack for ingratiating himself with others, a potential that marked him as a promising sycophant. Lately, Zhang Shua had been tailing Yodali, the leader of Group 1, who had been here for over a year and had become quite adept at navigating the system. Ironically, despite his name suggesting brawn, Nyodali was rather lean, standing at 6 feet tall, but weighing only around 130 pounds. Nonetheless, his skills in deceit were unparalleled, effortlessly scamming hundreds or thousands. Zhang Shua often lingered in Nyodali's shadow, eager to curry favor. To my astonishment, Nyodali indeed granted him a small task, a mere 1,000 yuan. It was precisely this sum that spared Zhang Shua from the penalty typically imposed on newcomers for failing to secure orders. In light of this, Zhang Shua exerted himself even more fervently in his endeavors. Observing his fervor, one might presume he had no intention of fleeing. Later that evening, upon returning to the dormitory, he discreetly slipped me a note, upon which he had sketched a map of the building's floors. "Where did you acquire this?" I inquired. "Do you suppose I'm merely following Nadali around, accomplishing nothing?" Zhang Shua arched an eyebrow. "As I have traversed many places with him, I have committed them to memory." According to Zhang Shua's account, the second stall in the third-floor restroom boasted a window. The window's railing, already compromised, appeared quite antiquated, with a bit of leverage. It could surely be pried open. While this lad may not excel in deception, he certainly possesses a wealth of cunning ideas. The following day, seizing the opportunity presented by a crowded fourth-floor restroom, I made my way to the third floor to verify Zhang Shua's claims. Once we exited the dormitory building and remained undetected by the guards, scaling the eastern wall would signify our success. My observations revealed several boxes piled beneath the eastern wall. Although they were cardboard, stepping carefully on their corners should facilitate our ascent. Weeks passed, and a new group of individuals arrived on our floor. We noted that the guards seemed particularly vigilant regarding this fresh batch of deceived souls, while their scrutiny of us had relaxed somewhat. This presented a rare opportunity, and Zhang Shua and I resolved to attempt our escape once more. Under the cover of night, we employed a small iron rod, which we had secretly concealed. Tying it to our garments, we carefully twisted it, causing the iron bars to bend and compress. The absence of a railing in the right window, coupled with the space we had created, was just sufficient for an adult to pass through. Zhang Shua, buzzing with excitement, shook my arm. "Xingu, how did you manage to bend the bars?" My heart raced with anxiety, fearful of being discovered. I shot him a look of exasperation, remaining silent. Had this lad never received an education? Was he unfamiliar with the principle of leverage? We cautiously squeezed through the window, descending along the drainage pipe outside. My heart pounded with an accelerated rhythm, apprehensive of detection. At that moment, my limbs felt somewhat uncooperative. We managed to descend, albeit in a rather undignified manner. The instant my feet touched the ground, I felt a sense of accomplishment wash over me. However, just as we prepared to flee, a sudden beam of bright light illuminated our surroundings. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, pulling Zhang Shua into a corner. We crouched in silence, too frightened to utter a word. "Who is there?" A voice called out from behind us, sending a jolt of fear through me. Chapter 5. Abyss of despair. My mind raced frantically, seeking a way to respond. At that moment, I heard Zhang Shua's rapid breathing, a clear indication of his overwhelming anxiety. I inhaled deeply, striving to compose myself, and whispered to Zhang Shua, "Stay silent for now." The footsteps outside drew nearer, tightening the knot in my heart. Just as the figure approached our hiding place, another voice suddenly called out, "There's something here, hurry." The footsteps paused momentarily, then shifted toward the direction of the shout. Zhang Shua, and I exhaled in relief, seizing the opportunity to slip out. However, just a few steps into our escape, a blinding beam of light illuminated our path. "What are you doing?" A furious shout rang out. My heart sank. Turning back, I saw several guards rushing towards us. "Run!" I shouted, and Zhang Shua took off. He leaped out ahead of me, and without hesitation, I followed suit. In the darkness, Zhang Shua and I fled desperately, lacking a clear destination, much like headless flies. We simply dashed toward the door. As we neared the entrance, we noticed it appeared unguarded, igniting a flicker of hope for our escape. We charged forward with all our might. Yet, fate seemed to turn against us. The roar of vehicles and menacing shouts echoed behind us. "Stop! Don't run!" Their voices pierced the stillness of the night, instilling a deep sense of dread. Our feet grew heavier, yet we dared not pause for an instant. Suddenly, a bright light shot in from the side, illuminating our terrified faces. A pickup truck blocked our path. "It's over!" Zhang Shua cried out in despair. Before we could react, a vehicle abruptly cut us off, and several burly men leaped out, swiftly pinning us to the ground. "Run, will you? Go on!" They bellowed aggressively. Zhang Shua's eyes filled with panic. Under their intimidation, he, in a bid for self-preservation, falsely accused me of orchestrating our escape. It was all him. He forced me to run. I didn't want to escape. It was his idea. Zhang Shua shrieked in hysteria. I stared at him in disbelief. "Zhang Shua? How could you?" The men paid no heed to my protests. Their fury propelled them to drag us into a dark room. "Daring to escape will come at a price." They snarled. The nightmare began. They lashed us with a barbed whip, each strike piercing our flesh, accompanied by excruciating pain. My back and arms bore bloodied scars. Zhang Shua cried out for mercy beside me, but their brutality showed no signs of abating. Then they tossed us into a tub filled with icy water, the coldness exacerbating our wounds, a torment beyond description. We shivered uncontrollably in the frigid water, unable to break free. "Is this too much for you? You haven't even begun to taste the suffering yet," they mocked. I cannot ascertain how much time has elapsed, but we were abruptly dragged from the tank and unceremoniously discarded onto the ground like tattered rags. At that moment, I felt as though I were on the brink of death, experiencing a torment that was scarcely distinguishable from the agony of living. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The guards hoisted us up and unceremoniously placed us into 2 separate wooden boxes. Lying there, I felt as though I were entombed within a coffin, a notion that was soon validated. They proceeded to pour 2 bags of sand into the boxes. I found myself unable to rise, my body too weak to respond. I could only cover my mouth and nose in a desperate attempt to breathe. In that instant, I experienced the harrowing sensation of being buried alive. Surely, ancient sacrificial burials could not have been more harrowing. My body was covered in wounds, and the sand clung tenaciously to them. As more sand was poured in, the oppressive weight rendered me nearly breathless. Each grain felt like the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer, each step heavier than the last. I sensed my chest nearing collapse, the oxygen thinning, my consciousness beginning to fade. It was as though I stood at the precipice of life itself, engulfed in an abyss of darkness with no glimmer of hope. Just as I was on the verge of surrendering, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the figure of a woman. She looked upon me with a smile, a beacon of light amidst the darkness. "Release him. I shall take him with me." Her voice was soft, yet carried a formidable authority. The guards exhibited a surprising obedience to her command, pulling me from the confines of the box. However, they had no intention of rescuing Zhang Shua from the other box. He had pushed me aside during his escape, and I felt no inclination to advocate on his behalf. After all, what was my worth in that moment? I was barely clinging to life myself, let alone capable of saving another. Now, lying on the ground, I gasped for air. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me," I uttered weakly. As I turned to face the woman, a sense of familiarity washed over me. Though I could not place it, exhaustion and pain overwhelmed me, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 6. The Identity of a Woman Upon Awakening. I found myself in a modest room. Despite its simplicity, it was a significant improvement compared to the vast dormitory we had shared. My wounds had been treated with rudimentary care. The woman who had rescued me sat beside me, her gaze imbued with a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged silence, I slowly inquired, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask who you are?" "I saved you because I have endured a similar fate," she replied, her voice trembling as if haunted by the painful memories of the past. I lay there, listening intently as she recounted her experiences. She, too, had been deceived into coming here, subjected to endless torment and suffering. In her desperation, she had fought for survival, enduring insults and beatings, narrowly escaping the clutches of her captors. "When I saw you, it was as if I were gazing upon my former self," she confessed. "I was lured here by my first love, compelled to engage in deceit and immoral enterprises. When I resisted, they beat me, deprived me of food, and imprisoned me in a water dungeon and a sandpit." She took a deep breath and continued, "This place is rife with desire and sin, where countless souls like you and I have been deceived and harmed. I have been tirelessly seeking opportunities to rescue more innocent lives." As I listened to her story, a swell of admiration surged within me, and my eyes glistened with tears. This seemingly fragile woman possessed an unwavering conviction and remarkable courage. Once she concluded her tale, I wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes, ready to offer her comfort. Yet, a sudden realization struck me. Her words held the power to dictate my fate. How could she, too, have been deceived? Instantly, I regarded her with suspicion. Though she had just saved my life, in this predatory environment, one could hardly trust anyone. Unperturbed by my unease, she continued sharing her narrative. I remained reclined, listening and nodding in agreement, while my gaze lingered on her face, which felt both familiar and strange, with striking features and flowing golden hair. The only flaw was the slight roundness of her visage. Where had I seen her before? Before I could ponder further, a series of knocks interrupted my thoughts. The sound echoed through the room. Upon hearing the commotion, the woman glanced at me before stepping outside. I could not discern the words exchanged beyond the door. After that day, I never saw her again, and the matter of my escape faded into obscurity. I returned to my previous circumstances, resuming the relentless cycle of hardship. Upon my return, Sango approached me, whispering conspiratorially, "You rascal. After 2 days, I thought you had slipped away. What brings you back so suddenly?" "East Side? Ah, don't mention it, Sango. I nearly lost everything." He patted my shoulder, remarking, "To survive and return, consider it a stroke of luck." I remained silent. The next time I encountered Zhang Shua, I was taken aback by his presence. He appeared not only unscathed, but also radiantly rejuvenated, clad in a brand new outfit that was entirely different from before. Dressed in a sharp suit, his hair meticulously styled, he was flanked by 2 subordinates, exuding the demeanor of a leader. I stared in astonishment, scarcely believing my eyes. Zhang Shu also noticed my presence. A fleeting hint of panic crossed his face, but he swiftly regained his composure. I approached him briskly, only to be obstructed by the guards at his side. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Shua signaled for the guards to step back. Eagerly, I inquired, "Zhang Shua, what on earth is happening?" He cleared his throat, his gaze somewhat evasive. "Well, it's a long story," he replied. I fixed my gaze upon him, determined not to overlook any nuance of his expression. "Zhang Shua, where did you go after that day? You owe me an explanation for this transformation." After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Actually, after I was captured, they discovered I possessed certain unique talents and decided to offer me an opportunity to work for them." "Work? What kind of work?" I pressed further. Lowering his voice, he replied, "Some rather unsavory dealings. But they compensated me handsomely, allowing me to live the life I have now." I was incredulous. In just a few days, a mere 5 days, how could Zhang Shua undergo such a dramatic change? Chapter 7. Flattering the boss once. He too was a naive pawn, deceived and trapped. However, after this escape, he became one of them. When I inquired earnestly about his business, Zhang Shua's gaze shifted evasively, withholding the truth from me. Understandably so, we were not kin, and who would divulge their secrets? He had his own opportunities, which he was reluctant to share with me. Just as my curiosity began to stir, the next day, that very opportunity was presented before me. The following morning, After partaking in a breakfast that resembled swine fare, I prepared to head to work. However, I was intercepted midway. "Come with me." I was ushered into an opulent office, where a mysterious man made his appearance. Dressed in an exquisite suit, he exuded a formidable aura with every gesture. Flanking him were two sycophants. One wore sunglasses, while the other bore a long scar across his cheek. The latter spoke in a gruff voice, impatiently demanding, "Why aren't you kneeling before Brother Sheng?" Kneeling? I was taken aback. Although I was aware that this place was no sanctuary for the weak, I did not expect to be ordered to kneel upon our first meeting. The two henchmen, noticing my immobility, approached menacingly. I found myself torn, contemplating whether to acquiesce or not. Kneeling would be demeaning, yet refusing might lead to a beating that would force me to kneel regardless. Brother Sheng raised his hand, signaling that I need not kneel and could stand at ease. Goodness, he truly fancied himself an emperor. Who exactly was this Brother Sheng? Seated behind an enormous desk, he scrutinized me from head to toe. "Not bad," he remarked. "From this day forth, you will follow me and work for me." His voice was deep and commanding. I was taken aback, rendered speechless, perplexed as to why I had been chosen and what my role would entail. I was utterly in the dark. Do not question why. Simply know that this is your chance to alter your destiny. He seemed to read my thoughts. Confronted with his domineering gaze, I felt a surge of resistance. Yet, after a mere 3 seconds of hesitation, I nodded in agreement. After all, in this environment, the nature of my work was not mine to dictate. I had no right to refuse. It was wiser to acquiesce like a sycophant than to risk a beating. However, I soon regretted my hasty consent. I should have sought clarity before agreeing. Had I known it would come to this, I would have preferred to return to my previous life of deceit. After I committed to working for the man, I was taken to Building 2. The entire compound comprised 3 buildings. Building 3 housed the telecommunications sector I had previously occupied. Building 2 served as temporary quarters for enforcers and the local hierarchy. As for Building 1, we were barred from entering, oblivious to its inner workings. Building 2 was a significant improvement over Building 3. I was assigned a modest yet complete single room. Faced with this sudden transformation, it felt surreal. Just days prior, I was preoccupied with survival, contemplating escape, and nearly perishing in that wretched place. In the blink of an eye, my circumstances had shifted dramatically. Though the single room was small, it contained all the essentials. A spacious bed, a table, chairs, and even a set of teacups, not to mention the air conditioning. The air conditioning, indeed, is a blessing. Ever since I arrived in this wretched place, it feels as if I am living in the depths of a furnace. The daytime hours are somewhat bearable, as there exists an air conditioner in the room, installed primarily out of concern for the overheating computers. However, upon returning to the crowded dormitory at night, it transforms into a fetid steam chamber. The air is thick with the odor of sweat. As we are crammed into a single space without the luxury of a shower, the stench is unimaginable. Sometimes, the heat and the odor keep me awake for nights on end. This new accommodation, however, has provided me with unexpected satisfaction. Yet, I soon realized why a single room would be furnished with a double bed. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. On the very first night after moving in, I lay on the bed, peering through the narrow window at the moon outside. The compound was enveloped in a deathly silence, occasionally pierced by the low, mournful barks of dogs, echoing as if from the depths of hell. Just a month prior, I was back home, gazing at the bright, serene moon through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of my office, oblivious to the fleeting nature of such moments. As I contemplated the dramatic changes in my life, a sudden knock resounded at the door. My single room lacked a lock, allowing anyone to enter with a mere push of the door. Privacy was a luxury I could not afford in this environment. Yet, the visitor still knocked politely. "Who is it?" I trembled, my voice reverberating in the empty room. "It's me, Brother Sheng," came the ominous voice from outside, deep and penetrating. Hesitating for a moment, I reluctantly rose to open the door. Brother Sheng stood at the threshold, his expression enigmatic, half smiling, yet devoid of warmth. He stepped inside and casually closed the door behind him. The air in the room seemed to freeze instantaneously, and my heartbeat quickened, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Don't be afraid. I'm just here to see how you're adjusting," he said, his voice deceptively gentle. Yet to me it resonated with an underlying threat. Each word felt as though it were encased in a layer of thin ice, sending chills down my spine. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Sheng. I'm doing well," I replied, forcing a calm exterior while my voice quivered uncontrollably. My hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms as I sought to quell my inner turmoil through pain. Brother Sheng approached slowly, sitting beside me on the bed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon my face. He exuded a potent scent of tobacco, mingled with a faint hint of cologne, creating an atmosphere of inexplicable oppression. "In this place, as long as you obediently follow my lead, you shall not suffer." I dared not lift my gaze, merely nodding in response, my eyes fixated on his polished leather shoes. Suddenly, Brother Sheng reached out, gently lifting my chin, compelling me to meet his gaze. His fingers were cold and firm, and when they brushed my skin, I could not suppress a shiver. "You know, you're quite special." I attempted to break free from his grasp, yet I lacked the courage to exert any force. "Brother Sheng, you jest," he remarked with a chilling laugh that resonated ominously within the stillness of the room. "It appears you harbor a certain fear of me." With that, he rose and sauntered toward the doorway. Before stepping out, he cast a glance back at me, his gaze reminiscent of a frigid serpent lurking in the shadows, observing my every move. "Do take care and rest well." Chapter 8. The Jealous Man. Since the moment Sheng Gu departed from my room last night, I have found my position within this community increasingly precarious. By the following morning, the gazes of those around me now brimmed with complexity, jealousy, suspicion, and a subtle undercurrent of animosity. After relocating to building number 2, my breakfast options had also transformed. Potato cakes, sweet potato pancakes, and slices of bread replaced the previous fare. Although these choices did not exactly align with domestic tastes, they were a significant improvement compared to what I had endured before, which was akin to swine feed. By sheer coincidence, I encountered Zhang Shuo once more. He lurked in a corner, his eyes fixed on me with a malevolent intensity, as if I were his sworn enemy. The gaunt features of Zhang Shuo's face appeared even more contorted by jealousy and resentment. Initially, I had no desire to engage with him. Since his betrayal, I had preferred to limit any interaction with Zhang Shuo. However, as I set down my plate, he abruptly blocked my path, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You audacious fool, dare to seek favor with Sheng Gu." Zhang Shuo spat, his teeth clenched. I felt a sense of helplessness wash over me. "I harbor no such intentions. You must be misunderstanding," I replied. Zhang Shuo let out a cold laugh. "Humph. Do you think I would be swayed by your deceit? What merit could Sheng Gu possibly see in you?" I attempted to calm him. "This is beyond my control. Zhang Shuo, we are both trapped here. What purpose does it serve to make things difficult for one another?" His agitation only intensified. "Spare me your platitudes. You are nothing but a seductress, intent on wresting Sheng Gu away from me." Lowering my voice, I urged, "Zhang Shuo, please come to your senses. We ought to devise a way to escape this predicament together, rather than engage in infighting." He disregarded my plea, stepping forward to seize my collar, his grip fierce. "Do not feign innocence. Sheng Gu is mine. You shall not take him from me." By this time, the other diners had turned their attention to us, intrigued by the commotion. "Zhang Shuo, release me. This uproar benefits no one." "Benefits? As long as you are here, I stand to gain nothing." Just then, one of Sheng Ji's subordinates intervened, halting Zhang Shuo's tirade. Reluctantly, he released his hold, casting a final, venomous glare in my direction as he remarked, "You wait. This is far from over." Zhang Shuo's outburst confirmed my suspicions. Sheng Gu possessed peculiar inclinations, and they believed he had bestowed upon me preferential treatment. Zhang Shuo's drastic change in demeanor was likely intertwined with Sheng Gu. He had probably become one of Sheng Ji's favorite companions. Observing Zhang Shuo, it was evident that he was quite content with his current circumstances, while I felt an overwhelming wave of revulsion. They did not regard us as human beings, treating us as mere commodities to be exploited for profit, demanding our servitude. It was disheartening to witness Zhang Shuo reveling in such a life. I now understood the rationale behind his transformation. Ever since our relocation to building number 2, my days had devolved into a monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping. with the occasional stroll around the premises, always accompanied by a guard. This existence starkly contrasted with my previous life. Zhang Shao's choice to become one of Sheng Ji's companions was thus, in some twisted sense, understandable. However, the choices of individuals differ, which I find hard to accept. Perhaps I have yet to be completely indoctrinated by them. Living this life of freedom increasingly unsettles me. That day will inevitably arrive, and I must devise a way to confront it in advance. I must also express my gratitude to Zhang Shuo for the reason that Shenggu has not sought me out these past few days. Yet, this fellow possesses limited capabilities. What is meant to happen will still occur. Shenggu has returned to my room once more, his gaze imbued with a chilling desire that sends shivers down my spine. He advances towards me step by step. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I desired you, Shenggu states candidly. I retreat in terror. Trembling as I respond, Shenggu, please do not act this way. I have always held you in great respect. Shenggu scoffs, spare me the pleasantries. You know what you must do to satisfy me. I strive to steady myself, attempting to persuade him. Shenggu, this is inappropriate and would tarnish your reputation in the park. Yet, Shenggu remains unfazed. Here, I hold the authority. I fall silent, standing still as he removes my clothing. When I am left in nothing but my shorts, Shenggu notices the raised red rashes on my legs. He halts his movements, stepping back several paces. What has happened to you? Shenggu inquires, furrowing his brow. I weakly reply, Shenggu, I do not know. These appeared before I came from my homeland. A look of disgust crosses his face, and he gestures for me to keep my distance. Internally, I rejoice. This is the result of my efforts over the past few days. I have been secretly using chopsticks to pierce my skin. Each jab inflicts unbearable pain. Yet for the sake of my freedom, I grit my teeth and endure. Days have passed, and red rashes of various sizes have emerged on my body, some even beginning to fester. It is quite painful, but for the sake of my innocence, it is worth it. Chapter 9. Return to Building No. 3. Upon seeing my body covered in crimson rashes, Brother Sheng's countenance was marred by a look of disdain, rife with suspicion and trepidation. He feared I might be afflicted with a venereal disease, recoiling from me as though I were a potential threat. He callously ordered his subordinates to discard me back to the fraudulent enclave of Building Number 3, treating me as if I were mere refuse devoid of value. Thus, I was ruthlessly cast aside, yet this was precisely the outcome I sought. Once again, I found myself ensnared within the familiar, yet terrifying confines of the scam operation in Building Number 3, once more falling under the dominion of Sister Lin. After my return, I was assigned to a new cohort amidst the dim lighting and stagnant air, permeated by a nauseating moldy odor. I had returned to this dismal place. Upon witnessing my sickly appearance, Sister Lin displayed no trace of compassion. Did you think that by clinging to Brother Sheng, you would ascend to greatness? You reveled in comfort for but a fleeting moment, and now look where you've landed. She mocked. I lower my gaze, cursing inwardly. This so-called fortune, who would desire it? I had no intention of bartering my body for trifling benefits. Alas, such sentiments could only remain unspoken within the recesses of my mind. Ever since Brother Sheng had cast me back, Sister Lin's demeanor towards me had soured considerably. I understood her sentiments. Others toiled diligently at their keyboards, while I flitted between buildings, miraculously escaping unscathed despite my self-inflicted wounds. Don't think your ill state grants you a reprieve. Muster your spirit and get to work. Sister Lin barked. I sat at my workstation, feigning weakness. To appease Brother Sheng, I had truly been ruthless with myself. I had even pierced the flesh of my thighs in several places, while my other limbs bore the marks of relentless torment. It was imperative to be severe, for few among them were easily deceived. I lifted my head, attempting to explain, Sister Lin, I am truly unwell and need rest. Yet she paid me no heed. Shoving me towards the computer, cut the nonsense. Fail to complete your tasks, and you will face the consequences. Resigned, I sat down, enduring my physical discomfort as I mechanically engaged in the fraudulent work. Thankfully, typing required my hands, not my feet. Otherwise, my legs would have been rendered utterly useless. Once Sister Lin departed, the glances from my colleagues were laden with scrutiny, particularly from the seasoned veterans of this place. They seemed to have concluded that I had been sullied by Brother Sheng, regarding me with disdain and contempt. "Oh, isn't that Gao Xing? How surprising to see you back," someone quipped with a mocking tone. "Huh, thought you'd climb the social ladder, only to return in disgrace," remarked a bespectacled man. "Indeed, I doubt you gained anything worthwhile," another chimed in. As I absorbed their caustic remarks, my heart felt as though it were being pricked by needles. We all existed within this hellish existence. Why must we further torment one another? I suspect that these individuals have lingered here for so long that they have forgotten this is a prison, yet they still find the time to belittle others. I yearn to defend myself, to proclaim my innocence, asserting that I have done nothing but seek ways to protect myself. However, the words linger on the tip of my tongue, swallowed back, for I am acutely aware that in this place, reputation holds little value. Let them think as they wish. Silence now. Let's focus on our work. Those who had been animatedly conversing just moments ago now fall silent. Such a familiar sound. I turn to see Brother San standing behind me, hands clasped behind his back. During my absence of half a month, the dynamics within the compound have shifted. Brother San, once deceived alongside me, has risen to become the leader of Group 3. Upon noticing my return, a flicker of complex emotion crosses his gaze. "You're back," he states in a neutral tone. I nod, momentarily at a loss for words. Once familiar companions, we now seem estranged. I can sense the respect that the others in the group hold for him. I'm taken aback by the rapidity of his ascent. "Brother San, you become the group leader," I remark. "Indeed," he replies, giving my shoulder a pat. "I never expected you to return. Isn't it ironic? After all the comings and goings, I find myself back in Building 3. I scratch my head. Brother San, enough about me. You truly are impressive. In just a few days, you've ascended to leadership. I shall work diligently under your guidance and seek no more." With the fervor of a new leader, I ponder the merits of flattery. To my surprise, Brother San is not swayed by such attempts. He promptly delivers a playful thump to my head. Chapter 10. The newcomer cease flattering and dedicate yourselves to work. This month's performance relies on your efforts. You, my friend, should refrain from playing tricks. If I weren't the team leader, who would want you? It was only after Brother San's remark that I realized the truth. The leaders of the various teams regarded me as a troublemaker, and none were willing to take me in. Monthly performance dictates the ranking of the teams and impacts everyone as compensation. So no one was willing to take a risk with me. The leader of Team 1, Neodali, boldly declared that as long as Sister Lin didn't assign me to their team, they would achieve a performance of 500,000 this month. Among the other teams, only Brother San accepted me. I do not seek a life of luxury. I cannot compare myself to that Brad Zhang Shah. Hence, I resolved to make the best of my situation. With Brother San extending a hand, I felt it would be ungracious to hinder his progress. Furthermore, if our team excels, our benefits would also improve. Last month, Brother San single-handedly secured an impressive order worth 660,000, along with several smaller orders totaling a few tens of thousands. His efforts propelled the entire team's performance, securing us the top rank for the month, with total earnings exceeding $1 million. Sister Lin not only promoted Brother San to team leader, but also rewarded every member of Team 3 with a box of cigarettes and 1,000 dirhams. The first-place team received 1,000, the second 200, while the third and fourth received nothing, and the fifth team faced a collective penalty. At that time, 1,000 dirhams was equivalent to about 15 to 1,600 yuan. This was considered our salary, freeing us from the dreadful cafeteria food, allowing us to purchase something more palatable. I returned late, thus missing out on this privilege. Nowadays, every desk in Team 3 has a large green bottle, filled with Dubai's sweet water. I do not envy them. After all, I had my fair share of indulgence in Building 2. However, Brother San is truly a decent person. He handed me an unopened bottle of beverage from his desk, indicating that I should keep it for myself. This bottle would cost over 30 in the cafeteria, as the prices in the park are significantly inflated. At that moment, I resolved to work diligently. There was no alternative. Fleeing was not an option. The next day, during the scorching noon, a series of bells rang downstairs. Sister Lin stretched lazily and emerged from the office, cursing about the disturbance. Who the hell delivers goods at this hour, disrupting my rest? Some of the veterans were unfazed by the ringing. Soon enough, a commotion erupted from downstairs, with several men and women shouting. I sat by the window, which was sealed with iron plates, and could only glimpse through the narrow gaps to observe the scene below. Approximately 5 or 6 individuals were being pushed forward with their hands bound. Their eyes were filled with confusion and fear, reminiscent of my own past. Watching their trembling forms stirred a complex mix of emotions within me. Among them was a young man, seemingly just over 20, with an innocent visage still touched by youth. He incessantly questioned those around him, his eyes reflecting a profound terror of the unknown. "Where's this place? Why have we been brought here?" he exclaimed loudly. At that moment, a burly man with a face full of flesh approached, growling fiercely. "Everyone, behave yourselves and refrain from asking too many questions." I could barely discern what was being said downstairs. Just then, Nyodali from Group 2 shouted, "All of you in Group 2, focus on your work. What are you staring at?" The 2 onlookers from Group 2 immediately averted their gazes upon hearing their leader's command. I sat down with enthusiasm and resumed typing away at the keyboard. Before long, that group of people was brought upstairs. Leading them was A Chong, wielding an electric baton. "From now on, this will be your workplace," Lin Jie proclaimed, attempting to brainwash us. "If you perform well, there are rewards to be had. Earning over 10,000 a month is entirely feasible. However, one must wonder, what does their earning over 10,000 have to do with us?" The 6 newcomers were all university students, well-versed in computer skills. It was no wonder they differed from us, as they were thrust into their roles without any training. The students exchanged glances, seemingly struggling to accept the reality before them. Soon, they were assigned to various small groups, with 5 groups and 6 individuals. Due to Sanji's influence, our group was allocated 2 university students, one named Huang Tianxi and the other a slightly chubby boy named Su Wendy. The 2 were forcibly seated at the computers, where they began to learn the basic procedures. No sooner had they settled in than Su Wendy burst into tears. Hearing the commotion, A Chong approached us. I initially thought this chubby boy was about to receive a beating, but to my surprise, A Chong patted his head in an uncharacteristic manner. "Enough! Why are you crying, little brother? Work hard and earn money. You'll be able to go out later." "Go out?" Upon hearing this term, I couldn't help but chuckle. Who could possibly leave this hellish place? It was all just a ruse. After A Chong departed, I patted Su Wendy on the shoulder, intending to offer him some comfort. Just moments ago, he had been timid, but now, with the guard gone, he displayed quite the attitude. He wiped his nose and retorted, "What do you want? Get your filthy hands off me." I truly had no desire to engage with someone like him. I regretted my earlier impulse to reach out. A classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. "Brother, may I inquire when we will be able to leave?" Huang Tianxi spoke up. "What good is asking them? They're all from the lower ranks. Didn't Brother Chong say earlier? As long as we can earn $1 million, they'll let us go home and even share the profits." Su Wendy seemed to look down upon us, or perhaps he held disdain for everyone here except his small group. Yet, what he failed to realize was that A Chong referred to them as the new pigs, indicating they were just like us. Moreover, from what I understood, once you arrived at this place, leaving was not an easy feat. Nyodali, the leader of Group 2, had earned millions, yet here he remained, toiling away like a beast of burden. The notion that one could earn enough to return home and receive a share was utterly implausible. I chose not to engage with him and quietly advised Huang Tianxi, "Don't ask questions. Focus on your work. First, ensure your own safety, and then we could devise a plan." He gazed at me, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. "Brother, could you possibly assist me?" I shook my head in resignation. I am unable to safeguard even myself. Chapter 11. Huang Tianxi, the newcomer. Huang Tianxi is indeed a person worth cultivating. He possesses an indomitable spirit. Although initially overwhelmed by fear, he quickly regained his composure. Secretly rebellious, yet not confrontational, he retains his strength. Moreover, he exhibits a commendable sense of conscience. I sat beside him and witnessed as he deleted the information of an elderly man from the database. Their primary responsibility is to identify high-net-worth individuals susceptible to deception, collecting their information. Once their personal details are organized, it falls to our lower tier to execute the scams. Naturally, the group leader remains oblivious to the specific information gathered, as long as the daily quota is met. Huang Tianxi consistently deletes the information of older individuals he encounters, claiming he does not wish to see them, in their twilight years, fall victim to deceit and lose their retirement savings. Though coerced into this profession, he still possesses a sense of morality. Unlike his peers, Huang Tianxi demonstrates a maturity beyond his years. His naivety led him to be deceived by a classmate, Su Wendy, who had been his companion throughout their 4 years at university. Ultimately, it was this so-called friend who lured him into a fraudulent scheme in Dubai. Huang Tianxi ranked among the top 10 in the computer science department, with the potential for a promising career ahead. Su Wendy, through a combination of persuasion and deceit, convinced him to join a sham company that offered attractive salaries. During their first month of employment, the company indeed paid an exceptionally high wage, which fueled Huang Tianxi's doubts. However, the following month, the company dispatched these students on a business trip, leading them directly to Dubai. At this point, Huang Tianxi clenched his fists and struck the wall with a powerful blow, leaving fresh blood stains on the yellowing surface. The layered bloodstains tell a tale of the hardships endured in this place. As Huang Tianxi worked, he began to observe his surroundings, searching for a way out. During the mandatory scam training imposed by the organization, he remained disengaged, having no desire to partake in such illicit activities. His refusal to comply with the scripted dialogues resulted in a brutal beating from the supervisors. "You will obey. You have no choice here." Their shouts echoed throughout the room. Despite being battered and bruised, Huang Tianxi's gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of submission. I watched him from the sidelines, feeling an increased admiration for his unwavering spirit. When evening came and it was time to rest, I discreetly approached Huang Tianxi. As someone who had traversed this path before, I felt compelled to offer him a word of caution. "Tianxi, enduring this way will only lead to greater suffering," I whispered. He looked at me, his eyes filled with anger and defiance. "Brother, I cannot engage in such morally reprehensible acts. I must find a way to escape." I nodded in understanding. "I comprehend your sentiments. None of us wish to remain trapped in this place for eternity. However, you must not act impulsively. Sometimes, compromise is necessary." It seemed that my words resonated with him, as a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. "All right, Xinge, I will heed your advice. Together we shall devise a means of escape." I gestured for him to lower his voice. "This place is teeming with people, and trust is a rare commodity. Today you express a desire to leave, and tomorrow someone may seek to take credit for your intentions." Huang Tianxi continued, proclaiming that as long as he could flee this wretched place, he would acquiesce to any demands. We must deliberate carefully. From that moment onward, Huang Tianxi and I grew increasingly close. We deliberately slowed our pace at work, neither striving for excellence nor mediocrity, in order to avoid drawing undue attention. Simultaneously, we kept a vigilant eye on the guards patrolling the compound. Our previous escape plan, devised in haste with Zhang Shua, had been poorly conceived. We fled too precipitously, and our survival was a mere stroke of luck. However, after careful observation, it became evident that this facility is exceedingly meticulous, leaving no opportunity for escape. Once we enter the sleeping quarters at night and the door is secured, it is utterly impassable. The small window in the restroom through which I once fled has long been sealed with cement. Even if one were to manage an escape, the entrance is guarded. It is simply impossible. Yet, in order to preserve each other's hope, neither Huang Tianxi nor I voiced our understanding of the futility of our situation. We both knew that escape was unlikely, yet neither of us surrendered our aspirations. We continued to search for opportunities. Hope is always a blessing. I dread the day I might find myself treated like a dog, akin to Nyodali, and come to regard this place as home. Chapter 12. The beast fight. The familiar chime echoed through the building once more. I initially thought another new pig had arrived. Sister Lin emerged from the office with a grave expression. Behind her, Ah Chong clapped his hands, commanding everyone to abandon their tasks and assemble downstairs immediately. At that moment, someone remarked, "Brother Chong, I'm on the verge of sealing a deal." Ah Chong, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Just do as you're told. Stop with the nonsense. Do you want to die?" A heavy silence fell over the group as we lined up to descend the stairs. I trailed behind, unaware of the situation at hand. Downstairs, 2 rows of guards stood at attention, each wielding a firearm, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Given our numbers, we could only form 2 rows. I, alongside Huang Tianxi and a few others, found ourselves in the front row, while Niu Dali gathered several acquaintances in the second row. Ah Chang stood at the forefront, microphone in hand, clearing his throat before announcing, "We are about to hold our annual beast fight. Those selected will have the chance to leave the compound, and the victor will receive a substantial reward." A voice from beside Niu Dali queried softly, "Brother Niu, what is the purpose of this?" The reply was grim. "The arena is selecting participants. Don't get chosen, for being selected means death." I stood directly in front of Niu Dali, overhearing their conversation with clarity. They framed it prettily as selecting fighters for the arena, but in reality, it was merely a yearly ritual of choosing a few unfortunate souls to train the pets of the wealthy in their primal instincts. Those selected would be placed alone with savage beasts. It was a matter of life or death. Ordinary individuals cannot contend with such formidable creatures, let alone those of us who have long suffered from malnutrition. However, the affluent remain indifferent. They delight in keeping these beasts as sources of entertainment. Thus, the beast fights are held annually. Niu Dali, as a seasoned veteran of past selections, knew all too well that none who were chosen return alive. The moment I grasped the truth, a cold sweat broke out on my brow. This was nothing more than the wealthy choosing playthings for their pets. Before long, the gates of the compound creaked open, allowing 2 buses to glide in. The individuals descending from the vehicles were adorned in opulent attire, starkly contrasting with the surroundings. They were clearly wealthy, yet these people were not the true affluent. Rather, they were the stewards of the rich. These stewards paraded through the compound with an air of superiority, their discerning gazes scrutinizing each of us. Amidst the crowd, Huang Tianxi and I felt an unsettling anxiety. "Stand still. No one move," a guard bellowed, his voice imbued with authority and an unmistakable command. We dared not defy him and complied with his demands. "Behave yourselves. If you perform well, you might just be selected to participate in the beast fight and find a way to survive." A Chang shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice reverberating through the vast expanse of the courtyard, strikingly jarring. I inwardly cursed. This was hardly a path to survival, but rather a road to perdition. Huang Tianxi clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, clearly struggling to suppress the fury within. An atmosphere of fear and despair enveloped the crowd, everyone bowing their heads, too afraid to meet the steely gazes of the overseers. Some, bewildered, mistook the situation for an opportunity and sought to engage eagerly. At that moment, I noticed that beneath one of the buses, there appeared to be a space that might offer refuge. I gently nudged Huang Tianxi with my elbow, gesturing towards the bus's undercarriage, and he instantly understood my intent. The overseers continued their leisurely selection, their footsteps drawing ever closer to us. My heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from my throat. Their eyes betrayed a blend of scrutiny and indifference. Whenever their gaze lingered on an individual, that person would involuntarily tremble. The overseers inspected the crowd, shaking their heads and muttering phrases I could not comprehend, as if to say, "This one won't do. That one neither." One overseer pointed at a man beside me. The guard immediately stepped forward. "You come out." The man turned ashen, his legs buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was evident he had overheard Niu Dali's ominous words. As more and more were chosen, my palms grew slick with perspiration. "You, step forward." This time, it was Su Wendy who was selected. He seemed blissfully unaware of the impending peril, even appearing pleased to be chosen. Time slipped away, and at last, the overseers completed their selection. Fortunately, both Huang Tianxi and I remained unchosen. Just then, the recently selected individual bolted toward the exit in a frenzy. With a resounding thud, he fell into a pool of blood. A Chang holstered his weapon and smiled obsequiously at the overseers, uttering a few phrases in a language I did not understand. One overseer nodded and approached us once again, seemingly in search of a replacement. However, judging by their recent selections, my chances of being chosen were slim. The selected individuals, including Su Wendy, were all of a stockier build. Yet, coincidentally, the overseer now stood before Sangu, scrutinizing him from left to right, ultimately nodding. The guard hesitated briefly before pulling Sangu from the line. Chapter 13, The Arrival of Brother San. 5 days hence, we are to partake in the competition, with the butlers arranging transportation for us. Once selected, the participants will be segregated from the rest, and from that day forth, they shall no longer be required to toil. Since Brother San's selection, a palpable gloom has settled over the park. It is evident that he, too, has become aware of the brutal nature of the beast fights. Huang Tianxi and I observed him from a corner, his countenance devoid of expression, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness and resentment. Although Sister Lin was reluctant to release such a lucrative asset as Brother San, she found herself powerless in the face of the affluent elites of Dubai. Despite his fleeting moments of glory within the park, Brother San had become nothing more than a pawn, unable to dictate his own fate. The following morning, when Brother San approached me, my heart clenched tightly. The tranquility that once characterized his gaze had been replaced by profound fear and a desperate yearning for survival. "Gaoxing, let me escape with you," he stated bluntly. I stared at him in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, I inquired, "Brother Sanyu." He sighed bitterly. "From your usual expressions and subtle gestures, I have long sensed your intentions." I had previously harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking I might carve out a niche for myself here, but it seems I have met with a dismal fate instead. The unexpected selection for the beast fighters had left Brother San struggling to accept the imminent departure for the competition in 5 days. Furrowing my brow, I found myself engulfed in inner turmoil. Yesterday, I had noticed the buses arriving at the park, their elevated structures capable of concealing individuals beneath. Perhaps they could aid in our escape. Brother San's skills might prove invaluable during our flight. Yet I was also apprehensive about the possibility of betrayal. "Brother San, it is not that I lack faith in you. It is merely that the risks are too great. If word were to leak, we would all meet our demise." I fixed my gaze upon him, attempting to discern any signs of insincerity in his expression. Brother San pleaded earnestly, "Gaoxing, we have both been deceived into this predicament. I have no other path to pursue. My only hope for survival lies in joining you. I swear I will never betray you." After a lengthy silence, I clenched my teeth and replied, "Brother San, I can place my trust in you, but you must vow that once you join us, your loyalty must remain unwavering." He promptly raised his hand and swore, "I vow that if I harbor any treachery, may heaven strike me down." "Gaoxing, please share your plan with me." Taking a deep breath, I began to articulate our intentions. "We plan to create chaos on the day they transport you, seizing the opportunity to flee. The specific route is—" Brother San listened intently, nodding occasionally. After he departed, Huang Tianxi approached me. "Xingu, have you shared our plan with him?" he whispered. I responded quietly, "No. We should discuss it tonight." I was hesitant to allow Brother San to join us without careful consideration. The preliminary plan was to escape when the bus arrived in 5 days. However, the finer details had yet to be established. I had intended to confer with Huang Tianxi that evening, but unforeseen events unfolded in the afternoon. While conversing with a client in the afternoon, Aqiang suddenly appeared before me. My heart leapt into my throat. "Gaoxing, come with me." Aqiang's tone was grave and frigid. Anxiously, I trailed behind him, my mind awash with fear and uncertainty. "Brother Chong, what is the matter?" I attempted to glean some insight from his expression and words, but he remained tight-lipped, uttering not a syllable. Upon entering a room, I was greeted by the sight of the beautiful, enigmatic woman who had previously saved me. She glanced at me, her brow slightly furrowing and with a hint of anger. Remarked, "You have mistaken the person. It is not him, but another newcomer, the tall and slender one." Aqiang scratched his head. "You mean one of the new college students? The more attractive one, Huang Tianxi?" "Yes, bring him here quickly." Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback, but then a weight lifted from my heart. Our escape plan had not been compromised. Yet, a new question arose. What could this mysterious woman want with Huang Tianxi? Chapter 14. Repeating mistakes. "May I inquire about your business with Huang Tianxi?" I could not restrain myself from asking. The enigmatic woman disregarded my question and turned to Aqiang, instructing, "Bring Huang Tianxi here." Ah Chiang acquiesced and departed. Before leaving, he seized my collar, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Come on." Before I could comprehend the situation, I was unceremoniously pulled out by Ah Chiang. Upon my return, Huang Tianxi was summoned. His gaze upon me was one of sheer astonishment. Just as I had returned, he was called away. At that moment, I could only surmise that he must feel betrayed, believing I had sold him out. To prevent others from noticing, I subtly conveyed a reassuring expression towards him. It appeared to bolster his spirits, and he vacantly followed Ah Chiang into the room. I returned to my workstation, my mind swirling with thoughts about the recent events. A foreboding feeling settled in my chest. The last time I encountered this woman, after her intervention, I was taken to Brother Sheng. Was Huang Tianxi destined to face a similar fate? Yet, he had committed no wrongs. My heart twisted in anxiety. If he were taken away, our escape plan would be irrevocably thwarted. Before long, the mysterious woman emerged with Huang Tianxi, and as they departed, he glanced back at me, his eyes pleading for assistance. What could I possibly do? My own safety was precarious, and I dared not act recklessly. That afternoon, Huang Tianxi was indeed taken to building number 2, and my heart plummeted. Brother Sheng had set his sights on him. Huang Tianxi was taken away just days before our planned escape. What was to be done? I was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. My thoughts a chaotic turmoil. In my desperation to ascertain the situation, I resolved to take a risk and gather information. Cautiously, I roamed the premises, engaging in subtle conversations with those I could usually converse with. After considerable effort, I finally stumbled upon a shocking revelation. This mysterious woman was none other than Brother Sheng's daughter, a daughter seeking a lover for her own father. This was utterly absurd and inconceivable. I felt a mix of anger and helplessness. How could such a distorted familial relationship exist? However, this was not the time for fury. I had to devise a plan to rescue Huang Tianxi. He could not become a victim of Brother Sheng's perverse desires, nor could our escape plan be jeopardized. As I pondered my next steps, the sound of approaching footsteps suddenly broke my concentration. I quickly held my breath and concealed myself in the last stall of the restroom. 2 guards entered, engaging in casual conversation while attending to their needs. That poor lad is in a bind, having caught Brother Sheng's eye. Indeed, but once Brother Sheng tires of him, he will be discarded like the rest. As I listened to their dialogue, my fists clenched involuntarily, the flames of anger igniting within me. I understood Huang Tianxi's predicament all too well. I had once employed every means possible to escape Brother Sheng's grasp. My previous deception had involved inflicting harm upon myself, and I had been fortunate that Brother Sheng had not pursued the matter further. However, employing a method twice is bound to raise suspicions, and presently, I have no means to contact Huang Tianxi. As I pondered, it occurred to me that perhaps third brother might have a solution. Since he chose to join us, he should be inclined to assist me. When I found third brother, he was confined in a solitary room. I recounted the situation regarding Huang Tianxi to him. Yet, his response was disheartening. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We shall make our escape together. Third brother, Tianxi is with us. How can we abandon him at such a critical juncture? And what do you propose we do? Gao Xing, tell me, what can you possibly do? If you are powerless, how can I possibly find a way? I can scarcely ensure my own safety. Damn it, I had envisioned showcasing my talents here, and just as I began to see progress, I encountered this predicament. That wretched Nyo Dali must be envious of me. No wonder he is as gaunt as a monkey. He must have known all along. Third brother grew increasingly agitated, and his subsequent tirade became inaudible to me. Before the guards returned, I hurried back to my workstation. Upon my return, I was met with even more disheartening news. Huang Tianxi resolutely refused to comply with Shengji's unreasonable demands and was enduring torment in his confinement. I must rescue him without delay. While contemplating a strategy, a person suddenly came to mind. Chapter 15. Utilizing Zhang Shua. His twisted sense of jealousy may serve as our breakthrough. I began to discreetly observe Zhang Shua's movements, seeking opportunities to engage with him. Since he moved to Building 2, our encounters had become infrequent. After calculating the last time he returned, I discerned pattern. Every week, he would return to Building 3 to visit Sister Lin's office. Finally, One evening, I encountered him at the stairway on the third floor. Zhang Shua, I called out cautiously. Upon hearing someone call him, he looked up, casting a sidelong glance at me, and replied curtly, "Oh, it's you." I approached him with a flattering smile, saying, "Zhang Shua, it's me. Do you have a moment? I have something to discuss with you." "What do you want?" he asked. I was aware of his significant position by Shang Ji's side, and certain matters seemed delicate to broach. He frowned impatiently, urging, "Spit it out." I lowered my voice and said, "Shang Ge has recently taken a fancy to someone new. You are aware, right?" Zhang Shua's expression darkened instantly, and with a scoff, he replied, "Of course, I know." Seizing the moment, I embellished. "I see that Shang Ge is quite taken with him. Perhaps your position might be at risk." I recalled how I had been dismissed by Shang Ge last time, and it was evident that Shang Ge harbored distinct feelings for Zhang Shua. However, this time, I perceived a different demeanor towards Huang Tianci. Zhang Shua shot me a fierce glare, interrupting, "What exactly are you trying to say?" I feigned fear and whispered, "Zhang Shua, I'm concerned for you. If we could find a way to eliminate that individual, wouldn't Shang Ge once again value you above all?" "Gao Xing, what are you up to?" Zhang Shua was not naive. He recognized my ulterior motives. Yet, I dared not reveal the truth. Adopting a worried demeanor, I remarked, "The fellow Shang Ge has taken a shine to, and I are not on good terms. I recently overshadowed him in performance. Sigh, I never expected him to catch Shang Ji's eye. If he seizes an opportunity to rise, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on me, and I fear retribution." Zhang Shua scrutinized me, letting out a cold snort. "Gao Xing, you brought this upon yourself." "Zhang Shua, I'm considering your interests. If that person ascends in status above you, you too shall be overshadowed." Zhang Shua fell into contemplation, and after a moment he spoke, "This matter." I quickly interjected, "As long as you are willing to assist, there's always a way." Zhang Shua hesitated before saying, "All right, share your thoughts." Leaning closer to his ear, I quietly divulged my plan. "You are currently favored by Shang Ge, while Huang Tianci is merely a novice. How he fares is ultimately at your discretion. If any blemish were to mar his visage, could Shang Ge still regard him with favor? At that point, you could easily suggest a few words to Shang Ge." As Zhang Shua listened, a sly smile gradually crept across his face. Subsequently, I embarked on a covert scheme, intending to exploit Zhang Shua's jealousy to orchestrate my rescue operation. Upon returning home that evening, I was met with chilling screams emanating from building number 2. Most likely, it was Huang Tianci. Although I felt a pang of guilt for his suffering, I recognized that this was the only means to ensure his survival, to spare him from the humiliation at the hands of Shang Ge. Should he resort to self-harm, Shang Ge would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon him. Thus, it was Zhang Shua who had chosen to mar his flawless visage, even if disfigurement ensued, leaving behind an unsightly scar. Injuries to the face were far more bearable than those inflicted upon the body. However, given Huang Tianci's temperament, if Zhang Shua were to wound him, he would inevitably retaliate. This lad possessed a wild spirit. Before long, the screams from building number 2 crescendoed in a haunting symphony. I knew then that the plan had succeeded. Yet, what unfolded next surpassed my expectations. I had not anticipated Zhang Shua's brutality. As the adage goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so a man driven to madness by jealousy? Chapter 16. The disturbance at Building 2 that night. A commotion erupted in Building 2, and as Huang Tianci's anguished cries subsided, I had hoped for a peaceful night's rest. However, in the dead of night, a cacophony emerged from the building, with several voices shouting indistinctly below. The scene was chaotic, with multiple vehicles entering and exiting the compound. I spent a restless night, tormented by the fear that something might have happened to Huang Tianci. I merely wished for Zhang Shua to inflict a minor injury on him, allowing him to return. In such a place, sustaining an injury was trivial. Surviving was what truly mattered. Yet at that moment, I genuinely feared that my plan might lead to unforeseen consequences for Huang Tianci. The following morning, I hurried to the cafeteria, eager to glean any news. In my haste, I accidentally collided with Sister Lin, who stumbled back a few steps. She shot me an impatient glare before swiftly bypassing me and making her way to the office. I was perplexed, Given Sister Lin's character, she would typically berate me for my clumsiness before delivering a reprimand. Her frantic demeanor suggested that something significant had occurred. Accelerating my pace, I dashed to the cafeteria to inquire about the situation from the elders. From their lips, I received shocking news. Brother Sheng had died. The cries that echoed from Building 2 the previous day indeed belonged to Huang Tianxi. Zhang Shuo had turned Huang Tianxi's face into a swollen mess. As I had surmised, Huang Tianxi was no pushover. In a fit of rage, he had seized Zhang Shuo's head and slammed it against the corner of the table. The impact had injured Zhang Shuo's eye socket, causing blood to pool at the corner of his eye. The two had left each other battered and bruised. That evening, Zhang Shuo sought retribution from Brother Sheng, intending to confront Huang Tianxi. However, upon seeing Zhang Shuo's condition, Brother Sheng, in a fit of anger, ordered him to return to Building 3. Through the vivid accounts of those around me, I envisioned the scene. In that dimly lit room, Zhang Shuo approached Brother Sheng with eager anticipation, his eyes reflecting a flicker of desperation and longing. Brother Sheng, you cannot treat me this way. I've always been loyal to you. Zhang Shuo's voice trembled, laced with deep grievance. Brother Sheng lounged on an opulent sofa, casting a cold glance at him before impatiently retorting, "Spare me your drivel. You've harmed my new favorite, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. What do you think you are, looking like that?" Zhang Shuo's body quivered slightly as he bit his lip, continuing, "Brother Sheng, you saved me once. I vowed to follow you for life, to serve you tirelessly. I am yours now. You cannot simply abandon me." Brother Sheng scoffed, rising to confront Zhang Shuo, jabbing his finger into Zhang Shuo's chest. "Look at you now, such a pathetic sight. What use is there in keeping you around? You're nothing but a useless plug, utterly devoid of value." Zhang Shuo's complexion turned ashen, his pleading transformed into fury. "Brother Sheng, after all I have done for you, how can you claim I am worthless?" In a fit of rage, Brother Sheng kicked Zhang Shuo in the chest, bellowing, "Get out! Don't obstruct my view. Return to your con games and stop wasting my time." Zhang Shuo's eyes were bloodshot, his hands clenched into tight fists, and his body trembled uncontrollably with intense rage. "Brother Sheng, you are utterly heartless. Since you are so unfeeling, do not blame me for being ungrateful." With that, Zhang Shuo abruptly drew a dagger from the drawer and lunged it fiercely towards Brother Sheng. Caught completely off guard, Brother Sheng had no time to react before the dagger plunged into his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Shuo, blood surging from his mouth. He attempted to utter something, but only garbled sounds escaped his lips before he slowly collapsed to the ground. Zhang Shuo stood over the fallen Brother Sheng, gasping for breath, and it was only when he calmed down that he realized the gravity of his actions. Simultaneously, the guard at the door heard the commotion and rushed inside. Before Zhang Shuo could flee, he was apprehended. The death of Brother Sheng stripped Zhang Shuo of his protection, thrusting him towards his demise. What awaited him was one of the most terrifying punishments in the compound: burial in sand. Chapter 17. Buried in sand after Zhang Shuo was apprehended by the leadership. He faced one of the most dreadful forms of punishment, being buried in sand. On that sweltering afternoon, the relentless sun scorched the earth, making it unbearable even to stand for a moment, as beads of sweat began to form on our skin. At that moment, we were all compelled to abandon our tasks. Achong brought forth a laptop and positioned it prominently. The screen displayed a harrowing video, a vast, shimmering desert, radiating waves of heat. Zhang Shuo was callously dragged into the frame, his hands bound behind his back, his head swathed in a thick cloth. His clothing was ruthlessly torn away by those surrounding him, and he was subsequently kicked into the scorching sand. Even in the shaded areas of the compound, one could feel the oppressive heat. How much more so in the blistering desert? As Zhang Shuo fell, his skin reacted as if subjected to a searing flame. Twisting in agony, his eyes were filled with terror and despair, accompanied by desperate cries for help. Several robust guards, indifferent to his pleas, commenced digging a pit, the sand flying beneath their shovels. Once the pit was excavated, they mercilessly yanked him upright. His skin was already reddened from the heat. He was thrust into the pit, his body forcefully pressed against the bottom. The guards then began to refill the pit, shovelful by shovelful, gradually burying Zhang Shuo, starting from his feet and moving upwards. The grains of sand scraped against his skin, inflicting a subtle yet chilling sting. As the sand reached his waist, he began to thrash violently, emitting desperate cries for mercy. But to no avail. The sand continued to rise, enveloping his torso, hastening his breath and weighing heavily on his chest. Ultimately, the grains reached his neck, leaving only his head exposed. The searing sunlight beat down upon his face, his head still wrapped in the large white cloth, while beads of sweat quickly adorned his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and into the sand below. His lips cracked, and his tongue swelled from extreme thirst. Zhang Shua's skin burned a vivid red, as if ignited by fire. His eyes, strained from the harsh light, became swollen and teary, unable to close. The camera zoomed in. Zhang Shuo repeatedly uttered that he was wrong, pleading for salvation. The video concluded here, serving as a chilling deterrent. Achong closed the laptop and uttered a threatening remark, prompting everyone to shift into work mode. Before I could fully process Zhang Shua's grim fate, I was summoned to Sister Lin's office. She sat on the sofa, her legs crossed. I initially thought she called me due to the incident from that morning when I bumped into her. However, her first words sent chills down my spine. Zhang Shua told me that you incited him. I vehemently denied it. I was both anxious and afraid, genuinely terrified that Sister Lin would cast me into the desert as well. Yet, she merely smiled and refrained from elaborating further. I nervously swallowed hard. Achong turned the computer displaying the video towards me. Take a good look. That day, I was confined in the office by Sister Lin, watching the video footage for an entire night. To prevent my escape or any other actions, Achong brought in a dog cage. I was imprisoned in that cage for the night. Simultaneously, Zhang Shuo in the desert was enduring his own torment. As night fell, the temperature in the desert plummeted. The scorching heat of the day swiftly replaced by an icy chill. The video showed Zhang Shuo's body trembling under the alternating cruelty of heat and cold. His face bore the marks of severe sunburn, skin beginning to peel away. His gaze became vacant, his lips uttering only faint moans. His consciousness began to fade, his lips pale and cracked, devoid of color. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to strive to remain awake. Through the long night, this living being was reduced to a mere shadow of vitality. His hair, parched like straw, and his lips covered in scabs of blood. The bandage on his head weighed down, causing his neck to sway slightly in the sand, as if making a final struggle. Ultimately, his life gradually ebbed away amidst this relentless torment, becoming yet another tragic soul in the desert. And I, a witness to it all, felt a pang of guilt for Zhang Shuo. Yet this was not a choice I had imposed upon him. Perhaps none of us had a choice. In such a place, autonomy was a mere illusion. Even without my interference, Zhang Shuo's fate would not have been much different. The men around Brother Sheng were never constant. Some stayed for mere days, others for months, only to be cast aside once they were no longer of interest, with some not even returning alive. Those who lingered in the compound for a longer time had heard the tales of Brother Sheng. It was only the newcomers, the unaware, and those clinging to life in their torment, who would hold onto Brother Sheng's fleeting affection. Zhang Shuo was one of them. I was forced to watch the video all night, as if I had experienced it myself. The horrifying scenes were indelibly etched in my mind, augmenting my dread of this place. Chapter 18. The plan in motion. I could not comprehend Sister Lin's true intentions. Was the ordeal of that night a punishment for Zhang Shuo's accomplices, or merely an attempt to intimidate me? Being confined for an entire night had not proven to be arduous. Perhaps it was due to my recent commendable performance, as I had neither caused trouble nor misbehaved. The following day, I was released. After spending the night in a cramped cage, my body curled into a tight ball. My legs felt stiff beyond belief. As soon as I emerged from the confinement, I knelt on the ground. Achong kicked my leg, teasing, "What's wrong? Are you in rigor mortis? Do you aspire to become a mummy?" At the time, I did not grasp the meaning of his jest. It was only later that I learned of Zhang Shuo's grim fate. His body had been transformed into a mummy, becoming yet another chilling symbol of this terrifying place. The mummy was also part of a business venture orchestrated by Brother Sheng, who profited by smuggling mummies abroad. Zhang Shuo had been running this operation weekly, and now he had become the vessel himself. Although Brother Sheng had met his demise, his enterprise continued. He was merely a small leader within the park, with larger bosses looming behind him. A portion of Brother Sheng's dealings was inherited by his daughter, while another fraction was allocated to other leaders within the park. To my surprise, Brother Sheng's daughter revealed an unexpected side of herself. She, too, had been coerced into seeking male companions for her father, living long under his shadow. Now that Brother Sheng was gone, she had assumed his position, perhaps in rebellion against her twisted existence, or perhaps due to a flicker of unextinguished conscience. She decided to set Huang Tianxi free. When Huang Tianxi returned to building number 3, I could scarcely believe my eyes. Overcome with emotion, I embraced him tightly. "Ex-Ningyi," he exclaimed, "it is truly wonderful that you have come back." I gripped Huang Tianxi's hand fervently, nearly brought to tears. His face bore the marks of bruises, and remnants of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Despite the fatigue and fear evident in his expression, his gaze was resolute. Surrounded by our group, we exchanged a silent understanding, as if we could decipher one another's thoughts. We would persist with our plan. We must escape this hellish place. Our conviction solidified. There was no room for failure, only success. Our hearts brimmed with a longing for freedom and a trepidation of the unknown. Yet, regardless of the obstacles, we had resolved to break through this dark prison and embrace the light that awaited us. Thus, we swiftly restructured our escape plan. After the chosen few, including Brother San, were mercilessly isolated, communication was severed. We awaited the brutal beast fight scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Brother San was confined in a dark, damp room, his situation precarious. As the time for the beast fight drew nearer, the vigilance of the 10 guards intensified. We had no means to contact Brother San. Tomorrow marked the day for our escape, yet we were utterly unable to reach him. Huang Tianxi, filled with anxiety, confided in me, Gaoxing, "Tomorrow is the day of our escape, yet I am apprehensive that third brother might betray us for his own survival." Though I was reluctant to accept such a notion, I could not dismiss the possibility. Meeting even once had become a challenge, let alone orchestrating an escape the following day. Several guards surrounded third brother-esque group, making the prospect of fleeing exceedingly daunting. As anticipated, Huang Tianxi's fears materialized. That very day, the guards instituted stringent inspections of both vehicles and personnel to thwart any impersonators or escapees. Our concerns had transformed into reality. Third brother, sensing our failure to locate him and the dimming hope for escape, ultimately divulged our plan in a desperate bid for survival amidst this dire predicament. In that cramped, shadowy room, fear and despair enveloped our hearts. Third brother was on the brink of facing a nearly fatal beast contest, and in pursuit of the slightest glimmer of hope, he chose to betray us. When the guards confronted third brother, his voice trembled as he revealed the entirety of our scheme. Seeking a modicum of pity and leniency from them, they intended to create chaos at the onset of the beast contest 2 days hence, planning to charge through the western side of the compound, where the defenses were relatively weak. Third brother's voice quivered with sobs and an overwhelming sense of guilt. However, his betrayal did not yield the desired outcome. The guards merely regarded him with cold indifference before departing to bolster their defenses based on his information. How could third brother do this? Huang Tianxi raged, pounding the wall. I exhaled deeply, relieved that I had not disclosed our true plan to him that day. I had contemplated this issue when third brother sought to join us. As one chosen for special attention, he would undoubtedly be closely monitored. Even in the absence of direct oversight, if he would go missing during the count, it would surely incite alarm. At that juncture, Sister Lin would dispatch someone to search, thereby exposing both Huang Tianxi and myself. Consequently, when third brother approached me, I refrained from sharing my true intentions. Additionally, I recalled the incident when Zhang Shuo and I had hidden some tools for our escape, only to be reported and subsequently beaten. I had long harbored suspicions that third brother was the informant, given that the 3 of us had once shared close quarters. Following that event, I maintained a degree of vigilance regarding third brother. He could partake in shared fortune, yet not in shared adversity. Huang Tianxi gazed at me, a flicker of hope in his eyes. What shall we do now? After a moment's contemplation, I calmly assessed they are aware of a false plan, which will certainly prompt them to tighten their defenses, yet it may also lead to certain predictable patterns of thought. We must exploit this to recalibrate our escape route and timing. We commenced a meticulous reconfiguration of our plans, scrutinizing every detail. A portion of the guards conducted thorough searches on the western side of the compound, while the entrance to Building 3 was fortified. Furthermore, Achong had dispatched 2 guards armed with firearms to stand watch over our work area. Any who dared to act recklessly would meet with death. Now, we must rely solely on ourselves and take a gamble. If we are discovered, then so be it, I declared resolutely. I have long grown weary of a life where one is treated as inconsequential. With inadequate nourishment and restless nights, even the slightest misstep invites punishment. And failing to achieve certain results brings further blows. The pain from the beatings is fleeting, yet it is their tormenting methods that truly wear one down. My spirit is weary, and my body bears the brunt. Continuing in this manner leaves me uncertain of how my demise may unfold. Huang Tianxi appeared to resonate deeply with my sentiments, nodding vigorously. Yes, regardless of the circumstances, we must escape. In this tense and oppressive atmosphere, we clung to hope, awaiting the moment to flee. Chapter 19. Creating chaos just as we believed our plan had met with failure and were preparing to seek an alternative escape route. Su Winnie proved to be a tremendous help. A commotion erupted downstairs, accompanied by shouts, the crackle of electric shocks, and the sound of gunfire. Those above began to peer through the narrow gaps in the windows. One of the stewards, clutching a bleeding finger, shouted loudly, though I could not comprehend his words, as they were in the local dialect. Meanwhile, Su Windy lay on the ground, bloodied, while several guards wielded electric batons, thrusting them at a group of individuals. Of the 10, aside from the fallen Su Windy, all fought valiantly, including Brother San. Through the window, I caught sight of Brother San grappling with one of the guards. Despite his hands being bound by ropes, his imposing physique gave him the upper hand as he pinned the guard beneath him, ferociously biting at the guard's ear. The others were also engaged in desperate resistance. It was unclear who had fired a shot into the sky, but it did little to instill fear. The absence of direct gunfire suggested that the authorities were reluctant to explain the deaths of these strong, selected individuals, destined to face beasts in the arena. Should these 10 perish, finding another 10 robust replacements would prove quite the challenge. These individuals seemed aware of their inevitable fate and, in their final moments, sought to take someone down with them, charging wildly at those before them. The steward, evidently unaccustomed to such a spectacle, retreated. Consequently, the guards at the entrance converged on the playground to subdue the remaining individuals. A fierce struggle ensued between the guards and the 10. I watched as they were systematically incapacitated by electric batons. I shouted, "What courage! Let us flee!" With that, I pushed past those who were merely spectating and turned to descend the stairs. If we did not run now, when would we? Huang Tianxi echoed my sentiments, urging those inside to follow suit. Hurry, run. It's now or never. As I charged downwards, I slowed my pace as the throng behind me surged forward. I turned to locate Huang Tianxi, relieved to find him close behind. Approaching the entrance, I grasped his arm, fearful that we might be separated in the chaos. The others scattered in all directions, each fleeing towards their own chosen path. We adhered closely to the wall, heading eastward. We navigated past several large water barrels and arrived beneath the parking pavilion, where the stewardess vehicle awaited at the forefront. According to our original plan, Huang Tianxi and I took advantage of the confusion to crawl beneath the car. The space underneath was cramped and constricting, unlike the vehicles back home. This one had a notably low chassis. As a grown man, I found myself mere inches from the ground, my rear nearly scraping against the earth. Fortunately, I managed to squeeze in, though the air beneath was thick with the acrid scent of engine oil. Just as I settled beneath the vehicle, a series of gunshots rang out, bang bang, approximately 5 or 6 in total. As the gunfire echoed, the sound from the playground seemed to diminish significantly. We could no longer afford to concern ourselves with the fates of others. Their deaths were of no consequence to me. It was entirely possible that I too might meet my end here. Cautiously, Huang Tianxi and I sought a suitable position. Securing ourselves with ropes we had prepared in advance to prevent any mid-escape fatigue. What followed was a wait, waiting for the cessation of hostilities. Time ticked by slowly, and the group had yet to approach. With each passing minute, our apprehension intensified. My heart raced as if a rabbit had lodged itself within my chest, and I found myself consumed by thoughts of what would happen if we were discovered. Our fate would be sealed. Xinge, when can we leave? It won't be too late, will it? Don't fret, it should be soon, I reassured Huang Tianxi through clenched teeth, though I too felt a gnawing uncertainty. My mind was a tumult of agony. On one hand, I feared discovery, while on the other, I worried about the vehicle not departing, which would jeopardize our meticulously laid plans. The weather was oppressively hot, the blazing sun scorching the earth and mercilessly penetrating the gaps beneath the vehicle, roasting us alive. Sweat poured from our brows, blurring our vision, the itchiness of it all unbearable, yet none dared to lift a hand to wipe it away. I lost track of time. A rustling conversation drew near, though I could not decipher the words. Suspended beneath the vehicle, I sensed a slight tremor above, likely from the arrival of several attendants. Moments later, a stream of expletives erupted from above. You bastards, I am the team leader. After all I've brought in, this is how you treat me? It was the voice of Sangha. Let me go. I refused to enter the arena. The others echoed his sentiments. Following this was the sound of tape being ripped. The cursing ceased, replaced by the whimpers of a few individuals. Get in the vehicle, behave yourselves, and if you perform well in the arena, you might just make it back alive. The guards shoved several people into the rear of a van. 9 individuals were insufficient. What of the little chubby one? What else could be done? Lin Jie would surely unleash her wrath upon him. They were speaking of Su Wendy, but I had lost interest in their conversation. My thoughts solely fixated on when the vehicle would finally depart. Yet it remained stationary, my heartbeat echoing ominously beneath the stillness, as if counting down to our imminent discovery. Sweat continued to stream down my face, dropping onto the scorching undercarriage, evaporating instantly. I incessantly reminded myself to remain calm, to absolutely maintain my composure, though the tension quickened my breath. Huang Tianxi turned towards me, mouthing, Xinge, I feel I can barely hold on. Hang in there, I urged, praying fervently that no misfortune would befall us. I silently vowed to escape at all costs. Even if there was but a glimmer of hope, I would not surrender. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm us, we finally felt the vehicle tremble, the engine roaring to life at last. At that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within my heart, yet fear continued to ensnare me tightly. Chapter 20. A desperate escape, the vehicle slowly commenced its journey, and both Huang Tianxi and I concealed ourselves beneath the car, holding our breaths in trepidation, fearful of any unforeseen mishap during this crucial moment. As we truly departed from the confines of the compound, disbelief washed over me. The car gradually distanced itself from that hellish place, stirring a tumult of emotions within my heart. The gates of the compound receded further into the distance, igniting a duality of elation at our escape and dread of the unknown. The joy stemmed from having taken our first step toward freedom, while the fear was rooted in the anxiety of being caught at this pivotal moment. Had we truly made our escape? It felt as if this were all a dream, and I found myself incessantly questioning my reality. Huang Tianxi, beside me, wore an expression of disbelief, mirroring my own sentiments as we exchanged glances, each of us recognizing the incredulity reflected in the other's eyes. Yet we could not afford to lower our guard. We remained oblivious to our destination. My thoughts raced, contemplating that we might need to jump from the vehicle, for the consequences of arriving at the arena would be dire. However, the car sped along, the howling wind mocking our naivety. Each time I considered the leap, the rapidly retreating ground sapped my courage instantaneously. What should we do? The velocity was perilous. Jumping would likely result in severe injury or death. Huang Tianxi's voice trembled with fear. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to remain composed. We must not panic. There must be a solution. We needed to bide our time, waiting for the perfect moment, even if it was but a fleeting instant. My heart ached with anxiety as I anxiously awaited the car to slow, all the while fearing discovery by those within. My strength waned. Any moment of relaxation would leave my back marked with bruises. Heaven, grant us the chance to leap from this vehicle and escape this nightmare, I silently prayed. As we approached a bend in the road, the car's speed slightly diminished. Huang Tianxi and I exchanged a knowing glance, recognizing this as the moment we had awaited. Tianxi, now, I whispered urgently. Without hesitation, we unfastened the ties that bound us and rolled from beneath the vehicle. Our bodies collided violently with the ground, pain radiating through us. Yet the instinct for survival overshadowed all else. We scrambled into the nearby thicket, the dense foliage swiftly concealing our presence. Lying amidst the grass, we gasped for breath, our hearts pounding like drums. We dared not make a sound, terrified of being discovered. The sensation of liberation was indescribable. Brother Xing, have we succeeded? Huang Tianxi asked, his voice quivering. Stay silent until the vehicle is far off, I replied in a hushed tone. We listened intently to the fading sounds of the vehicle until it was finally distant enough for us to exhale in relief. Get up, we must move quickly. This place is no longer safe, I urged, pulling Huang Tianxi to his feet. Ignoring our wounds and disarray, we stumbled away from the road, propelled by a singular thought. The farther we ran, the better. We hurriedly fled into the underbrush, only pausing to catch our breath once we were certain we had distanced ourselves from the road. It was then that I noticed a severe gash on Huang Tianxi's arm, blood seeping profusely and staining his sleeve. Tianxi, your arm, I exclaimed, filled with both alarm and concern. Huang Tianxi gritted his teeth, his complexion pale. I scraped it while jumping from the car. It's nothing. We should keep moving. That simply won't do. We must tend to it first, or else the wound may become infected, I insisted anxiously. However, as I surveyed our surroundings, desolate and wild, there was nothing available to treat his injury. Huang Tianxi, enduring the pain, urged, let us not worry about that now. We need to find a safe place first. Seeing the determination in his eyes, I nodded, supporting him as we pressed onward, my heart silently praying we would soon find a place where his wound could be properly cared for. Chapter 21. The wilderness, uncertain of the place from which I had leapt, and oblivious to the location of my descent, I had been blindfolded throughout my abduction. Now, having escaped, I found myself disoriented, unable to discern directions, and utterly unfamiliar with the terrain of Dubai. This locale was extraordinarily remote. We had traversed this desolate expanse for a day and a night, our bodies rendered utterly exhausted. The oppressive heat, fatigue, and hunger clung to us like shadows, each step seeming to require the exertion of every ounce of strength within us. Surrounded by an alien landscape, the barrier of an incomprehensible language prevented us from seeking assistance from the locals. Without a mobile phone, we were completely severed from the outside world, as if forgotten by existence in this forsaken corner. Huang Tianxi's condition deteriorated rapidly. The sweltering weather exacerbated the infection of his untreated arm wound. The area surrounding the injury became inflamed and red, and his face flushed with fever. Tianxi, hold on just a little longer. We will surely find a way, I reassured him, though my heart was heavy with helplessness and anxiety. I, too, was gripped by fear, in this barren environment, devoid of human or animal presence. The thought of Huang Tianxi succumbing to his injuries left me questioning how I could endure alone. I'm fine. Let us continue, he murmured weakly, though his steps had become unsteady. Gazing into the boundless wilderness, I was uncertain how much longer we would have to walk before hope emerged. I inhaled deeply. Even the faintest glimmer of possibility warranted perseverance. Having escaped from the depths of despair, survival was imperative. Sustained by the uncertain fruits by the roadside, we managed to endure another day. Huang Tianxi's wound continued to worsen, plunging him into a semi-conscious state, his delirium fueled by fever. I bore him on my back, each step a laborious struggle. Throughout our journey, I spoke to him incessantly, fearful he might slip into unconsciousness. Carrying a weight of over 100 pounds, deprived of sustenance and hydration for 2 days, I felt my own strength waning. After what felt like an eternity, I finally beheld the undulating rooftops of brick and tile. The sight of the grayish-white buildings was akin to discovering an oasis amidst the desert. Tianzi, we are saved. I fell to my knees, offering thanks to the heavens for granting me sight of civilization. Huang Tianzi, however, lacked the strength to respond. After a brief respite of 2 minutes, I hoisted him once more and quickened my pace, hoping the inhabitants of this place could offer him aid. His wound had begun to ooze pus, and neglecting it any longer would result in a foul odor. The priority was to tend to his injury. As I drew closer, I discovered I had inadvertently stumbled into a slum. The surroundings were filthy and chaotic. Some areas were crudely constructed with cement walls, forming small, cramped shelters, while others were little more than makeshift frames of wooden planks, reminiscent of doghouses back home. Some individuals lay on discarded wooden beds, their sofas being the open air of their homes. The people regarded me with stares that reflected numbness and indifference, and when I pleaded for help, no one responded. Just when I was enveloped in despair, I unexpectedly beheld a figure bearing a familiar visage. In that fleeting moment, I could scarcely believe my eyes, as if I had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness. I blinked vigorously, fearing that this might merely be a figment of my imagination. As I discerned the features of that person, the joy swelling within my heart was beyond expression. "It is you. Truly, it is you." My excitement altered the very pitch of my voice. Chapter 22 Acquaintances. The woman who had been deceived, Zhang Jiayao, was someone I had encountered only once before. To my astonishment, fate had conspired to bring us together again in this moment of despair. Our brief acquaintance had allowed us a few words during her initial arrival. Both of us unfortunate souls adrift in the same cruel world. Upon witnessing our dire plight, a flicker of compassion crossed her eyes, prompting her to seek assistance for Huang Tianzi's wounds. Zhang Jiayao summoned a fellow countryman and a local resident. The man from my homeland appeared to possess a grasp of the local dialect, engaging in a brief exchange with a burly local. They carefully laid Huang Tianzi on a decrepit yet relatively clean wooden plank. The burly man beckoned a middle-aged individual whose demeanor exuded seriousness and focus. "Cut open his clothing," instructed the middle-aged man. Nearby, another person hastened to comply, wielding a rusty pair of scissors to gently sever the fabric around Huang Tianzi's injury. As the cloth was removed, the severely infected wound was fully revealed, oozing a ghastly mixture of pus and dirt, exuding a nauseating stench. The middle-aged man began to gently cleanse the area surrounding the wound with a clean, damp cloth. Each touch elicited anguished groans from Huang Tianzi, his brow furrowed deeply. His teeth clenched so tightly that blood trickled from his bitten lip. His body trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Endure it, young man," the middle-aged man murmured, his hands never ceasing their work. He then produced a vial of unknown liquid, pouring it onto another clean cloth before delicately applying it to the wound. The moment the potion made contact, Huang Tianzi arched his back, a heart-wrenching scream escaping his throat. "Ah!" His hands grasped the edges of the wooden plank, fingers whitening from the force of his grip. Watching helplessly, my heart ached as I held Huang Tianzi's hand tightly, striving to offer him solace and strength. "Just endure a little longer. It will soon be over." His breaths became rapid and labored, his chest heaving violently, each inhalation seeming to inflict immense torment. The middle-aged man quickened his pace, crushing herbs and applying them to the wound before finally bandaging it with a clean gauze. Throughout the ordeal, Huang Tianzi's cries of agony echoed in my ears, sending shivers down my spine. Once the treatment was complete, he lay utterly drained, gasping for air on the wooden plank. Though his body was weak, he had at least escaped the immediate threat. My heart swelled with gratitude for these compassionate souls. Zhang Jiayao led me to a secluded corner, urging me to sit. "How did you end up here?" I sighed. "It's a long story." "And what about you?" "I recall you and someone named Wang Nan were taken to the Red Mansion by Sister Lin." The very name of the Red Mansion hinted at its sinister nature. Now seated before me, she spoke slowly, her gaze vacant, recounting her tragic tale. "I once led a simple yet contented life, surrounded by family and friends, and blessed with a boyfriend." Zhang Yao's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "However, perhaps I was too greedy. I was deceived into believing that high-paying jobs awaited me here. And with great anticipation, I arrived in this dreadful place. Zhang Jiayao shared her story with me. She lived in a small county where her family favored her younger brother. Though her parents treated her decently, their affection was overshadowed by their son's presence. Last year, she began dating a boyfriend whose family had modest means. Fearing that her boyfriend's mother would look down on her, she sought work to earn money. By chance, she met an older man, Brother Gang, who promised to help her make money. Instead, he led her to a KTV establishment, claiming that as a waitress, she could earn over $10,000 a month. Upon arrival, after paying a deposit, she discovered the reality of her situation. It was a place for escorting. In order to earn money, she deceived her then-boyfriend and worked at the KTV for a month. Indeed, the earnings were substantial, $30,000 in that month alone, which was no small sum at the time. In the second month, a customer offered to take her to Dubai, promising a $5,000 tip upon their return. Brother Gang assured her it would be worthwhile. Without a second thought, she lied to her family, broke up with her boyfriend, and resolutely ventured to Dubai, only to find herself deceived. She expressed deep regret for her choices. After hearing her story, I found myself at a loss for words to console her. She had brought this upon herself, seeking a high-paying job instead of cherishing her boyfriend, and ended up losing both. Landing in such a predicament was indeed pitiable. Interestingly, her experience mirrored my own in some ways. She ventured out for a man, while I was misled by a woman, perhaps overwhelmed by her suppressed emotions. Zhang Jiayao confided in me, a familiar face, sharing her thoughts freely. She paused, inhaled deeply, and continued, upon arriving here, Sister Lin took me and Wang Nan to the Red House. It was a place steeped in nightmares, rife with depravity and moral decay. We were compelled to cater to the grotesque desires of unsavory individuals, facing brutal beatings for any sign of resistance. The moment they entered the Red House, a nauseating stench assaulted them. The corridors were narrow and dim, with peeling wallpaper revealing unsightly mildew. Each room echoed with unbearable sounds, intermingled with the cries and gasps of men and women. Doors were ajar, exposing disheveled beds and clothing carelessly strewn across the floor, with even used contraceptives visible. In the hallway, heavily made-up women donned revealing attire, mingling with various men, their gazes dazed and debauched. Some women wore sycophantic smiles, while others appeared pained, numb, and resigned. In the main hall, the flickering lights and deafening music created a chaotic atmosphere. A throng of people writhed in a frenzy, their movements lewd and repulsive. In the corners, individuals indulged in smoking and gambling, their faces twisted and grotesque amidst the swirling smoke. The floor was littered with spilled drinks and debris, posing a hazard with every step. The entire space was suffused with an aura of desire, depravity, and despair, resembling a hell on earth, instilling a chilling sense of dread. Zhang Jiao's eyes were rimmed with red, tears swirling within their confines. Subsequently, we found ourselves ensnared in a daily existence fraught with fear and despair. I truly could not fathom when this torment would cease. Those individuals regarded us as nothing more than mere playthings for their amusement. On one occasion, Wang Nan, unable to endure the relentless suffering, attempted to escape, only to be captured and brutally beaten. Her hands clenched tightly into fists, her body quivering ever so slightly. Time and again, I contemplated the notion of ending my own life, yet I could not reconcile myself to perish in such a wretched place. Each day, I prayed fervently for a miracle that might deliver me from this inferno. Upon reaching this point in her tale, Zhang Jiayao could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lamented. Until today, upon seeing you all, I believe that a glimmer of hope had finally arrived, but witnessing your condition, it appears you too are suffering. Chapter 23. She is gone. Listening to her recounting, my heart brimmed with sympathy. Yet, I too found myself in a similar plight. I forced a grimace, a semblance of smile. Fear not, we shall return home, and so shall Wang Nan. Wang Nan is dead. Zhang Jiayao spoke those words with an unsettling calmness. After Wang Nan's tragic demise, she met her current companion while resuming her former life. With this man's support, Zhang Jiayao managed to escape. However, both were subsequently pursued by the leader of the Red Mansion, leading them to this slum where they now reside. The news of Wang Nan's brutal death struck me like a heavy hammer to the heart. The individuals confined in this small dark room seemed to have arrived together. Yet now they could not depart as one. Zhang Jiayao continued, her voice laced with sorrow. Wang Nan was beaten nearly to death after being recaptured. Yet she was still coerced into servitude under such horrific conditions. Her wounds had barely healed when a physical torment resumed. Within 3 days, she succumbed. When Wang Nan was carried out, her eyes were wide open, as if she could not rest in death. Zhang Jiao's expression grew increasingly mournful. The despair in her gaze seemed capable of consuming anyone who dared to look upon it. I furrowed my brow, about to place a comforting hand on her shoulder when she slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing the marks on her arms, bruises, burned scars, and those ghastly red spots. The sight of those red spots was all too familiar to me. They were the very means by which I had deceived Shungu in the past. For a moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. I have contracted syphilis. Zhang Jiao's voice trembled, imbued with profound anguish and helplessness. I know you might be frightened, disgusted by me. Her eyes were filled with trepidation and anxiety, as if she awaited my reproach and rejection. Fear not, as long as there is no intimate contact. It will not be transmitted to you, she explained urgently, her tone tinged with a plea. Though I felt shock, it was eclipsed by my compassion for her. A once wholesome girl, deceived and subjected to such torment in a foreign land. I do not harbor any disdain for you. This is not your fault. You too are a victim, I asserted with conviction. Tears streamed down Zhang Jiao's face once more, her voice quivering as she said, I live each day engulfed in fear and pain, uncertain how much longer I can endure. Yet, seeing you all, I feel a flicker of hope. We shall devise a plan together. We will surely find a way out, I reassured her. The atmosphere in the room was laden with oppression and gravity. The marks and spots on Zhang Jiao's arm seemed to stand as stark testimony to the merciless ravages inflicted upon her by this dark world. In such dire circumstances, only unity and mutual support could offer a glimmer of survival. I contemplated waiting until Huang Tianxi was in better condition, so we could escape together. At that moment, Zhang Jiao suddenly interjected, Do not bring that man. I was perplexed. After all, he had saved her. Why the reluctance? Zhang Jiao explained that the affliction she bore was transmitted to her by that very man. Her reliance on him had stemmed from a lack of options. However, with Huang Tianxi and I now present, she felt a glimmer of hope. She yearned to flee. I did not entirely trust her words. I merely nodded in agreement, intending to devise a plan once Huang Tianxi awoke. After 3 days of rest, Huang Tianxi finally broke his fever, and his health began to improve gradually. However, a new dilemma presented itself before us. From Zhang Jiao, we learned that the distance from this slum to the embassy in Dubai spanned several hundred kilometers. Gazing into the unknown distance, our hearts were laden with an immense weight. The absence of passports meant we could not proceed through legitimate channels. Lacking funds rendered even the most basic necessities of transport and accommodation insurmountable challenges. The language barrier further complicated our attempts to seek assistance. What could we do? Were we to remain trapped here indefinitely? Zhang Jiao wore a look of anxiety. I took a deep breath, striving to calm myself. Do not panic. There must be a solution. Let's first consider how to tackle the issue of finances. What options do we have? In this unfamiliar place, who would be willing to assist us? Huang Tianxi shook his head in resignation. We could attempt to find some odd jobs, even if the earnings were meager. They could accumulate over time, suggested Zhang Jiao. Yet, with the language barrier, who would employ us? Huang Tianxi's words rendered her momentarily speechless. I contemplated seeking help from the local police station. However, as soon as I proposed this idea, the man who had rescued him vehemently opposed it. No, we absolutely cannot go to the police station. His voice was urgent and serious. Huang Tianxi looked at him in confusion and asked, why not? Perhaps the police could help us. The man's expression darkened, and pain and anger flickered in his eyes. The people at the police station do nothing. They simply do not care. I once had a friend who, in a desperate situation, went to the police station only to end up dying there. At that time, we believed that the police station was a place for the common people to seek justice. Hearing this, both Huang Tianxi and I were struck speechless. The man took a deep breath and continued. Not only did they refuse to help, but they also subjected my friend to all sorts of difficulties, ultimately confining him in a room to fend for himself. Huang Tianxi clenched his fists, indignantly exclaiming, "How could this be? Is there no rule of law?" The man shook his head in resignation. Here, the so-called rule of law is merely a luxury for the poor. We must rely on ourselves to find a way. When you are on the streets of a foreign land, lacking money and unable to communicate, it is indeed a profoundly helpless situation. Huang Tianxi's eyes were filled with disappointment and confusion. The hope he once harbored had evaporated, leaving the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. Lying on the rudimentary bed, Huang Tianxi tossed and turned, struggling to find sleep. At least we managed to escape. Surviving is a blessing in itself. Can a living person truly starve? Upon uttering this thought, an idea suddenly struck me. Chapter 24. Street begging. I had heard of this news back home, yet somehow it slipped my mind. In Dubai, one can earn over 10,000 a month by begging. The man who saved Huang Tianxi ultimately could not rest easy with the three of us departing together. Perhaps he feared that Zhang Jiao would vanish without a trace. Thus, he left the severely injured Huang Tianxi behind. Unbeknownst to us, Zhang Jiao and I were oblivious to the gravity of our situation, and soon enough, we attracted the attention of the police. We were unaware that the city harbored a zero-tolerance policy towards begging. The man and his local acquaintances had neglected to inform us. The police shouted at us in the local language, their unfamiliar tones resonating like thunder in my ears, while we stood bewildered, unable to comprehend their words. Yet, the severity etched on their faces and their authoritative demeanor alerted me to the peril we faced. In an instant, the instinct for survival surged within me. Without a moment's hesitation, I grasped Zhang Jiao's hand and turned to flee. Behind us, the shouts of the police and the pounding of their footsteps reverberated, each step like a hammer striking my heart. We darted through the narrow streets, our hearts racing, breaths quickening. Zhang Jiao's labored gasps echoed beside me, her footsteps growing increasingly heavy. Yet I dared not pause, clutching her hand tightly as we pressed onward. Finally, around a corner, we stumbled upon a dilapidated warehouse. The door stood ajar, as if fate had opened a narrow passage for us at that moment. We swiftly slipped inside, hiding behind a pile of discarded crates. My heart raced wildly in my chest, as if it sought to escape. Zhang Jiao covered her mouth, striving to stifle her breaths, terrified of making even the slightest sound. The warehouse was permeated with an antiquated odor, dust swirling in the faint light filtering through the windows. Cautiously, I peered out to gauge the situation beyond. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching interminably. I felt Zhang Jiao trembling beside me, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Do not be afraid, Jiao. As long as we remain hidden, we shall be safe," I whispered to reassure her, though my own heart brimmed with unease. Uncertain how long we had been hiding, the sound from outside gradually subsided. Yet we remained hesitant to move, fearful that the police might still be searching nearby. After a prolonged silence in the warehouse, we finally exhaled a sigh of relief, having temporarily evaded disaster. With my heart settling slightly, I began to survey the warehouse, hoping to discover something useful. At that moment, a few newspapers in the corner caught my attention. I approached and picked one up, casually flipping through the pages. However, when my gaze fell upon one particular page, I froze in place. The article detailed the Dubai arena, and a photograph of a man leapt out at me. That familiar visage belonged to none other than San Ge. My heart raced. He had survived. Zhang Jiao noticed my sudden change and leaned in to see the photo, gasping in astonishment. How could it be him? He had escaped too? Zhang Jiao trembled as she inquired. It's a long story, and I lacked the time to elucidate it to her. Clenching the newspaper tightly, my teeth chattered audibly. I was astonished to discover that he had indeed made the news. The report highlighted the valiant exploits of Third Brother in the arena. Yet the underlying tone was rife with condemnation of such barbaric acts. Gazing at Third Brother's photograph, a tumult of emotions surged within me. I felt a profound anger towards his betrayal of us, mingled with a twinge of pity for his current predicament. Regardless, we must first contemplate our own escape. I inhaled deeply, Zhang Jiao nodded, and our gazes shifted from the newspaper back to the dire situation before us. After a prolonged interval, I finally opened a warehouse door. Only after confirming that the surrounding police had departed did I return to the warehouse to let Zhang Jiao out. However, she seized my arm and, with a thud, knelt down before me. Chapter 25. What secrets lie within? I wished to lift her up, yet she clung to me with unwavering determination. You emerged, and so did third brother. If you managed to escape the compound, surely there must be a way for you to take me back home. Zhang Jiao's eyes brimmed with unease and anxiety. Her voice tinged with a quaver as she implored, Gaoxing, I cannot endure this any longer. Can we not escape together? A jolt of emotion coursed through me as I gazed in her eyes, filled with both hope and dread, leaving me momentarily speechless. Abandoning Huang Tianxi was not an option. Jiao, the current circumstances are perilous. We cannot act impulsively. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Gaoxing, I am truly frightened. I do not wish to return to the slums. If it's just the two of us, perhaps we can find a secluded place to hide. And maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. I halted, grasping her shoulders firmly, and spoke earnestly, Jiao, I comprehend your fear, but we cannot forsake Huang Tianxi. Moreover, as two strangers in this unfamiliar land, where could we possibly escape to? She wriggled free from my grasp, her emotions surging. Are we to remain here indefinitely, waiting for an uncertain opportunity to flee? If we are caught and taken back, the consequences would be dire. The mention of being captured filled me with trepidation, prompting a deep breath. Jiao, especially in times like these, we must unite. Huang Tianxi is still waiting for us to rescue him. We cannot be selfish. After a moment of silence, tears streamed down her cheeks. Gaoxing, I'm simply overwhelmed with fear of a future that seems bleak, fear of being trapped here indefinitely. I gently wiped away her tears. Jiao, have faith in me. We will escape, but not through reckless flight. Let's return for now. Zhang Jiao offered no rebuttal as I led her out of the warehouse. The sun gradually dipped in the west, elongating our shadows. In this foreign city, we felt as insignificant and helpless as ants. We departed the warehouse, cautiously making our way towards the slums. Though dilapidated, it might be the only refuge we could find in our current state of destitution, devoid of resources and kin. Upon our return to the slums, we found Huang Tianxi seated in a corner, his complexion significantly improved, and his spirit appeared somewhat revitalized. The man regarded us with an indifference that suggested he had anticipated our return. You're back, Huang Tianxi exclaimed, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Exhausted, Zhang Jiao and I settled beside him. I let out a soft sigh. Tianxi, we found nothing of value. Huang Tianxi furrowed his brow, and after a brief silence, he replied, It matters not. As long as we are alive, there remains hope. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Jiao gazed vacantly into the distance. But where exactly does this hope reside? In that moment, silence enveloped us, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy and oppressive. I finally understood why Zhang Jiao had long endured life in the slums. If two men struggled to survive in a foreign land, how much more challenging would it be for her, a lone woman? In the evening, the man who saved Huang Tianxi came to deliver medicine to him. Zhang Jiao followed closely at his side, and as he handed us the medication, her expression appeared rather unnatural. When a man was about to leave, she took the initiative to stay behind and assist Huang Tianxi with his dressings. After he departed, she set aside the gauze in her hands and naturally entrusted the task of changing the bandages to me. Huang Tianxi's injuries had yet to heal, and I feared that he might contract syphilis from Zhang Jiao in this situation. From then on, the responsibility of changing the dressings fell solely upon me. Once Zhang Jiao confirmed that the man had gone far enough, she whispered to us, Gaoxing, keep your distance from him. I was perplexed and looked at her with confusion. Why? He saved Tianxi and has helped us. Zhang Jiao bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of panic and unease. Just listen to me. Don't get too close to him. I found their relationship increasingly peculiar. Clearly, this man had rescued her from the Red Chamber, and she should have felt grateful, yet her demeanor was strangely unsettling. Coupled with Zhang Jiao's plea for me to help her escape today, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was some untold secret lurking between them. This only intensified my curiosity. Chapter 26. Who is lying the following morning? Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Jiao was absent, I sought out the man to procure some medication. I engaged him in casual conversation, feigning nonchalance, with the intent of uncovering the truth behind their relationship. Initially, I exchanged harmless pleasantries to lower his guard before broaching the topic of Zhang Jiao. I mentioned that I had a girlfriend before arriving here, albeit one with whom I had parted ways. Brother, I observe that your relationship with Zhang Jiao seems quite good. You treat her well. Indeed a good man, I remarked. The man chuckled lightly. She is carrying my child. How could I treat her poorly? Zhang Jiao is expecting a child? Yet, she had never disclosed this to me. The subsequent revelations from the man left me utterly astonished. His account diverged starkly from what Zhang Jiao had previously shared with me. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed deeply and began narrating his story with her. According to him, Zhang Jiao hails from a wealthy family and had come to Dubai with friends for a vacation. During their excursion, she became separated from her companions and unexpectedly fell into the clutches of unscrupulous individuals. With her identification and passport in the possession of her friends, she found herself unable to reach out for help. Those captors, disbelieving her affluent background, forced her into that sordid trade. This contradicted Zhang Jiao's own account. I distinctly recalled her conversing with Wang Nan about being deceived into this situation when we were initially ensnared. Just days prior, she had confided in me that she had accompanied a male employer under the guise of companionship and was subsequently duped. I vividly remembered the day we were all captured. Her attire was rather ordinary, a simple white short-sleeve shirt and a white bodycon skirt. Her demeanor did not suggest that of a wealthy individual. As I listened, confusion enveloped me, my brow furrowing. So, when do you plan to return home? How long have you been here since your escape? I inquired. The man sighed in resignation. We've only been here for a little over half a month. I had a regular job prior. After I took her away, I feared the boss of the den would catch us. Now, I do not dare return, and going back to our homeland seems a distant dream. I fell into contemplation, uncertain of whom to trust. However, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Zhang Jiao had assured the man that if he could rescue her, her family would surely come to retrieve them. Furthermore, with her bearing his child, he had taken a perilous gamble for her sake amidst these dual incentives. This man, appearing rather straightforward and perhaps easy to deceive, seemed unaware of Zhang Jiao's affliction. Could he not perceive the signs on her body? Now, he waited with bated breath for her family to seek her out and bring her home, while Zhang Jiao continued to delay under various pretexts. Given her condition, the man felt compelled to wait in silence. Upon returning from my conversation with him, doubt about Zhang Jiao consumed my thoughts, leading me to question her reliability. I promptly sought out Huang Tianxi, recounting the entire matter to him. Tianxi, I just spoke with that man, and something feels amiss, I said, my expression grave. Huang Tianxi furrowed his brow, inquiring urgently, what is it? What is going on? I took a deep breath and slowly said, what that man stated is entirely at odds with what Zhang Jiao has conveyed to us. There is certainly a discrepancy here. Furthermore, upon observing Zhang Jiao's abdomen, it does not resemble that of a pregnant woman. Huang Tianxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely not. Could it be that Zhang Jiao has been deceiving us all along? I too was reluctant to accept this notion, yet the evidence lay stark before us. Clenching my fists, I realized we could no longer remain passive. We must devise a plan swiftly. I pondered why she had confided in me that day. I surmised it was a case of fellow villagers encountering one another, leading to an emotional exchange where I shared my experience of being deceived, and she, in turn, recounted her own tragic tale. I did not disclose to Huang Tianxi her intention to escape alone. In any case, this woman struck me as profoundly untrustworthy. She had deceived that man and sought to abandon Huang Tianxi. The very fact that she could manipulate a man into rescuing her indicated she possessed certain cunning abilities. Such a person should never be trusted as a collaborator. Soon, I would find this assertion validated. Chapter 27, An unbearable scene, a sense of foreboding enveloped me. Sometimes, one's sixth sense proves remarkably accurate. After conferring with Huang Tianxi, we resolved to invite Zhang Jiayao and the man to accompany us. Remaining in the slums day after day was not a viable solution. We had to devise a way to return home. We dared not approach the local police station, as it was rife with cliques, and we could easily find ourselves apprehended once more. The only recourse was to seek assistance from the embassy. I had harbored a lingering question. Why had Zhang Jiayao not sought refuge at the embassy after all this time? Why did this man lead her to such places? If he had managed to come this far, he must surely know the way back. Having spent several days together, I sensed that the man bore no ill intentions towards us. Yet, why did he withhold information? Huang Tianxi's injuries had begun to heal, and I had initially hoped he would recover fully before we departed. However, I felt an increasing sense of unease. Zhang Jiao ventured outside daily, aimlessly wandering the vicinity, while the man seemed perpetually anxious about her escaping, trailing closely behind her. Both yearned to return home, yet their behaviors were exceedingly peculiar. One day, when I sought out Zhang Jiayao, I stumbled upon a distressing scene. The partitions of our dwelling were exceedingly close, merely 5 or 6 meters apart. I distinctly heard no sounds, yet as I lifted the tattered curtain, I found Zhang Jiayao disheveled upon the dilapidated sofa. Any discerning person would understand what had just transpired. The man had gone out to collect food and was nowhere to be found. Who had been with her moments before was a mystery to me. I turned my head, awaiting her to dress. However, there was no movement from the sofa for a considerable time. When I finally glanced back, Zhang Jiayao had risen from the sofa. She slowly approached me and, with a sudden thud, knelt before me. "Xingge, I implore you, please do not tell him," she pleaded. With that, Zhang Jiayao reached for my waist, attempting to remove my trousers. Startled, I instinctively pushed her away. She stumbled and fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. When she reached for me, her clothing had slipped, revealing part of her chest, now marked with a vivid red handprint. Upon closer inspection, I noticed numerous small red spots on her waist and legs. I had originally intended to take off my shirt and offer it to her, but was my only garment. I turned away. Zhang Jiayao remained seated on the floor, weeping. Reluctantly, I acquiesced to her request. "Today, I have seen nothing, nor have I sought you out." Before she could respond, she lifted the curtain and fled as if in flight. Who had been with her moments before? Surely that person must have seen the marks upon her. Why would they? I was too weary to contemplate further and chose not to disclose this incident to Huang Tianxi. Before nightfall, the man returned, graciously distributing 2 flatbreads to us. I accepted the offering and mentioned my desire to leave. He nodded in acknowledgement. I intended to depart, but not at this moment. "When you plan to leave?" he inquired, glancing at Zhang Jiayao, who was sitting quietly in the corner. He remained silent. Zhang Jiayao, too, exhibited an uncharacteristic calmness, despite her earlier fervent desire to escape. After that man departed, Zhang Jiayao uttered a phrase to us. "Stay a few more days. In a few days, I will leave with you." Huang Tianxi inquired whether she had been threatened by the man. Zhang Jiayao shook her head in denial. "If you can be patient for a couple of days, I will be able to take you back to our homeland." "Is that truly the case? What means do you possess?" Upon hearing her assertion of having a solution, Huang Tianxi's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his hands together. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that her demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. "As long as you trust me, you will undoubtedly return." However, she did not elaborate on her methods. Huang Tianxi, nonetheless, placed unwavering faith in her words. Zhang Jiayao's myriad of unusual behaviors compelled me to contemplate a discreet departure. This woman was far more cunning than I had initially perceived. I could not afford to become ensnared in an unknown peril once more. Chapter 28, Betrayal the Night, enveloped the slums in a profound silence. I share my suspicions and plans with Huang Tianxi. Having traversed a series of harrowing experiences together, we had become akin to brothers who had faced death side by side. I refrained from elaborating further, and he chose to place his trust in me and accompany me. Yet, Huang Tianxi's mood remained somewhat melancholic. He had initially harbored hopes that Zhang Jiayao would return him home in a couple of days, which left him disheartened. After finally finding a semblance of refuge, the prospect of being taken back home shattered his fragile optimism, inevitably dampening his spirits. However, there was no time for him to languish in despair. I kicked him lightly. "Hurry up and pack." We proceeded to gather the few belongings we possessed with utmost caution, striving to make no sound. In truth, there was little to take: a baton I had salvaged for self-defense on the road, and 2 flatbreads I had pilfered from the neighboring dwelling that very night. The remainder consisted of Huang Tianxi's essential medications. With our possessions in hand, we tiptoed out of the room, making our way along the dimly lit path. As we exited the makeshift dwellings of the slums, it felt akin to escaping from a compound. The darkness enveloped us, devoid of any illumination, compelling us to navigate by the scant light of the moon. Fortunately, after our days spent in this area, we had grown somewhat familiar with our surroundings. We had approached from the north, while the places Zhangjiayao and I had visited were to the west. According to my plan, I intended to head east, but Huang Tianxi suggested a southern route. Ultimately, I adhered to my own strategy, guiding him eastward. In subsequent reflections, I often pondered whether a different outcome might have ensued had I heeded his counsel. We proceeded side by side, careful as 2 thieves. My heart raced, and every movement was executed with extreme caution, lest we disturb some lurking danger. The moonlight spilled into the narrow alleyway, casting dappled shadows that seemed to narrate our trepidation. The structures of the slum receded into the distance. Just as we believed we were on the cusp of a successful escape, we encountered an armed group head-on. 2 SUVs approached us, their high beams illuminating the path. My heart sank, and we frantically searched for a place to hide. Huang Tianxi pulled me into a nearby thicket. As the vehicles drew closer, a wave of despair washed over me. These were certainly not local armed forces. They were not clad in uniforms. Upon closer inspection, they resembled individuals from a particular compound. We could distinctly hear shouts emanating from the vehicles, spoken in their native tongue. What they said remained a mystery to us. Witnessing such a scene again transported me back to the compound, and genuine fear gripped me. The thought of being captured once more loomed ominously. If apprehended again, one was either left maimed or subjected to unspeakable torment. At that moment, my eyes brimmed with terror. I lowered my head, pressing it against the ground, terrified of being spotted by that group, as if this act could afford me some semblance of safety. Fortunately, they did not see us. Perhaps no one would expect to find someone lying in the grass at such a late hour. The slums have traditionally been devoid of visitors, and the sudden appearance of this group today instilled in me the unsettling feeling that they were here to apprehend us. Who could have betrayed us? If it were Zhang Jiayao, she too would have escaped and would be in danger of capture. What would compel her to take such a risk? Could there be other motives of which we are unaware? The moment the vehicle entered the slum, Huang Tianxi and I scrambled to our feet and fled. If that group was indeed in pursuit of us, they would soon discover our absence and undoubtedly scour the vicinity. 2 legs cannot outrun 4 wheels. We ceased our furtive advance and instead hastened away from that place with all possible speed. In the darkness, we struggled to discern our direction. Yet we could afford no further contemplation. The only imperative was to run in the opposite direction of the slum. However, in that moment of sheer terror, our minds faltered, and we overlooked a critical detail. Chapter 29. Like a beggar upon fleeing that wretched slum, we embarked on an uncertain path of escape. With neither food nor water, our stomachs growled incessantly, the pangs of hunger clinging to me as if they sought to consume my very being. The 2 stolen pieces of bread were devoured by us by the following day. We had to find sustenance. Otherwise, I would lack the strength to continue onward. Fortunately, we arrived at a place resembling a small town. While scavenging for scraps, I remained ever vigilant for anyone who might apprehend me. With each step, my heart raced, and my nerves were taut, as though they might snap at any moment. I was truly subsisting on refuse. Initially, my heart brimmed with resistance and revulsion. I could hardly fathom the thought of rummaging through dumpsters for food. Yet, as the hunger intensified, the instinct for survival overshadowed all else. Slowly, I approached a garbage bin, my trembling hand reaching towards the pile of odorous refuse. When my fingers grazed the filthy debris, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within me. "Ai Gaoxing," once led a normal life, and yet I had now fallen to such depths. But there was no time for lamenting fate's cruelty. I could only search through the trash for anything edible. The contents of the dumpster were a hodgepodge of decaying food, used tissues, tattered plastic bottles, and various unidentified objects. The acrid stench was nauseating, yet I endured the revulsion, meticulously sifting through the refuse. At that moment, a hardened piece of bread was akin to a lifeline for us. Its dry texture and peculiar flavor nearly made me retch, yet I forced myself to swallow it. It may have strained my throat, but it staved off hunger, if only momentarily. Dividing a single piece of bread between us left both of us unsatisfied. A fleeting sense of regained strength would soon be eclipsed by the relentless return of hunger. Occasionally, I would discover expired food in the bins, though past its prime. I could not afford to be picky. Anything that could fill my belly was worth consuming. On one occasion, I stumbled upon an apple that had been discarded after a single bite. It felt like a treasure. I carefully broke it in half, offering one portion to Huang Tianxi while cautiously taking a bite of the other half. The tart sweetness nearly brought tears to my eyes. In that moment, I truly felt like a beggar in a foreign land. While one might receive alms as a beggar in my homeland, here we were met with disdain. Some would sneer at us, muttering incomprehensible words before hastily avoiding our presence. We too would sidestep them, fearful of encountering someone from the district who might apprehend us once more. We continued along the road, seeking the next village, the next dumpster. Each approach to a garbage bin filled me with a sense of helplessness and sorrow, at times even drawing tears. As night fell, we sought refuge in a relatively secluded corner. Lying on the cold ground, gazing at the stars above, I was enveloped by uncertainty regarding the future. In those moments, I reminisced about the days when I could enjoy a piece of bread in the slum. It is a human tendency to realize the value of what one once had only after experiencing a harsher reality. Fortuitously, Dubai is devoid of winter. Otherwise, one might perish from the chill while sleeping on the streets. Our days of evasion unfolded as a relentless journey, scavenging through refuse bins. Huang Tianxi's wounds had yet to fully heal, and I feared the risk of infection. The task of rummaging through the trash fell squarely upon my shoulders. My hands, marred by filth and scars, delved into bins exuding a foul stench. My movements were deft and mechanical, as if this had seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of my existence. As long as I drew breath, I could not cease my forward march. I would inevitably find the embassy, reach the heart of Dubai, and encounter a compatriot. It was this flicker of hope that sustained us through countless days and nights of foot travel. I lost track of the days. However, Huang Tianxi's medicinal supplies had run dry. The medication he had been using was already subpar, and without a replacement, his wounds could not continue to mend. Observing his arms swathed in lengthy bandages, I resolved to take a risk. I unwrapped the bandages from his arm and rewrapped them around my own. I then ventured alone into the village, seeking out a relatively clean white house. I collapsed at the threshold, knocking on the door. A woman with curly hair answered, exuding beauty akin to a princess from an animated tale. This was my initial impression of her. Due to the language barrier, I remained silent, merely pointing to my arm and feigning an expression of pain. Before I could finish my gestures, she was abruptly pulled away by a burly local man with a thick beard, standing defiantly before me. Chapter 30. Lost direction. The burly man stood before me. His expression one of palpable impatience, his brow furrowed. The juxtaposition between us was striking. I appeared disheveled and emaciated from days without sustenance, resembling a sickly, wilted hen. In stark contrast, he was clad in pristine white attire, tall and imposing. Should he choose to strike, I reckoned a single blow could send me sprawling across the street. I was uncertain of his disposition, yet to flee now would only betray my own trepidation. I mustered the courage to gesture toward my wounds, seeking some form of medicinal aid. Initially, he scrutinized me with a furrowed brow, and as I concluded my gestures, he instinctively averted his gaze to the ground. His demeanor softened somewhat. Turning to address the woman inside the dwelling, he exchanged a few words with her. Shortly thereafter, he extended 2 bags toward me, one containing an assortment of medicine and bandages, the other brimming with croissants. It had been an eternity since I had laid eyes on such ordinary bread. They say a man's worth is measured by the gold beneath his knees. Yet in that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in gratitude. Those who have not experienced such despair could never comprehend. In the midst of a tumultuous journey, on the brink of starvation in a foreign land, the unexpected kindness of a stranger can be a lifeline. I clasped my hands in reverence and bowed to express my gratitude. Fortuitously, the first door I knocked upon yielded assistance. However, upon my return to seek out Huang Tianxi, he was nowhere to be found. I meticulously retraced my steps, confident of my prior location, where I had ensured his safety. Yet he had vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over me. It was all too likely that he had been captured. He was my sole companion on this perilous escape, my pillar of strength. I dared not linger in the same spot, opting instead for a dilapidated earthen shelter that afforded me a view of my surroundings. The sudden loss of my ally left me in a state of profound disorientation. I was at a loss as to where to search for Huang Tianxi, engulfed by helplessness and despair. My garments were tattered, my hair a disheveled mess, and my face was smeared with dust and weariness. I remained in that crumbling abode for a full 2 days, consuming half of the bread the burly man had provided. Water was scarce, and I was parched. My upper lip felt stiff and dry. I did not wish for death. I had merely lost my way. I reminded myself that regardless of the hardships, I must persevere. I cannot surrender. With a renewed mindset, I took the remaining half bag of bread and set out to scavenge through refuse. In Dubai, water was a rare commodity. If fortune favored me, a rain shower might yield a few bottles, enough to sustain us for 2 days. Yet, on ill-fated days, rummaging through several trash bins yielded not a single drop. Unlike my homeland, where remnants of half-drunk beverages could often be found, here there was naught but emptiness. I walked along the road, leaving the town behind, and before me unfolded an endless expanse of desert highway. The relentless sun bore down upon the shifting sands, creating an illusion of infinity, while the fierce winds stirred up clouds of dust that obscured my vision. I stood there, gazing vacantly upon the desolate landscape, as the flicker of hope within me slowly began to extinguish. In the town, though arduous, there were at least garbage bins that offered a glimmer of survival. Yet here, there is nothing but an endless expanse of desert and the scorching sun. But what would returning accomplish? What fate awaits if I am captured again? I dragged my weary feet along the desolate highway, trudging forward as if resigned to my fate, each step leading me closer to death, yet simultaneously battling fiercely against destiny. The searing sand burns my soles, while my cracked lips bleed. How I long for a single drop of water, even just a drop, to soothe the fire in my throat. Loneliness and despair cling to me like shadows, and I begin to question my choices. Perhaps remaining in the town, foraging for food in the bins, would have been preferable to my current plight. Yet I know there is no turning back. Those who hunt me could appear in the town at any moment. The sun hangs mercilessly in the sky, radiating suffocating heat. I feel my strength rapidly waning, my consciousness beginning to blur. But I cannot afford to falter. I must persevere. I think of Huang Tianxi, wondering where he might be now, and whether he is safe. I laboriously place one foot in front of the other, leaving faint footprints in the sand that the winds soon cover. I do not know how much farther I can go, nor if hope lies ahead. Yet a resilient force within me continues to uphold my spirit, urging me not to succumb to despair. I tread onward, my eyes scanning the surroundings, yearning to find something that might aid my survival, perhaps a discarded bottle or a piece of tattered cloth to shield me from the sun. However, there is nothing but the infinite desert. As time drags on, my body grows weaker, my steps increasingly heavy. Still, I grit my teeth and press on, traversing the golden sands for a day and a night. As darkness begins to envelop the sky, the temperature drops from the oppressive heat of the day. I lay down upon the sand and begin to ponder. Perhaps remaining in this desert is not so bad. Such a vast graveyard, spacious, is preferable to perishing in the compound. Lost in thought, I succumb to slumber amidst the dunes. The yellow sand conceals my face, my hands and feet slowly sinking into the grains. My body grows heavier. In a dreamlike state, I am jolted awake by a resounding roar. Chapter 31. From the wolf's den into the tiger's lair, a group of individuals suddenly emerged, surrounding me like a tempest. I believed I was adrift in a dream, my body caught in a liminal state between slumber and wakefulness, devoid of strength. It was not until one of them dragged me from the sand and doused my face with a bottle of water that I jolted back to consciousness. I'm still alive. The one speaking was a Chinese man. With no time for contemplation, I hastily gathered the remnants of water on my face. But there was barely any left. The sand had absorbed most of it. I rose to my feet and, aided by the dim light of the vehicle, groped for the discarded bottle. A small amount of water remained within, a lifeline for me. Ignoring the presence of those around me, I tilted the bottle and drank. It was but a sip, yet it left me yearning for more. I held the bottle aloft, awaiting the few drops that might fall. At that moment, two foreigners, their heads wrapped in scarves, approached and seized me. Instinctively, I struggled with all my might. It was then that realization struck me. Release me. Who are you? The foreigners possessed an overwhelming strength, rendering my efforts futile. They dragged me to the front of a van, showing no mercy as they tossed me inside. The impact sent a sharp pain coursing through my back, not due to the force of the fall, but because my emaciated frame offered little cushioning. Slumped in the vehicle, I surveyed my surroundings. The van was filled with black individuals, their appearances suggesting origins from India or the Philippines. Silence enveloped the interior, thick with a sense of unfamiliarity and oppression. The gazes of those present were cold and wary, as if I were a potential harbinger of danger. In that moment, my weakened body and the alien environment left me paralyzed. Any thought of escape was futile. I lacked the energy to resist and leaned back against the seat. The vehicle sped along the desert highway, clouds of dust obscuring the world beyond the windows. I was oblivious to where they intended to take me or what awaited me. Fear slithered through my heart like a chilling serpent. I wondered about Huang Tianxi. Had he too fallen into the clutches of this group? Where would I be taken? And would I ever see him again? We had endured so much together, yet now we were worlds apart, our fates uncertain. As the van jolted along, my thoughts spiraled into chaos, like sand swirling in the wind, gripped tightly by fear. I could not fathom where I was being led, only silently praying not to descend into a more terrifying predicament. As the journey continued, I noticed the sand outside gradually thinning. Through the sparse illumination, I discerned the emergence of meager vegetation from the boundless desert, followed by rudimentary structures. Tension mounted as I scrutinized my surroundings, seeking clues to deduce our destination. Ultimately, the van came to a halt at what appeared to be an abandoned factory. The individuals roughly yanked me from the vehicle, shoving me into the derelict building. The factory was dim and damp, permeated by a pungent stench. Within its confines lay dozens of iron cages, some containing a solitary individual, while others housed pairs of people. I found myself confined to a solitary cage. Tomorrow, they intended to sell us off. The one who spoke was a Chinese man with single eyelids. After a fortnight of silence, finally, I heard words I could comprehend. My heart swelled with excitement as I shouted fervently at him. Yet, he merely cast me a fleeting glance before turning away. A person clad in a headscarf began distributing food and water to those in the cages. I too received my portion, a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Eagerly, I unscrewed the cap and gulped down the entire bottle in a few swift swallows. The others, hailing from various nations, remained astonishingly quiet, consuming their rations before settling back in their cages to rest. The factory gate was locked, and I spent a restless night confined within the cage. The following day, the individual in the headscarf bound our hands and pulled us from our cages. We were herded into a small van, which drove for several minutes until we arrived near a grand house. We were ushered into the yard and arranged in a line. The others appeared accustomed to this routine, their silence palpable. The master of the house stood before us, offering no words. The Chinese man with single eyelids conversed with the owner in the local dialect for an extended period, only for the owner to shake his head in response. Shortly thereafter, several more individuals arrived. They conversed amongst themselves while pointing at us, as I and a few others, including some black individuals, were appraised like livestock. The buyers' indifferent gazes were chilling. I could never have imagined finding myself ensnared in a local slave market. Those with a modicum of wealth in the area often kept a few slaves, some of whom had come voluntarily, while others had been deceived. If one complied and worked diligently, a meager compensation awaited. However, should one contemplate escape, a bullet would swiftly end their life. That single-eyed man was the ringleader of an international trafficking operation. We were mere commodities, subject to the whims of others. This reminded me of the brutal animal fights in the compound, filling me with dread and fury. Yet, fate afforded me little time for reflection within minutes. They completed their selections. The remaining individuals and I were shoved back into the van, treated as cargo, haphazardly piled together. The vehicle swayed and jolted as it drove onward, leaving us in uncertainty regarding our destination. From fragments of their conversation, I gleaned that we were to be sent to a factory as free laborers. The atmosphere inside the van was suffocating and oppressive, with everyone rendered mute, as if resisting was an exercise in futility. I had no inkling of what horrors awaited in that factory, nor did I know if I would ever find a chance to escape. When a vehicle finally came to a halt, we were ushered out, only to discover that the so-called factory was merely two small, nondescript houses. Chapter 32. Laborers. The leader ushered me and another foreigner out of the vehicle, leaving the remaining two passengers behind. The van roared back to life, carrying them away into an uncertain fate. Meanwhile, the other foreigner and I were propelled into two seemingly unremarkable, dilapidated cottages. Upon entering, a dim light enveloped us, accompanied by a musty, stale atmosphere that struck my senses. After a brief moment of adjustment, my eyes began to survey this enigmatic and sinister place. The walls of the room were mottled and peeling, whispering tales of time's passage and forgotten histories. The floor was a rough, concrete expanse, uneven in places, while the corners were cluttered with battered wooden crates, their surfaces marred by scratches and stains, suggesting they had endured countless moves and upheavals. A surge of profound unease washed over me, an instinctive warning that these objects were far from innocuous. I treaded cautiously, my gaze darting around the surroundings. Suddenly, I spotted a concealed corner shrouded in shadows, where bags of white powder lay stacked. My heart raced, a dreadful thought flashing through my mind: drugs. The foreigner and I exchanged anxious glances, both overwhelmed by trepidation. I could scarcely believe my eyes. Within this ostensibly ordinary cottage lay such monumental malevolence. Someone behind me nudged my shoulder. "You're fortunate. You'll stay here and will be responsible for moving goods and cleaning." I numbly nodded. The other foreigner, unable to comprehend the leader's words, appeared bewildered. The leader, visibly irritated, cursed under his breath. At that moment, a man emerged from within the building. Adjusting his glasses, he approached the leader with a broad smile. "Brother Sean, explain the rules to him," the leader instructed. Brother Sean lit a cigarette and gestured toward us. The man assumed the role of translator, engaging with the foreigner. After a brief exchange, the foreigner nodded, albeit with a look of confusion. The man turned his attention to me. "Let me explain it to you as well," he said courteously. Essentially, he conveyed that I was to work diligently, as provisions would be provided, and if I performed well, there would be financial compensation. Just then, a tall man approached, his face marred by a menacing scar, eyes fierce and cold. He stepped before me, glaring intently. He pointed to a pile of goods beside us, indicating that we should commence our labor. We reluctantly complied with his command. I observed that this place was heavily guarded, with several armed sentinels stationed at the entrance. It was evident that escape would not be an easy endeavor. As we labored, our strength ebbed away, yet the work showed no signs of abating. The foreigner occasionally exchanged glances with me, and we could both discern the exhaustion reflected in each other's eyes. Finally, after several hours of intense toil, we were granted a brief respite. Leaning against the wall, the foreigner and I gasped for breath, our bodies weary from the relentless exertion. We endeavored to communicate, yet due to the language barrier, we could only convey our thoughts through simple gestures and expressions. However, as it is often said here, as long as one is willing to work, sustenance will follow. The food was quite decent. After a day of labor, we were each presented with a box meal. Inside the box was rice, a staple I had not savored in quite some time. I still vividly recalled the elongated grains of rice, alongside a half box of vegetables and a chicken leg. It was truly delightful to partake in such a proper meal, a luxury I had been deprived of for too long. Not a single grain nor a drop of sauce was left uneaten. Once we finished our meal, we were finally granted some respite. We were only summoned when our assistance was needed to move goods. Otherwise, we sat on the ground, resting. We were housed in a steel structure. Aside from myself and a foreigner, there was another individual. Upon our entrance, we found a man lying on the bed, reaching for a water bottle on the wooden table. His leg was injured, making it difficult for him to rise. I approached and handed him the cup. The man smiled and nodded. I attempted to communicate with him, but he did not respond. The foreigner beside me also wished to speak, when suddenly the sound of chains echoed from outside, and the door was locked. The room had a window through which the outside world was visible. A faint light emanated from a small pavilion not far from the flat, where someone stood guard. It seemed their duty was not to oversee us, but rather to attend to the items within the structure. We were confined within, unable to leave. As darkness fell, we were locked in for the night, and at dawn, the door was unlocked, allowing us to move about the vicinity. We were called upon when goods arrived or were to be dispatched. A cacophony of engines filled the air as a van approached, from which emerged several intimidating figures, vociferously commanding attention. Reluctantly, we stood up, compelled to re-engage in the burdensome labor. This time, they had brought an even larger load, significantly increasing our workload. The wooden crates were much heavier than those we had previously handled. During the process of moving them, I noticed peculiar markings and symbols etched into the corners of the crates, seemingly intended to guide the transportation of the goods. Chapter 33. The nest is rated days passed monotonously amidst the mechanical labor of transporting and digging. After that batch of goods was taken away, an extended period ensued without any vehicles arriving. The foreigner and I were assigned to clear the refuse at the back, not far from the bungalow. An eerie atmosphere permeated a vacant lot, the pungent chemical scent of decaying leaves wafting through the air, inducing nausea. It was evident that these decayed leaves were undoubtedly linked to drug processing. Clad in a mask and gloves, I silently wielded a shovel, laboriously excavating a large pit. After considerable effort, I finally succeeded in digging it out. I scattered a layer of quicklime within the pit, shoveling the decayed leaves into it, burying them beneath the soil. With the language barrier, my communication with the foreigner diminished considerably. We were oblivious to how long this existence would endure, perhaps due to a lack of trust in us. The leader, Chun Guangshan, had consistently barred us from entering the bungalow, relegating us to unloading and moving goods only in the designated storage area outside. I felt a mix of relief and curiosity within me. What sinister secrets lay concealed within that bungalow? Xiao Yang, one of Chun Guangshan's subordinates, would occasionally attempt to indoctrinate me, speaking of the so-called boss by and painting a rosy picture of the prospects of working alongside him. I had heard these empty promises countless times in the compound. Each time, I could only lower my head in silence, afraid to exhibit any sign of dissent. In this place, refusal equated to peril, and I found myself devoid of the capacity to resist. At that moment, I envied the foreigner beside me, who was oblivious to the Chinese language and thus spared from their brainwashing. I could only obediently squat nearby, listening and nodding in agreement. Suddenly, a loud bang startled everyone. A vehicle had returned hastily. It was the government forces. The unforeseen event plunged the entire factory into chaos. Chun Guangshan's expression turned grave as he barked orders for us to evacuate collectively. My heart raced instantly. The government? Was it the local military? I contemplated running towards them, yet feared that I might be shot as a traitor before I could take more than a few steps. And even if I escaped, would I be mistaken for a drug dealer and gunned down along the way? Before I could fully process these thoughts, I was shoved into the bungalow. Everyone, move the goods. As I stepped into the bungalow alongside the crowd, the scene before me left me utterly astounded. Indeed, it was a realm of its own, with an array of advanced machinery arranged in an orderly fashion. The complexity of the equipment and the intricate processes made it evident that drug production had reached a remarkably high level here. The machines for synthesis, purification, and processing gleamed with a metallic coldness, as if recounting the nefarious dealings that had transpired within these walls. The air was thick with the acrid scent of chemicals, and the vibrant liquids swirled within test tubes and containers, reminiscent of a demonic temptation. Fear and repulsion filled my heart. How many lives would these drugs bring calamity and suffering to? A dozen men and women, clad in uniform black attire, busily traversed the room. Their faces were etched with panic and anxiety as they hurriedly gathered their belongings. Some frantically shut down machines, others organized chemical reagents, while a few packed finished drugs. The individuals clad in black, though seemingly flustered, moved with remarkable precision. They appeared to have clear roles and a well-defined plan, enabling them to respond swiftly even in the throes of an emergency. I became acutely aware of the organization's meticulousness and peril. Standing at the doorway, I felt momentarily disoriented. However, Chen Guangshan's thunderous voice quickly snapped me back to reality. Hurry up. If you wish to survive, move. I promptly joined the throng of movers, lifting a box of biscuits whose heavy weight made my arms tremble slightly. Within mere minutes, the majority of the items had been loaded onto vehicles. The experimental equipment and those within the makeshift abode had already evacuated, leaving only a few of Chen Guangshan's subordinates, myself, a foreigner, and the mute man with a broken leg in the tin house. I still have things left in my house, I mentioned. Xiao Yang urged me to get into the vehicle quickly. What do you have? We must leave. Survival is paramount. In truth, I had little to retrieve, but the thought of leaving with them filled me with dread. Perhaps I could still escape from this place. Following them into the vehicle would mean continuing to live among drug traffickers. Xiao Yang shoved me toward the car. What about the mute man? Are we just abandoning him? It's no use, no use. Let us go, let us go. Chen Guangshan insisted that we board the vehicle promptly to evacuate. Crammed into the vehicle, I was overwhelmed with unease. As we sped along the rugged road, a series of thunderous roars echoed from behind. Turning my head, I saw several black SUVs relentlessly pursuing us, their occupants brandishing weapons with ferocious expressions. They're closing in. Prepare for battle, Chen Guangshan shouted, instantly heightening the tension within the vehicle. Everyone grabbed their weapons, bracing for the impending confrontation. The pursuing vehicles drew ever closer, and the adversaries began firing. Bullets rained down upon us, striking our vehicle with a cacophony of sound. The windows shattered, sending glass shards flying. I ducked to evade the bullets, but a piece of glass sliced my face, blood trickling down from my forehead along my cheek. In the midst of the chaos, the driver was struck by a bullet. The vehicle began to sway violently as the driver gradually lost control of the steering wheel. Chapter 34. The gang's driver to get the car moving. Hurry, Chen Guangshan shouted emphatically. Before the driver collapsed, I swiftly crossed over to the driver's seat, seized the steering wheel, and steadied the vehicle. I focused all my attention on navigating the car, my hands gripping the wheel tightly, my eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. The crackling gunfire erupted around me, my heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. I pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The pursuing vehicle remained relentless, firing shots incessantly. I skillfully maneuvered the car, evading the barrage of bullets, as if engaged in a deadly chase with fate. During this ordeal, I gradually experienced an unprecedented level of tension and exhilaration, akin to a real-life game. The occupants of the car began to retaliate. Several of Chen Guangshan's men leaned out of the windows, firing their weapons at the pursuing vehicle. Gunfire erupted in a cacophony, smoke filling the air as both sides engaged in an intense shootout. I endeavored to maintain my composure, searching for an opportunity to escape. Ahead, I spotted several curves in the road. If I could navigate them successfully, there was a chance to elude our pursuers. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, I executed a sharp brake at the bend and swiftly turned the vehicle. The car traced a beautiful arc around the curve. At that moment, the passengers aimed their weapons and accurately struck a tire of the trailing vehicle. The rear car suffered a blowout and was forced to halt, rendering it unable to advance. Our vehicle continued to distance itself, successfully escaping the chase. Xiao Yang guided me from the side, and after navigating through the village's winding paths, We finally reached a main road. Once we were certain no vehicles were following, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I resumed my role as the driver. Amidst the bumpy journey, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the cabin. A few whispered conversations floated through the air. Though soft, they were distinctly audible to my ears. "Who do you think reported Brother Sean?" A man with a stubbled face inquired in a hushed tone. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and replied, "Who knows?" Thankfully, President Bai is formidable. He provides offerings to the government each year. Otherwise, we would have been finished this time. Indeed, President Bai's strategy is truly astute. If it weren't for someone notifying us in advance, we wouldn't have escaped in time. A tall, slender man spoke with a hint of disdain. Hearing this, I felt fortunate that I had not stayed behind. Just moments ago, I had contemplated seeking assistance from the local government forces. Little did I realize that they were in cahoots with the enemy. Had I truly approached them, my life would have been disregarded. A bullet to the head would have been my fate. Why has there been a sudden crackdown after so many years of tranquility? How did the government forces locate us? His words jolted everyone into awareness. Xiao Yang cast a worried glance at Chen Guangshan. "Brother Sean, could it be? Is the new factory location still safe? If the government forces come after us again, we won't have anywhere to relocate. Next time?" After a prolonged silence, Chen Guangshan finally spoke. "He will not have another chance." "Brother Sean, do you suspect there's a mole among us? If so, who could it be?" The tall, thin man broke the silence within the vehicle. "Whoever it is, they deserve to pay for betraying us. We must capture this treacherous fiend." "Let us hope so, for otherwise, we are all doomed," replied the stubbled man, leaning against the side of the vehicle, his eyes brimming with anxiety. I silently absorbed their conversation. These criminals displayed such audacity, while the local officials appeared to be mere puppets. Even if someone were to report them, they would be tipped off in advance and make their escape. The influence of their benefactor, Boss Bai, should not be underestimated. Chapter 35. Shuffling the vehicle sped along the rugged road as I gazed out the window, lost in a myriad of thoughts. I had become ensnared in this unfolding scenario. After a considerable journey, the car halted in a secluded area. Unlike our previous location, this place, though remote, boasted a splendid environment, surrounded by a sea of flowers on the mountainside. Chen Guangshan instructed us to disembark and led us into a spacious courtyard. The expanse of the yard was twice that of a simple bungalow. A tall, lanky individual stepped out and surveyed the surroundings. This was indeed a significant improvement over our prior accommodations. "Of course, this is our brother Shan's stronghold," remarked a stranger, the overseer of this estate. He offered a cigarette to each of us who had just alighted, a gesture of introduction. When a cigarette was extended to me, I waved my hand in refusal. The man raised an eyebrow, casting a glance my way. A breath of fresh air. I never anticipated Brother Shan's associates would be so refined. Just as I was about to clarify, he interjected, "Have the previous two groups been settled?" Chen Guangshan took a puff from his cigarette before extinguishing it. "Yes, they've already moved in, and they've been assigned to their previous posts. Our factory scale can accommodate them without issue." "Good, all should get acquainted." Chen Guangshan gestured toward Xiao Yang. Understanding the cue, Xiao Yang approached the three of us to introduce. The lanky fellow was named Ge. The bearded one was called Haozi, and the overseer of the estate was Xue Jiucai. Xiao Yang seemed to have a prior acquaintance with Xue Jiucai and appeared entirely at ease in this factory's compound. "Brother Kai, we appreciate your assistance this time," Xiao Yang said. Xue Jiucai waved his hand dismissively. "We are merely serving President Bai. What has led to your current predicament?" Xiao Yang exhaled heavily. "We were reported." "Reported? It seems our President Bai's investment was insufficient, causing you all to endure hardship." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they escorted De Gu and Haozi to their new quarters. Xiao Yang shot me a glance, signaling me to follow suit. As we passed by Xue Jiucai, I distinctly sensed his gaze upon me, tinged with an unusual intensity. I pondered whether this individual harbored ulterior motives. Xiao Yang led the three of us to the innermost part of the courtyard, where several rooms stood in a row. "This is our living quarters. This is a considerable improvement over our previous lodgings," De Gu exclaimed, astonished. "I never imagined we would find ourselves in such a fine place." The two of them each selected a room to inspect the furnishings. I lingered behind, awaiting Xiao Yang's direction regarding my own accommodations. Hai Xing, you shall reside here. Choose a room, he instructed. I was taken aback. Previously, we had endured dilapidated metal shacks, sharing cramped quarters, and at night, we were locked in. I gestured toward myself, and then pointed to the house, questioning if this was truly sanctioned by Brother Sean. This scene brought to mind my time at the industrial park, where I had been silently ushered into a solitary room with air conditioning, only to fall victim to Sheng Ji's treachery. Yet, Chen Guangshan appeared nothing like him. If they offer me a place to stay, so be it. I selected a room that was a bit distant from the others. Then, I shall reside here. The room is furnished simply with a bed, a square table, and a solitary mirror. Standing before the mirror, I noticed the wound atop my head, only then realizing the pain it brings. The blood on my forehead has already congealed, staining half my face, rendering me resembling someone struck by a brick. It's somewhat unsettling. I rinse my face with water, washing away the blood on my cheek, only to be startled by the exposed wound. This is no mere abrasion. The flesh at the edges of the gash rolls outward, and the skin on my forehead is so thin that I can faintly see the white of my bone peeking through. Just as I ponder how to address this, Xiao Yang appears, timely, with gauze and hemostatic powder, instructing me to perform a simple bandage. In such a remote location, a hospital is surely non-existent, and even if one existed, it would be out of the question for me to visit. I press the edges of the torn flesh together as best as I can and wrap it with gauze, completing the task. Here, life seems to hold little value, and minor injuries are treated lightly. The atmosphere in the new factory is exceedingly oppressive, with everyone remaining silent. Chen Guangshan gathers everyone together. This time, the government troops have dealt a significant blow to their stronghold. Fortunately, President Bai still has this secluded estate. In truth, this estate serves as their genuine drug trafficking base, a fact known to very few. Even the towering figure and Haozi, who follow Chen Guangshan closely, have only just learned of it. Chen Guangshan emerges slowly from the shadows, his face etched with exhaustion and despair. I never anticipated that the person I trusted most would betray me. Amid the chaos of the evacuation, someone had secretly stashed drugs, attempting to sell them on their own. As Chen Guangshan speaks, he laughs, feeling as though he is enveloped in a world rife with treachery, witnessing his former trust crumble in an instant. This upheaval signifies the potential for danger to strike at any moment. Chen Guangshan's actions instill fear in everyone present. His eyes, keen as a hawk's, fixate on a single direction. He approaches a man, weathered and appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, who carefully bows his head, avoiding eye contact with Chen Guangshan. "Come with me," he commands. The man is led away, drawing the attention of all who watch them depart. The two head toward the rear mountain of the estate. Minutes later, the tranquility is shattered by the sound of gunfire from the mountainside. That shot resonates like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. Everyone comprehends that the man has likely met a grim fate. When Chen Guangshan returns alone, his countenance is ominously dark. The remnants of unshed tears linger in his eyes, heightening the unease among the crowd. Although Chen Guangshan is ruthless, he has always harbored a special affection for his relatives. The man in his 40s had been alongside Chen Guangshan for nearly 8 years. He could not have anticipated this betrayal, nor that the traitor would be him. Knowing this, he feels compelled to personally deal with the betrayer. Standing before everyone, a resolute determination gleams in his eyes. Listen well. This incident serves as a lesson for us all. Among us, there lurked a traitor, nearly leading to our complete downfall. From this moment forth, any who dare betray Captain Bai shall face the direst consequences. His voice was cold and stern, sending chills down spines. The crowd fell into an oppressive silence, aware that even the slightest misstep could result in fatal repercussions. Xiao Yang stepped forward, calling out several names one after another. These individuals were swiftly taken to the rear mountain. Soon, anguished cries echoed from that direction. These were the ones who had seized the opportunity to pilfer amidst the chaos. Standing among the crowd, I felt a jolt of shock, reflecting on the fragility of human life. Chen Guangshan, listening to the screams, lit a cigarette, a smile creeping onto his face. I, Chen Guangshan, pride myself on my fairness towards you, while the government troops pursue me relentlessly, threatening my very existence. Some still dare to steal from me. I am uncertain who will be the next to fall under suspicion, nor do I know how much longer I can endure. Those present are akin to tightrope walkers. A moment's carelessness could plunge them into an abyss. I cannot remain passive. I must seek an opportunity to escape this wretched place. Meanwhile, Chen Guangshan intensified his vigilance over the group, ever wary of the treachery that might arise. Chapter 36. The Accomplice Amidst the Chaos. I found myself unexpectedly valued by Chen Guangshan. The following day, when he summoned me, my heart was filled with doubt and unease. Chen Guangshan's gaze was fixed upon me, his eyes seemingly harboring countless stories and secrets. He slowly inquired, "How did you come here?" My heart tightened slightly, thinking, wasn't I brought back by you all? Why the feigned inquiry? Nevertheless, I endeavored to maintain my composure. I encountered some individuals on the way and was brought back, I replied. Xiao Yang could not contain himself and interjected, "Gaoxing, have you hit your head? Brother Shan is asking how you arrived in Dubai." It was then that I realized my oversight. I candidly recounted the initial part of my experience of being deceived, carefully concealing my escape from the scam park. However, Chen Guangshan, being a seasoned figure, squinted slightly, as if he could see through my thoughts. "Do not hide anything from me. In this place, those Chinese who have lost their passports and possess such experiences have all fled from the park." His tone was calm, yet it made my heart race. I felt as if I had been stripped bare, all my secrets laid bare before him. Observing my anxious demeanor, Chen Guangshan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Rest assured, our affairs here are not akin to that of the park. I always values loyalty. Those who follow him will not suffer." Xiao Yang began to extol the virtues of Chen Guangshan and Bai, earnestly persuading me to join their ranks. Chen Guangshan picked up a bottle of liquor from the side and presented it to me. "Be steady, be responsible. From now on, follow me." His gaze held a hint of expectation. After a moment's hesitation, I accepted the bottle, nodding in agreement. The weight of the bottle felt heavy in my hands, as if it bore the burden of my fate. I knew I must tread carefully along this tightrope, waiting for the opportune moment to secure a sliver of hope for myself. I transitioned from mere laborer to Chen Guangshan's subordinate. The foreigners who once worked alongside me continued to carry, unload, and dispose of refuse, while I was spared from such toil, merely observing others at work. Those days were the most relaxed I had ever experienced. Yet, the disappearance of Huang Tianzi loomed heavily in my heart. I remained oblivious to his fate, pondering whether he was alive or dead. I contemplated seeking Chen Guangshan's assistance, but then reconsidered. Approaching a major drug dealer, would he truly help? If I were to locate Huang Tianzi, would he also be dragged into this mess? Perhaps he had already escaped to safety, and enlisting Chen Guangshan's help would only complicate matters further. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming my face as I awakened from my slumber. Before I could fully regain my senses, Chen Guangshan and his entourage entered my room, all smiles, as if in exceptionally good spirits. "Gaoxing, wake up. Cool me. Today we will take you to enjoy the city," Chen Guangshan announced. Though doubt lingered in my mind, I dared not resist and followed them into the car. As we sped through the bustling streets of the city, the vibrant scenery outside left me in a daze. Having been in Dubai for some time, I experienced a profound sense of humanity for the first time. We paused at an upscale restaurant to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Chen Guangshan and his entourage engaged in lively banter, as if all worries had vanished. After dinner, Chen Guangshan led us to a nightclub. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the spectacle before me. Beautiful women from various countries filled the space. Dazzling lights twinkled, and the music resounded thunderously. I anticipated that Chen Guangshan intended to treat me, which made my heart race with anxiety. However, he merely guided me around, stating that this establishment belonged to our esteemed Bai, and as long as we worked diligently, we would have the opportunity to return in the future. Subsequently, Chen Guangshan took us to a more disreputable venue. This was clearly his true destination, yet I felt an overwhelming aversion, unable to refuse. However, Haozi and the tall one appeared unusually enthusiastic. We entered a modest establishment where they sought out a few inexpensive companions. At that moment, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure. My heart raced, and I froze in place. How could it be her again? Chapter 37. Unexpected encounters. The appearance of Zhang Jiayao left me momentarily stunned. She was a stark contrast to the last time I saw her, utterly dejected, with sunken cheeks and vacant eyes. I never anticipated encountering her in such a place, and a tempest of questions surged through my mind. How could she possibly be here? What had she endured? The gaze of Chen Guangshan and his entourage was fixed upon me, causing an unsettling sensation to creep down my spine. What? Do you know her? Chen Guangshan inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Reluctantly, I provided a brief explanation of our relationship, striving to downplay our shared history to avoid unnecessary complications. I turned to Zhang Jiayao, my heart heavy with confusion, and asked, "What brings you here?" She averted her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent as she looked at me with pleading eyes, as if beseeching me to intervene. I could sense her profound fear and anxiety. It appeared she had much to communicate, yet lacked the courage to speak in front of others. At that moment, I found myself hesitating. I feared that a private conversation with her could lead to unforeseen troubles, especially since we were in the territory of Chen Guangshan and his crew. Moreover, Zhang Jiao's history of deceit left me uncertain of her true intentions. Nonetheless, I was also deeply intrigued by her experiences and the reasons behind her presence in such a dismal establishment. Just as I wrestled with my indecision, Chen Guangshan interjected, "Since you are old acquaintances, I shall not intrude." With that, he led another woman into a room within. The other three individuals also escorted their chosen companions inside. Zhang Jiao hastily grasped my hand, guiding me to a relatively quiet room at the end of the hall. Her hand trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with terror and despair. "Gaoxing, please save me." Her voice quivered with emotion. I had no choice but to come here. Ever since we parted ways last time, I was captured again, and they sold me to this place. A frown creased my brow, sympathy flooding my heart, yet I hesitated to fully trust her words. "Why do you consistently find yourself in such predicaments? What have you done?" She did not respond, lowering her head as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "I know I deceived you before, but it was purely for survival. I truly do not wish to continue this way, Gaoxing. You must help me. Gaoxing, I implore you. Please rescue me." I regarded her pitiful demeanor, my resolve wavering. Yet, I understood that in this perilous environment, any misstep could yield fatal consequences. "How can I assist you?" "They are everywhere," I replied helplessly. Zhang Jiao clutched my hand tightly, as if I were her last lifeline. "You must have a way to escape. You have done it before. Please help me." Upon seeing the despair etched across her face as I remained silent, her eyes filled with pleading, as if she were imploring me to reconsider. However, my heart was heavy with doubt and caution. Her past fabrications rendered her untrustworthy in my eyes. As I remained silent, Zhang Jiao unexpectedly made a shocking move. She knelt on the ground and reached for my trousers. Startled by her actions, I instinctively took several steps back. "What are you doing?" I glared at her, my heart brimming with anger and disgust. With tears streaming down her face, Zhang Jiao pleaded, "Gaoxing, I beg you. I'm willing to do anything if you help me." I had no intention of engaging with her in that manner, especially knowing her affliction. I forcefully pushed her hand away, attempting to halt her desperate antics. "Do not act this way. I will not do anything to you," I stated firmly. Yet, Zhang Jiao was relentless, gripping my trousers tightly and refusing to let go. "Gaoxing, if you do not assist me, I have no way to survive. Please, I implore you." Her voice was laced with despair and helplessness. A wave of agitation washed over me. Her behavior was profoundly repulsive. With all my strength, I broke free from her grasp and pushed her to the ground. "Enough! Stop this at once!" I shouted. Perhaps my voice was too loud, as moments later, someone rushed over to knock on the door. A woman outside inquired about the situation in somewhat broken Chinese. Zhang Jiao shook her head vigorously at me. I turned towards the door and uttered, "It's nothing." The commotion outside ceased. Zhang Jiao sat on the floor, bursting into tears. Her sobs echoed in the confined space. evoking a deep sense of compassion within me. However, I understood that I could not allow her emotions to sway me. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to regain my composure. I approached her, took her hand, and assisted her in sitting on the bed. Silently, I sighed. This woman had completely succumbed. In her struggle for survival, she was willing to forsake her body and dignity. "Please, stop crying. I will find a way to help you," I assured her. Zhang Jiao lifted her head, a glimmer of hope shining in her eyes. "Really? Xinge, you will truly help me?" Chapter 38 Assistance, I nodded. Yet my heart was awash with trepidation. I was uncertain whether I could genuinely assist her, nor could I fathom the repercussions this decision would entail. In that moment, all I could do was to reassure her while seeking a suitable opportunity. On the surface, I promised to help her. We sat on the bed in silence, the air thick with awkwardness and tension. I was at a loss for words, while Zhang Jiao appeared lost in her own thoughts. Estimating that the time was ripe, I led Zhang Jiao out of the room. Chen Guangshan and his companions had been waiting outside the door, their expressions inscrutable. Haozi was the first to break the silence, his tone laced with insidious mockery. "Ah, Xing, you've taken quite a while." His words dripped with ambiguity and jest, leaving me feeling exceedingly embarrassed. I opened my mouth, but found myself at a loss for how to respond, my face flushing a deep crimson. Zhang Jiao kept her head bowed, unable to meet their gaze, her hands tightly clasped together. I struggled to compose myself, attempting to devise a plausible excuse to deflect their attention. We were just chatting for a bit." My voice came out dry, lacking any semblance of conviction. Chen Guangshan chuckled softly, though a glimmer of skepticism lingered in his eyes. "Chatting for so long? It seems your relationship is rather special." He continued to tease, while his two lackeys joined in the raucous laughter. "Yes, just a chat. We were just chatting too." "So, how was it, Xing? Enjoying the conversation?" "Ha." Feigning ignorance, I scratched my head, remaining silent. Chen Guangshan regarded us with a knowing glint in his eye for a moment before ultimately "It seems we've had our fun for the day." Reluctantly, I followed Chen Guangshan and his entourage, each step feeling unbearably heavy. Before departing, I couldn't help but glance back at Zhang Jiao. She was staring at me with an expression of utter despair, her eyes brimming with helplessness and pleading, evoking profound pity. It seemed she yearned for me to stay and rescue her. Yet what could I possibly do? Just then, a recently arrived, portly man entered, surveying the surrounding women with a lecherous gaze that settled on Zhang Jiao. Without hesitation, he began to pull her towards the room. Zhang Jiao struggled, attempting to break free from the man's grasp, but her strength was far too feeble to resist. Watching her being taken away, a surge of guilt flooded my heart. I felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and confront the man. However, reason cautioned me against such actions. I could only silently witness as she was led away by the rotund figure. To intervene would invite trouble upon myself and potentially implicate Chen Guangshan and his group. Xiao Yang patted my shoulder. "Xing, let's go." Now, I found myself ensnared in this perilous quagmire, unable to extricate myself, let alone save anyone else. I continued to walk alongside Chen Guangshan and his companions, yet the image of Zhang Jiao, as pitiful countenance, lingered hauntingly in my mind. Having just emerged from that chaotic place, I found no solace. Instead, my heart felt heavier. Chen Guangshan handed me a cigarette, and after a moment of hesitation, I accepted it. The smoke danced around my fingertips, and my thoughts began to drift away. I resolved to discuss Zhang Jiao with Chen Guangshan. "Brother Shan, the situation with Zhang Jiao is rather complicated," I began slowly. Chen Guangshan squinted slightly, gazing at me in anticipation of what I would say next. I had previously met her elsewhere. She too had been deceived and endured numerous hardships. Witnessing her in such a place earlier had weighed heavily on my heart. I endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet I could not entirely conceal the turmoil within. Chen Guangshan listened silently, offering no words. He took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. "You care for her?" he suddenly inquired. Care? It was not so much care as it was perhaps a touch of sympathy and gratitude. After all, we shared similar fates in this unfamiliar and perilous environment. She had once offered refuge to both me and Huang Tianxi. That sense of shared suffering rendered me unable to turn a blind eye to her plight. We fell into silence for a moment before we got into the car. The vehicle sped down the road, the scenery outside swiftly receding. Chen Guangshan, seated in the passenger seat, turned to the young man beside him, Xiao Yang, and said, "Later, help Aixing investigate how this woman ended up in this place." "Understood, Brother Shan," Xiao Yang replied with a nod, refraining from further questions. Initially, I had thought Chen Guangshan would remain silent, but to my surprise, he acted. Perhaps it was due to his regard for me, or perhaps he had his own agenda. Regardless, this decision sparked a glimmer of hope within me. If I could uncover Zhang Jiao's story, perhaps I could devise a more effective means to assist her. I was also eager to discern whether she had indeed betrayed me and Huang Tianxi in our previous ordeal. Chapter 39. Inside the factory upon returning to the factory. To my astonishment, Chen Guangshan did not assign me any tasks. Instead, he instructed me to return to the dormitory for some rest. This unexpected turn of events stirred a wave of confusion within me, yet I was too fatigued to ponder the underlying reasons. Exhaustion washed over me like a relentless tide, and all I yearned for was to retreat to my dormitory and find solace. I ambled towards the dormitory, situated at the rear of the courtyard. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of a single bed and a fan. In this modest space, I discovered a rare sense of tranquility and stability. Sitting at the edge of the bed, the gentle breeze from the fan caressed my face, allowing my thoughts to drift away. The experiences I had endured during this period compelled me to reflect on the vicissitudes of life. From wandering the streets, to being valued by Chen Guangshan, to the indulgence in the city and the unexpected encounter with Zhang Jiao, and now back to this humble dormitory. Lying on the bed and watching the fan rotate slowly, my thoughts gradually became clearer. Each scene stirred ripples within my heart. I considered myself fortunate, for without such fortune, I would not have survived to this moment. Nevertheless, the mystery surrounding Huang Tianxi's disappearance lingered in my heart like an unresolved knot, robbing me of a peaceful night's sleep. The following day, in a daze, I sought out Chen Guangshan. He informed me that he would take me to witness their so-called happy base. I followed him into what they referred to as the happy base of the factory's experimental grounds. Previously, I had only been in a few rooms on the courtyard level. This was my first venture into the inner workings of the factory. An overwhelming sense of oppression and fear enveloped me instantly. The factory's interior was starkly divided into two distinct areas, one designated for drug production and the other for trafficking. Numerous machines, unfamiliar and incomprehensible to me, were scattered throughout. Chen Guangshan pointed to these machines, his tone tinged with pride, and explained that they were used to purify ephedrine. He boasted that they could extract ice of the highest purity. Some machines emitted white mist, and the sight of these intricate devices filled me with revulsion. Everyone in the laboratory wore masks, as if engaged in a dreadful chemical experiment. Their figures bustled before the machines, immersing me in a nightmarish science fiction realm. I felt like a trespasser in a forbidden domain, an ordinary person thrust into the ruthless world of drug traffickers, fearful of being ensnared by their sinister allure. Outside the laboratory, a tablet press caught my eye, its imposing metallic form exuding a chilling industrial aura. "Brother Shan, what is this used for?" I inquired, unable to contain my curiosity about the unfamiliar apparatus. Chen Guangshan glanced at the device and nonchalantly replied, "It's a pharmaceutical machine." His tone suggested that it was merely an ordinary item. "Pharmaceutical? What kind of medicine?" I pressed further. A peculiar smile crept across Chen Guangshan's lips as he replied, "It's a machine that helps people lose weight and can generate profit." His words left me even more perplexed, struggling to grasp how a tablet press could possibly be associated with weight loss. However, it was only later that I discovered that his so-called pharmaceuticals involved the insidious practice of mixing flour into weight loss pills. Consuming these pills would suppress one's desire for any other sustenance. The ingredients they incorporated into the weight loss medication were minimal, yet sufficient to ensnare individuals in an addictive cycle. Once one partook of those pills, there would be no turning back. I was astounded by their heartless depravity, willing to resort to any means for profit. Chen Guangshan then remarked, "The poppies on the back mountain are about to bloom." It was at that moment that the realization struck me. I had seen that expanse of flowers upon my arrival. At the time, I did not recognize the poppies and found them quite beautiful. A stark contrast to the atmosphere of the compound, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Now, however, a vision of a malevolent sea of flowers invaded my thoughts. The bounties of nature were being exploited to manufacture narcotics, inflicting suffering and calamity upon countless families. After leading me on a brief tour, Chen Guangshan patted my shoulder and said, "Ah Xing, from now on, you shall be one of us." Chapter 40. No escape. Chen Guangshan's words weighed heavily upon my heart, akin to a colossal stone pressing down upon my very soul. I gazed at him, forcing a rigid smile, yet my heart brimmed with fear and aversion. To become one of them? This would plunge me into a quagmire from which I could never extricate myself. I dared not exhibit the slightest reluctance. Lowering my head slightly, I feigned obedience, saying, "Brother Shan, I will certainly do my best." Chen Guangshan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Days passed in the courtyard at a languid pace. The volume of goods in the courtyard had increased significantly, and the number of workers had doubled. Occasionally, I assisted in moving cargo, primarily light items, also to alleviate the burden on my former colleague, the foreigner. More often than not, however, I was tasked with overseeing the workers, ensuring they did not pilfer powder to sell or consume it themselves. Xiao Yang informed me that previously, workers often succumbed to addiction merely from sampling a small quantity of drugs, spiraling out of control. He was apprehensive that I might also be tempted, reminding me repeatedly. I understood the horrors of drugs, but I had not anticipated their true extent until I witnessed it firsthand. The scene remains vividly etched in my memory. A gaunt, emaciated man was dragged into the courtyard by Housie, who slammed him face first into the ground with a resounding thud. This young man had been caught indulging. How long had this been going on? Housie yanked the man's hair, forcing his face towards Xiao Yang. His cheeks were sunken, his complexion ashen, and his skin bore conspicuous wrinkles. He was skeletal, as if a mere gust of wind might topple him. It appeared he had been in this state for quite some time. What shall we do, Liang brother? In such circumstances, Xiao Yang was equally uncertain. Previously, the affairs of the courtyard were managed by Shui Jiucai. Both men served under Boss Bai, and the presence of two dominant figures was untenable. Shui Jiucai had always been astute in his discretion. Since Chen Guangshan's arrival, Shui Jiucai had ceased to frequent the courtyard, and he was nowhere to be found. With both principal figures absent today, Xiao Yang was at a loss and could only bind the man and await Chen Guangshan's return for resolution. I heard that those who succumbed to indulgence initially began with small quantities, going unnoticed due to lack supervision. However, as time passed, their addiction escalated, becoming increasingly frequent. Before our arrival, there were fewer workers and even fewer overseers. No one paid attention. Now, with the merging of two factions, the number of people had increased, as had the vigilance. Following the previous incident, Chen Guangshan had bolstered the workforce in the courtyard to prevent theft. This individual had thus committed an act of defiance. Presumably, he had felt powerless, unable to restrain his cravings. Today, he had concealed a significant amount, likely accumulated over more than a month. Those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. Serendipitously, he was discovered by Housie. After being dragged out and beaten, the incident was reported to Chen Guangshan. By the time Chen Guangshan returned 3 days later, the man's condition was utterly deplorable. In those 3 days, no one had attended to him. He had consumed neither food nor water. His hands and feet were bound, his eyes sunken and vacant, and his mouth was taped shut, rendering his lips a ghastly pale against the pallor of his skin. Perhaps due to unresolved matters outside, Chen Guangshan returned with his brows furrowed in discontent. Upon noticing the man sprawled on the ground, his impatience deepened. "Take care of it," he barked. "Why are you all just standing there?" Given Chen Guangshan's demeanor, it was evident that the method of disposal would be merciless. A few individuals seized the man and dragged him towards the backyard. I took a couple of steps back, unwilling to involve myself, but was halted by Chen Guangshan, who seemed to read my thoughts. "Gao Xing, you too," he commanded. I found myself unable to refuse. No one dared to provoke his ire at such a moment. Reluctantly, I followed them. Upon arrival, the man was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. A blood-red wall loomed nearby, adorned with sticks and long blades. I remained at the back, hesitant to step forward. However, Hausi thrust a long knife into my hand. "Go on, Xing," he urged, along with another companion who fixed their gaze upon me. Was this an invitation to take a life? I stood momentarily stunned, swallowing hard. I forced a smile to mask my inner turmoil. Typically, our skirmishes were trivial. This was far beyond my experience. Hausi patted my shoulder reassuringly. "Everyone has their first time. Since Brother Shan summoned you, it's clear that you are not merely here to spectate. You must make your mark." With that, Hausi produced a pack of cigarettes, distributing them among everyone but me. One by one, they lit their cigarettes, as if waiting for my next move. Chapter 41. Drawn into the abyss, they sought to drag me down, for in this place, no one could hope to depart unscathed. I transformed from a victim into an aggressor. Under the watchful gazes of several onlookers, I approached the man sprawled on the ground. His eyes remained vacant. Yet in a fleeting moment, I felt an unsettling sensation as if he were fixating on me with unwavering intensity. A chill coursed through my veins. With this strike, I would become a murderer. I had never harmed even a fish before, and yet here I was, poised to attack a stranger. Fear gripped me, and I hesitated, caught in a tumultuous internal struggle. Hausi extinguished his cigarette and nudged me. "Hurry up, Gaoxing. If we don't offer them some form of retribution, I'll have to answer for it when we return." I truly found myself cornered with no alternative. I plunged the knife downward. My thrust was shallow, just enough for the blade to draw blood, and I instinctively withdrew my hand. The man emitted a muffled groan. Perhaps the opiates had long since dulled his senses, for he did not seem to experience much pain. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. Hausi pushed me again. "What was that? Is that all you can muster?" I realized that perhaps I had not eaten since that morning, and fatigue weighed heavily upon me. My stomach ached from hunger. Clutching my belly, I offered the knife to him. "I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." Hausi glanced at the wound on the man's abdomen, shot me a reproachful look, but did not attempt to stop me. I dashed to the restroom and slumped against the wall, my mind a void, unaware of how long I remained there. It was only when Hausi came to find me that I returned. The scene that awaited me upon my return is etched in my memory. The man lay with his legs rendered useless, bloodied and battered. Half of his tongue was missing. His teeth shattered, left to succumb to his fate beside a refuse heap. He had been reduced to a wraith, his face smeared with blood, mouth opening and closing in silence, crawling amidst the trash. Rumor had it he was seeking a fix, but found nothing. Just a couple of days later, he perished. Discarded like refuse, his body marred beyond recognition. It was sheer misfortune that befell him. He had crossed paths with Chun Guangshan on a day of foul temper, leading to a brutal assault. Even then, Hausi made it a point to drag me over to witness the aftermath, as if issuing a warning. From life to death, all born from mere curiosity, they embarked on this treacherous journey, initially driven by intrigue, only to find themselves ensnared in an inescapable vortex, convinced they would not become addicted, yet ultimately succumbing to an insatiable craving. Originally, they were laborers with the sole intention of earning a livelihood, yet they became victims of this vice, meeting a tragic end. In the end, their families gained nothing from their demise. Most of the workers here are impoverished locals from Dubai, drawn by the promise of exorbitant wages from Boss Bai. Yet, they remain blissfully ignorant of the abyss into which they have plunged. Once a year, they are permitted to leave, and even then, they must don blindfolds, utterly stripped of their freedom. Within this confining environment, shackled by drugs and money, they gradually lose their sense of self. Their expressions become numb, their movements mechanical, perhaps merely existing for survival, yet ensnared in an inescapable plight. The families of these individuals remain oblivious to the nature of their work. Blindly they enter, and blindly they exit. Each year, they await their return home, yet this time, no matter how long they wait, he shall never return. Chun Guangshan truly embodies a ruthless character. Previously, I believed him to be a loyal companion to those around him, a man of profound sentiment and honor. How naive I was. My thoughts were too simplistic. A major drug lord cannot possibly possess virtue. At one moment, I even contemplated continuing to live in comfort here. Yet now, I feel akin to an insect ensnared in a spider's web, poised to be devoured at any moment. Chapter 42. The Secrets of the Workshop Afterward. Chung Guangshan began to place a measure of trust in me, guiding me through the various workshops within the factory. Though the workshops appeared unremarkable, the final shipments relied heavily on these processing machines. What I am about to disclose may surpass the understanding of the average individual. Chun Guangshan's factory produces bulk snacks and beverages that circulate in the market, not necessarily associated with reputable brands, yet they do bear trademarks. If you find a particular unbranded snack delectable, even though it may be similar to others, it stands out as superior. You may find yourself longing for that snack. Yet upon your next purchase, you may discover it has lost its appeal. Do not doubt it. Additives may have been introduced. Due to quality inspection protocols, certain batches may lack these extra ingredients, resulting in flavor discrepancies. Such minor additions do not significantly impact their costs. Snack sales may even double, provided they remain undetected, an assured profit. These practices are trivial, a means of earning small profits. The true business lies in the transportation and sale of goods. The factory packages items in various forms of food, accomplishing feats beyond your imagination. For instance, drugs can be concealed within chocolate, crafted into small blocks and wrapped in exquisite packaging, indistinguishable from ordinary high-end chocolates. Who would suspect that such deadly substances lie within? Additionally, canned beverages cleverly conceal hidden compartments at the bottom, harboring illicit substances that are nearly impossible to detect without meticulous examination. Even certain cookies serve as tools for disguise, where drugs are compressed into shapes and colors resembling the cookies themselves, rendering them nearly undetectable. These seemingly innocuous foods, through their meticulous design, transform into perilous vessels for transporting narcotics into society. Since then, I have become particularly vigilant about what I consume. 3 days later, I strolled through the factory as usual. Xiao Yang's arrival interrupted my contemplation. He approached me, his expression complex. Brother Shan asked me to look into the matter regarding you, and I have uncovered some information. His voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible emotion. I looked up at him, a wave of inexplicable tension surging within me. The woman you know is no good, Xiao Yang stated, his tone brimming with disdain. My heart sank slightly. I was already aware of Zhang Jiao's penchant for deception. What did you find out? I inquired. Xiao Yang offered me a cigarette. She was previously at the Red Mansion. Then she ran away with a man. That man is now searching for her. And somehow he found Zhang Jiao yesterday. He has just realized he was deceived. While at the Red Mansion, Zhang Jiao lied, claiming she was pregnant with his child, which is why he took her away. Xiao Yang recounted Zhang Jiao's past, and my mood grew increasingly heavy with each word. While in the slums, I don't know how she got in touch with someone from the park. Xiao Yang glanced at me, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. It seemed it was all to capture you. His words struck me like a bolt from the blue, leaving me utterly astounded. I could never have anticipated that Zhang Jiao would engage in such actions. Ultimately, she evaded capture, only to find herself ensnared in a den of vice. After speaking, Xiaoyang patted my shoulder, seemingly offering solace. A wave of indignation washed over me. I had suspected her, yet the reality was even more disheartening. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to regain my composure. Despite knowing the truth, I still felt a pang of anger, perplexed by her motives. Xiaoyang continued, Brother Shan inquires if you wish to have that woman brought over for you to vent your frustrations. I shook my head, overwhelmed by fatigue. For someone like Zhang Jiao, perhaps a place steeped in vice was her most suitable abode. This world is rife with darkness and malevolence, and each of us struggles to survive. Zhang Jiao has profoundly illuminated the complexities of human nature for me. I yearn to ask her why she betrayed us, and whether her actions are linked to Huang Tianxi's disappearance. Presently, I lack the autonomy to venture out alone. I can only do so under the guidance of Chung Guangshan or Xiaoyang. Even the likes of Dage and Haozi cannot act independently. It would likely be quite challenging to confront Zhang Jiao directly. Just as I was contemplating how to seek her out, an opportunity presented itself. Chapter 43. The villa, a consignment of significant goods, was designated by Chen Guangshan for delivery, and he appointed Xiao Liang to undertake this task. Realizing the challenge of managing this alone, I volunteered myself. Xiao Liang seldom makes deliveries unless for exceptionally important clients, and he typically accompanies himself with familiar associates such as De Gu or Hao Zi. This time, De Gu was also in attendance. However, through my enthusiastic recommendation, I earned the opportunity to accompany them. Xiao Yang is one of the few genuinely kind-hearted individuals I have encountered, though I remain perplexed as to what brought him to this line of work. When I inquired, he remained reticent. Once we boarded the vehicle, I did not conceal my intentions. I was determined to confront that despicable woman. Xiao Yang agreed to take me along for the return journey after the delivery. The vehicle traversed seamlessly into the city and then into a town-like area. Upon entering the town, De Gu blindfolded me, indicative of a lingering distrust. Yet, this suited me well. I preferred to remain oblivious to unnecessary details. It was only when we neared our destination that the blindfold was removed. The sudden influx of light was momentarily disorienting, and I blinked several times before I could fully comprehend the magnificent edifice before me. It was truly awe-inspiring. De Gu muttered a remark about my naivety, suggesting I was unaccustomed to such grandeur. Aside from a few high-rise buildings I glimpsed upon my arrival, I had never encountered such an opulent villa. It was more than just a villa. It resembled the size of a shopping mall. Typically, villas in the country exhibit a standard, rectangular architectural style. The structure before me rose approximately 5 or 6 stories, though the heights varied considerably. The left side featured a 3-story building with a rooftop terrace, while the center boasted a protruding glass enclosure. To the right, a similar 3-story construction showcased expansive floor-to-ceiling glass windows, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters. This architectural marvel was distinctive for its elliptical form. Most residences adhere to a conventional square shape. Moreover, the sheer size of the glass windows rendered the entire building encased in transparency, with only a few load-bearing walls interrupting the glass expanse, creating an open and luminous atmosphere. The terrace atop the building resembled a small garden, and although much of it was obscured from view, a particularly tall tree in the center caught my eye from the ground below. It is a rarity to find a tree planted atop a rooftop. For a moment, I pondered whether this was akin to the extravagant homes I often viewed online, those large enough to house lions, tigers, and leopards. Before I could fully recover from my astonishment, I was beckoned to assist with the unloading of goods. A portly gentleman gestured towards the entrance, indicating where we should place the items. Alongside De Gu and several staff members from the villa, we commenced unloading the cargo. The boxes were not particularly heavy, yet the sheer size of the place meant that it took half an hour to complete the task with so many hands involved. Before I could catch my breath, we were back in the vehicle, blindfolded once more, and preparing for our departure. Exiting the town, my vision returned. The stark contrast between the town's architecture and the opulence of the villa was striking. I had not anticipated such wealth hidden within this seemingly modest locale. However, upon reflection, I surmised that those who conducted business with Chen Guangshan were likely profiting from dubious means, acquiring wealth easily and spending it without concern. The vehicle soon approached a familiar intersection, where a modest sign flickered under neon lights. Xiao Yang parked the car at the entrance. "I will wait for you here. Please resolve matters swiftly and come out promptly." "All right. Thank you, Brother Liang." The tall one spoke while eagerly exiting the vehicle. I followed suit and stepped out. Xiao Yang observed us as we disembarked, lit a cigarette, reclined his seat, and began to rest his eyes. However, I soon returned. The sound of the door startled him. "Is it done?" Xiao Yang looked at me with a hint of disbelief. He certainly holds me in high regard, even at the fastest pace. It wouldn't take merely 2 minutes. It takes time to remove one's trousers. Chapter 44. The brothel. Before I could even step inside, I witnessed a man dragging a woman by her hair, pulling her out. The woman, trembling in pain and terror, looked at him in desperation. The brute paid her no mind and strode inside to find another woman. I stood at the entrance, lighting a cigarette to watch the unfolding scene. The woman being manhandled was none other than Zhang Jiayao, and the man pulling her hair was the same one from the slums. Their argument was so loud that every word reached my ears clearly. Once I grasped the situation, I decided to leave, uninterested in further interactions with someone like Zhang Jiayao. The man she deceived visited her daily. As long as the caretaker received his payment, he turned a blind eye to the guests' actions. To them, Zhang Jiayao was merely a tool for making money, an object to be manipulated at will. They coldly observed as the man beat her, devoid of any compassion. Zhang Jiayao was dragged into a shadowy corner, where the man's fists fell upon her like a torrential downpour. She groaned in agony, attempting to resist, but her efforts were in vain. Her face was smeared with tears and blood, and her body gradually succumbed to the brutality of the beating. The man demanded to know why she ran away, why she betrayed him, and where his child was. From their fragmented exchanges, I began to understand the situation. Zhang Jiao had longed to escape, but with no one to assist her and no money, she was trapped. On that occasion, when I took her out, she hoped I would run away with her, but I had declined. It wasn't just a matter of refusal. Without a passport, without funds, and with a friend injured, how could I flee with a woman? It was on that day that she had seen my bounty notice and secretly noted down the phone number. Subsequently, those armed groups were summoned through a call. At that time, I was genuinely curious about the value of my bounty. During the incident in the slums, she was caught in the act with another man, merely seeking to borrow a phone. Little did I know that Huang Tianxi and I would stealthily escape in the middle of the night, leaving her behind to be taken away. As for her desire to flee, she had deceived the man into believing she was pregnant, claiming to be 3 months along, yet her abdomen showed no signs. Even the most gullible would soon see through her lies. After being taken away, she remained here, unable to know anything about Huang Tianxi. Asking would be futile. A person like her would pretend to know, scheming to entice someone into aiding her escape. After a brief conversation with Xiao Liang, the brute emerged, beaming with satisfaction. Why the sudden joy? I inquired. He waved his hand dismissively. You wouldn't understand. Ah Xing, it's a pity you didn't go inside. You really should have listened. It would have been cathartic. His visit was not merely for his amusement. He had also gleaned the grim details of Zhang Jiayao's plight from the caretaker. That man came every day, and each day, Zhang Jiayao endured such torment. She catered to a continuous stream of men, utterly exhausted in body and spirit. Meanwhile, the man she had deceived refused to relent, repeatedly unleashing his fury through violence. Kicking mercilessly at her abdomen, the overseer stepped forward to intervene, for she still needed her for business. The man slammed a wad of cash onto the table, stating simply that he would take responsibility for the death. It was unclear how he had suddenly acquired such wealth. Observing Zhang Jiayao's current wretched state, he felt not a shred of compassion. She had betrayed both me and Huang Tianxi, believing that such treachery would secure her a way out. Little did she realize that this would lead her to such a dire end. Indeed, all of this was a consequence of her own actions. Once, she had resorted to unscrupulous means for her own gain, wielding lies and deceit as her weapons. Now, she endured endless suffering and torment in a den of vice. Perhaps this was fate's retribution upon her. As time passed, Xiao Liang and I gradually grew familiar with one another. Through our interactions, I discovered that he possessed a commendable character, exuding a sense of loyalty. He seemed to care for those around him, and in this environment rife with malevolence, his qualities took me by surprise. Eventually, Xiao Liang began to trust me as well. Chun Guangshan also permitted me to accompany Xiao Liang on deliveries outside. Chun Guangshan's trust in me stemmed largely from the fact that I was alone in this unfamiliar land, without a passport and unable to escape. Yet, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring my every move, fearful that I might act against him. I could sense his caution, although I was unable to make any significant moves for the time being. During each delivery, I would discreetly observe the routes and inquire about Huang Tianxi's whereabouts. My concern for his safety lingered, as I remained unaware of where he was or how he fared. At that moment, I had no inkling that I was soon to reunite with Huang Tianxi, my life and death companion. Chapter 45. Inner struggle days pass seemingly serenely, as I occasionally accompany Xiao Liang and Haozi on their deliveries, meticulously observing the routes. Yet, as time drags on, my internal turmoil intensifies. Life here, as Chen Guangshan remarked, is indeed the most comfortable I have experienced since my arrival in Dubai. Each day is graced with delectable meals. I don respectable attire, and at night, I find solace in a comfortable bed. Remarkably, within my first month of employment, I received a salary of 3,000 dirhams. Both Dagu and Housie earn 5 times my income and occasionally speak of additional earnings, effortlessly surpassing 10,000 a month. I even begin to fantasize about earning 20,000 renminbi monthly. This material satisfaction presents an irresistible temptation for someone like me who has previously grappled with adversity. Furthermore, Chen Guangshan has entrusted me with significant responsibilities, enhancing my stature within the factory and garnering me respect from my peers. One can easily lose oneself in the face of vanity, and I find myself becoming accustomed to this lifestyle. I am acutely aware that my profession involves criminal activities, unless I remain in Dubai for life. As I sit in the vehicle, my thoughts swirl as we traverse a desert and then suburbia. The 5-hour journey feels interminable. On this delivery, Xiao Yang is at the wheel, and before we set off, Chen Guangshan urgently emphasizes the importance of caution on this trip. Gradually, fatigue envelopes me, and I succumb to a brief slumber, oblivious to the impending danger. Upon awakening, I am startled by the sight before me, which causes my heart to skip a beat. We have inadvertently arrived at a scam operation zone. Though not the one from which I had escaped, it is unmistakably a telecommunications compound, recognizable by its similar environment and architectural style. The familiarity of the surroundings, the eerily reminiscent buildings, and the atmosphere send my heart racing. Once bitten by a snake, one fears a grass rope for 10 years. I never anticipated a delivery would lead us here. The vehicle comes to a silent halt within the compound, surrounded by an eerie stillness. As I survey the interior, I realize I am utterly alone. Xiao Yang is nowhere to be found. An overwhelming sense of unease envelopes me, and I endeavor to calm my racing thoughts, contemplating my next steps. However, before I can gather my wits, I disembark only to be violently thrust to the ground by a group of individuals. My face is pressed against the coarse earth, forced to taste the dust, while anger simmers within me, is overshadowed by a profound fear. I am bewildered by their identity and their motives for treating me in such a manner. Struggling desperately to free myself from their grasp, I find their strength insurmountable, rendering me immobile. Be still. A menacing voice booms in my ear. The grip on me loosens, and I cautiously lift my head, meeting the cold, piercing gazes of several stern-faced men. Brothers, you must have mistaken me. I am merely here to deliver goods. Their eyes are filled with suspicion and hostility, as though I am an exceedingly dangerous individual. No one responds to me. Time drips away, and anxiety fills my heart. I am uncertain of Xiao Yang's whereabouts, nor do I know if he is aware of my current predicament. A fleeting thought crosses my mind. Could I have been sold? Yet, upon reflection, it seems improbable. If they intended to sell me, they would have simply bound me, rather than resorting to such clumsy methods. All I can do is silently pray for someone to rescue me, or for an opportunity to escape on my own. I was roughly dragged by several menacing individuals to the playground of the park, their strength overwhelming, causing my arms to ache painfully. Upon arriving at the playground, they shoved me violently, and I stumbled to the ground. They then forcibly pulled me up and compelled me to kneel. The moment my knees struck the unforgiving surface, a piercing pain surged through me. Yet, in comparison to the humiliation gnawing at my soul, this pain felt trivial. With my head bowed in disgrace, I recalled similar moments from the past in this very park, pondering how I had returned to this wretched place. I should have sought clarity before coming here. Apologize. Quickly. Apologize. A voice, speaking broken Chinese, bellowed in my ear, its thunderous resonance echoing around me. Chapter 46. The incident, I raised my head in bewilderment, gazing at them with a fierce countenance. I was at a loss as to why I should apologize, repeatedly asserting, I am here to deliver goods. I have done nothing wrong. Yet, my words seemed to fall on deaf ears, as they appeared utterly uninterested in what I had to say. In truth, they could not comprehend my utterances at all. The one who held me captive wore a menacing expression, incessantly uttering phrases in a language I did not understand. Their tone was laden with fury and accusation, as though I had committed an unforgivable transgression. Desperately, I sought to clarify my situation, but the barrier of language rendered our communication exceedingly arduous. Apologize. They too kept repeating those few words. They resembled a band of brutes. With no alternative, I thought it wise to concede, for a wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. Very well, I am sorry, I uttered. Yet, they continued to parrot those two words, oblivious to my meaning. It became evident that someone was orchestrating their actions from behind the scenes. Despite my apology, they grew even more enraged. One individual kicked me mercilessly, causing me to fall to the ground once more. Another stepped upon my shoulder, and soon I was subjected to a barrage of blows. Pain coursed through my body from every direction. I could not fathom why I was enduring such cruelty. I was merely following Qian Guangshan's instructions to deliver the goods. Unjustly assaulted, I realized that Xiao Liang was nowhere to be found. Where had he gone? In this unfamiliar compound, I felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness. No one heeded my explanations, nor did anyone come to my rescue. I seemed to be ensnared in the depths of despair reminiscent of my previous experiences in the compound. The group of men, akin to ferocious beasts, ruthlessly hoisted me up and dragged me forward, oblivious to where they intended to take me. They manhandled me with brutality, my clothing scraping against the ground, resulting in several torn seams. Their voices emitted harsh sounds that pierced the air. Fear clung to me like a shadow, and I began to shout loudly, hoping someone might hear my cries for help. At that moment, a cold sweat enveloped me. The dirt mingled with my perspiration, adhering to my body and face, rendering me utterly disheveled. My heartbeat thundered like a drum. Suppressing my terror, I raised my voice even higher. After several desperate calls, my efforts bore fruit. Xiao Yang, seemingly appearing from nowhere, rushed toward me. His presence was akin to a ray of light piercing through darkness, illuminating my path to hope. Standing before me, he radiated a familiar aura that brought me a modicum of comfort. Xiao Yang's expression was grave as he urgently explained to the man, "We are merely here to deliver goods. Have you perhaps apprehended the wrong person?" His voice was resolute, striving to vindicate me of this injustice. "They cannot comprehend Chinese. Xing, what is happening? Is there some sort of misunderstanding?" Xiao Yang, having returned from a restroom break, was taken aback to find me being dragged along the ground. Clearly bewildered and uncertain of the situation, I am at a loss to comprehend why I am suddenly subjected to such treatment. Xiao Yang, pulling out his phone, was about to make a call when a man unexpectedly appeared, clapping his hands twice. The individuals beside me instantly ceased their actions. The man, strutting towards us with an air of superiority, was still some distance away, and I squinted to discern his features. He had black hair and a bearded face, suggesting he was likely of Chinese descent. Xiao Yang approached the man to engage in a discussion. At that moment, I could only hope they would heed Xiao Liang's explanation and spare me from further distress. However, the man's expression remained inscrutable, his arms crossed. He cast a glance at me before shaking his head. My heart, initially filled with anticipation, sank upon witnessing his dismissal, and Xiao Liang's countenance darkened as well. "What does this mean? Why are your people treating my brother this way?" The man shrugged, conveying his helplessness while looking at me. "Your brother has caused trouble. What do you mean by that?" The man offered no response to Xiao Liang's inquiry, indicating he was not the overseer of this establishment. My heart sank once more, as fear surged within me. The individuals restraining me showed no intention of releasing me, their gazes laced with disdain. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and resumed dialing his phone. The distance rendered it difficult for me to discern what was being said. As I awaited the outcome, I was pressed against the ground, my nerves taut, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. The call ended. Xiao Yang's tone grew assertive. "Bring forth your park manager." His voice resonated through the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. The atmosphere around us shifted, thick with tension, as if a storm were on the verge of breaking. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Are you looking for me?" The voice, ghostly in its timbre, sent a shiver through my heart. The man, who moments ago had exuded arrogance, now lowered his head in silence. Chapter 47. Old acquaintance. That voice was unmistakably familiar. Instinctively, I turned around and beheld a figure I recognized all too well. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. A wave of indescribable fear and astonishment surged within me. I found myself involuntarily uttering, "Third brother?" To my utter disbelief, it was indeed him. Memories flooded back like a tide. The scenes of survival in the arena still vivid in my mind. He had somehow emerged alive from that brutal battleground and returned to the compound. The twists of fate were truly unpredictable. His silhouette appeared somewhat blurred in the sunlight, yet sent chills down my spine. I could not fathom why he was here. Countless questions raced through my mind, and a profound sense of unease enveloped me. Was he deliberately waiting for me? Had he orchestrated the beating I had just endured? Xiaoyang, upon hearing me utter "third brother," furrowed his brow. "Do you know him?" He seemed to wonder, likely baffled that such familiarity could lead to such violence. Third brother gazed at me, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. "Gaoxing, it has been a long time," he said, his voice calm, yet imbued with an invisible weight. Xiaoyang, taken aback by this unexpected development, regarded third brother warily, bracing himself for any potential danger. The men who had been restraining me now seemed to regard third brother with a sense of reverence, their demeanor shifting to one of heightened caution. It appeared that everything I had just endured had been orchestrated by third brother. As he approached, I finally noticed the scars that marred his face. It was a canvas of scars, the longest measuring 20 centimeters, stretching from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, a sight most unsettling. His arms bore several prominent claw marks, already crusted over. Third brother was a transformed man, his visage now grotesque. Xiaoyang, unaware of the full context, continued to explain to third brother. I fixated on his expression, hoping to glean some sign of leniency. I had already begun to sense third brother's intentions. He harbored a grudge for my failure to rescue him during the last escape. A sense of despair unfurled within me. Third brother had always been ruthless, and now, with power firmly in his grasp, I feared I could not evade his vengeance. He remained bitter about past grievances, the unresolved conflicts looming over me like a sword. Third brother slowly approached, looking down upon me with an air of superiority. His eyes brimmed with mockery, as if relishing in my helplessness. "Gaoxing, did you ever anticipate this day would come?" he remarked, a hint of triumph lacing his tone. He had betrayed both me and Huang Tianxi, exposing our escape plan without a word of remorse. "Now, my boy, it is time for you to pay the price. You chose to abandon me during the escape from the compound. I have not forgotten that debt. Third brother, you know the circumstances were dire. I had no choice." I attempted to explain. "Humph, so you all fled, leaving me to face the beast in the arena alone?" The fierce visage of Sangu rendered the scar on his face even more sinister. His tone was laced with resentment as he approached me step by step. "What are you doing? Arbitrarily detaining us? Is this how you conduct business?" Xiao Yang's voice resonated powerfully. "We are merely delivering goods. For every few that come, a few must return. This individual is to accompany me." A surge of hope flooded my heart. Could salvation be at hand? Sangu halted his advance. Turning to slap Xiao Liang jovially on the shoulder, he exclaimed, "Indeed, little brother, you speak the truth. Business, yes. What are you standing around for? Get to unloading." Upon hearing Sanji's command, those who had detained me immediately released me and scurried to the vehicle to begin unloading. I slowly rose to my feet, feeling a sharp pain radiate from my knees. Glancing down, I noticed my knees and elbows were scraped, blood oozing from the wounds. "It's all a misunderstanding," I said. Sangu leaned closer, offering me a cigarette as he reminisced about the past. "Gaoxing, I have always considered you a brother." Internally, I cursed him a dozen times for first betraying me, then beating me. Yet I feigned agreement. "Sangu, I too have always regarded you as an elder brother." Just as we were conversing, someone suddenly shouted, "The goods are incorrect." In an instant, Sanji's demeanor shifted. He swiftly drew a handgun and aimed it at my head. Chapter 48. Remaining in the park, the gaze of Brother San was filled with fury. I stood frozen in terror, my eyes fixated on the gun above me. unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Brother San, I swear I had no part in this. I truly do not understand what is happening. Xiao Yang hastily interjected. That is impossible. Everything was calculated before we left. How could we have absconded with the goods? Yet, Brother San was unyielding to his explanations. How can I be sure you are not colluding to deceive me? In this place, anything is possible. If everything was accounted for, how is it that there is a shortage now? Just because I was present while you move the items, you claim something is missing? Every unloading session is overseen precisely to prevent such occurrences. Following Brother San's interruption, the focus of everyone had shifted to this matter, leaving the goods unattended. Enough of your excuses. There is certainly something amiss. No one leaves here until we have clarity on this issue. Brother San remained visibly agitated. Brother San, please. There must be some misunderstanding. Xiao Yang attempted to explain further, but was cut off by Brother San. Silence. I am not interested in your explanations. The evidence is indisputable. What more is there to discuss? He aimed the gun at my head, his grip firm, his finger poised on the trigger, as if ready to fire at any moment. Unless you can recover the missing goods, none of you will leave this place. A sense of dread washed over me. Brother San was deliberately making things difficult. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for us. If we could not locate the lost items, our escape would be exceedingly challenging. Brother San, grant us a moment. We will surely find a resolution. His eyes bore into me with a ferocious intensity. Very well, I shall afford you a brief reprieve. However, should you fail to resolve this issue, the consequences will be yours to bear. Yet, he insisted on my remaining behind. After his declaration, Brother San holstered his weapon, though his vigilance remained directed towards me. I exchanged a glance with Xiao Yang, my heart heavy with pressure. There was no turning back for me. It was evident that Brother San had cast the blame upon us, unwilling to let me depart. The Count had been correct upon our exit, yet now it was amiss. With no one watching, words would not suffice. If even one of us could return, it would be a blessing, for if both of us were caught, the situation would be dire. Brother San's fierce gaze seemed as though it could consume me whole. Regardless of how Xiao Yang and I attempted to clarify our position, he remained obstinate. Even our sole mobile phone was confiscated by Brother San's men. Ultimately, I made a decision. I would remain behind while Xiao Yang returned to manage the situation. I looked at him, my eyes brimming with helplessness, praying he would find assistance and return promptly to rescue me. He patted my shoulder in a gesture of comfort, yet I felt no warmth. My heart plummeted to despair. I did not wish to stay, but there was no alternative. The moment Xiao Liang drove away, my heart constricted painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand. An indescribable fear surged within me, like an overwhelming tide, submerging me entirely. Brother San harbored a deep-seated hatred for me. I was akin to a lamb entering the lair of a tiger, utterly unaware of the fate that awaited me. The air around me seemed to have solidified, enveloped in a silence that instilled terror. I could hear the rapid rhythm of my own breath and the violent pounding of my heart, each beat echoing like a drum of fear. My body trembled involuntarily, my fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into my palms, yet I felt no hint of pain. As I surveyed my surroundings, the unfamiliar faces and the cold architecture filled me with dread. I felt as if I were ensnared in a dark abyss. The horrifying scenes from the park replayed incessantly in my mind. I envisioned myself confined in a damp, shadowy cell, enduring endless torment and suffering. I could almost see myself brutally slain, my lifeless body discarded carelessly in the wilderness, like Zhang Shua, dragged into the desert to be scorched by the sun, becoming a desiccated mummy. These terrifying images sent shivers down my spine, fear slithering through my body like a frigid serpent. I cannot ascertain whether Xiao Liang and Chen Guangshan would come to my rescue. In this ruthless society, where self-interest reigns supreme, each individual struggles for their own survival. At times, my worth seemed to pale in comparison to that of mere cargo. Would they confront the park for my sake and that of Sangha? I dared not harbor excessive hope, yet remained my sole flicker of possibility. Chapter 49. The experience of Third Brother as dusk fell. The lights within the compound flickered to life, casting a dim, yellowish glow that danced amidst the shadows of the surrounding structures. I huddled alone in a corner, my body chilled as though doused in cold water, the wounds upon my skin throbbing with a sharp, icy pain, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Not far off, several menacing guards paced back and forth, their electric batons gripped tightly in hand, casting watchful glances around them, their eyes akin to famished wolves on the prowl for prey. Third brother approached me, flanked by a group of subordinates, his laughter echoing as he beheld my disheveled state. Despite the myriad of trials I had endured, facing third brother evoked no fear within me. I knew he would not spare me, yet I felt an eerie calm. Was destined to come will inevitably arrive. Long time no see, third brother rasped, his voice rough as if worn down by sandpaper. He stood before me, towering and imposing. I opened my mouth to speak, yet words eluded me, my throat constricted as if caught by some unseen force. What? Are you afraid now? He sneered, his gaze growing colder still. Third brother, we were once brothers. Do you truly wish to treat me this way? I implored, recalling the urgency of our past predicament. My futile explanations fell upon deaf ears. Silence. Third brother bellowed suddenly. Brother? You certainly did not consider me one when you abandoned me. You and Huang Tianzi left me there to die. Today is your reckoning. I remained silent, unwilling to utter another word. In such a situation, explanations were rendered meaningless. In that dimly lit room, third brother loomed before me, his figure slightly hunched, yet exuding a stubborn defiance. His eyes were filled with a fierce bitterness, as if ensnared in haunting memories. Do you wish to know how I survived? Third brother's voice was low and hoarse, reminiscent of a rumble from the depths of the earth. I gazed at him, speechless. He inhaled deeply and began his tale. That day, third brother had been dragged into the arena, surrounded by raucous cheers and shouts. The crowd fervently eager for a spectacle of bloodshed. Cast into the center of the arena, he faced a lion that had gone days without food, its eyes ablaze with hunger, fixated upon him. He hesitated, instinctively touching the scars upon his face. I was terrified beyond measure, my body trembling uncontrollably. Yet I could not succumb to death. I had to fight for my survival. The lion lunged at me, and I fled desperately, dodging its onslaught. Its claws grazed past me repeatedly, tearing at my clothing and lacerating my skin. Spotting a wooden stick nearby, I seized it without a second thought. As he recounted his ordeal, third brother suddenly laughed. All I had was that stick, nothing else. They feared injuring the beast, sending us in unarmed to fight. My life was deemed less valuable than that of a mere animal. To be honest, I felt a pang of sympathy for third brother as he spoke. Yet I too had experienced the worthlessness of life in this place. Ignoring my presence, third brother continued to speak to himself. As it lunged at me once more, I summoned every ounce of strength to strike back. Yet that beast was exceedingly agile, evading my grasp with remarkable swiftness and then turning to bite me, causing a sharp pain to radiate through my shoulder as blood flowed freely. Third brother rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms marred with countless bite marks, scars crisscrossing in a horrifying display. Damn it, I cannot surrender. If I falter, I shall truly perish. I continued to engage with it. One must admit that a desperate struggle demands both strength and courage. Seizing an opportune moment, I ascended to a nearby platform while the lion roared below. There, I found a stone, and, as it leaped up, I struck its head with all my might. Stunned by the blow, it faltered, and I seized the chance to leap down and strike its head again with the stone. You fiend! Blood was everywhere, on my hands, my body, and my eyes. A sea of red. A fierce glint flickered in third brother's gaze. Having exhausted every ounce of strength in the arena to conquer the lion, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. The cheers surrounding me seemed to emanate from a distant realm. The beast struggled for a long while before finally succumbing. I believed I had survived. Yet little did I know this was merely the beginning. Those spectators relished such spectacles, perceiving my continued existence as a source of value, thus confining me and subjecting me to daily torment, forcing me to battle various ferocious beasts. Each encounter brought me to the precipice of death, and these scars are the remnants of countless fights. He thought he was doomed, certain that he would eventually perish at the jaws of these beasts. However, the wheel of fate began to turn. A powerful local figure, Ali, happened to be seated in the VIP section of the arena that day, witnessing the brutal struggle. Third Brother's indomitable spirit and relentless fight until the final moment profoundly moved him. Ali had witnessed countless souls perish or plead for mercy within the arena. Yet the spark of survival and the unyielding will reflected in Third Brother's eyes convinced him that this man was anything but ordinary. Thus, after the match concluded, Ali purchased him and had Third Brother taken to his private hospital, where, under the physician's diligent care, he gradually healed. Third Brother began working for Ali, showcasing his intelligence and ruthless decisiveness, quickly rising through the ranks of Ali's organization. Within a mere few months, he garnered the admiration of Ali's other subordinates. During a pivotal battle for territorial dominance against rival factions, Third Brother led his men to a stunning victory against overwhelming odds, successfully expanding Ali's influence. This triumph catapulted his reputation within the local underworld. In recognition of his efforts, Ali rewarded him with funds and personnel to manage a small outpost. This was his opportunity. Third Brother began to take in capable individuals, those who had suffered as he once had, administering both respect and authority to his subordinates. In his care, they found dignity and protection, thus pledging their unwavering loyalty to him. Third Brother requested a territory from Ali, asserting he could deliver the greatest profit in the shortest time. Thus, a new enclave emerged. He cast a glance at me, his eyes still brimming with hatred. "Now you understand. I shall not let you off so easily." With a wave of his hand, two subordinates rushed over, seizing me and dragging me into a dark, damp room. The room was suffused with a foul stench, the walls marred by splotches of grime. I was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. A burly man, his face a mask of menace, menacingly tapped the club in his hand. "From now on, you shall remain here," he declared before turning on his heel and exiting. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. A blow to my legs sent a jolt of pain through me, after which I succumbed to unconsciousness. In that moment, life seemed devoid of meaning. I ceased my futile struggles, lying still upon the floor as if awaiting death, anticipating the end of all things. "Ah, today marks your demise," they proclaimed as they commenced their assault, each punch and kick imbued with ferocious strength, making me feel as though my body might be torn asunder. Just as I teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, I faintly heard a familiar voice. Chapter 50. I found him faint, almost imperceptible. With great difficulty, I turned my head and lifted my eyelids in the direction of the sound. There lay Huang Tianxi, barely resembling a human form. He was curled up, his clothing tattered and stained with blood and dirt. His face was severely swollen, with only a narrow slit for his eyes, and his lips were cracked and oozing blood. His once jet-black hair was now disheveled, matted against his sweat and blood-soaked cheeks. "Huang Tianxi." I called his name softly, my voice trembling slightly. He stirred slightly, slowly opening his eyes. Upon recognizing me, a complex emotion flickered in his gaze, guilt quickly overshadowed by fear and pain. "Gao Xing, it's me. But how did you end up here?" His words were muddled, as if he were dazed from the beating. As he turned, my visual senses were struck with a jarring shock. What had initially been an injured right arm was now severed at the shoulder, the wound crudely bandaged, dried blood congealing into dark red patches, the surrounding skin pale and ghastly. I stared in disbelief at Huang Tianxi's mutilated form, waves of horror crashing within me. What has happened?" My voice quivered, nearly unable to fathom the sight before me. Huang Tianxi's gaze was vacant, his lips quivered, yet he struggled to find his voice. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke in a whisper as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "After you left that day, I was captured by Sanji's men. To torment me, he had my arm cut off. A chilling wave coursed through me, rising from my feet to my heart. At that moment, Sangu reappeared before the cell, his expression as cold and filled with hatred as ever. "Do you see? This is the fate of those who betray me." His voice was frigid, as if it were the pronouncement from the depths of hell. Upon seeing Sangu, Huang Tianxi seemed to lose his mind, summoning all his strength to lunge at the iron bars. "Sangu, let me go. It wasn't me. You've captured Gao Xing, so let me go. Release me. He glanced at me, panic flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by resentment. It's all his fault, Sangu. It's all his doing. He deliberately abandoned you and wanted to discard me as well. I widened my eyes, incredulous at his words. Huang Tianxi, how can you say such things? We have endured so much together. We are brothers. Yet Huang Tianxi shouted in response, Sangu, he has always been selfish, thinking only of himself during our time in the compound. When he escaped, he never intended to share the real plan with you. What more can you say now? Your good brother has already revealed everything to me. Sangu scoffed. After I captured him, he begged for his life daily, divulging the details of your escape and all your selfish thoughts. Huang Tianxi was nearly driven to madness. Indeed, Brother San, I speak nothing but the truth. All due to Gao Xing. It was he who deceived you from the very beginning. Huang Tianxi, are you even human? A wave of indignation surged within me. For a brother who once shared in the trials of adversity now resorts to such unscrupulous means for self-preservation. Brother San gestured for silence. We are brothers. Let us not quarrel. I shall grant you one more opportunity to elucidate the matters of the past in their entirety. Huang Tianxi began to spin his web of lies, shifting all blame onto me. I turned to look at him, a tumult of emotions swirling within me. The bond of trust we once shared lay in tatters, and the brother I once knew had fallen to such a disgraceful fate. Huang Tianxi averted his gaze, his face etched with guilt and despair. Let me go, Brother San. You promised that if I confessed honestly, I would be released. You cannot go back on your word. Silence. Brother San bellowed. When did I ever say you could leave? He surveyed the two of us, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. What he saw was merely the spectacle of our mutual accusations and self-destruction. Yet, I would not fall into his trap. Even if I shifted the blame onto Huang Tianxi, Brother San's character would not permit my release. Huang Tianxi, however, failed to grasp this reality. With a wave of his hand, Brother San's subordinates resumed their brutal assault upon me. I curled my body tightly, bracing for the relentless barrage of blows. Each punch landed upon me like a hammer strike. Each kick felt as though my ribs might shatter. Amidst the torment, I glanced at Huang Tianxi, whose eyes darted away, unwilling to meet mine. I recognized that his heart was burdened with guilt, yet fear had stripped him of reason. After a time, Brother San commanded his men to cease. We shall pause here for today. I will unravel the truth of who among you lies. But until that moment arrives, do not expect any respite. With that, Brother San turned and departed. The prison cell fell into a chilling silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of Huang Tianxi and myself. He retreated to a corner, curling into himself. In a daze, I heard him whisper, I'm sorry. Xingge, I should not have wronged you. I was just so terrified. Please do not strike me. I regarded him, and in that instant, my resentment dissipated somewhat. In such dire straits, what purpose does hatred serve? I lay on the cold ground beside Huang Tianxi, surrounded by a palpable air of despair. The pain coursing through my body dulled my senses. Brother San showed no signs of relenting in his torment. Each day, his subordinates delivered barely sustaining rations of food and water, accompanied by fresh wounds. He desired neither my death nor my relief. I lost track of the days until the door swung open. Brother San's men hoisted me from the ground, and Huang Tianxi scurried away in fright. I braced myself for whatever torment awaited, be it a club, an electric shock, or a water torture. This time, however, none came. Dragging my weary body, I was shoved out of that dim prison cell by Brother San's subordinates. Behind me, Huang Tianxi burst from the corner, his frantic cries echoing in the air. Where are you taking him? This is unjust. Why did you let him go? You cannot treat me this way. His voice had become sharp and hoarse, laden with endless resentment and unwillingness. Gao Xing, did you say something to third brother? Come back to me. Xingge, please save me. I glanced back at Huang Tianxi, confined within a prison cell. The once familiar face now twisted and contorted by anguish and torment. One of his arms hung limply, his entire being resembling a trapped beast frantically struggling against its snare. A tumult of emotions surged within me. The bond of brotherhood, once forged in shared adversity, had been reduced to a state of utter disrepair under the weight of this cruel ordeal. Chapter 51. An unexpected danger. I was ushered into a solitary chamber, modest in size, furnished with a dilapidated table and 2 rickety chairs. The paint on the walls had largely peeled away, revealing the mottled bricks beneath. Perched on the edge of the bed, I was beset with confusion and unease. Could truly be Chen Guangshan come to rescue me? At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, causing my heart to race as I fixated anxiously on the entrance. The door swung open, and in stepped one of Sanji's subordinates. He cast a fleeting glance my way, uttering not a word, merely placing a plate of food and a cup of water upon the table before turning on his heel and exiting, closing the door behind him. Gazing at the plate of food, I reached out, devouring it ravenously. However, the bread was exceedingly hard. Having lost 2 teeth from a blow to the mouth the day before, I grimaced as another tooth succumbed to the unforgiving crust. Cursing under my breath, the door was suddenly flung open again, this time revealing Sangu, his gaze as icy as ever. "At least you have something to eat, which is more than can be said for many," he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of resentment. "You truly have a knack for survival. When did you become entangled with Lan Xian?" "Lan Suan, the daughter of Shengge?" I rose to my feet, locking eyes with him. "Was it Sheng Ji's daughter who saved me?" Sangu let out a derisive snort. "Who else would it be, were it not for her intervention? Do you think you would still be breathing?" From his insinuations, it seemed that Lan Xian had been the silent guardian of my life during these past few days. Given that I had no prior contact with her, I was bewildered by the turn of events. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside. Chen Guangshan's men had arrived. Sangu cast a glance in my direction before striding out. I followed closely, entering the grand hall. There stood Haozi and several of his burly subordinates, their imposing presence enough to intimidate anyone. Sanji's men were positioned on the opposite side, the atmosphere thick with tension. Haozi raised an eyebrow at me, his expression exuding unwarranted confidence, as if the outcome was already assured. One of Haozi's subordinates stepped forward, declaring, "Brother Chun has stated that the individual in question belongs to us. We hope you can facilitate his release." Sangu crossed his arms defiantly. "I can grant you Chen's favor, but the deeds committed against me cannot simply be overlooked." At that moment, Haozi emerged from the throng. "Sangu, the past is behind us. You now possess your own territory. There is no need to dwell on bygone grievances. Brother Chun is willing to offer you compensation, provided you release him." Sangu, visibly agitated by their demeanor, retorted, "Compensation? What could possibly atone for the suffering I have endured?" As he spoke, Sanji's phone rang. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped away from the crowd to take the call. His expression darkened, likely due to a conversation with his superior. Given the existing business ties between Mr. Bai and Ali, neither party wished to allow a trivial matter to escalate into conflict. Release him, and the issue will be resolved, I surmised as the phone call concluded, and Sangu appeared poised to acquiesce. Across from him, Haozi tilted his head in triumph. Observing this, I too felt a sense of relief. After waiting for Brother San to finish his phone call, I noticed his face was filled with indecision, as if he wanted to speak yet hesitated, torn between the desire to hold me captive and the fear of letting me go. I stepped forward and said, "Brother San, Chen has been deeply worried about me. I understand I have wronged you, but for the sake of Lan Xian and Chen, I implore you to reconsider." Brother San looked at me, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. The compensation that Chen Guangshan spoke of was merely the monetary kind. Yet for someone like Brother San, a powerful figure in the district, money was hardly an issue. However, with pressure mounting from Alibaba, Brother San found himself cornered. Just as we thought he was ready to release me, he ordered that I be taken back, stating to Chen Guangshan's men, "Have your Chen come to discuss this with me personally. Otherwise, this individual will not be leaving." At this moment, Haozi also showed signs of impatience. "Brother San, the higher-ups have already made their decisions. We cannot simply disregard them." Anger flared within Brother San. "This is my territory. I call the shots. Have your Chun come to me, and I will consider releasing him." Brother San made his refusal abundantly clear. The men from Chen Guangshan exchanged glances, and one spoke up, "We will relay your message to Chen. However, during this period, we hope you can ensure his safety." Brother Sin nodded. I can assure you he will be safe here for now. But if Yuchin does not come, do not blame me for being ungracious. Brother Sin turned to me. You had better pray that your Chun provides me with a satisfactory response, or your days ahead will be grim. The men from Chun Guangshan departed, and I was taken back to my room. Internally, I cursed my unfortunate fate, questioning Brother San's erratic behavior. Yet, I soon disowned his intentions. As night enveloped the room, an eerie silence settled around me. Lying in bed, I was overwhelmed with anxiety, feeling as if I were infested with restless fleas, unable to find solace in sleep. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound emanated from the door, piercing through the stillness of the night. My heart tightened, and my nerves became taut, a sense of familiarity washing over me. I quietly grabbed a nearby object and crouched behind the door. The door slowly creaked open, allowing a dim ray of light from the corridor to seep in. Through the crack, I glimpsed Huang Tianxi's figure appearing at the threshold, his features distorted in the interplay of light and shadow. In his hand, he gripped a knife, its blade glinting with a chilling sheen in the light. He approached my bed step by step, his movements heavy and deliberate, each footfall resonating in my chest. In the silent air, I could hear his labored breathing. Huang Tianxi raised the knife with his remaining hand, aiming it at my pillow, the blade trembling slightly. Upon reaching the bedside, he halted, his eyes filled with a tumult of struggle and fear. I sensed the cold metallic aura of the knife. If I were to fall asleep, death would be but a breath away. Tianxi. The sudden sound startled Huang Tianxi, causing him to drop the knife and turn to face me, terror etched across his features. Exning Yi. His voice was hoarse and quivering. We locked eyes, both of us rendered speechless in that moment. I apologize, Brother Xing. Brother San said that only by killing you can I survive. Upon uttering those words, Huang Tianxi lowered his head, unable to meet my gaze. As I regarded him, I felt no fear, only sorrow. Tianxi, do you truly believe his words? I inquired softly. He fell silent, his fingers clenched into fists, knuckles turning pale. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into eternity. Huang Tianxi's body trembled slightly, his heart caught in turmoil. After what felt like an eternity, he crouched down, wrapping his arms around his head, and wept openly. Brother Xing, I am sorry. I know that even if I were to kill you, Brother San would not spare me, nor would those who came to save you. I sat up and gently patted his shoulder. Brother Xing, I apologize. I am not human. In my struggle for survival, I have cast all blame upon you. Chapter 52. Closer than kin. When Huang Tianxi was initially captured, he endured considerable suffering, as evidenced by the condition of his arms. In such dire circumstances, how many individuals can be said to act selflessly? Though my anger was palpable, in that final moment, he had not entirely forsaken his humanity. Huang Tianxi lifted his head. His eyes reddened as he gazed at me. Xingge, do you still have a plan? I looked out the window at the sky, gradually lightening, and sighed in resignation. Huang Tianxi understood, offering a wry smile as he muttered to himself. It's nothing, just self-deception. If I could barely ensure my own survival, how could I possibly save anyone else? My continued existence could only be attributed to a stroke of luck, slightly more favorable than that of others. At dawn, Sangu would send someone to collect my corpse. If they discovered I was still alive, Huang Tianxi would surely perish. I glanced at Huang Tianxi, slumped in the corner. The once spirited youth had transformed into this broken figure. I was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts and gunfire erupted outside. In that moment, the sounds of gunfire and cries intertwined. Sangu's adversaries had commenced their assault. Huang Tianxi and I exchanged a glance. Perhaps this was my solitary chance. Amidst the chaos, we opened the door and fled outside. Thankfully, the corridor was devoid of guards. Outside, a fierce battle raged between the intruders and the park's defenders. Before long, flames shot up within the compound, and smoke filled the air. We navigated through a hail of bullets, seeking cover, contemplating our escape route. Just then, I heard someone calling my name. Turning towards a voice, I saw Xiao Liang beckoning to me from behind a vehicle. Hurry, he shouted. I then realized that the newcomers were all subordinates of Chun Guangshan. Gaining newfound courage, I sprinted towards Xiao Liang and the others. As I neared the park's entrance, I heard Huang Tianxi calling out behind me. I turned to see him not following. He had been captured by Sanji's men, his face a mask of terror. Sanji's henchmen held Huang Tianxi down, while Sangu, sheltered behind cover, addressed me. Gao Xing, your brother is in my grasp. Will you abandon him? Xingu, go. Don't worry about me, he shouted loudly. I wanted to rush back to save him, but Haozi held me back firmly. It's too late. We must leave at once. I could not comprehend the urgency in Haozi's words. Huang Tianxi strained his voice to call out to me. Xingu, take me home. None of you will escape. Xingu bellowed. Suddenly, a bullet, unknown in origin, struck Huang Tianxi. His body slowly crumpled to the ground, his eyes still fixed on me, brimming with reluctance. I cried out in anguish, tears streaming down my face. Haozi pulled me forcefully, urging me to continue our escape. With the cover provided by Chen Guangshan subordinates, we finally burst out of the compound. Just as we emerged, a thunderous explosion reverberated behind us. Haozi's expression was one of triumphant arrogance. What a useless leader. He has no idea how to deal with us. As I sat in the car, vivid images of Huang Tianxi's collapse flooded my mind, filling my heart with profound sorrow and guilt. Upon returning to Chen Guangshan's territory, I drifted through the days in a haze, unable to come to terms with the tragic reality of Huang Tianxi's demise. Xiao Liang attempted to console me, yet the anguish within me remained unyielding. At night, I often found myself alone in a corner, reminiscing about those days when we scavenged together, supporting one another through adversity, as if they had transpired only yesterday. This boy, merely 7 years my junior, had just stepped out of the university campus and into the world, with life not even a quarter complete, only to meet his end in a foreign land. The night before we escaped the compound, Huang Tianxi had declared that if we managed to flee, we would become blood brothers, pledging to return home together to pay our respects at the temple of Guangdong. He entrusted me with the promise that if he could not return, I must visit his parents in Guizhou on his behalf. Even now, the address of Huang Tianxi's family remains etched in my memory. Unlike others who have passed, he was not merely a stranger. He had become like family to me, a younger brother in spirit. Now, he has departed from my life forever. Had it not been for those dark experiences and the involvement of Sangu, we might have continued our brotherhood. Yet, every time I recall his desperate gaze and final cry, my heart aches as if it were being torn asunder. I vowed to ensure that those who had wronged us would face retribution, to avenge Huang Tianxi's death. I could not remain engulfed in sorrow. Gradually, I emerged from that chaotic state of mind and sought Xiao Liang to inquire about the situation concerning Sanji's compound. On the day prior to their arrival, a phone call had transpired between Sanji's superior, Ali, and Baizong. Ali had wished for Sangu to release the captive without further complications, but Sangu had defied this request. The route for delivering goods through the compound was inherently fraught with risk. Ali aimed to assess Sanji's handling of the situation while simultaneously distancing himself from any potential fallout. Unexpectedly, the delivery went smoothly, yet the individuals involved encountered dire consequences. Sangu, having dutifully received the goods for Ali, would have faced no repercussions, but he chose instead to escalate the situation by withholding individuals, causing a significant uproar. After Xiao Liang returned alone, Chen Guangshan became aware of the incident. His fury stemmed not from my importance, but from Sangu's blatant disrespect. A new power broker in the compound, facing off against the seasoned drug lord, Chen Guangshan. Instead of demonstrating deference, Sangu had overstepped his bounds, compelling Chen Guangshan to personally intervene. This affront cost Chen Guangshan his pride. After consulting Baizong, he led a retaliatory strike. The aftermath saw heavy casualties in Sanji's compound, with several grenades being deployed, resulting in the loss of many lives. Although Chen Guangshan's actions were not motivated by my predicament, and I had wished to sever ties with these individuals and their affairs, I felt compelled to present a facade of gratitude. Chen Guangshan received a phone call. Although the compound had suffered significant losses, Sangu still survived. Now, it was time for me to pledge my loyalty. With utmost sincerity, I vowed that I would not return until Sanji's life was claimed. Chen Guangshan regarded me, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. After a moment, he spoke. You cannot take risks. There are certain matters I believe you should be informed about, specifically regarding Luan Xian. I looked up at him in confusion. How did Chen Guangshan know Luan Xian? Was their circle so small? Chen Guangshan soon provided me with an answer. He took a deep breath and slowly articulated, do you know? Luan Xian is actually your former online girlfriend. Upon hearing this, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. How could this be possible? I murmured to myself. The woman who deceived me did not resemble Luan Xian, yet upon reflection, there was indeed a slight resemblance. Albeit Luan Xian was not as attractive as the person in the video. Chen Guangshan continued. She was your online partner back then. You must have seen her face. Later, she changed her hairstyle and hair color, which is why you didn't recognize her at first. She has always harbored feelings for you. And upon learning that you were trapped in the scam zone, she did everything in her power to rescue you. Chapter 53. The human heart is hard to gauge, but why did she deceive me? What was her purpose in luring me here? Chen Guangshan forced me into a chair. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. Everything that needed to be conveyed has been conveyed. What are your intentions now? Me? I have no particular plans. You have saved my life this time. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Fortunately, my mind was quick to respond, preventing me from being swayed by Chen Guangshan's words. Yet, as I regained my composure, I began to ponder the role of Luan Xian in this ruse. Perhaps she, too, was a victim in this deception? It was conceivable that she had been coerced by the park's people to comply with their schemes. After Sheng Ji's demise, she had indeed risked everything to rescue me. Her feelings for me could not be dismissed lightly. Perhaps I could use her name as a means of escape from this place. However, reality proved my thoughts to be overly optimistic. How could this cunning old fox, Chen Guangshan, allow anyone to leave so easily? His motive for sharing this with me was twofold. Firstly, at Luan Xian's behest, and secondly, to gauge my reaction. My choices were dictated by others. I had no autonomy in this matter. Chen Guangshan had brought me to this stronghold with no intention of allowing my departure. I had effectively become one of them, well acquainted with the workings of this place. It was not as simple as just walking away. As I contemplated this, another theory emerged. Perhaps Chen Guangshan had rescued me out of fear that I might divulge information about the stronghold. If I were to leak any details, it would pose a significant threat to him. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to save you? Xing, you're my brother, and the third in the park's hierarchy has shown blatant disrespect towards me. Chen Guangshan's voice was low and filled with ire. I lower my head, overwhelmed with guilt. Brother Shan, I am aware of the sacrifices you have made for me. I will forever hold this gratitude close to my heart. Chen Guangshan scoffed. Ever since he established his own park, he has grown increasingly arrogant. Holding you hostage is clearly a provocation aimed at me. I have always adhered to the principle of keeping our waters separate, yet he insists on crossing the line. I stood by, bewildered by his insinuations and uncertain of how to respond. Xiao Yang interjected, Brother Shan, we cannot let this slide. The third in the park must learn that we are not to be trifled with. Chen Guangshan nodded slightly, his gaze deep in contemplation for a strategy. Bringing you back was not merely for your safety. It was also to demonstrate to the third that opposing me has dire consequences. I had initially assumed he was prompting me to show some allegiance, to undertake a task for him. However, I was mistaken. Whatever he wished for me to do could be expressed in a single sentence, without any need for obfuscation. Whether I desired to comply or not was inconsequential. I had to comply. His words were merely an outlet for his inner fury. Ultimately, it was the influential figure behind Chen Guangshan, Mr. Bai, who intervened and resolved matters with the park. The park manager and the third, along with several of his subordinates, were taken away. I remained unaware of their fate, but could not have been favorable. I learned of this during another delivery to the park. Anticipating further complications, I considered asking Chen Guangshan to send someone else. Yet, he dismissed my concerns. Thus, I accompanied Haozi on the visit. With a heart full of trepidation, I once again found myself delivering goods to the very precinct that had once tormented me. Throughout the journey, my heart hung precariously in my throat. and haunting memories of terrifying experiences flooded my mind, causing my hands to tremble involuntarily. Upon my arrival at the precinct, I was taken aback by the transformation before me. The once fearsome guards had vanished, replaced by a few familiar yet amiable faces. The atmosphere of the precinct no longer bore the oppressive weight it once did. It felt as though the very air had become more refreshing. It was only upon entering that I discovered the new manager was Shwe Jyotsai. Dressed impeccably in a sharp suit, his hair meticulously styled, he stood in stark contrast to the disheveled and menacing figures of the past. Upon seeing me, a smile graced his lips, yet his gaze held an inscrutable depth. "Ah Xing, I hear you once worked in this precinct. What do you say? Would you consider returning to work with me?" Shwe Jyotsai crossed his arms, regarding me with a half-smile. I hesitated, quickly shaking my head and responding, "Brother Shwe, I finally found a semblance of stability out there. I do not wish to involve myself in this place again. I genuinely fear it." Shwe Jyotsai chuckled softly, stepping closer. "What is there to fear? This precinct is not what it once was. With President Bai's support, things will only improve. If you join us, who knows what you might achieve?" I lowered my gaze, unable to meet his eyes, my mind racing with possible strategies. It was unlikely I would be taken away by Lan Xian, as they were not affiliated. If I were to consider Shwe Jyotsai's precinct, Chen Guangshan might well release me. Yet, I was not particularly familiar with him. Despite his seemingly harmless demeanor and perpetual smile, I sensed many hidden stories beneath the surface. They say the most fearsome beasts were friendly guys. I decided to suppress my thoughts. "Brother Shwe, I possess no remarkable talents. I merely deliver goods. I am unfamiliar with the matters of this precinct, and I fear I would only cause you trouble." Shwe Jyotsai patted my shoulder. "You, my friend, are quite modest. However, take your time to consider. I believe you possess great potential." I managed a faint smile and nodded, observing Shwe Jyotsai's confidence. I could not help but marvel at President Bai's formidable influence. The sheer scale of the precinct, so readily transformed and managed, must have utilized resources and connections beyond my comprehension. After conversing with Shwe Jyotsai, I hastened to complete my delivery task. All I desired was to escape this place. With each passing second, I felt the shadows of my past drawing nearer. As I departed the precinct, I glanced back, my heart a tumult of emotions. The painful memories of just days prior remained vivid, yet the precinct's newfound changes left me feeling utterly alien. Upon returning to the mountains, I sought out Chen Guangshan. "Brother Chen," I remarked, "the new precinct has undergone a remarkable transformation, both inside and out, and the number of people has increased significantly. Just now, I was invited by Shwe Jyotsai to return to work." Chen Guangshan glanced at me and said, "His invitation is his affair. You must decide how to proceed." I quickly replied, "Brother Chen, I certainly wish to follow your lead. I have no desire to engage with this park any longer." Chen Guangshan nodded slightly, acknowledging my sentiment. "It's good that you understand. However, dealings with this park are likely inevitable in the future, so you must be mindful." A sense of unease gripped my heart, for I realized that the days ahead would likely not be tranquil. Some truths spoken from one's own lips carry more weight than those uttered by others. When Shwe Jyotsai shared these thoughts with me, Halsey was listening intently nearby. Human nature is inscrutable. If one day Halsey were to file a small report, I would undoubtedly be the one targeted. Chapter 54. Lan Xian, the daughter of Brother Sheng. I could no longer afford to remain idle. I must urgently locate Lan Xian. However, her lack of collaboration with Chen Guangshan undoubtedly complicated my search significantly. I began to meticulously recall my conversations with Lan Xian, endeavoring to unearth any potential clues. When she lured me to the fraudulent enclave in Dubai, I never anticipated our fates would become so intertwined. She had once saved me, yet simultaneously propelled me into this endless abyss. I started to pay close attention to everyone and everything around me, hoping to discover any trace connected to Lan Xian. In the exchanges among the drug dealers, I strained my ears, refusing to overlook any mention of her name. Yet, as days turned into weeks, I remained without leads. One day, while on an outing with Halsey for a task, I overheard a woman discussing a notable figure. My heart raced. My instinct suggested that this individual could very well be Lan Xian. I discreetly approached, striving to catch the essence of their dialogue. Alas, they merely uttered her name without divulging any substantial information. After a protracted search, I finally received a tip regarding a potential location where Lan Xian might be found. In that moment, anticipation and anxiety surged within me. I learned that she had ventured into the construction sector, engaging in the trade of building materials and steel. Moreover, she had adeptly resolved the mess left by her father and gained Brother Chen's trust, assisting in laundering substantial sums of money. This series of transformations left me utterly astounded. I could never have fathomed that the girl who once deceived me into the Dubai fraud zone now possessed such skill and capability. I was uncertain of what our reunion would entail or whether she could genuinely aid my escape from this dreadful place. Yet, I had no alternative but to forge ahead with courage. I began racking my brain for ways to reach out to her. Under Chen Guangshan's watchful eye, every move had to be executed with utmost caution. A single misstep could summon dire consequences. I scrutinized the people and situations around me, searching for any opportunities one could exploit. My only chance seemed to be during the occasional car runs, yet those were always conducted in pairs, leaving no room for solitary action. One day, while executing a task for the drug dealer organization, I passed by a construction site bustling with activity. Among the scattered steel materials, I noticed some spray-painted Arabic script, but my attention was captured by a blue character inscribed in Chinese at the very bottom. My heart stirred with intrigue. Seizing the pretext of needing to use the restroom, I exited the vehicle and, unnoticed by Xiao Liang, stealthily approached the site. Workers hustled about, their movements intertwined with the cacophony of machinery. I feigned nonchalance as I neared the pile of building materials, searching for any useful information. However, unlike in my homeland, where construction sites are accompanied by public contact numbers, this place offered no such resource. The surrounding workers seemed wary of this unfamiliar face, and with the language barrier, I found myself unable to communicate or inquire about any pertinent details. Reluctantly, I exited the construction site, my heart heavy with unfulfilled yearning. Upon returning to the drug dealer's lair, my mind was consumed with thoughts of how to reach Lan Xian. I understood that this was my sole hope for escape. I began to observe the channels through which the dealers connected with the outside world, contemplating the possibility of sending a message through these means. Even if I couldn't contact Lan Xian, perhaps I could encounter a fellow countryman who could report to the authorities and help me reach my family. However, the dealers were exceedingly vigilant, and every interaction with the outside was subjected to stringent scrutiny. I dared not act impulsively. I could only bide my time, waiting for the right opportunity. Days passed, and unlike the previous sense of relief, I now yearned to leave this place, the desire growing ever more intense. I constantly pondered various potential methods, even considering the perilous option of infiltrating locations where Lan Xian might appear. Yet, I was acutely aware that such actions bore significant risks. Should the first step of my escape fail, the consequences would be dire. Fortuitously, my determination to see Lan Xian bore fruit as she suddenly appeared before me. Her unexpected arrival was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that disturbed the stillness. Chen Guangshan sat in his opulent office, his eyes rife with wariness and suspicion. Opposite him stood Lan Xian, her demeanor resolute, exuding an aura of undeniable strength. 500,000 per person? I, Chen Guangshan, am not lacking in such funds, he sneered. Why must you insist on taking him? You know the rules of our trade. I'm not inclined to take this risk. Lan Xian slightly raised her chin, her gaze lowered, looking down at Chen Guangshan. Boss Chen, you should know that I, Lan Xian, always have my reasons for my actions. This individual holds special significance for me, and I must take him with me. Chen Guangshan felt discomfort under her scrutiny, furrowing his brow. We are all quite familiar here. Why not sit down and discuss this? Lan Xian gracefully took a seat, while one of Chen Guangshan's subordinates poured tea. They each took a cup, attempting to ease the tension that hung in the air. A special significance? What significance? Do not attempt to deceive me. I know that if he leaves, he might betray me. Those who follow me do so with a vow of loyalty. Lan Xuan Smai Gen Li. Boss Chen, you underestimate me. Since I dared to come and request this person, I am confident in my ability to ensure his loyalty. I can assure you, he will not betray you. Furthermore, I am not without influence in this region. We may yet find opportunities for cooperation in the future. Chen Guangshan paused, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Your words sound appealing, but why should I trust you? This man is my assurance. Lan Xian stepped forward. Boss Chen, the decision regarding Gao Xing's fate rests solely with you. I do not wish to complicate matters further. This individual is crucial to some important affairs of mine, and I must take him. As for your concerns, I can offer compensation, or we could draft an agreement to safeguard both our interests. Chen Guangshan remained indecisive, fully aware of Lan Xian's capabilities and cunning. After Shang Ji's demise, she assumed full control of his business, handling matters with unwavering decisiveness. Within a month, none of Shang Ji's former subordinates dared to defy Lan Xian. In just a few months, she succeeded in taking over several local establishments, surpassing Shang Ji's previous achievements. Rumor has it that Lan Xian shares a unique bond with President Bai. Otherwise, Chen Guangshan would not have spoken on her behalf last time. Yet, he is reluctant to easily let go of someone who might pose a potential threat to him. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Guangshan lightly drummed his fingers on the table. Lan Xian, allow me some time to contemplate. Xing and I have been brothers for a considerable time. It is not as simple as you suggest to take him away. Everyone knows I, Chen Guangshan, value loyalty above all. I cannot readily hand him over to you. Chapter 55. The warrant. Lan Xian nodded. All right, Boss Chen, I hope you can make a decision soon. I trust you are a wise man and know what would be most beneficial for yourself. Suddenly, Chen Guangshan relented and suggested to the large man, why not invite Xing to join us for a while? The large man, upon receiving the command, turned and exited to find me. A sense of unease washed over me. Surely these two would not compel me to make a choice. My inclination was to follow Lan Xian out. Yet I wondered if Chen Guangshan would so easily let me go. As I pondered my words, Chen Guangshan's next statement hit me like a thunderclap. He spoke of the brotherhood we shared, declaring me his good brother and expressing his desire for me to stay. Then he brought up the warrant that had been issued. Recounting my time in hiding within the slums, where the warrant I had seen was indeed issued by Lan Xian. Everything stemmed from that warrant. Zhang Jiao had seen the warrant and, without hesitation, reported me. Thus, Huang Tianxi and I found ourselves in a desperate negotiation, scavenging for scraps along the way. Later, Huang Tianxi was taken by the men of Third Brother, while I was drawn into the stronghold of drug traffickers by Chen Guangshan. Astonishingly, the fates of the three of us were intertwined because of a warrant issued by Lan Xian. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense. As if the air itself had solidified, Chen Guangshan's words detonated within me like a heavy bomb, stirring tumultuous waves of disbelief. I stared at Lan Xian with wide eyes. Incredulous. She was saving me while simultaneously seeking to capture me? What could possibly be the reason? Lan Xian's expression shifted slightly before she regained her composure. Boss Chen, do not speak unfounded accusations. Why would I issue a warrant for his capture? There must be some misunderstanding. Chen Guangshan scoffed. Misunderstanding? Lan Suang, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to bring a Xing back for a purpose of your own. A Xing, you must think this through carefully. My heart brimmed with confusion and anger. Lan Xian, what is the meaning of this? Why are you doing this? She looked at me, her eyes betraying a complex swirl of emotions. Gao Xing, let me explain. It's not as you perceive. Then tell me, what is the truth? I suppressed my fury. I never expected that the architect of all this chaos was the very person I had been searching for. Lan Xian. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Initially, luring you to Dubai's scam zone was indeed my fault. But that is not the crux of the matter. My issuance of the warrant was not to apprehend you, but rather to protect you. Protect me? I was even more bewildered. You deceived me into coming here and then issued a warrant for my capture. How is that protection? Lan Xian sighed. Gao Xing, you do not comprehend the dangers lurking here. This place is rife with peril and schemes. I issued the warrant to shield you from those who genuinely wish to harm you. I have been safeguarding you from the shadows, though you remain unaware. Those who wish to harm me? I question her motives. If I was merely deprived of freedom under Chen Guangshan's watch, what real danger existed? Aside from the unforeseen incidents involving third brother, I gazed at Lan Xian with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Then why do you wish to take me away now? I inquired. If you trust me, refrain from asking too many questions, she replied. The circumstances had undoubtedly reached a pivotal moment. Should I remain, I would continue to dwell within the stronghold of Chen Guangshan's drug empire. Choosing Lan Xian meant embarking on an unknown path. I was unaware of her intentions or the purpose behind her seeking me. I found myself lost in contemplation, filled with doubt towards Lan Xian's words, yet yearning to escape this place. Previously, while in the park, I had heard tales of organ transplants, kidneys, hearts, and various other organs. I genuinely feared that Lan Xian sought me for my corporeal form. Upon hearing Lan Xian's words, Chen Guangshan scoffed. Lan Xian, you speak quite eloquently. Who is to say you do not harbor ulterior motives? Gao Xing is my brother. I want to allow him to accompany you. Long Xuan mit Chen Kyoshgeish, stating, Boss Chen, if you consider him a brother, allow him to make his own choice. Gao Xing has the right to determine his own future. After a brief silence, Chen Guangshan turned to me and said, Gao Xing, the decision lies with you. Do you wish to go with Lan Xian or remain here with me? After a fierce internal struggle, I finally reached my conclusion. Brother Shan, I wish to venture out. Chen Guangshan's expression darkened, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not compel you. However, Gao Xing, remember this. Once you choose a woman, you are no longer my brother. If you ever regret this choice, do not return to seek me. Lan Xian looked at Chen Guangshan and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Boss Chen. I will take good care of Gao Xing. With that, Lan Xian turned and led me out of the office, and Chen Guangshan made no attempt to stop us. I had anticipated a prolonged negotiation, yet our departure was surprisingly swift. As we exited the office, Xiao Liang stood by the door. As I passed him, he frowned and shook his head at me. I merely patted his shoulder in silence, understanding that remaining with Chen Guangshan would mean a perpetual lack of freedom. In contrast, accompanying Lan Xian, despite the uncertainty, offered at least a glimmer of hope. This was my mindset at that moment. Just before leaving, Xiao Yang cast a significant glance my way. In retrospect, I regret not comprehending his meaning then. Perhaps I would have made a different choice than to embark on a more challenging journey with Lan Xian. Yet, it was too late for such realizations. I followed Lan Xian out of the park, my emotions in turmoil, filled with both apprehension for the future and a flicker of hope. Lan Xian walked ahead with resolute strides, while I felt a sense of unease. Lan Xian, where are we headed now? I could not help but ask. She turned her head slightly to glance at me and replied, First, we must leave this place. Her vehicle awaited us at the entrance, an elongated luxury sedan. Once seated, Lan Xian urged the driver to depart swiftly, quickly taking us away from the park. Inside the car, my thoughts raced, reflecting on Chen Guangshan's words and Lan Xian's explanations. I found myself uncertain whether to trust her. Her actions were truly enigmatic. Having boarded the ship of misfortune, regret is now a futile sentiment. I yearned to clarify the doubts that plagued my mind and could no longer restrain myself from pressing the matter again. Lan Xuan, what is your true intention? Why do you deceive me at one moment, rescue me the next, and now wish to take me away? Lan Xian fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Gao Xing, I am cognizant of the skepticism you harbor towards me. Yet, yes, you. My intentions are not malevolent. Luring you here was a momentary lapse of judgment, clouded by the allure of personal gain. Subsequently, I recognize my error and have since endeavored to make amends. And with that bounty notice, I pressed further. Chapter 56, Blue Xian's Villa. Blue Xian sighed, acknowledging that the wanted notice was indeed issued by me. However, as I explained, it was intended for your protection. After your escape, individuals from the park were actively searching for you. By issuing the wanted notice, I aim to create the illusion that you are under my control, thereby dissuading others from pursuing you and reducing the threat against you. Upon hearing Blue Xian's explanation, my doubts eased slightly. After the demise of Brother Shang, Blue Xian took over his business and withdrew from the park, yet I still found it difficult to place my complete trust in her. So, where are you taking me now? I inquired. With a playful wink, Blue Xian leaned closer, wrapping her arm around mine, and replied, to a safe place. I have arranged everything, Xingge. You need not worry. Xning Ye. Her sudden reference left me somewhat flustered. Coupled with her proximity, I could distinctly sense her warmth, causing my arm to stiffen and involuntarily shift away. Don't move. Let me lean for a moment. Blue Xian's voice was as gentle as a spring stream. It had been a long time since I'd been close to a woman, stirring a restless feeling within me. She rested her head on my shoulder, closing her eyes in repose. The car sped through the city streets, the atmosphere within becoming somewhat ambiguous. After a while, the vehicle halted before a luxurious villa. The exterior was grand and elegant, gleaming under the sun, surrounded by lush greenery, with intricately carved gates that exuded opulence. Blue Xian led me inside. The interior was exquisitely decorated, brimming with luxury. This is one of my residences. It is relatively safe for the time being, Blue Xian stated. I glanced around, silently astonished. Her lifestyle was evidently worlds apart from my previous days in drug dens and scam parks. Xingge, please rest here for a while. I will arrange for someone to attend to your needs. When the time is right, we shall devise our next course of action, she continued. I began contemplating my next steps. Should I confide in Blue Xian about my situation and seek her assistance, or should I attempt to escape on my own? If I chose the former, I was uncertain how Blue Xian would react. Although she had rescued me, she was still a part of this world, with her own interests and allegiances. Conversely, if I opted for the latter, what chances did I have of a successful escape? As I wrestled with these thoughts, a Filipino maid approached, inquiring in somewhat halting Mandarin, "Sir, would you like something to drink?" I paused momentarily before shaking my head. Their deference made me feel somewhat uneasy. I was unaccustomed to being attended to in such a manner. Blue Xian instructed 2 maids to take good care of my daily needs and turned to the security personnel at the door, stating, "Ensure his safety." After relaying her instructions, she departed. I suddenly felt as though I had become a kept man, momentarily transformed into a pampered figure. My room was assigned on the first floor of the villa. Upon opening the door, a wave of luxury enveloped me. The room was spacious and bright, with thick, soft carpets underfoot, making each step feel as though I were walking on clouds. A grand European-style bed occupies the central position of the room, adorned with luxurious silk linens. Beside the bed lies a walk-in closet, brimming with an array of high-end garments, from tailored suits to casual attire, everything one could desire. Adjacent to the closet is an independent bathroom, equipped with a sumptuous bathtub and shower facilities. How opulent it is! Yet, amidst this lavish setting, a whirlwind of complex emotions envelopes me. I am awed by the grandeur here, which starkly contrasts with the agonies I have endured previously. An involuntary thought crosses my mind. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. Restricted from ascending to the second and third floors due to the presence of security personnel arranged by Yuan Xian, I find myself meandering on the ground floor. Aside from my room, the villa boasts a spacious living room, dining area, and study. The living room is adorned with sumptuous sofas, and after Yuan Xian's departure, I find myself languidly reclining on the villa's genuine leather sofa, its soft texture inducing a sense of disorientation. In that dark, desolate place, I had once slept on a hard wooden bed, surrounded by despair and fear. Now, however, I find myself in such an extravagant villa. The twists of fate are indeed unfathomable. My gaze wanders through the villa, where the elegant and luxurious decor speaks volumes of the owner's affluence. During my days of wandering the villa, I ponder my future. Rising from my seat, I approach the window, gazing out at the garden. The garden blooms vibrantly, filled with an array of lilies, while a fountain glistens under the sunlight, casting sparkling droplets. Everything is so enchanting. Just as I succumb to my reverie, I unexpectedly discover a photograph of Yuan Xian. This snapshot is tucked away in a corner of the study, partially concealed by a book. Curiosity piqued. I pick up the photo and examine it closely. It features 3 women, with Yuan Xian on the far left, all smiling joyously in front of a towering building in Dubai. The camaraderie among Yuan Xian and the other 2 women is palpable, their smiles brimming with sincerity and happiness. As I become engrossed in the photograph, a maid suddenly approaches to inquire if I would like to prepare dinner for the evening. I nod in agreement and take the opportunity to ask her a few questions about Wan Xian, anticipating that she might not have substantial insights. To my surprise, I glean some intriguing information. In such a vast house, does your employer often reside here? The maid informs me that both she and her colleague have only recently arrived and are unaware of past circumstances. The employer does not typically stay here. It is astonishing that Wan Xian does not reside in this luxurious villa, which is equipped with all the amenities and exquisitely decorated, with security personnel in place. Why would she invest so much time and money into such a place, yet not inhabit it? I continue to probe the maids for more information about Wan Xian. Do you know where she usually goes? The two maids exchange glances and shake their heads, indicating their lack of knowledge. Disappointment lingers within me, yet I'm reluctant to concede defeat. Have you ever seen the employer with any particularly noteworthy individuals? One of the Filipino maids pondered for a moment before articulating in somewhat halting Mandarin, "There is a rather fearsome male master." Before she could complete her sentence, another maid beside her interrupted with a gentle pat. Instantly, my nerves tensed. Who could this intimidating man be? I paced the room, endeavoring to piece together the intricate tapestry of Lan Xian's life from the scant information provided by the maids. For what I gathered, it appeared that Lan Xian was enmeshed in a web of complex relationships, harboring secrets unknown to most. Realizing that I could glean no further useful insights from the maids, I resolved to relish the moment. The maids presented a sumptuous feast, and the vivid colors, enticing aromas, and exquisite flavors immediately awakened my appetite. Chapter 57. The amnesiac libertine. The dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, featuring a golden brown roast chicken that emanated an enticing aroma. A gentle bite revealed its crisp exterior and tender interior. The elegant seafood risotto was a masterpiece, each grain of rice plump and infused with the delectable essence of the ocean's bounty. Fresh prawns, shellfish, and squid mingled harmoniously with vibrant vegetables, creating not only a gastronomic delight, but also a visual feast. Additionally, there was a perfectly seared steak, its surface slightly charred, while the interior showcased a captivating blush of pink. As the knife sliced through, succulent juices cascaded forth, melting in the mouth. The rich aroma of meat enveloped the palate, intoxicating the senses. A variety of fresh fruit salads and delicate desserts completed the culinary experience. I reveled in these delights, my taste buds dancing joyfully amid the myriad of flavors. It was simply divine. After the meal, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. It had been an eternity since I had indulged in such a leisurely feast, leaving both body and soul profoundly gratified. Upon entering the bedroom, I gazed at the opulent king-sized bed, marveling at its inviting allure. The bed was soft and comfortable, reminiscent of a cloud's gentle embrace, making it impossible to resist sinking into its depths. The linens appeared to be of luxurious silk, smooth and delicate against the skin, providing unparalleled comfort. Truly, the affluent know how to indulge. I slowly reclined, feeling the gentle embrace of the plush bedding envelop me. It was akin to lying in a warm embrace, instilling a sense of profound security and relaxation. I closed my eyes, relishing this rare comfort. It had been ages since I had experienced such a splendid bed. The memories of days spent in harsh conditions felt like a distant past. In this moment, all I desired was to sleep soundly, casting aside all worries and fatigue. Before long, I drifted into a serene slumber, immersed in tranquility and peace. However, midway through my rest, I dreamt of a persistent knocking at the door. The sound rang distinctly within the dream, yet bore an air of ambiguity and surrealism. Groggily, I attempted to rise, but it felt as though my body was glued to the bed, immovable. My consciousness oscillated between the realms of dream and reality, desperately striving to break free from the confines, yet to no avail. I endeavored to open my eyes, but my eyelids felt heavy as if laden with lead. Uncertain whether I was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality, I faintly heard the knocking continue. A sense of unease washed over me. Who could be at the door? Was it Lan Xian returning, or someone else? My mind raced, yet my body remained unresponsive, reminiscent of the nightmarish tales often recounted by the elderly. In that hazy state, I sensed an unusual reality to it all. A warm hand caressed my face, the touch so tangible that it quickened my heartbeat involuntarily. Straining against the faint moonlight, I endeavored to discern the figure before me, catching a glimpse of a woman's silhouette. Her long hair fluttered gently, exuding a familiar essence. "Xingu," she spoke softly, her voice tender and recognizable, and in that instant, the image of Lan Xian flashed through my mind. Could it truly be her? My heart brims with confusion and astonishment. "Lan Xuan." My voice barely rises above a whisper, softer than the hum of a mosquito, and I am uncertain if she has heard me. I attempt to call her name, yet no one responds. The surrounding silence remains unbroken, save for the warmth of a hand lingering upon my face. Gradually, that hand begins to move, caressing my body. Under the gentle touch, I shiver slightly, a complex wave of emotions surging within me. I cannot fathom why Lan Xian has appeared at this moment, nor can I discern her intentions. Her actions provoke a deep sense of tension within me, inundating my mind with countless questions. Although fatigue weighs heavily upon my body, my thoughts race with fervor. Why is Lan Xian, who usually does not reside here, in my room at this late hour? The hand's caress grows bolder, and my heartbeat quickens. I yearn to resist, yet I find my body ensnared by an invisible force. Immobile, I am compelled to allow Lan Xian's hand to roam across me, filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and unease. I strive to call out her name once more, hoping she will pause and provide me with an explanation. Yet, my voice seems to vanish into the air, receiving no reply. In the next moment, Lan Xian unexpectedly sheds her clothing and lies beside me. Her skin radiates warmth, and I am instantly engulfed by a wave of heat. It has been a long time since I have experienced such intimate contact. At this moment, my reason teeters on the brink, battered by desire. I struggle to restrain the impulses surging within me, yearning to turn and pin this woman beneath me. However, my body feels as heavy as lead, unresponsive. A profound sense of powerlessness overwhelms me, leading me to question my physical state. Have I been drugged? But when could that have happened? My mind spirals into chaos, desire and reason clashing in a relentless battle. Lan Xian turns to embrace me, her hold warm and soft. Yet I lie rigid like a stone, unable to respond apart from the growing heat of my body. This stark contrast feels like a collision of ice and fire. Yet I remain utterly still. In this moment, I am filled with rage. Were it not for the tangible sensations, I might truly believe I am dreaming, caught in an absurd and bizarre reverie. Time appears to stand still as Lan Xian and I lie upon this expansive bed, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity and peril. There is even a hint of anticipation for what may unfold next. She gradually ceases her movements. I muster every ounce of strength to remain conscious, yearning for the next step while striving to understand the nature of this unfolding reality. Yet, my body refuses to heed my commands, as if ensnared by a binding spell. My thoughts, too, seem to sink into a quagmire, growing increasingly sluggish, until eventually all awareness fades, and I am utterly consumed by an abyss of darkness. I have no recollection of what transpired after losing consciousness, until the following day, when the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and kissed my face. I slowly opened my eyes. My body felt as though it had been shackled by heavy chains, and as I moved my limbs, I could only sense a dull ache. In that fleeting moment, the memories of the previous night surged forth like a relentless tide, causing my heart to skip a beat. I abruptly sat up in bed, and my gaze swept across the chaotic surroundings. The empty room contained only me, as if the events of the previous evening had indeed been a mere dream. The crumpled sheets and scattered clothing bore a striking resemblance to the aftermath of a fierce battle, cruelly reminding me that everything that had transpired yesterday was far from a figment of my imagination. Chapter 58. A genuine outpouring my mind was a tumultuous storm, a cacophony of emotions intertwining, shock, confusion, regret, and an ineffable complexity that rendered me utterly bewildered. Most distressingly, I had succumbed to slumber, a sign of my utter helplessness. I rapped my temple forcefully, striving to retrieve the fragmented memories that had slipped through my fingers. I diligently scoured my mind for every detail, from the appearance of Lan Xian to her enigmatic actions, culminating in the moment I lost consciousness. Yet, regardless of my efforts, those pivotal fragments remained shrouded in a veil of mystery, eluding my grasp. I sat vacantly on the bed, gazing at the chaotic scene around me, perplexed by Lan Xian's motives. Was the woman from last night truly Lan Xian? I began rummaging through the disorder, searching for clues amidst the disarray. I scrutinized each item with hope of uncovering traces of Lan Xian. However, apart from the disheveled surroundings and a set of women's lingerie, I found nothing. Had I truly engaged in an intimate encounter with Lan Xian? This thought incessantly spiraled in my mind, stirring a tempest of unease within me. Yet I felt no physical evidence to substantiate it. Seated on the bed, I endeavored to recollect the details of the previous night, but those hazy fragments were akin to a shattered puzzle, impossible to piece together. Clearly, I had been ensnared in a cunning trap. I began to ponder when I had been drugged. Was the aroma of the room still lingering from last night's meal? Just as I was lost in contemplation, a gentle knock echoed from the door, heralding the arrival of the maid. She brought lunch, and it was only then that I realized it had already turned to afternoon. "Sir, I refrained from disturbing you while you slept," she said as she entered, setting a lavish meal upon the table. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, yet I found myself too apprehensive to partake in the food she offered. Recalling the sudden fatigue from the previous night, I felt a surge of weariness. I concocted an excuse, informing the maid that I lacked an appetite and did not wish to eat. The maid appeared somewhat taken aback, but did not press further. Just as she was about to leave, I called out to her, "Where were you last night?" She hesitated momentarily. "We were all in our respective rooms." "Did you see anyone enter? Did Lan Xian return?" The maid shook her head, then added, "The master is waiting for you upstairs. You may go to him once you feel better." Lan Xian had returned? How was it that the second floor, which had been off limits yesterday, was now accessible? Regardless, I resolved to seek clarity from Lan Xian. With no appetite for food, I dressed promptly and followed the maid upstairs, my eagerness to uncover the truth palpable. In stark contrast to the opulence of the first floor, the second floor exuded an even grander elegance. It resembled a palace, with the only room on this level accessible via the staircase. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a magnificent bed at the room's center, draped in curtains that descended like ethereal clouds. Lavish velvet drapes adorned the expansive windows, adding to the room's sumptuous allure. In the room, an ancient bookshelf stood, adorned with books that exuded a sense of considerable worth, alongside exquisite artworks that seemed to be treasures collected from around the globe. Lan Xuan, dressed in a delicate white, lace-trimmed nightgown, stood beside the bookshelf. At the moment I laid eyes on her, her gaze was evasive yet infused with a tenderness I had never witnessed before. The way she looked at me was no longer the mundane indifference of friends. It held a hint of shyness and affection. My heart raced suddenly, as if a fawn were careening within me. Her eyes seemed to convey that everything from the previous night was indeed real. I endeavored to initiate conversation to dispel the peculiar atmosphere, but my throat felt constricted, as if something lodged within. As I began to speak of the previous night, her face blushed instantaneously, akin to a blooming rose. "Don't say it," she quietly interrupted. Yet her tone bore no trace of reproach. My brow furrowed as thoughts of the previous night's peculiar sensations swirled in my mind. The weight and haze I experienced felt as though I had been drugged, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. I turned to Lan Xian and voiced my thoughts. I felt something was amiss yesterday. My body felt heavy, and my consciousness was alarmingly muddled, as if I had been drugged. She averted her gaze and softly replied, "Is that so?" I'm also uncertain about what transpired. I only remember drinking excessively last night. Many things are a blur." Her hands unconsciously tugged at the hem of her garment, conveying a sense of modesty. I scrutinized her, attempting to glean insights from her expression. Lan Xian took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage, and continued, "I truly drank a lot last night. You know, I have long suppressed my feelings for you. In that state of intoxication, I unknowingly found myself in your room." As she spoke, her face flushed like a ripe apple, her gaze fixed on the floor, avoiding mine. I had never realized that Lan Xian harbored such a feminine side. Could it be that her feelings for me were so profound? They say that even heroes struggle when faced with beauty. Confronted with such vulnerability from Lan Xian, I refrained from pressing further, yet I remained troubled by the previous night's anomalies. However, it was not I who suffered. Rather, I felt fortunate to have such an opportunity. Noticing my silence, Lan Xian approached me, grasping my arm with a hint of anxiety. Gao Xing, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? I've liked you for a long time, but I've never had the courage to express it. She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering. This woman was truly enchanting. To have such a beautiful and capable woman profess her feelings for me was astounding. She had rescued me from peril, and I had even hoped she could assist me in returning home. How could I possibly refuse? I gently took her hand, feeling her warmth. In truth, I too harbor unique feelings for you. I simply did not expect our journey to commence in this manner. How could I ever blame you? Gazing at her lips, I was unable to restrain myself and leaned in for a kiss. Lan Xian responded with a gentle touch of her lips upon mine before swiftly turning and fleeing. Had we shared enough intimacy the previous night? At that moment, I felt like a fool, grinning like a simpleton. This is not. Have you forgotten about last night? Perhaps we should first unravel the mysteries of the previous evening before we engage in a heartfelt discussion about our feelings. I approached Lan Xian, but she took a step back, clearly taken aback by my unexpected initiative. Fearing that there might not be another opportunity, I inquired, "Haven't you had lunch yet? Are you feeling hungry?" Indeed, I felt a twinge of hunger. Lan Xian grasped my hand and led me to the table by the floor-to-ceiling window, where a sumptuous array of dishes adorned the golden Nama table. To ensure the meal's quality, I waited until I saw Lan Xian take her first bite before daring to pick up my chopsticks. Chapter 59. Lan Xian and Mr. By after a week of living in such opulence, I found myself somewhat disoriented regarding the passage of time. Lan Xian attended to my every need, commissioning the most exquisite suits for me, and every meal was a feast of rare delicacies. Yet my unease deepened. This seemingly perfect existence felt akin to an invisible prison. Lan Xian's behavior became increasingly peculiar. She resembled a master who controlled everything. Whenever I expressed a desire to leave the villa, she would invariably find various excuses to prevent my departure. "Xinggu, it's unsafe outside. You should stay here and not worry about anything," she implored. Her hand grasping mine, her eyes filled with a tender plea. Under Chan Guangshan's command, I could at least roam freely on the mountain, delivering goods and taking leisurely strolls nearby. Since my arrival at the villa, I had not set foot outside. All my daily needs were attended to on the first floor. When she was present, she watched me, and when she was absent, her guards kept a watchful eye. Moreover, since that fateful night, there had been no opportunity to collaborate with Lan Xian, who seemed quite resistant to the idea. Yet, she was the mistress of this domain. I dared not act recklessly. Though the villa was vast, the monotony of daily indulgence lost its charm. Devoid of a computer, television, or radio, my only source of amusement was feeding the fish in the aquarium. It felt akin to being under house arrest, and I could not fathom Lan Xian's true intentions in bringing me here. My gaze lingered on her, the questions in my heart swelling. "Lan Xian, why won't you let me leave? I cannot remain confined like this." Her smile appeared strained. "Isn't this place satisfactory? I can provide you with everything you desire, as long as you stay by my side." I endeavored to adopt a serious tone. "This is not what I want. This canary-like existence is not the life that Gao Xing should lead." Ignoring my words, Lan Xian turned and ascended the stairs. I attempted to follow, but she barred my entry at the door. I paced restlessly within the villa, my heart heavy with frustration. I held no appreciation for this abode. My thoughts were consumed with how to extricate myself from Lan Xian's grasp. As I wandered the living room, contemplating my next move, I suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching from outside, distinct from the usual sounds, at least 5 or 6 pairs of footsteps. I tensed, directing my gaze towards the source of the sound. Was it Lan Xian returning, or had someone else arrived at the villa? It would be a lie to say I was not anxious. At that moment, I felt akin to a dog trapped in a cage. Clenching my fists, I braced myself for whatever might unfold. The footsteps drew nearer, tightening my nerves further. At last, the door swung open forcefully, revealing two burly men who entered and stood respectfully to the sides. A figure stepped into my line of sight, an unfamiliar man. He stood tall, yet was somewhat short in stature, his features delicately sculpted, reminiscent of a finely crafted jade. Clad in a black suit, his gaze was cold and enigmatic, exuding an air of mystery. His eyes, though clear, bore a scrutinizing intensity. Upon noticing me, he furrowed his brow and inquired with a harsh tone, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" This man's demeanor suggested he was of no ordinary standing. I hastily rose to my feet and replied, "I'm a friend of Lan Xian. She arranged for me to be here." The man appeared somewhat taken aback by my response, scrutinizing me from head to toe, the hostility in his eyes slightly diminishing. "A friend of Lan Xian? She has never mentioned you to me." At that moment, Lan Xian's voice echoed from the doorway. "He is my boyfriend. Do not make things difficult for him." Lan Xian entered, casting a glance at me filled with complexity before moving to stand beside the man. "Mr. Bai, I apologize." "Mr. Bai?" When I realized that the refined and handsome man was indeed Mr. Bai, shock struck me like a hammer to the heart. In that moment, clarity dawned upon me. "Mr." I let out a cold laugh, seemingly perceiving Lan Xian's intentions. "Lan Xian, do not forget how you arrived at this point. You brought this man here to rid yourself of me?" Lan Xian stood her ground. "Mr. Bai, I am grateful for your past assistance, but I have my own life. Xinggu is the one I love. I am not attempting to escape from you. I have long been with Xinggu." "Mr." Bai regarded Lan Xian with an impassive expression. "Ah, Lan Xian, you are too naive. The power Mr. Bai wields is beyond your comprehension. None of us can escape his grasp." At that moment, remaining silent would have been foolish. All the talk of being together for a long time and how much she loved me became clear through their conversation. I finally understood Lan Xian's purpose. She intended to use me as a scapegoat. I never anticipated that she could be so ruthlessly calculating. I looked at Mr. Bai, whose face remained devoid of any expression. Such people are the most terrifying. I had to defend myself at this moment, or I would face irreparable consequences. "Mr. Bai, you are mistaken. Lan Xian and I do not share that kind of relationship. These are merely lies she concocted to provoke you," I hastily exclaimed. However, Mr. Bai paid no heed to my explanation, waving his hand dismissively. His subordinates immediately surrounded me. "You too dare to play tricks in my presence? Lan Suang, I have been too kind to you." I struggled fiercely, calling out to Lan Xian, "Lan Xian, you must clarify this to Mr. Bai. You cannot betray me like this." Lan Xian stood by, her gaze complex as she looked at me, her lips quivering slightly, yet she remained silent. Mr. Bai's subordinates had already seized my arms with tremendous force, and I felt as if my limbs might be crushed. "Mr. Bai, I am truly innocent. You cannot treat me this way. There is nothing between Lan Xian and me. I am merely an ordinary person caught in this. In my domain, amidst my affairs. There are no ordinary people. Since Lan Xian claims you are her boyfriend, there will be a price to pay," Mr. Bai stated expressionlessly, a glimmer of cruelty flickering in his eyes. If I were to be taken to Mr. Bai, I would face endless torment. He is the notorious leader of drug lord Chen Guangshan, known for his ruthless nature. In his world, lives are as insignificant as weeds. He would not spare anyone who posed a potential threat to him or defied his will. At this moment, I could only attempt to invoke the name of Chen Guangshan, hoping to convince Mr. Bai of my innocence. "Mr. Bai, I have heard of you while at Brother Shan's place. How could I possibly dare to compete with you for a woman? Lan Xian and I are merely acquaintances. You may inquire with Brother Shan to confirm this." Nevertheless, Mr. Bai remained unyielding, signaling his subordinates to hasten in their efforts to escort me away. As I was dragged toward the exit, a sense of despair enveloped me. I glanced back at Lan Xian, who stood motionless, offering no assistance. It was over. Being taken away by Mr. Bai surely promised a grim fate. Summoning every ounce of strength, I flailed my limbs in a desperate attempt to break free. However, Mr. Bai's men were not idle. They swiftly bent my arm behind my back. Moments later, a heavy blow rendered me unconscious. Chapter 60. I am innocent. Upon awakening, I found myself in a dim, damp basement, having been brought there by the subordinates of Mr. Bai. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and decay. As I was unceremoniously tossed into the room, I observed an array of chilling torture devices surrounding me. A woman, whose sweet appearance belied her intentions, sauntered in. She circled around me, appraising me with a discerning gaze. Her face was rather ordinary. "Who are you?" "I demand to see Mr. Bai and clarify this misunderstanding," I implored. Her eyes were devoid of warmth, coldly regarding me as one would a lamb destined for slaughter. "Ah, you wish to see Mr. Bai? You foolish boy. How dare you covet Mr. Bai's woman and flaunt your tricks before him? Today, you shall experience a torment worse than death." With that, she gestured, and two burly men approached. "I truly did not do anything. I beg you, let me see Mr. Bai. I do not wish to perish unjustly," I pleaded, but the woman paid me no heed. They bound me to a rusted chair, tightening coarse ropes around my wrists and ankles. With tremendous effort, they pulled on the ropes, pushing the chair backward, the strain threatening to fracture my bones, the ropes digging painfully into my skin. Once secured, one of them produced a cattle prod, brandishing it before me with a sinister grin. When the device made contact with my body, a jolt of electricity surged through me, causing my muscles to convulse uncontrollably. Every nerve felt as though it were being seared by flames, the excruciating pain eliciting a desperate scream from my lips. Before I could regain my composure from the torment of the cattle prod, another assailant wielding a spiked club struck mercilessly at my legs. The spikes pierced my flesh, blood gushing forth, mingling with my sweat and pooling on the ground. It felt as though my legs were being penetrated by countless needles, the agonizing pain rendering me near unconsciousness, even causing me to lose my sense of awareness. Subsequently, they doused my face with pepper spray. The fiery liquid invaded my eyes, nose, and mouth. It felt as though I had been thrown into a sea of flames. My eyes burned with unbearable agony, and my throat felt scorched, forcing me into a fit of coughing and retching, my body writhing in torment. In the midst of this ordeal, I oscillated between lucidity and delirium, each second stretching into an eternity, as though I were ensnared in the deepest recesses of hell, surrounded solely by darkness and suffering. Ultimately, they discarded me into a water dungeon as if I were a lifeless corpse. With a resounding splash, I was submerged in icy, fetid water that enveloped me instantly. My body, riddled with wounds, throbbed painfully as it made contact with the filthy surface. The murky black water obscured the depths below, and various unidentified objects floated around, occasionally brushing against my skin, their slimy texture causing my stomach to churn. It felt as if I were ensnared by a viscous substance, my body both aching and repulsed. My hands were shackled to the wall, rendering me utterly immobile. The water prison was encased by rough stone walls, slick with a foul green moss, as if the passage of time had left behind its grotesque mark. The ceiling of the water prison is constructed of sturdy iron bars, with narrow gaps that allow only faint rays of light to filter through, barely illuminating the nightmarish surroundings. In the corners, a few rats scurry about, seemingly accustomed to this dismal habitat, their beady red eyes fixed upon me, as if awaiting my transformation into yet another lifeless corpse. Rusty chains dangle from the walls, remnants of despair that once confined countless tormented souls. The water rises to my chest, and with each breath, I am assaulted by the nauseating stench of decay. This odor, akin to that of a latrine, infiltrates my nostrils and seeps into my very being, eroding my skin with its foulness. In this moment of unbearable torment, the primal instinct for survival ignites a thought in me, a way to prove my innocence. I strive to calm myself, recalling that fateful night in the villa. Perhaps my will to survive was overwhelming, for a vague memory pierced through the haze of my mind. I realized how I could establish my innocence. Little did I know that one day, I would need to confront a man to vindicate myself. Summoning all my strength, I shouted towards the outside of the water prison, my voice echoing within the cramped confines, carrying my hope with it. After what felt like an eternity, the sweet-faced woman approached, pinching her nose. She questioned my intentions with evident impatience. I implored her to inform Mr. Bai that I possessed evidence to exonerate myself from any connection to Lan Xian. begging for him to meet with me. The woman scoffed, turning away as if my words held no weight. Yet, I refused to relent, continuing to call out, my voice growing hoarse, each cry feeling as though it were tearing in my throat. I could hardly bear to remain in this water prison for another moment. The wounds on my body, soaked in filthy water, throbbed with increasing pain. My mind fixated on a singular thought. I must find a way out. Even if it meant facing death, I could not perish in such a wretched place. The evidence from that night was sufficient to clear my name alongside Lan Xian. All I needed was for Mr. Bai to believe me, and I would be free. If he did not, I would concoct another tale. Time passed, and eventually, the woman returned, standing above me, looking down with palpable disdain. Seeing her felt like glimpsing a glimmer of hope in the darkness. I strained my voice, pleading, please, let me see Mr. Bai. I can prove that nothing transpired between Lan Xian and me, and I have a secret to share with him. Surprisingly, she responded, you are quite persistent. Speak your mind. Mr. Bai would never come to such a place. I gathered my thoughts and recounted the events of that night in detail. I had been drugged, my body weighed down, yet my sense of smell remained intact, and I distinctly recalled the scent of alcohol on Lan Xian that night. The following day, her inexplicable confession of feelings left me suspicious. I kept my guard up. In the subsequent days, I subtly invited Lan Xian to share drinks. But one day, she declined, asserting that she never drank. At the time, I assumed she was merely making excuses to avoid my company. Yet now, that very statement became the sole evidence that the person I encountered was not Lan Xian. Upon hearing my words, the woman pursed her lips and regarded me with a look of disbelief. The story has concluded, yet what is the secret you mentioned? This secret I wish to convey directly to Mr. Bai, for it bears great significance. After all this discourse, the primary objective was to clarify my relationship with Lan Xian. As for the secret, I'm uncertain if it truly qualifies as one. It is merely something I stumbled upon inadvertently. I have contemplated a possibility. Even if I were to prove my innocence regarding Lan Xian, Mr. Bai may still not permit my departure, for my life holds little value to him. However, if I possess a secret that he might find intriguing, it could grant me the opportunity to escape. Chapter 61, A Conspiracy President Bai would never personally visit such a place. If he sought knowledge, he would undoubtedly ensure my release from the water dungeon. Given the circumstances, I resolved to take a gamble, for if I remained trapped, my wounds would hardly endure for long. In this dim, fetid water prison, I would rot and decay, emitting a foul stench. It would be preferable to have perished in the wooden box, where at least I had a clean refuge. I would convey my message, though whether President Bai would believe it remained uncertain. The following day, I lay in the dungeon, barely clinging to life, my consciousness becoming increasingly muddled. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and the woman returned. The good news was that I could be liberated from the dungeon, contingent upon my agreement to assist her in a certain task. I nodded in acquiescence. At this juncture, survival was paramount. The woman scoffed, "You agree so readily. Don't regret it later." A few individuals pulled me from the water, and I realized my body had begun to swell. The wounds that once bled had ceased, yet the flesh around them had opened, revealing pallid, decaying tissue. My entire body felt cold and numb, and I exuded a repugnant odor resembling a living corpse. I was dragged outside, where a man doused me with cold water. Having soaked for too long, my body had stiffened, and I felt no chill from the water, only a tingling sensation. It was only when the cold water splashed my face that I began to regain my senses. The cell door creaked open. After they had cleansed me, I was pulled out, and there stood President Bai. With great effort, I raised my head. He sat regally in a chair, looking down upon me. Beside him knelt a woman, a familiar face, Lan Xian. She no longer possessed her former radiance. Her hair was disheveled, and despair clouded her eyes. It turned out that, following a thorough investigation by President Bai's subordinates, my words had been corroborated. Upon discovering the truth, President Bai was furious. He had never anticipated that his wholehearted devotion to Lan Xian, providing her with resources and an unprecedented affection, would result in such treachery. The woman who brought Lan Xian was one of President Bai's subordinates. They appeared to be acquainted, as Lan Xian referred to her as Ami. However, Ami seemed to harbor a disdain for Lan Xian. The hostility in Ami's gaze was likely why she was willing to relay my message. President Bai stood in the grand hall, the air around him seemingly frozen. Ami regarded Lan Xian on the ground, her voice icy. Lan Xuan. President Bai treasures you as a gem, yet to escape his grasp, you resort to such despicable tactics. Trembling, Lan Xian sought to defend herself, but found no words. In that moment, she had lost everything. Once, her wealth, status, and power had been as ephemeral as bubbles. Like me, she had been cast into this dark water dungeon. Tears brimmed in her eyes, perhaps reflecting regret. What was so unsatisfactory about being with President Bai that she should suffer the consequences of her own actions? Lan Xian was thrown into the water dungeon. Once she had been the dominant force and I, her pawn. Now, we had both become prisoners of fate. The cruelty of destiny was unrelenting. I gazed at her coldly, my heart a tumult of emotions. Mr. Bai gestured towards Lan Xian, and at once Ami understood, delivering a swift kick that sent Lan Xian sprawling. She was subsequently dragged into the water prison by two individuals. Struggling to prop herself up, Lan Xian endeavored to keep the water from engulfing her body, while the foul odor seemed to chastise her. I watched the scene unfold, uncertain of how I would respond. Suddenly, Mr. Bai spoke, "You should join her. In the face of life and death, what dignity, what friendship holds any significance?" At that moment, I found myself groveling before Mr. Bai like a dog, screaming in desperation to assert my innocence and that of Lan Xian, even alluding to the secret we shared. Yet, Mr. Bai paid me no heed. I had barely emerged for a moment when I was shoved back in. Immersed once more in the murky water, I felt my consciousness sharpen amidst the discomfort, caught between the desire to live and the urge to succumb to despair. I looked at Lan Xian. She met my gaze, her lips trembling as she whispered, "Gao Xing, I'm so sorry." In that dark, damp prison, her voice echoed like a ghostly whisper from the abyss. She began to recount her nightmarish experiences. "Gao Xing, do you know? My childhood was a catastrophe. My father, Shungu, was a pervert. He was drawn to men, and that twisted inclination darkened his soul." Lan Xian's eyes were vacant, lost in a profound reverie. He transformed his disdain for my mother into violence. I watched helplessly as he hurt her time and again. Her body trembled slightly, sending ripples through the filthy water as she spoke. The house was filled with screams and cries daily. My mother's pleas evoked no compassion, only intensified his cruelty. Until one day Lan Xian choked on her words. "He killed my mother with his own hands, right before my eyes." From that moment, I vowed to escape that life, to seize control of my destiny, no matter the cost. Even if Huang Tianzi did not act, I would have done so myself. But I'm grateful to you all for liberating me from my father's grasp. I suppose saving you in the garden was not in vain. I was unsure why she chose to confide in me. I simply listened, a flicker of sympathy stirring within me. Just then, Ami's cold voice rang out from outside the prison. "Gao Xing, you've heard Lan Xian's tale, but bears no relevance to you. Now you have a choice. If you dispose of Lan Xian, we will let you go. You can leave this hellish place and start anew." I had been submerged in the filth for an entire day and night. Every inch of my skin felt as though it were ablaze. A wave of weakness washed over me, and I sensed my life ebbing away. I lifted my heavy eyelids to meet Lan Xian's gaze, which was filled with terror and pleading. "Gao Xing, no, don't listen to them. We can find a way to escape together." Lan Xian trembled as she spoke. "Just like when you were buried in sand in the garden, I saved you. Do you remember?" A bitter smile crept across my lips as I addressed Lan Xian. "Do you believe there remains a possibility for our escape? You have saved me, and I cannot forget that. Yet now, you have led me to this dire state and expect me to confront this alongside you." "Confront what? Death?" Lan Xian broke into tears, confessing I realized my mistakes. "However, we must not turn against one another. This is precisely what Bai longs to witness." I found myself ensnared in a dilemma. My body grew increasingly feeble, and amidst this struggle between life and morality, I felt as though I were being torn asunder. In that moment, Lan Xian's hands were shackled to the wall, and I contemplated how effortlessly I could enter life. Chapter 62. the will to live in this dungeon reeking of death. Every second of hesitation felt like the relentless urging of the Grim Reaper in my ear. Since I had cast Lan Xian into this forsaken place, it was evident that she had resolutely abandoned her, a complete and irrevocable forsaking. I gazed at Lan Xian, whose eyes brimmed with terror and pleading. The once proud demeanor utterly vanished. Yet in this moment, a singular thought consumed me. One must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. I could not allow a flicker of lingering sympathy for her to jeopardize my own chance of survival. I slowly approached Lan Xian, feeling the water's resistance, as if it were attempting to thwart my cruel decision, but I pressed on. Lan Xian desperately recoiled, her voice echoing in the confined space, tinged with despair. Gao Xing, please don't do this. Reaching her, I grasped her frail shoulders. She attempted to struggle, yet the torment she had endured rendered her powerless. I could feel her body tremble, a manifestation of her fear of death. Lan Xian, this is what you owe me, I gritted through clenched teeth, then forcefully plunged her into the water. Her hair splayed out in the murky liquid, resembling dark water weeds. She flailed her arms in a frantic attempt to grasp something, her nails scratching my arms, drawing blood, but I did not relent. Water surged into her mouth and nose, bubbles escaping her lips, signaling the extinguishing of her life. Her eyes were wide with disbelief, as if she could not fathom that I would inflict such harm upon her. As her struggles diminished, my heart quaked violently. Yet I admonished myself to remain resolute. This was my solitary means of survival. At last, Lan Xian ceased to move, her body slowly sinking in the water, akin to a flower severed at its roots. I released her, watching as she gradually disappeared beneath the murky surface. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the weighty sound of my own breathing. It was my first encounter with death at such proximity, my first confrontation with this version of myself. At that moment, I was drenched, unable to discern whether it was the foul water or my own perspiration. I sat despondently in the water, my heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. There was a sense of liberation, for I had seized a chance to survive. Yet it was overshadowed by guilt and fear. I had personally extinguished the life of someone once familiar, transforming into a murderer. The stench in the dungeon seemed to intensify. I emerged from the water prison, each step laden with the anticipation of newfound life, albeit at the cost of another's existence. Filth dripped from my body, the foul odor now a grotesque emblem of my victory. Fear mingled with an unsettling sense of joy. I could finally escape this nightmarish realm, return to my homeland, to that familiar and warm embrace. Elatedly, I believed I was on the brink of departure. If only there had been a mirror, I would have seen the madness in my smile at that moment. I can leave now, can't I? Take me to the airport. I wish to depart from Dubai. I eagerly implored Bai's subordinate. However, the cold smirk on his face was akin to a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited within me. Ami crouched beside me, pinching his nose as he remarked, "You're overthinking it. We merely suggested you leave the water prison." My eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend my own ears. "Are you deceiving me? I killed Lan Xian, and you promised me." I howled in impotent rage, venting the fury that boiled within me. Ami shrugged indifferently. "You've merely transitioned from one prison to another. Your life remains firmly in our grasp." I felt my world collapse once more, despair engulfing me like a relentless tide. For this slender thread of hope, I had committed unforgivable sins, only to be met with deeper treachery. Bai's words struck me like a cold dagger, piercing through my heart. "You've taken a life. Even if you could return, prison awaits you. Do you believe you can escape?" I recognized the truth in her statement. I had killed Lan Xian, and regardless of my motivations, it was an irredeemable crime. My already tumultuous thoughts now resembled a tangled mess. Ami quietly inquired about the fate of the person involved. My heart sank, fearing yet another twist of fate that would send me to some unknown place. At that moment, a thought emerged in my mind, one that would ultimately alter the course of my life. Bai, you are aware that I have escaped from the facility and possess considerable knowledge about its inner workings. I can work for you. I yearn to seize control of my destiny, or at the very least, to attempt it. Boss Shui's facility is in need of personnel. Allow me to join. Bai smiled, her expression laced with sarcasm. The Ninewell facility has no need for you. However, I hear you are skilled in computer programming. I nodded fervently. Yes, Bai, I am well versed in that. I have studied it. In truth, I was not particularly familiar with these matters. The work I had done domestically bore no relation to programming. My understanding of computers had been largely imparted by Huang Tianxi within the facility. Very well. Keep your little secrets buried deep within. Otherwise, you will face legal repercussions domestically and outside. There will be no escape. Rest assured, Bai, as long as you spare my life, I only wish to live. At that moment, my mindset began to shift. Bai provided a few brief instructions before departing. Leaving Ami to manage the affairs of the water prison, my fate, as well as that of the individual from the prison, I was arranged for treatment, and the sight of my wounds was harrowing. The 2 gashes on my leg resembled gaping maws, the surrounding skin darkened and bruised from the tainted water, repugnant to behold. Deep within the wounds, what had once been tender flesh was now decayed, with pus seeping out, emitting a foul stench. Bai's private physician seemed unfazed by the sight. He moved my legs, and in an instant, excruciating pain surged through my body like an electric current, as though countless steel needles were stirring within the wounds. The swollen skin rolled outward, its edges uneven, while the injury on my waist was equally severe. A large expanse of dark scar tissue starkly contrasting with the surrounding healthy skin. The private physician of Mr. Bai produced 2 vials of a transparent liquid and combined them, administering the mixture to my wound. Instantly, a searing pain engulfed my leg, compelling me to grit my teeth in agony. Certain areas of my skin had succumbed to necrosis, forming hardened scabs, which were marred by fine fissures, reminiscent of a parched earth desperately pleading for relief. A mere touch elicited a sharp pain that resonated from the depths of my very marrow. I was administered an injection, after which I succumbed to unconsciousness and drifted into slumber. Although the treatment provided by Mr. Bai's appointed physician halted the further deterioration of my injury, it left behind a harrowing legacy of consequences. Chapter 63. The Sun City. In recent days, I have diligently adhered to my medication and injections, and the small wounds on my body have begun to heal gradually. One day, as I stood before the mirror, upon shedding my garments and gazing at my reflection, I was confronted with the visage of a monster. The scars crisscrossed my skin, both new and old, forming a tapestry across my entire body. Some scars twisted and curled like the roots of a tree, seemingly encroaching upon the surrounding flesh. My once smooth skin now resembled the pockmarked surface of the moon, battered by meteorite impacts. A particularly large scar on my chest, dark red in hue and irregular in shape, resembled a pool of dried blood, standing out starkly under the light. The surrounding skin, taut and devoid of its former elasticity due to the scar's pull, added to the grotesque tableau. My back was similarly marred, with scars resembling chains that bound me tightly to a dark past. For a time, I developed an aversion to water. Each time I bathed, as the water flowed over these scars, an unsettling sensation would send shivers down my spine, as if the dirty waters were once again submerging me, rekindling the terror of my watery prison. These hideous scars were not merely physical afflictions. They served as constant reminders of the dark and wicked world I had become ensnared in. Although my wounds had nearly healed, the remnants of pain lingered, manifesting each time I moved my body. I accompanied Mr. Bai to a secluded villa, the stronghold for his Sun City project. The villa was not heavily guarded, with only 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Mr. Bai led me to the basement, where the dim lighting and oppressive atmosphere enveloped us. This was our lair, the very nucleus of our nefarious operations. Here, we need not worry about accommodations, as dedicated personnel managed everything. In one corner, several computers flickered with cold light, tended to by 2 bespectacled men whose indifferent gazes acknowledged Mr. Bai's entrance with a slight nod. Mr. Bai stood between us, his voice low, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. This is the inception of our Sun City. You 3 shall be its backbone. He gestured towards the equipment, stating, Gao Xing, this marks the genesis of our Sun City. Do not underestimate it. It shall become our new printing press. As I surveyed, the rudimentary apparatus. It was difficult to fathom how it could be linked to the vast world of online gambling. They operated under the most euphonious names while engaging in the most nefarious deeds. Sun City, the headquarters of Joy, concealed an exceedingly sinister underbelly. Mr. Bai began to delineate his vision for the future, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if he could already see a multitude of riches beckoning him. We shall craft Sun City into a legend within the digital realm, attracting players from across the globe. He pointed at the computer screen, which displayed a rudimentary schematic of the platform's architecture. Our platform must be more discreet and alluring. Gao Xing, continue refining the code to ensure there are no vulnerabilities, rendering it impossible for those who seek to investigate us to find any leads. I nodded silently, fully aware that this signified a deeper descent into a path of iniquity. You too, I glanced at the two men. One was tasked with expanding our payment channels, ensuring they were more diverse and secure, preventing any disruption in the flow of funds. The other was responsible for optimizing the gaming experience on the platform, enhancing everything from visuals to gameplay, compelling players to willingly part with their money. The two men responded affirmatively. On this obscure path of crime, the platform we were crafting, the Sun City website, began to take shape. I commenced programming and designing the framework for Sun City. However, I was merely a novice in this realm, fortunate that the other two were not overly concerned with my progress. I secretly studied while assembling the code. Each line of code and every interface design felt akin to me constructing a wall of sin with my own hands. In my vision, Sun City would feature an exquisite interface and glamorous game icons, creating the illusion of an ordinary online gaming platform. Sun City comprised various segments. Initially, I focused on games, fishing games, card games, seemingly innocuous pastimes, yet the odds and algorithms behind them were manipulated to draw players deeper into the trap. To establish this platform, I toiled day and night. While coding, I devised intricate algorithms to control game outcomes. Those seemingly random wins were, in fact, entirely under our control. In the lottery segment, I ensured that the actual probability of winning was set exceedingly low, with players' investments flowing like water into our coffers. When designing the payment system, I further ensured the obscurity of the financial streams. We utilized multiple overseas accounts for fund circulation, making it arduous for law enforcement to trace. Concurrently, the platform implemented an automated mechanism to entice players to recharge. Once players lost a certain amount, the system would present various promotional offers and recharge rewards, ensnaring them with false hope to continue their investments. To enhance the platform's allure, I incorporated social features. Players could communicate within the platform, oblivious to the fact that many among them were our accomplices who deliberately flaunted their victories in chat to incite others to participate. Promotion of this platform also occurred clandestinely. We dispatched advertisements through illicit online channels to those predisposed to gambling. We exploited fake gaming forums and social groups, masquerading as ordinary players recommending Sun City. I spent countless nights before the computer, my eyes bloodshot, while my mind raced incessantly. Each morning, I was awakened at a fixed hour, and like a program machine, I descended into the basement to commence another day of labor. Forbidden to venture outside, my activities were confined to the vicinity of the villa. Fortunately, the provisions were satisfactory, with fresh fruits and milk delivered daily, ostensibly to facilitate our productivity. After all, the gaming segment of Sun City had yielded considerable returns for Bai. Yet, he was not content with the status quo. A month later, two newcomers arrived at the villa. There exists an individual named Chong, entrusted with the artistry of the platform's design. He meticulously crafts illusory gaming interfaces, transforming them into breathtaking spectacles, where vibrant hues and exquisite patterns weave together like an intricate net, poised to ensnare the avaricious prey. Under his skilled hands, the game icons attain an irresistible allure, adorned with glimmering coins and charming pet figures, serving as the sugary coating to camouflage the Sun City. Meanwhile, Old Liu, responsible for the platform's promotion, was once a maestro of online marketing, though he has since strayed from the righteous path. He spends his days devising ways to disseminate Sun City's advertisements through various illicit channels, employing subtle keywords to elude digital oversight scattering information across every nook and cranny. Chapter 64. The insatiable heart. The three of us remained as we were before. One was responsible for the platform's security measures, ensuring our servers were shielded from police and other external threats. We established intricate firewalls and encryption systems. Another handled player data management, treating players' information as leverage, analyzing their behavioral patterns to better entice them into making deposits. My responsibility lay in the core code and overall architecture of the platform, where every logic and functional module passed through my hands. The technical challenges, akin to relentless obstacles, surged forth. Yet I had no choice but to delve into the vast ocean of online knowledge, learning and applying new concepts on the fly. The cold glow of the computer screen became the most familiar hue during that month. Now, we were 5 individuals collaboratively crafting this malignant entity known as Sun City. Establishing a new online gambling platform was no small feat. Attracting players posed a significant challenge. Online gambling and gaming platforms differ greatly. Many wary individuals wouldn't even glance at us. Chairman Bai leveraged his connections from the drug trade to promote Sun City through illicit channels. Gradually, some were drawn in, perhaps seeking thrills or lured by the illusion of exorbitant returns. Chairman Bai began to scale up operations, recruiting more customer service personnel to address player inquiries, though their primary task was to coax players into further deposits. We established Sun City's servers in foreign jurisdictions with murky legal frameworks to evade police scrutiny. Chairman Bai utilized his methods, bribing local officials to ensure our platform could operate with relative stability. During that period, I grappled with inner turmoil. The death of Lan Xian had already stained my hand with blood, and now Sun City was incessantly destroying countless lives. Yet, retreat was not an option. I understood his methods, and betrayal would lead to a fate far worse than death. In this dark realm of the internet, Sun City resembled a colossal whirlpool, relentlessly consuming those in pursuit of excitement and wealth. I found myself gradually assimilated into this vortex, my conscience eroding bit by bit, transforming into an accomplice on Chairman Bai's criminal path. As the number of players increased, the malevolence of this platform became apparent. Gambling serves as a cavern that magnifies human greed infinitely. Much like purchasing scratch-off tickets, if one ticket fails, there is a belief that the next must surely succeed. If, on occasion, a $10 purchase yields a $100 return, some individuals would happily accept their winnings and return home, while others would continue buying, anticipating even greater rewards. The next time they encounter scratch-off tickets, they recall the joy of winning and find themselves unable to resist the urge to buy again. This serves merely as a metaphor. Spending a few dozen or $100 on scratch-offs may not have significant consequences. However, online gambling is an entirely different matter. I must reiterate, one should never engage in online gambling. It is an abyss without a bottom. The adage that 1 in 10 gambles wins is a truth validated by the tears and blood of countless individuals. The remaining one, who appears to be clever, is merely fortunate. They withdrew at the first taste of modest gains. Yet such individuals are exceedingly rare. In this realm rife with temptation, the vast majority are blinded by avarice. Human greed knows no bounds. Upon entering this industry, I witnessed hearts that can never be satiated. They resemble an unfathomable black hole, devouring all reason and restraint. When a player wins 100 on our platform, an insatiable desire for 1,000 ignites within them. The fleeting thrill brought by that meager 100 swiftly transforms into a ravenous hunger for greater wealth. They begin to raise their stakes, dreaming of overnight riches, utterly oblivious to the immense risks lurking behind. Those who have previously won 10,000 become even more deranged. In their eyes, 10,000 ceases to be a fortune. It becomes merely a stepping stone toward 100,000 or even 1,000,000. Their gaze is alight with fervor as they continuously invest more money. Clicking the mouse time and again, each click akin to a reckless gamble with fate. Little do they realize that they have already become the prey upon our chopping block, vulnerable to exploitation. Throughout this process, I have glimpsed the most grotesque facets of human nature. Families can be forsaken, morals trampled, all in pursuit of that illusory vast fortune. Some players, in their desperation to raise gambling funds, resort to deceiving friends and family, fabricating various lies. The bonds of kinship and friendship, once cherished, become worthless in the face of monetary temptation. And when they find themselves utterly destitute, instead of awakening to reality, they plunge deeper into despair and madness, seeking to recover their losses through further gambling, only to descend further into the abyss. Our Sun City serves as a mirror, reflecting the greed and desires lurking deep within these individuals. Mr. Bai and we, his accomplices, exploit this frailty of human nature. Over time, my own thoughts have become somewhat distorted. Are we truly in the wrong? Are those players not at fault? Is it not their insatiable greed that leads to such a fate? I have witnessed a young office worker who initially approached our Sun City platform with a casual mindset, merely seeking to try his hand at simple roulette games in his leisure time. When he won 100 for the first time, he was filled with surprise and exhilaration. From that moment onward, he fell into a relentless craving for greater wealth. 200, 300. He began logging into the platform with increasing frequency, raising his bets. His once orderly routine was disrupted, and he became inattentive at work, his mind consumed by the virtual coins and prizes of the game. To fund his gambling, he started to overspend on his credit card, borrowed money from colleagues, and even embezzled company funds. Within a mere month, he transformed from a stable young professional into a debt-ridden gambler, abandoning both family and career. Then there was a small business owner managing a modest shop. He initially enjoyed a decent income and a harmonious family life. After winning 10,000 on our platform, he perceived gambling as an easy path to wealth. He ceased to diligently run his shop and instead devoted his days to the computer screen. When he lost all his winnings, he did not stop. Rather, he intensified his efforts. He sold the merchandise in his store and mortgaged his property, all in a desperate bid to recoup his losses in gambling. His wife pleaded with anguish, while their children looked on with fear and confusion, but he was utterly impervious to their cries. Ultimately, he lost not only all his possessions but also accrued a staggering debt, resulting in the disintegration of his family. Each individual who arrived in the City of Sun experienced a transformation in their gaze, from initial exhilaration to madness, and then to despair. This basement resembled a hatchery of sin, yet I found myself ensnared within, compelled to follow the torrent of darkness, becoming an inextricable link in this chain of vice. Chapter 65. The consequences of disobedience. My daily existence revolves around the intricate workings of the Sun City. I meticulously monitor the server status, ensuring that the gambling games operate seamlessly, extracting wealth from the players. I rectify code vulnerabilities to evade detection by law enforcement or other righteous entities. I analyze player data to further refine strategies that entice players to continuously invest. Like a spider, I diligently weave and maintain the grand web known as Sun City, patiently awaiting the unsuspecting prey to ensnare themselves. In a remarkably brief period, Sun City has taken shape. Our tasks have become significantly less burdensome compared to before. During leisure hours, I find solace in the sunroom of the villa, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. Yet, after witnessing the darker facets of human nature, I have developed an aversion to socializing. Most of the time, I sit alone on the sofa, lost in thought. One day, Ami unexpectedly arrived at the villa while I was on the first floor. She pulled me into a corner, her eyes flickering with intensity as she lowered her voice to inquire about that secret. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. It had been quite some time since that matter was broached. Reflexively, I countered, "Does Mr. Bai wish to know?" Ami nodded in affirmation. I fell into contemplation, the visage of Lan Xian involuntarily surfacing in my mind. Lan Xian, the woman who had departed this world, abruptly transported my thoughts back to months prior. In truth, her secret pertained to that photograph. It hinted that Lan Xian might have harbored feelings for women. It was the image I had inadvertently glimpsed in the villa, where her gaze towards another woman radiated a tenderness and affection I had never witnessed in her eyes directed at men. In stark contrast, Lan Xian had never looked at me with love. The photograph depicted 3 women, yet her gaze towards one of them was distinctly different. Thus, she would never share a bed with a man, even for survival or personal gain, steadfast in her inner convictions. This parallels my own resolve. I would never sleep with a man. As for that intimate photograph, I cannot assert its certainty. It was merely a fleeting lifeline at that moment. However, it later became evident that my judgment was sound. Lan Xian was indeed drawn to women, while Shengge was inclined towards men. Perhaps Lan Xian gradually altered her mindset in the shadow of Shengge. Her disdain for him led to an aversion towards men. Ami, upon hearing this, displayed little reaction, merely waving her hand before departing, as if this were no secret at all. She summoned several individuals from the basement to the first floor, her expression grave, her gaze sharp as an eagle, suggesting that a significant event was unfolding. We four stood to the side, while only old Lu was brought forth, bound to a chair, his face a mask of terror, though he feigned composure. What does this signify? Ami approached old Lu slowly, the sound of her high heels echoing like a heartbeat, each step resonating within us. Old Lu, you possess quite the audacity, she remarked. What have I done? I haven't done anything, he stammered, his voice lacking conviction. To act under Mr. Bai's very nose is a perilous game you play. Old Lu had been discreet in his manipulations on the website, yet even the most covert actions cannot escape Mr. Bai's watchful eyes. He implanted a timed redirection program in the background, which would divert a portion of the traffic to a counterfeit gambling page at specific times. This deceptive page bore an uncanny resemblance to our online gambling site, yet all betting data would be funneled into a third-party account, secretly prepared by old Lu himself. He also manipulated certain algorithms related to winning probabilities, allowing players who should have incurred minimal losses to unwittingly win more, thereby luring more participants while simultaneously providing cover for his little scheme. He believed that his every action would remain undetected, enabling him to amass wealth effortlessly. Old Lu trembled, his lips quivering as he attempted to defend himself, but a mere glance from Ami signaled the enforcer to silence him. With a brutal strike, several of old Lu's teeth were shattered, his mouth flooding with blood. Upon witnessing the droplets staining the ground, Ami shot an irritated glance at the enforcer. Why did you strike so harshly? This will dirty Mr. Bai's villa. The enforcer bowed slightly in apology. Take him away, and you all better reflect on this. If such occurrences happen again. Ami's words trailed off, yet the impending consequences were clear to all. As old Lu was dragged away, my palms were already drenched in sweat. I had also tampered with the website, though I had yet to be discovered. Ami's earlier remarks resonated within me, urging me to be more cautious and ensuring my plans remain concealed. Mr. Bai's subordinates, with expressions devoid of emotion, brought forth the liquid nitrogen pump, its cold metallic surface gleaming ominously under the dim lights. They roughly seized old Lu's hands, forcibly thrusting them into the pump. A chilling scream erupted from old Lu, reverberating through the cramped basement, sending shivers down the spine. The frigid temperatures of the liquid nitrogen swiftly took effect, and in mere moments, old Lu's hands became rigid, his skin taking on an eerie, grayish hue, as if it no longer belonged to his body. No, please, old Lu pleaded with the last remnants of his strength, but his voice was but a whisper before these demons. An enforcer brandished an iron rod, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He grasped old Lu's wrist, methodically placing each frozen finger on the edge of the table. With every strike, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of old Lu's fingers breaking, much like the shattering of icicles. We four were invited to sit on nearby stools, undoubtedly chosen by Ami for the optimal view. We could witness every agonizing moment, and at that instant, fear consumed me. 10 fingers were shattered, as crisp as the snapping of a wooden stick. The connection between heart and hand was severed, causing old Lu's body to convulse violently, his screams rendered hoarse, tears, snot, and sweat mingling on his bloodied face. Ami sat beside us, his gaze as frigid as a winter lake. A single act of betrayal leads to 100 retributions. This was the fate of those who betrayed Mr. Bai. In that moment, Ami's voice echoed sharply in my ears. Lao Lu's gaze was filled with a profound fear of death and a deep remorse for his actions, yet it was all far too late. As the final finger was severed, his hands became a ghastly sight. He collapsed onto the ground, his consciousness beginning to fade. However, the torment did not cease. Ami had left 2 individuals to clean the room. Lao Lu's severed fingers were unceremoniously disposed of like refuse. The others then dragged him to the courtyard in front of the villa. Within the confines of the villa, we were left to listen to Lao Lu's harrowing cries, one after another, until, after several minutes, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. I remain oblivious to the nature of their treatment towards him. After that day, Lao Lu vanished from existence forever. Chapter 66. Placing a large bet, the demise of Lao Lu weighed heavily upon my heart, akin to a colossal stone, rendering it difficult for me to breathe. Ever since he was tortured to death due to his misconduct on the online gambling platform, I have treaded each day with trepidation. The basement lacks surveillance, and our superior is oblivious to the intricacies of the website. Thus, the management of the site rests entirely in the hands of the 5 of us. The fact that Lao Lu's secrets could be unearthed indicates that one among us has betrayed the trust. Who could this informant be? And does he know my secrets? As I sat before the computer, attending to matters related to the website, my hands involuntarily trembled slightly, and my gaze would instinctively dart around, scrutinizing the remaining 3 individuals. I feared that my secrets might be revealed and that I could be apprehended at any moment. The more I succumbed to such fears, the more I needed to remain undetected. I must appear calm and composed. I reminded myself that if I were to be discovered, my fate would mirror that of Lao Lu's. But for now, my secrets remained secure. Yet, the specter of Lao Lu's death haunted me like a nightmare. Those nights were particularly agonizing. Lying in bed, my eyes fixated on the dark ceiling, images of Lao Lu's tragic end flooded my mind, and I dreaded the thought of meeting a similar fate. The day after dreaming of Lao Lu, I found myself seated at the computer, hesitant as I sought an opportunity to eradicate any evidence of my tampering with the website. The atmosphere in the studio felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the 4 of us. Occasionally, the cacophony would dissipate into nothingness, and the oppressive ambience loomed over us like a dense cloud. It was Ah Chong who first shattered the silence, sharing his reason for being here. The 2 individuals who had arrived before me exchanged glances and began recounting their tales. One of them spoke slowly. I was once a vagrant on the streets, nearly starving to death, when Bai discovered me. He provided me with food and brought me here. Before this, I never imagined I could live such a life. The other nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I am the same. When I was being pursued by enemies and had nowhere to turn, it was Bai who took me in. Here we have food and shelter, and no longer do we have to live in fear." Their eyes shimmered with gratitude towards Bai, as if he were their savior. We possess no other skills. Serving Bai is our way of repaying his kindness. Moreover, life here is indeed quite pleasant. Their words seemed to serve as a reminder for me. Do not seek trouble. Do not end up like Lao Lu. I listened quietly, my heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, I could only nod in agreement. I was unable to persuade them, as if we inhabited 2 entirely different worlds. They were blinded by the comfort of their current situation, while I continued to struggle, yearning to escape. My arrival here was a deception, entirely unlike their circumstances. I had intended to serve Bai with the hope of one day overthrowing him, though I knew such ambitions were fraught with difficulty, bordering on impossibility. I altered my strategy, abandoning thoughts of erasing traces. Instead, I began to deeply encrypt the data embedded within the website. Seizing the opportunity when they were not paying attention, my fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. A multi-round encryption algorithm has been initiated, resembling intricate labyrinthine gates, each round enveloping the data in deeper mists. Subsequently, I employed a technique based on the principle of zero-knowledge proofs, intertwining the data with a plethora of false information, akin to hiding precious gems among countless similar pebbles. On the surface, this data appears indistinguishable from the operational data of a typical website, yet in reality, my secrets lie concealed within this intricate web of logic and numerical oceans. This is a protracted and perilous game. However, a flame ignites within me, as I yearn for the day I can escape from this place. By that time, the encrypted data in my possession will serve as a formidable weapon to dismantle this gambling website, becoming the crucial evidence to bring Bai to justice. Days later, a staggering order of 5 million appeared on the website, akin to a colossal stone cast into a placid lake, stirring tumultuous waves throughout the studio. This was an unprecedented transaction of immense magnitude in months. Upon the news spreading, Ami arrived to congratulate us on behalf of Bai. The attendants bustled about, the dining table laden with exquisite delicacies and mountains of expensive wines and spirits, seemingly underscoring the significance of this transaction. More astonishingly, Ami had also brought several women. Their makeup flawless, figures graceful, yet their gazes exuded an ineffable allure. They flitted around us, attempting to embellish the celebration with seductive smiles and sweet words. Cigars and fine wines, with beautiful women at our side. Those two colleagues, fervently loyal to Bai, had succumbed to the intoxicating spectacle, laughing heartily and flirting with the women, reveling in this unexpected bounty. This is Bai's reward for you. A 5 million order is no small feat. Ami proclaimed, her words grandiose. Yet none seemed to heed them. A smile played on Ami's lips, for it was perhaps better this way. A small windfall had rendered them oblivious. I feigned composure, forcing a strained smile as I navigated through it all. It was imperative to remain affable. The villa seemed to host a sumptuous feast. The table overflowed with culinary delights. The crimson shells of lobsters shimmered enticingly under the lights, while the king crabs boasted rich roe and succulent meat. I savored caviar for the first time, its briny richness bursting forth with each bite. Achong, in a more exaggerated display, held his companion on his lap, allowing her to feed him morsels. Observing the scene before me, I grew increasingly aware of why they were so devoted to Bai. He resembled a master manipulator, astutely aware of human frailties, effortlessly winning hearts with unparalleled luxury and indulgence. People easily become entranced by material wealth, forgetting morality and conscience. They had long since succumbed, their eyes reflecting only an insatiable desire for life as pleasures. After the meal, Achong hastily whisked away the woman beside him, his face alight with satisfaction and anticipation, as if on the brink of paradise. The other two also took their chosen companions into the rooms. I gazed at their retreating figures, and in such an environment, I found myself compelled to go with the flow to avoid raising suspicion. I selected a woman of striking beauty, her eyes seemingly harboring the cosmos, exquisite yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon entering the room, she began to seductively entice me, each of her movements imbued with allure. As she gently removed my clothing, her initial shock upon seeing the dark scars on my skin was palpable. However, her professionalism allowed her to swiftly adapt. She caressed the scars tenderly, planting soft kisses upon them. It was gentle, it was warm. I too, as a man, fulfilled the role expected of me. Chapter 67. Recruitment. Back to the park on the following day. The villa that had been in disarray was meticulously tidied up. A few individuals lounged on the leather sofa, as Achong uncorked a bottle of red wine, savoring a sip while reminiscing about the events of the previous night. The young woman from last night was quite captivating. One could only hope that Mr. Bai would send over more such companions in the future. Achong smacked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greedy desire. Beside him, an eye-face scoffed, "Don't get your hopes up. This was merely a celebration of a significant deal. Such good fortune cannot be expected daily." Achong flicked the ash from his cigarette, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Nonetheless, that 5 million is indeed a fortuitous omen. We need more big fish like this to come our way." 5 million? That's nothing. Our platform is surging ahead. Deals like this will surely become more frequent. And I, Faye replied confidently, reclining on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, lighting a cigarette. I sat quietly beside them, my mind swirling with complex thoughts. The indulgence of the previous night had temporarily allowed me to escape the dark mire I found myself in, but now, in the sober light of day, I was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. "Gao Xing, why are you so silent? Was the girl last night not to your taste?" Achong leaned closer, nudging me with his arm. I forced a smile. "No, she was quite lovely." Gao Xing, you're quite the reserved one." That girl appeared delicate. "Yet I didn't realize you favored such types," Achong teased. "You were the most eager among us last night." He raised an eyebrow at me. "Let me set an example for the three of you. By the way, we need to devise strategies to expand our business. We cannot merely wait. The previously quiet fatty suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming with avarice. We must make more people aware of our platform. We can't let the wealth of the affluent go unclaimed. Expansion? How do we expand? The situation is tense. Being too audacious could lead to trouble. I furrowed my brow, a sense of unease creeping into my heart. Although I was aware of my deepening descent into criminality, a remnant of conscience occasionally surfaced. Chong, you're simply too timid. Why were you not so hesitant when seeking out women last night? Besides, under Mr. Bai's protection, what could possibly go wrong? Fatty patted Chong on the shoulder. Mr. Bai assured us he has connections that can resolve many issues. Just because someone has connections doesn't mean we should let our guard down. I've heard that Interpol is cracking down hard on online gambling. Even parks in Dubai have been raided, Chong countered. Dubai was merely foolish. We are different. Our technological prowess is unparalleled. It would be a rarity for the police to track us down, Fatty replied confidently, swirling his glass of red wine. Let us not be overly optimistic. We cannot rely solely on luck. I maintain my stance. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. Fei exchanged glances with Chong, who cautiously approached the door. Upon opening it, he found Amy standing there. Sister-me, back again. What delightful treasures have you brought this time? Amy shot him a glance, pushing past him to usher in the person behind her. Chong then noticed a man accompanying Amy, his bravado quickly fading as he refrained from further jesting. Ami ushered him into the villa, standing before us. Upon glancing at him, I realized it was Shue Jiotsai. His arrival subtly transformed the atmosphere within the villa. The jovial banter among the guests swiftly gave way to a more serious demeanor. Clad in a sharply tailored suit with polished shoes, Shue Jiotsai's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning. As he stepped through the door, a broad smile graced his face as he directed his gaze towards me. Gao Xing, it has been a long time, he exclaimed with hearty laughter, approaching me and extending his hand. I rose to clasp his hand. Brother Kai, what brings you here? Aren't you under Chun Guangshan's command anymore? I didn't anticipate you would be involved in this. I heard from Bai that a significant deal emerged recently, and it seems you are faring better than expected here. As Shue Jiotsai spoke, his eyes roamed over the opulent decor of the villa. I chuckled softly, Brother Shue. It's not about ease or hardship. We are all merely striving to make a living. How is your situation in the park? He inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Alas, my time with the park has been brief, and the processes are chaotic, fraught with complications. Particularly in terms of the online aspect, it is utterly disarrayed. I heard you possess considerable knowledge about online platforms. Hence, I sought to borrow someone from Bai to enlist your help in sorting out our online platform issues. Brother Kai, addressing online fraud is no simple task. The domestic police are currently enforcing stringent measures in this regard. A moment of inattention could lead to dire consequences. Precisely why we need a professional like you. Shue Jiotsai patted my shoulder. You have experience in this realm, and with your assistance, we can undoubtedly restore order to the park. Furthermore, Gao Xing, rest assured that should you manage this successfully, the rewards will be substantial. Brother Kai, it's not that I am unwilling to assist, but you are aware that our platform is currently in a crucial phase of development. And Bai may not permit me to leave, I ventured cautiously. You need not worry about that. Bai has already consented. It ultimately depends on your decision. Shue Jiotsai replied with a smile, his eyes conveying a hint of insistence. I feigned hesitation for a moment. Very well, Brother Kai. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall undertake this journey. However, I am not well acquainted with the current network facilities and personnel at the park, so you must enlighten me. Observing that our conversation had commenced, Ami directed the other three to the basement to attend to their tasks. Shue Jiotsai pulled me down to sit and began to elaborate in detail. The park's network equipment existed, yet it was antiquated and inefficient. Furthermore, there was nearly no network security, having faced 3 minor incidents within 2 months, one of which nearly attracted the attention of the Dubai police. As for personnel, those engaged in technical work were largely inexperienced, lacking genuine expertise. That simply won't do. The crux of online fraud lies in the concealment and security of the network. First, we must update the equipment and then establish a comprehensive network security system to prevent tracking. Additionally, the operators need retraining to ensure they understand how to mitigate risks. I stated earnestly. Shui Jiutsai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, it is your professional demeanor that I find most appealing. Moreover, Gaoxing, our park's network requires an upgrade. We cannot persist with antiquated methods, as contemporary individuals are quite discerning. Indeed, I have contemplated this as well. We could develop a financial management system online, employing individuals on social networking platforms to masquerade as affluent and glamorous personas, thereby approaching our targets. The more I spoke, the more engrossed I became, seemingly oblivious to the criminal nature of our activities. Gaoxing, you truly are a talent. This time, when you head to the park, let us execute a grand scheme. Once we accumulate our wealth, you shall receive your share. Shui Jiutsai excitedly rubbed his hands together. Chapter 68. Memories of the park. As we walked, I urged, let us not reminisce here. After an engaging conversation with Shui Jiutsai, he was eager to lead me back to the park. I maintained a facade of calmness. Yet my heart raced within my chest, as if yearning to break free from its confines. This was a rare opportunity, perhaps the only chance to bring these individuals to justice. Brother Shui, please wait for me at the entrance. I need to retrieve some items, documentation from my previous work on the online platform that may prove useful for what lies ahead. I endeavored to keep my voice steady. All right, make haste, Shui Jiutsai replied, without a hint of suspicion. I turned and hastened towards the villa's basement, my palms slick with perspiration. The three of them were also in the basement. Upon noticing my arrival, Aqiang stepped forward to engage me. Gaoxing, do you know that Brother Kai? He inquired. I nodded. How did you come to know him? He seems quite significant. Time was of the essence, and I had no luxury to indulge in such inquiries. Aqiang, mistaking my silence for disdain, withdrew, feeling slighted. I swiftly powered on the computer. The few seconds it took to boot felt interminable, as if a century had passed. Each faint sound of the system starting echoed like a warning bell in my ears. I remained vigilant, observing the movements of the three individuals, anxious that they might approach unexpectedly. With trembling fingers, I inserted the USB drive, hastily searching through the encrypted files for the vital evidence. The clicks of the mouse resonated distinctly in my ears, and I felt like a thief in the dark, risking being consumed by shadows at any moment. Finally, the files began to copy, the progress bar creeping forward. With each increment, my heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and my heart leapt into my throat. I held my breath, my gaze fixed on the doorway, ready to eject the USB drive at the slightest sign of intrusion. Fortunately, the footsteps receded. At last, the progress bar reached its conclusion, and I exhaled with relief. I swiftly removed the USB drive, tearing off a strip of tape from the table to secure it to the drive before tucking it into the inner pocket of my clothing. Before departing, I meticulously checked the computer to ensure no trace of the copied files remained. I exited the basement, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Shui Jiutsai waited at the entrance, visibly impatient. What took so long? I had quite a bit of material to sort through, and I also grabbed a few articles of clothing, I replied nonchalantly. On our way, Shui Jiutsai engaged me in casual conversation about the park, while I merely offered perfunctory responses. My mind occupied with the USB drive in my pocket and the plans that lay ahead. Upon entering the park, the familiar yet oppressive atmosphere enveloped me. The security guard at the entrance bore a fierce countenance, wielding an electric baton, scrutinizing each individual who entered or exited as if assessing prey. The buildings within the park, scarred from the previous bombing, appeared dilapidated yet exuded an air of stern authority. I witnessed a throng of individuals being herded into a vast chamber, their eyes brimming with terror and confusion. They were indeed the unfortunate souls referred to as pigs by Shui Jiutsai. These deceived individuals were clad in tattered garments, some with traces of dried tears upon their faces, being shoved forward, and any sign of resistance was met with violent blows. A nearby enforcer cursed loudly, admonishing, "Behave yourselves. Once you're here, don't expect to leave easily." My heart clenched tightly. Those words resonated with a haunting familiarity, and an overwhelming sense of empathy washed over me, leaving me heartbroken for their plight. One of Shue Jiutsai's subordinates whispered a few words in his ear, and he gestured for another to escort me to the work building, promising to follow shortly. The work building within the compound presented a scene both frantic and nefarious. A number of individuals busied themselves at rudimentary computers, adhering to scripted dialogues as they ensnared innocent victims online. The walls were plastered with so-called performance charts, and each incremental rise in the figures signified yet another individual ensnared in their deceitful web. The operators, with vacant stares, mechanically repeated their fraudulent acts, long since numbed to the moral implications of their actions. In a shadowy corner of the compound, I beheld several individuals confined within iron cages, resembling transgressors subjected to punishment. My vision momentarily blurred, and I was transported back to memories of Huang Tianxi, who once shared this fate with me. A weight pressed upon my chest, heavy and suffocating. I recalled the mutual support we provided each other amidst our suffering. Each fragment of memory felt like thorns, piercing my heart. I rubbed my eyes, for the sight before me was one of anguish. Their bodies bore scars, and their eyes were filled with a desperate yearning for freedom, mingled with despair over their current plight. The guard around them paid no heed to their pleas, even mocking them with cruel laughter. Everything here was far more brutal than I had remembered. As I beheld the tormented figure, memories surged within me like a relentless tide. He was bound to a chair, his face marred by blood, his clothing in tatters. A few of Shue Jiutsai's henchmen loomed nearby, one brutish man brandishing a whip, spewing curses. Not meeting your quotas and still breathing? If I don't show you what this place is about today, you'll never understand. I felt as if my throat had been constricted and images of my own arrival at the compound flooded my mind. In those days, I had been just as terrified, just as helpless, subjected to brutal methods that nearly extinguished my hope. I took a deep breath, aware that intervening could spell trouble for me. Yet I could not stand idly by and witness such cruelty. I yearned to save the person I once was. Summoning my courage, I stepped forward, striving to sound composed. Gentlemen, please pause for a moment. This brother has only recently arrived. Let us give him a chance. Perhaps he could contribute in the future. The henchman turned to face me, the brutish man furrowing his brow as he glared. Who are you? Dare to meddle in our affairs? I managed a faint smile. I am Gao Xing. Brother Shue Jiutsai has tasked me with assisting in the organization of this network. Upon my arrival, I cannot bear to see this brother treated in such a manner. Everyone is dedicated to the work of the park. As a newcomer, one may not be well acquainted with the business. Therefore, let us extend another chance. At that moment, a subordinate snickered derisively. Gao Xing? Never heard of him. In this park, performance is paramount. Failure to meet standards leads to punishment, and that is an unalterable rule. I gazed at them, a flicker of resolve illuminating my eyes. I understand this is the established order, yet the park is in dire need of manpower. Inflicting harm upon him or eradicating him would yield no benefit for us. Just then, the bound individual slowly lifted his head, his gaze filled with a mixture of gratitude and despair directed at me. That look pierced my heart like a dagger. I realized that if I faltered now, he might never find a path to survival again. Chapter 69. The website. The few subordinates glanced at me, then at the person beside me, who they seemed to know. The burly man threw the whip onto the ground and scoffed. Humph. This time, I'll let him go for your sake. But if it happens again, I'll have a rough time. I quickly nodded. Thank you, gentlemen. I assure you, I will expedite the improvement of our network. Everyone as performance will surely benefit. Once they departed, I followed the subordinates of Shue Jiutsai to the server room. On the way, I contemplated hiding the USB drive within the server room, which was filled with numerous complicated wires and devices, providing a natural camouflage. Moreover, only a handful of technicians typically entered or exited this area. If I concealed the USB in an inconspicuous corner or within a computer case, it would likely go unnoticed. Upon entering the server room, I began inspecting the stability of the network lines. The massive servers hummed incessantly, and as I checked the network signals, I endeavored to appear as natural as possible. I wandered around the room, feigning machine inspections while seeking an appropriate hiding spot. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, and my anxiety grew. Suddenly, a thought struck me, While this place seemed secure, should any disturbance arise, these devices would undoubtedly be swiftly relocated, rendering the evidence I had painstakingly gathered as good as non-existent. No, I needed to find another location. After surveying the room twice and confirming that the network lines were intact, Shwe Jotsai's subordinate instructed me to wait in his office. With a figurative ticking time bomb in my possession, I felt restless until I resolved the situation. I needed to concoct an excuse to dispose of a USB drive, and I had already devised an excellent plan. When Shwe Jotsai's subordinate proposed to escort me to the office, I feigned a desire to take a stroll. It seemed as if his subordinate was afraid I might escape, as he refused to let me wander freely, dutifully trailing behind me. His demeanor resembled that of a watchful guard, albeit his speech remained courteous, much like their boss. However, nature calls. I knew that while he was wary of my potential flight, he wouldn't prevent me from using the restroom. Shwe Jotsai's office had a private bathroom, but who would dare use it? He led me to a public latrine within the compound. A stark white wall enclosed 5 separate stalls. Choosing one at random, I entered, not for its intended purpose, but the stench was overwhelming. The moment I stepped inside, I felt a suffocating sensation. I barely managed to suppress the urge to retch and quickly moved to another stall. Shwe Jotsai's subordinate waited at a distance, standing by the entrance. The second stall was similar to the first, so I decided to make do. If you have ever seen a rural pit toilet, you would understand the nature of this facility. The sides were made of stone bricks, with a sunken dirt pit in the center serving as the toilet. I surveyed my surroundings. I certainly couldn't discard the USB drive into the pit, nor could I realistically chip out a piece of brick from the wall. That left only the ground of the latrine, which was not particularly hard. I grabbed a nearby twig as a makeshift tool and began to dig. As I loosened the dirt with the twig, I used my hands to excavate further. In order to evade suspicion, I hastily excavated the soil, paying no heed to the mess I was creating. Within mere minutes, a deep pit was fashioned. I tucked the USB drive into the pit and covered it with soil, delicately scattering a handful of fine earth atop to blend with the surface, ensuring it would go unnoticed. Once everything was in place, I tossed a branch into the cesspit and brushed the dirt from my hands. Yet, I was still too dirty, with mud lodged beneath my nails. Fortunately, before entering, Shwe Jotsai's subordinate had provided me with several sheets of paper. I used them to clean my hands and dig out the dirt from under my nails. After a thorough inspection, I ensured no traces remained and strode out confidently. My timing was impeccable, arousing no suspicion from Shwe Jotsai's men. He escorted me back to the office building within the compound, lingering a moment longer on the ground floor. I presumed he was waiting for Shwe Jotsai, only to realize later that he was concerned about the unpleasant odor emanating from me, fearing it would tarnish his boss's office. I later learned that Shwe Jotsai had a severe aversion to dirt. To say the least, Shwe Jotsai's office was exquisitely decorated, exuding an air of grandeur. It featured a separate tea room, complete with an array of tea utensils. The walls were adorned with the characters for mountains and flowing water, accompanied by several yellowed paintings. On the yellow rosewood table before me rested a bottle of aromatic essential oil. His office resembled that of a corporate president, revealing an unexpected level of sophistication from Shwe Jotsai. Before long, Shwe Jotsai arrived, having changed into a sharp suit, his shoes polished to a reflective shine, as if he had just concluded a business negotiation. He strode over confidently and took a seat opposite me. Upon noticing the emptiness of the table before me, a frown crossed his face as he reprimanded his subordinates. What is the meaning of this? Is this how you treat a guest I invited? His subordinates quickly sprang into action, preparing tea and refreshments, indicating something significant was afoot. Brother Kai, you summoned me for something substantial, didn't you? I inquired. He chuckled. Astute as always. We are planning something big this time. You know how the Southeast Asia market is evolving. The competition is fierce, and we must seize the initiative. President Shwe, is there a particular direction for the new market? I asked. The rapid development of the internet presents opportunities, yet regulatory gaps remain, making it our prime target. You must devise strategies that cater to their preferences. Brother Kai, how am I to know what people desire these days? Having been in Dubai for nearly a year, I have had little exposure to external environments. I wasn't trying to evade responsibility. I was simply stating the truth. Xue Jiuzai appeared displeased, his fingers drumming incessantly on the table. Gao Xing, what kind of memory do you possess? Have you already forgotten what we discussed? My mind had been preoccupied with the USB drive, and I nearly lost track of our conversation. Packaging the persona is essential. People are not gullible. Extracting money from them is no easy feat, therefore. We must offer them a taste of sweetness, a glimpse of benefit. During a time when the internet was burgeoning, the allure of power attracted many. Following a series of directives from Xue Jiuzai, I began to craft seemingly legitimate websites, which were, in reality, fraught with traps. The dating website boasts an exquisite interface, featuring the images of various successful individuals on its homepage, fabricating the illustrious resumes of accomplished professionals, each possessing prestigious academic backgrounds and extensive investment experience. With radiant smiles, they seem to whisper the secrets of wealth to the visitors, oblivious to the true nature of those who stand before them. The chat functionality is, of course, entrusted to these pawns. Once individuals place their trust in them, the next phase commences, ushering them into a meticulously crafted realm. Every segment, from the introduction of investment projects to the display of returns, is designed with precision. Each word and every image is intended to evoke the insatiable desire for wealth nestled deep within the human psyche. To render these personas more lifelike, I have diligently gathered a wealth of information from the internet, ensuring they appear fleshed out and credible. Chapter 70. Online Personas. The website boasts real-time updates on investment returns. However, these figures are mere fabrications designed to instill a false sense of confidence in the victims, leading them to believe that their funds are rapidly appreciating. Concurrently, the investment platform employs a dedicated customer service system, employing professional rhetoric to assuage investors' doubts. Tailored investment projects cater to various target demographics, ranging from short-term high-yield schemes to long-term stable return plans, leaving no stone unturned. Each website resembles a gaping maw, eagerly awaiting the unsuspecting to fall into its trap. I adeptly crafted programs, and the illusory interfaces along with enticing dialogues gradually took shape under my guidance. Every button and link was meticulously designed as a trap to ensnare the unwary. In the realm of social networking applications, I established a complex backend system capable of precisely tracking user browsing behaviors, pushing tailored content according to their preferences. To lend authenticity to this ruse, I also employed technological means to fabricate a plethora of user feedback and success stories of romantic encounters, convincing each individual entering this platform that they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. After several days of intense preparation, everything was set in place for the trial run. Xue Jiuzai divided the novices into two groups, one following the previous methods and the other implementing new strategies. Half of the company's computers were equipped with the software I designed. I monitored the back end, observing data pour in like a tidal wave. In the initial hours, traffic steadily increased and user registrations rose gradually. Yet, this was still insufficient. It was not until an account named Return to the Stage piqued my interest that I took notice. The owner of this account evidently displayed a keen interest in the carefully cultivated image of a wealthy and beautiful woman on the platform. After exchanging a few messages, he eagerly added her as a friend. He engaged frequently with our fabricated affluent persona, while behind the screen sat a novice clad in slippers with a stubbled face. It is often said that men understand men best, and indeed, this proved true. From tentative inquiries to complete trust, he fell prey to the carefully crafted sweet nothings. Gradually ensnared within our web, he began to inject funds into the platform under the guise of investment, with money flowing into our pockets like a steady stream. Within 3 days, the total accumulated to over 3 million, a sum that could represent a lifetime savings for an ordinary person, effortlessly swindled away by us. 3 million in 3 days marked the largest single transaction the park had seen in months, leaving the novice tasked with receiving him, De absolutely elated. With this transaction, De stood to gain a commission of at least 3,000 to 5,000. Upon hearing this news, Xue Jiuzai's excitement was palpable, his face flushed with joy. He laughed heartily as he approached me, wrapping his robust arm around my shoulder with a grip that was almost painful. Gao Xing, you are truly a genius. Look at this, it is your masterpiece. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony akin to firecrackers igniting. As those typically fearsome enforcers had their cold expressions replaced by an eagerness tinged with sycophancy, they gathered around, their eyes glinting with a greedy light, a manifestation of their dual craving for wealth and violence, now sated. Among them was a thug with a scarred face. Indeed, the very enforcer who had punished the newcomers at the entrance that day. He grinned, revealing a jagged row of yellow teeth, and bellowed, "Xingu is truly remarkable. Blind to the mountain before him. We shall soon amass great fortunes." I laughed along with the crowd, but my laughter was directed inward. The sound echoed throughout the compound, and the surrounding thugs and lackeys joined in the raucous cheer. Others chimed in, their shouts and whistles intertwining like a cacophony of demons dancing. The compound was suffused with a warped sense of joy. They saw only money, oblivious to the lives we had shattered. I was pulled along by Xue Jiucai as he paraded my accomplishments before the others. Meanwhile, the coerced participants in our online scams, those hapless souls, were toiling away in our deception, their eyes vacant. A middle-aged man clenched his fists, veins bulging, yet under the watchful eyes of the thugs, he could only silently release his grip, bow his head, and continue to be forced into this malevolent enterprise. They peered through the cracks of dim workspaces, filled with resentment, yet utterly powerless. Of course, some were elated, like Dashi, and a few in his group, who no longer had a fret about this month's performance. A few even seemed more motivated. Dashi, beaming with joy, returned to his computer to seek out the next target. The others crowded around him, eager to glean his secrets. In that moment, Dashi became a figure of notoriety, and I, too, was complicit in this unfolding chaos. Dashi's exuberance stemmed from the absurdity of the compound's reward system. In the old compound, the meager monthly income of 1,000 or 2,000, though scant, had offered a glimmer of hope, a flicker to sustain one's resolve. Here, however, that faint light of hope was mercilessly extinguished. Everyone worked tirelessly, yet the rewards were pitifully inadequate. Were it not for the free meals at the cafeteria, even basic sustenance would be a challenge. No rewards were given for earnings below 100,000. A reward of 300 for 500,000, and 1,000 for 1,000,000, and so forth. For that meager incentive, each individual spun like a whipped top, compelled to whirl frantically without a moment's respite. The punishment loomed overhead like a Damoclean sword, more terrifying than ever. Should one falter or fail to meet their obligations, they would be met with inhumane torment. The thugs seemed to revel in the act of tormenting others. Their methods varied and ingenious, each capable of inflicting unbearable agony. There was once a participant who, out of compassion, had scammed a client less than he could have. He was beaten mercilessly, left battered, and unable to rise from his bed for days, his anguished cries echoing throughout the compound. At that moment, it was not just the exploitative reward system that weighed heavily upon the participants. There lingered another sorrow that made their plight even more unbearable. In that year, Dubai introduced a new taxation policy, causing a surge in the prices of cigarettes and carbonated beverages, rendering the already exorbitant costs of living in the enclave even more unattainable. For those trapped in this gilded cage, it undoubtedly pushed them further towards despair. The meager sums extorted from the victims each month, which once allowed for the occasional purchase of a refreshing drink, now remain an unthinkable luxury. Those small comforts that once offered a semblance of solace have transformed into distant aspirations. In this predatory enclave, the concept of human rights is non-existent. Individuals are merely exploited and oppressed instruments. And it is only within the confines of this enclave that one can truly grasp the meaning of life being as insignificant as straw. Chapter 71. The Big Stone. That day, the park held a celebratory banquet. The leaders occupied one table, while the Big Stone and his associates, the piglets, gathered at another. Xue Jiucai and I sat together, our laughter intertwining with the clinking of wine glasses. Among Xue Jiucai's subordinates was Fady, a portly man with a face full of flesh. He raised his glass and exclaimed, "We did splendidly this time. This deal will allow us to revel for a while. The nearby leaders echoed his sentiments. Having indulged a bit too much, Fady grabbed a bottle of liquor and sauntered toward the exit. At another table, the Big Stone and several piglets were enjoying their meal when they noticed Fady cheerfully departing with a bottle, prompting them to rise and toast him. You deal makers, make sure to work hard. The rewards will not be lacking for you. Yes, 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 we will certainly give our all. Fady settled at the piglet table, bonding with a few comrades over drinks and conversation. Shwedjotsai noticed my engrossed demeanor and snapped his fingers, pulling my thoughts back. Come, let us drink. I joined him for a toast, during which he shared a few tidbits about Fady. Originally named Lin Hai, Fady had once been a slender man, ascending from the ranks of the piglets to his current position. With improved living conditions, he had become indulgent, transforming into a hefty figure, earning him the nickname Fady. He held great confidence in the piglets, particularly in those who exhibited exceptional talent, as he often took a special interest in them, perhaps a means of scouting talent for the park. That night, I consumed over a dozen bottles of liquor. Abstaining was not an option with Shwedjotsai's men persistently toasting me. The gathering only dispersed close to dawn, and I was carried back to my room, my mind swirling. Upon returning, I could not help but vomit. The room lacked a private restroom, and the trash bin filled quickly after 2 heaves. When I ventured to the communal toilet, I found the Big Stone already squatting inside. How did I know it was him? As I approached the door, the first stall emitted a cacophony of sounds, accompanied by the unmistakable grunts of the Big Stone. I attempted to call out to him. He replied weakly, Shinga, are you also having stomach troubles? No, just a pressing need to relieve myself. What about you? Eating so well yet suffering? The Big Stone sighed and released another sound. It's simply that I overindulged. My belly cannot contain all this richness. By the way, Shinga, do you have any spare toilet paper? I do. Holding my nose, I passed him the unused paper. Just as I turned to leave, he called out, Shinga, wait for me. I'll be done shortly. All right, I'll wait. My head throbbed, and sleep eluded me, so lingering outside in the fresh air seemed a pleasant diversion. I waited not far from the toilet, and soon he emerged, grinning broadly as he approached. After wiping his hands, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Shingo, would you like one? I waved my hand, as smoking would only worsen my headache. We sat on a worn tire, surrounded by dim lights in the stillness of the night. It suddenly reminded me of that evening when I had stealthily escaped from the park. The tranquility was achingly familiar. It seems that a few vehicles will soon arrive, and dozens of individuals will descend to take me back. Is there truly no oversight for such a late hour? Dashi lit a cigarette and took a drag. Alas, there's no escaping. What concern is there? Even for natural calls, would one be monitored? Dashi recounted everything he knew, noting that the security of the compound resembled an impenetrable iron net. Towering walls, reaching 4 to 5 meters high, stood on either side of the compound, their surfaces as smooth as glass, offering no footholds for climbing. Dense barbed wire crowned the walls. It would be arduous enough to scale a few meters, let alone with the added peril of electric fencing, which would sear one's fingers upon contact. On the sides devoid of high walls, a guard post was stationed at regular intervals. The security personnel there were equipped with advanced binoculars and powerful floodlights, vigilantly scanning every corner of the compound day and night. They resembled a flock of eagles, sharp-eyed and capable of detecting even the slightest hint of suspicious activity at the earliest opportunity. The main gate of the compound was particularly formidable, a thick iron barrier nearly half a meter in thickness. Dashi became increasingly animated as he spoke. I understood his fervor. Upon my arrival that day, the sight of that gate instilled a sense of dread, akin to the entrance of hell, suggesting that once inside, escape would be impossible. Beside the gate, there existed a fingerprint recognition and iris scanning device, permitting entry solely to those with authorization. A squad of armed guards, clad in black bulletproof vests and helmets, stood vigilant, conducting rigorous inspections of all entrance and exits, even for high-ranking individuals like Shwedjotsai, who were subjected to cumbersome verification processes. Within the compound, surveillance cameras were omnipresent. The dormitory alone boasted 10 cameras, continuously monitoring the movements of the inmates around the clock. Their resolution was extraordinarily high, capable of capturing expressions and actions even in darkness. Moreover, these surveillance feeds were monitored in real time by dedicated personnel, should any anomalies be detected. Alarms would blare throughout the compound. I was taken aback. When had the compound acquired such extensive surveillance? Could we even be seen while using the restroom? Dashi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Shingo, what a jest! Who would watch you in such a manner? I managed an awkward smile, feeling a wave of relief. Shuejiuzai had indeed invested considerable effort into the new compound. The patrol team was also an essential component of the security apparatus. They conducted rounds within the compound every half hour, accompanied by fierce police dogs. These dogs, having undergone specialized training, possessed an astonishing sense of smell, enabling them to track any scent. The patrol members, armed with handguns and stun batons, walked with a steady and powerful gait, exuding an aura of solemnity wherever they tread. The compound also featured a complex electronic alarm system. Should anyone trigger an alarm, all exits would automatically seal, lights would shift to an alarming red, and an ear-splitting alarm would ensue. With such stringent security measures in place, who could possibly escape? You seem well acquainted with the compound, Dashi remarked, extinguishing his cigarette but on the ground. A lesson learned in blood. Brother Xing, upon your arrival, you may be unaware that last month, someone attempted to flee. The moment the alarm sounded, within 5 minutes, the individual was apprehended. As he spoke, Dashi gazed up at the sky, his voice quivering slightly. My friend, who came here with me, has passed away. I rose and patted his shoulder. He did not appear as joyful as he seemed today. Each soul trapped here struggles in despair, confronting an increasingly harsh environment, yet finding no glimmer of hope for escape. Those deceived into this plight can only witness the gradual erosion of their lives within these oppressive confines, their human rights ruthlessly trampled, as if ensnared in a dark abyss, with no prospect of emerging into the light. Chapter 72. Collusion in the shadows. Those who cannot escape resign themselves to their fate. The words of Big Stone linger in my mind. How desperate must one feel to lose all desire to flee? Big Stone now only wishes to earn a modest living, seeking to improve his existence within the confines of the compound. For individuals like him, every moment spent in the Dubai compound is precarious. Survival hinges upon demonstrating their worth to the establishment, allowing them to ascend step by step. Later, when I encountered Big Stone again, he had indeed risen to become a leading figure in the compound. During that period, Shuejiuzai introduced me to a wealth of knowledge. I learned that the compounds in Southeast Asia are merely imitating the model established here in Dubai. From regulations to oversight, everything is strikingly similar. Yet, why do we predominantly hear of victims escaping from Southeast Asia? The answer is straightforward. The control exerted in the Dubai compounds is far more stringent. Here, there is no opportunity, however slight, to call for help. All communication devices within the compound are heavily regulated. Only designated personnel in specific areas may use them, and even then, usage is closely monitored. Every corner feels ensnared in an invisible web, leaving no room for escape. The individuals trapped here are akin to flies encased in glass, utterly devoid of any means of liberation. Reflecting on my own escape, I realized it was sheer luck. At that time, the compound's mechanisms were not as refined as they are now, presenting minor vulnerabilities that afforded me the chance to flee. In Southeast Asia, while the model is similar, local complexities, the interplay of various forces, and relatively weak management may allow some victims the opportunity to leave behind cries for help or to escape amidst the chaos. However, this does not imply that victims there are significantly more fortunate than those in Dubai. Those who manage to escape constitute only a minuscule fraction, while countless others continue to endure relentless torment within the compounds. I often ponder that had it not been for that stroke of fortune, I might have perished within those confines, or still be laboring for those demons. My experience stands as a solitary beacon of darkness, while the hopes of those still trapped in the compounds seem ever more elusive. They confront daily the harsh realities of exploitation and severe control, with no recourse available. The outside world remains largely oblivious, mistakenly believing that Southeast Asia is the epicenter of such calamities. unaware that the compounds in Dubai represent an even more insurmountable inferno of human suffering. This misperception allows the atrocities within the Dubai compounds to be shrouded in profound darkness. I caution everyone to refrain from believing in the so-called high-paying jobs abroad. Do not place your trust in those you have just met. The array of fraudulent schemes is boundless. On the 9th day within the compound, a significant event unfolded. The piercing wail of police sirens erupted without warning from outside, their sharp tones piercing the stifling air within the compound like arrows. In an instant, chaos erupted, akin to a disturbed beehive. Several Arab men clad in police uniforms shattered the stillness, their presence causing ripples of unrest throughout the compound. The imprisoned piglets stirred restlessly, whispering to one another in their cramped workspace, their eyes reflecting an ardent yearning for freedom. The cacophony of wailing sirens rekindled a flicker of hope within them. In the central square of the compound, a young couple was bound to a pillar, enduring punishment. They were already on the brink of death, their gazes filled with despair. However, when several Arab men in uniforms appeared, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in their eyes, akin to the last flicker of a candle in the darkness. In this moment of life and death, the instinct to survive compelled them to rush towards the uniformed figures as if they were their last lifeline. The boy staggered forward, exerting every ounce of strength to reach the officers, his wounds reopening from the exertion, blood staining the ground in shocking trails. He cried out desperately for help. Yet, an air of suffocating dread enveloped the scene. The Arab men displayed no semblance of compassion. Instead, a cruel smile curled upon their lips. One of them effortlessly seized the approaching boy, akin to an eagle capturing a defenseless chick. They conversed in their local dialect, incomprehensible to the boy, who could only struggle in vain, continuing to call for help. He hoped for their salvation, but was met only with indifferent gazes and brutal treatment. An Arab officer kicked the boy to the ground, following up with several blows to his face. Meanwhile, a girl, who had been crawling behind, was kicked down by another Arab man, her forehead striking the ground, blood flowing freely. The two of them stared in disbelief, their eyes wide, as hope was extinguished in an instant, replaced by a deeper despair and incredulity. Shwejiu Tsai, arriving late, navigated through the crowd to greet the Arab officers, accompanied by a translator. Upon seeing Shwe, the officers interacted with him as if they were old acquaintances, sharing laughter. One Arab pointed to the boy lying on the ground and said a few words. The translator conveyed the message to Shwe, who then gestured subtly to his subordinates, leading to the boy's removal, leaving his fate uncertain. Shwe Jyotsai walked alongside the Arab officers towards the office building, revealing that these men were complicit with the compound. Someone remarked on this truth, shattering any remaining hopes for those who had dared to resist or flee. This cruel reality struck like a sharp blade, cutting deeply into the hearts of those who still harbored hope. In an instant, the compound fell into a profound silence, save for the young girl's sobs and the sounds of anguished moans lingering in the air. The piglets realized that here there was no justice, no redemption. All hope had been ruthlessly ground to dust. Those who had once fantasized about rescue now bowed their heads in despair, echoing the words of the stone, a lifetime of confinement. In that moment, I was reminded of the man I had encountered earlier in the slums. He once cautioned us that here, one must refrain from casually reporting to the authorities, for one can scarcely fathom what may await them. In this realm, those who thrive effortlessly possess connections that reach far and wide. They weave an immense web of relationships with money and interests, firmly grasping every facet of control. Take, for instance, Mr. Bai. His methods are evident to all. To him, rejuvenating an industrial park is as simple as changing one's attire. The so-called rules and regulations, under the onslaught of his financial prowess, are rendered utterly ineffectual. Chapter 73. New Year in a foreign land after the arrival of the Arab police, the park manager, Shwejiu Tsai, entered the office to discuss matters. The nature of their transaction remained a mystery. Following the departure of the Arab officers, Shwejiu Tsai returned to our area, humming a cheerful tune, his expression brimming with a sense of triumph, as if he had just won a lottery. One of Xue Jiucai's subordinates approached cautiously, inquiring, "Brother Xue, what was the police here for? You seem to be in a rather good mood." Xue Jiucai's lips curled into a sly smile. "Show, excellent. A significant deal is on the horizon. If we refine our techniques, the money will flow in abundantly." As he spoke, he walked toward me. "Gao Xing, I have an important task for you." I hesitated, instinctively sensing that this would not bode well. However, I found myself unable to refuse. I had been in the park for nearly half a month and felt it was time to return to Boss Bai. Before I came, Ami had advised me to stay for just a few days. Time had flown, and half a month had passed. Perhaps this was merely an excuse. Furrowing my brow, I replied, "Brother Kai, before I came, Ami told me I would only stay for about 10 days. Now that I have been here for almost half a month, it is time I return to Boss Bai." Xue Jiucai's previously jovial demeanor darkened instantly, and he fixed me with a discontented gaze. "Gao Xing, you are doing well here. Why the urgency? Both Ami and I serve Boss Bai. What difference does it make whether you are here or there? Compared to toiling in the villa's basement, where I was shielded from the brutal realities, this place offered a slight consolation. Yet, each day, I faced the plight of the unfortunate, feeling utterly powerless. I wished to escape, as if not witnessing it would prevent it from occurring. "Brother Xue, that is not my intention. I merely believe we had an agreement prior to my arrival, and I fear Sister Me might have objections. Additionally, I have been here for a considerable time." Xue Jiucai scoffed derisively. "That little girl dares to have objections? You should be at ease in the park. Soon, an important task will be entrusted to you." A pang of anxiety struck my heart, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed, yet I maintained a smile. Beside me, Show Exant ever the sycophant. Beau à mon visage. Just days ago, during a significant transaction, he had addressed me as Brother Xing, but now he feigned to counsel me before Xue Jiucai. "Gao Xing, this is where you are mistaken. Brother Xue assigning you a task is a mark of his esteem. Why would you refuse? I would not be outdone." "Hey, how are you speaking? I never said I was unwilling. Do not distort the truth. If it weren't for Sister Me's urging before I came, I wouldn't even wish to return. Following Brother Kai, I have nothing to worry about. I genuinely envy your ability to stay by his side. Since my arrival, every word uttered had been a betrayal of conscience. I had navigated my way to becoming a technician, step by step, merely to survive. Yet now it appeared that withdrawing from this life would not be so simple. Back in my small room, I collapsed onto the bed, my mind swirling with thoughts. How could I escape? When would I be able to present the evidence to the police? Could I truly place my trust in the Dubai police? In just a few days, it would be the Chinese New Year, and I could only spend it in this den of iniquity, far from the family reunion that should have been. The atmosphere of New Year's Eve seems to be sequestered beyond the towering walls of the compound. Here, there are no festive decorations, no joyous laughter, only the cold glow of computers and a throng of lifeless souls. Gazing at the sparse red adornments, symbolizing the new year within the compound, my heart feels as if it is gripped tightly by an invisible hand. For me, the celebration of the new year was once the most anticipated moment, where the family gathered around a steaming feast, watching the spring festival gala. Those warm images are now irretrievable. It is only in loss that one truly learns to cherish. This new year serves as a poignant eruption of my homesickness, my thoughts drifting back to my hometown. Nearly a year has passed since I was deceived into coming to Dubai, and each day and night has been a torment. How I wish for wings to soar over mountains and rivers, to return to my family, even if just to embrace them and reassure them of my existence. I can almost envision my parents' increasingly aged faces. They may still be inquiring about my whereabouts, asking everyone they encounter if they have news of me. My mother must often weep, while my father silently sighs in the night, his heart aching for my absence. Meanwhile, I remain trapped in this abyss of deception, unable to offer them even a semblance of comfort. Each year during the new year, the joy of setting off fireworks with friends has become a distant memory. The massive fireworks in the compound burst forth in the sky, illuminating the entire area, so bright yet obscuring any real light. Each firecracker's sound mocks me, ridiculing my naivety and that of everyone in the compound. I sit alone in a corner, pouring drink after drink into my sorrowful self. The small group of high achievers gathers around a makeshift table, consuming dumplings and glutinous rice balls. Their faces betray no trace of New Year's cheer. They mechanically shove food into their mouths, attempting to mask their inner turmoil with this false sense of satisfaction. Their success is built upon the suffering of countless others. From the leaders of the compound comes a cacophony of deafening music and raucous laughter, a grotesque distortion of revelry. Shwedjotsai's subordinates, red-faced and reeking of alcohol, gaze upon their surroundings with lust and abandon. They stagger towards the throng of vulnerable individuals. One particularly brutish man, with a face swollen from drink, resembles a raging bull. His eyes scan the crowd, sizing up his prey. His thick lips glisten with grease, curling into a lewd grin. As he lunges into the crowd, he suddenly seizes a frail woman's hair with his robust arm, yanking her violently, eliciting a piercing scream as she stumbles. "You, little wretch, come serve me tonight," he rasps crudely. The woman flails her feet in a frantic attempt to escape, desperately grasping for anything to free herself, but it is all in vain. Her hair is pulled tighter, blood seeping from her scalp. Her eyes, filled with despair, plead silently to those around her, yet no one dares to intervene. The cries and pleas for mercy are swallowed by the cacophony of this wretched revelry as the door slams shut. Beside him, Shoshin, unwilling to be outdone, darted through the crowd like a cunning fox, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a young girl. With a sudden pounce, his withered fingers, resembling iron hooks, grasped her chin, forcibly turning her face towards him. Her looks leave much to be desired, but tonight I shall indulge, he remarked, dragging the girl along with him. His strength was terrifying, as if he were possessed by some malevolent force. The girl's arm was nearly dislocated from his relentless grip. She struggled with all her might, her feet frantically scuffling against the ground, leaving a chaotic trail of footprints. Her nails scraped shallow grooves into the earth, as if desperately trying to seize the last vestige of hope amidst the despair. Yet, her feeble resistance was utterly futile against the demon that loomed before her. Chapter 74. The wretched woman. After the women were taken away, an oppressive silence enveloped the compound. The ordinary pigs remained huddled in corners or numbly sat by their bedsides, having grown accustomed to the terrifying atmosphere. A young man bit his lip until it bled, his fists clenched tightly as his body trembled slightly. One of the women recently taken, who usually nestled against him in the compound, glanced at him, yet he dared not show any sign of defiance, knowing that rebellion would only lead to more horrific consequences. Several female pigs clung to one another, tears brimming in their eyes, worried for their taken sister and fearful of their own uncertain fate. The faint sounds of their sobs resonated sharply in the stillness. Each individual awaited, in despair, the next calamity that could strike at any moment. Outside the compound, the raucous revelry continued unabated, with music and laughter intertwining in a cacophony that seemed intent on drowning all sin in a sea of debauchery. However, within one room, a piercing scream suddenly erupted, shattering the fragile harmony like a blade cutting through the night. A few rushed towards the sound, forcefully pushing open the door, and I followed, greeted by a scene of gruesome horror inside. The gaunt figure of Shoshin slumped on the sofa, hands clutching his groin, blood gushing through his fingers, pooling into a horrifying puddle on the sofa and floor. His complexion was as pale as parchment, eyes wide with terror, his face contorted in agony, beaded with sweat, lips quivering yet unable to form coherent words, only managing pitiful groans. His trousers hung half off, revealing a once-desired form now reduced to a bloody mess. "Take him to the private hospital," someone shouted. Several hurriedly lifted Shoshin and carried him outside. Meanwhile, the female pig he had just dragged in was now curled up on the table, trembling violently. Blood filled her mouth, dripping incessantly from the corners. It was a testament to the remnants of a power unleashed in desperation. She clasped her hands tightly around herself, as if this could shield her from the impending storm. Someone regained their composure and roared, vowing to dismember the woman. She looked at the crowd in terror, awaiting the arrival of death, knowing there was no escape left. In a frenzy, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward the window, but halfway there, she was intercepted. This group would not let her slip away easily. Death was too simple a fate. They dragged her down like a lifeless dog, and she struggled wildly, but to no avail. The ropes on her wrists and ankles left deep crimson imprints. "You wretched woman, blind to your fortune." The man binding her spat, striking her as he cursed. "Hey, don't hit her. It'll ruin the experience." Another interjected, feigning concern, yet his next words revealed his true nature. "Once my brothers are done with her, she'll be nothing but refuse. Wasting energy on her now is futile." Indeed, you are right. The wretched woman was dragged into another room and locked away. Watching this unfold, I felt as though an invisible hand had seized my heart with brutal force. My conscience could not bear it, truly could not endure such cruelty. All attention was diverted by the arriving ambulance. Some helped carry the stretcher, others trailed behind. Meanwhile, a few continued feasting and toasting shue jiu-tsai, indifferent to the suffering nearby. The captive woman, bound hand and foot, was deemed incapable of escape. Those aligned with Shoshin eagerly awaited their turn to torment her. The few minutes spent seeing Shoshin off to the ambulance presented my only opportunity. Concealing a blade in my sleeve, I moved toward the woman's room. My heart pounded like a war drum, each step laden with dread. Truthfully, I feared discovery, but more than that, I feared the fate awaiting her. Reaching the door, I confirmed no one was watching before slipping inside with haste. My face was half hidden behind my sleeve, only my eyes exposed. Though I meant to save her, I couldn't predict her reaction, whether she might betray me. Approaching swiftly, I met her terrified gaze, brimming with confusion and despair. "Hush!" Unable to look at her directly, I drew the knife from my coat and pressed it into her trembling hands. The cold steel glinted as her eyes hardened with resolve. Once done, I fled like a thief, shutting the door softly behind me. My back was drenched in cold sweat. Miraculously, no one noticed. By the time the others returned, I had retreated to my corner, drinking as if nothing had happened. Their shouts of shock soon followed. The woman's lifeless body lay on the floor, her pallid face stark against the pool of crimson spreading from her neck. Rather than horror, their curses revealed only frustration. A toy for their cruelty had been lost. I drank in silence, the liquor turning bitter with each sip, unable to drown my grief. In death, she had reclaimed her dignity, escaping their monstrous grasp. I had given her a choice, but only the means to end her suffering. Was this mercy or cruelty? That night, I dreamed of her. "Thank you," she whispered before lifting the blade. Its edge gleamed coldly in the dim light as she drew it across her throat without hesitation. Blood surged forth, cascading down her arms, pooling scarlet on the ground. No one questioned how she died. Perhaps they assumed she had broken free and taken her own life. In conclusion, Inarori escaped adire fate. However, the woman's body was not afforded the same fortune. I had presumed they would casually select a spot for burial, or perhaps employ some concoction to mummify her. To my horror, a more sinister reality unfolded before my eyes, revealing the depths of depravity that I had grossly underestimated. When I inadvertently stumbled upon the scene of their macabre handling of the corpse, a chill surged from my toes to the crown of my head, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though all the blood in my body had congealed. It was far too brutal. Such an image was beyond the realm of human imagination. Once again, my understanding of the pervasive evil here was profoundly reshaped. Chapter 75. The bone carver. That scene remains vividly etched in my mind. On that day, the woman's body was not attended to. Instead, it lay exposed in an open area of the park. A long table was set up there, upon which her pallid corpse rested. The day after New Year's, the park was shrouded in its usual chill. The heavy gates swung open, and a black van rolled in. Several individuals of varying complexions, dark-skinned, fair-skinned, and yellow-skinned, alighted from the vehicle. They were the bone carvers under the command of Mr. Bai. Shue Jiu-tsai remained in his office, delegating his subordinates to welcome the newcomers and escort them to a room on the eastern side of the park. Moments later, the group emerged, donned in new attire, each carrying a toolbox as they advanced towards the woman lying on the table. I set aside my tasks and gazed out the window, observing the unfolding drama below. At that moment, Shue Jiucai pulled down the blinds in his office. A few guards upstairs also leaned out to watch. One of the dark-skinned bone carvers grasped a sharp blade, its edge glinting ominously as it precisely pierced the joint. His gaze was intense, devoid of any compassion, and his movements were methodical, akin to a craftsman sculpting a masterpiece. With a forceful twist, a bone separated with a resounding crack, the shreds of flesh still quivering. His expression revealed no trace of pity, only a singular focus on the task at hand, as if he were not handling human remains, but rather the carcasses of poultry. Another bone carver stood expressionless above the woman's head, surveying the area as if searching for the optimal position. He tilted her head to the right and made a decisive cut, the sound reminiscent of bone and flesh parting echoing in the air. Dark blood began to seep across the table. In a short while, a complete skeleton gradually emerged, surrounded by heaps of bloodied remnants. Only then did the bone carvers halt their work, placing the skeleton into a prepared container, their eyes examining the structure as if admiring their latest creation. Their movements were deft and fluid, each action precise, reminiscent of artisans refining a priceless work of art. How grotesquely distorted this art form was. They transformed the corpse into a series of so-called masterpieces. Teeth were extracted one by one and placed into a transparent glass cup. Onlookers from above could not help but express their sentiments, remarking on the brutality of it all. Among the guards, a portly man adorned with a gold chain wiped the sweat from his brow. This fellow is ruthless. His methods are so cruel that who would dare to defy the rules in the future? A nearby individual frowned slightly. While that may be true, it is excessively gruesome. I can hardly bear to watch. The portly man cast him a disdainful glance. Humph. One cannot stand firm here without a cold heart. Best to avoid provoking these bone carvers. Their actions serve merely as a warning, a demonstration of the consequences for those who disregard the rules. Even in death, they ensure you meet a dismembered end. And these grotesque artifacts crafted from human bones find a repulsive market. Those collectors may remain oblivious to the gruesome tales that lie behind these exquisite artifacts. Or perhaps they simply do not care, driven solely by their perverse desire for possession. Once processed, these items fetch exorbitant prices, despite their lack of market demand. In the shadows, a nefarious industry chain has emerged, exploiting the depths of human depravity for profit. Just when I believed I had unearthed the most horrifying truth, a more astonishing revelation detonated in my mind like a bomb. By chance, I overheard a conversation between Mr. Bai and Shue Jiucai, and I discovered that behind all of this lurked an unexpectedly formidable player. This park was merely the tip of the iceberg, concealing a web of intricate forces, some of which even involved powerful figures on the international stage. They exploited the park's illicit transactions, not solely for monetary gain, but also for some unspeakable political agenda. This secret, due to Mr. Bai's arrogance, would gradually come to light. Initially, I was merely an ordinary technician in their scheme, later meticulously crafted into a pawn for a larger conspiracy. I was chosen to be their scapegoat. Once the truth came to light, all blame would be laid squarely at my feet. At that moment, however, I remained unaware. I felt ensnared in a vast spider's web, with each struggle only tightening my bonds. Downstairs, the bone collectors departed with fragments of a woman. A profound dread enveloped everyone. The piglets were more subdued than ever, and Shue Jiucai's subordinates were strangely silent. This scene was unprecedented for them as well. Everyone had a notion of who had summoned these bone collectors. It certainly wasn't Shue Jiucai, who was preoccupied with incense in his office. It must have been the overarching boss, Mr. Bai, outside the park. For Mr. Bai, such scenes were commonplace, as he clandestinely operated a human bone distribution business. Shue Jiucai emerged from his office and waved at us. Come on, let's get some fresh air. It's suffocating in here. I followed him and a few other guards, marking my first exit through the gates of the park, including myself. Shue Jiucai led a total of 7 individuals out. We followed him like mere shells of our former selves. I cannot speak for the others, but I felt devoid of thought, moving as if I were made of wood. Stepping out of the park was akin to escaping from hell. I inhaled deeply of the fresh air, attempting to dispel the horrifying images of bone extraction from my mind. One of the guards, his face ashen, muttered curses under his breath. What in the world is this? It's so bloody. Nearby, someone mustered the courage to ask, Brother Kai, did the boss summon these bone collectors? Shue nodded. Is this spectacle meant to intimidate the piglets or to strike at us? I heard that Shoshin was taken away by the boss's men while receiving treatment in the hospital. Shoshin had been in Mr. Bai's private hospital, and one would expect proper care among allies. Yet unexpectedly, the surgery was halted midway. Shortly thereafter, several individuals arrived and carried away both Shoshin and his bed frame. The loyal confidants who accompanied him to the hospital sought answers from the doctors and nurses, yet no one dared to respond. One of the confidants clung to Shoshin's bed, refusing to let it go, and was ultimately taken away by the group as well. Before departing, they left behind a single remark. How many heads do you have to concern yourself with Bai's affairs? Subsequently, a call was made to the office of the park. Bai reprimanded Shue harshly, asserting that the park was a place for Bai to profit, not a site for these individuals to flaunt their power. Generally, Bai preferred to remain uninvolved in the numerous instances of oppression, lacking the time to intervene. However, the previous day's events had escalated too significantly, and it was unclear who had informed Bai, leading to today's display of retribution as a warning to others. Chapter 76. The nightclub on that day. Shue seemed to have transformed into a different person, markedly distinct from his usual self. A few individuals engaged in animated discussions about this matter, while Shue remained silent, gazing intently in a particular direction. His most trusted subordinate, Bei Mao, discerned Shue's discontent and made a phone call. Minutes later, a black sedan appeared at the entrance of the park. The driver respectfully exited to greet them. Shue entered the vehicle, followed closely by Bei Mao, while the others were dismissed by Bei Mao to return. I trailed behind a few individuals towards the park when suddenly Shue called out to me. Gao Xing, get in the car. Taken aback for a moment, I complied and took a seat beside Bei Mao. I glanced at him, but he ignored me, fixated on the road ahead. I contemplated inquiring about our destination, yet I hesitated to speak further. The vehicle departed the park and entered the city, where scenes of opulence once again flooded my vision. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped the car, with the sound system persistently looping a singular tune. The lyrics eluded my understanding, neither in Chinese nor in English, but rather in the local dialect. Later, I learned from Bei Mao that this was Shue favorite song, its lyrics expressing a longing for freedom, to own a company of his own and stand proudly as a boss, no longer subjected to the whims of others. Yet, whenever this thought arose, the figure of Bai, the benefactor, would materialize in his mind. Once destitute and orphaned, Shue had drifted like a rootless reed in this harsh environment. It was Bai, like a beacon in the darkness, who offered him an opportunity. To Shue Bai was the lighthouse guiding him through the storm. Bai had introduced him to the industry, imparted the skills necessary for survival, and bestowed upon him the status and wealth he now possessed. This debt of gratitude weighed heavily upon him, a burden he felt he could neither betray nor abandon. Thus, the most ordinary of dreams appeared to him as distant stars in the night sky, visible yet unreachable. The car halted in front of a nightclub. Shue stood in the heart of Dubai's most vibrant district, gazing at the premier nightclub that belonged to him. Bei Mao and I lingered behind him, and at that moment, as I lifted my gaze, I found it difficult to comprehend what he found lacking. The splendid sign, the dazzling lights, and the luxury cars parked at the entrance all testified to the extraordinary vibrancy of this place, seemingly the finest evidence of his dreams gradually materializing into reality. This nightclub represented one of the few accomplishments that Shue could take pride in along his treacherous path. The last time the Dubai police visited the park, it was concerning this very establishment. In a city that appeared luxurious and prosperous, the depths of the entertainment industry remained unfathomable. Establishing a top-tier nightclub required more than mere wealth. It involved navigating various power dynamics, complex licensing procedures, and issues of public safety. Firstly, Dubai's entertainment venues are subject to stringent zoning regulations. Securing an appropriate location in the bustling city to open a nightclub necessitates reaching agreements with relevant authorities and the forces behind the scenes. The police, as vital guardians of urban order, possess an intimate understanding of these underground power dynamics. Shwedjotsai needs to consult with the police to discern which areas are safe to navigate and which factions should not be offended lightly. Otherwise, the nightclub may encounter inexplicable disruptions before it even opens its doors. The acquisition of licenses presents a formidable challenge. Operating a nightclub encompasses various aspects, such as beverages and entertainment performances, each requiring legitimate permits. Throughout this process, numerous potential regulations come into play. Some procedures may appear to be straightforward. However, they often necessitate police intervention to avoid being ensnared in bureaucratic delays or facing covert sabotage from competitors. Shwedjotsai's identity is particularly sensitive and must remain concealed from the public eye. The police can leverage their informational channels and influence to ensure that Shwedjotsai's applications smoothly navigate through the various review departments, free from unwarranted hindrances. Furthermore, public safety is paramount in nightclub operations. A venue rife with chaos and crime cannot sustain itself for long. The Dubai police can provide a certain level of protection while also requiring his cooperation in maintaining order. A delicate balance is struck between them, with the police ensuring the nightclub's secure operation within a defined scope. Shwedjotsai must guarantee that serious illegal activities do not occur within the nightclub, confined solely to the premises to avoid tarnishing the police's achievements and the city's reputation. As for his other businesses, the Dubai police conveniently remain oblivious. Following in Shwedjotsai's wake, I stepped into this renowned nightclub in Dubai. Upon arrival, the dazzling lights pierced through the darkness like swords, enveloping us and seemingly draping us in a resplendent golden cloak. 2 rows of tall, attractive hostesses bowed in unison, greeting, "Hello, Mr. Shwe." Their melodious voices echoed in the opulent hall. Shwedjotsai nodded slightly and strode forward, with me trailing closely behind. The hall was extravagantly adorned, and the initial sensation upon entry was one of brightness, almost blinding and extravagantly inhumane. A fountain stood majestically at the center, with colorful lights dancing like a troupe of spirited sprites. The lounge area was filled with a diverse array of patrons, including affluent businessmen clad in lavish suits, their wristwatches gleaming under the lights. This scene starkly contrasted with what I had witnessed previously with Chun Guangshan in Dubai. Passing waitstaff would stop immediately upon seeing guests, bowing respectfully. As Shwedjotsai moved forward, he resembled a sovereign of this opulent realm, with people instinctively parting to create a path for him. The gazes directed towards him were imbued with admiration and awe. In that moment, I felt as though I was no longer just an ordinary minion, but rather a significant figure sharing in the dominion of this lavish world alongside Shwedjotsai. My chest instinctively swelled with pride. My steps grew more assured. In this intoxicating realm of excess, I had forgotten my anxieties, casting aside any lingering questions, and reveled in the glory bestowed by this unique status. In that fleeting instant, I comprehended why Bei Mao had summoned a driver. If I were the proprietor here, I would yearn to immerse myself in the nightclub's allure daily, with no desire to return to the mundane confines of the industrial park. In this desolate and gloomy place, the atmosphere is stifling, with the sounds of wailing echoing throughout the park each day. Were it not for the influence of Mr. Bai, Shwedjotsai would have had no intention of taking over the park. Initially, he believed that with Chun Guangshan succeeding him in managing the headquarters, he could enjoy a more relaxed position. However, to his dismay, Mr. Bai entrusted him with yet another troublesome situation. After assuming control of the park, Shwedjotsai dedicated himself wholeheartedly to its management, visiting the nightclub less frequently. Despite his efforts, Mr. Bai remained dissatisfied, culminating in the events of today. Accompanying Shwedjotsai to the top floor of the nightclub, which serves as his office, 2 bodyguards at the entrance respectfully bowed upon his arrival and then opened the door to the office, awaiting his entry. Chapter 77. International trade. The office of the nightclub vastly dwarfs that of the industrial park. I approached the chair opposite Shwedjotsai and sat down slowly. Before I could utter a word, Shue Jiutsai, with a grave expression, informed me that there was a matter requiring my attention. His unequivocal tone made it clear to me that this was no trivial affair. Previously, when Shue Jiutsai had mentioned a task for me, a sense of foreboding had crept in, and now the truth was unveiled, revealing a reality far more terrifying than I had anticipated. It turned out that they had been conducting transactions on the dark web, an illicit marketplace hidden in the darkest corners of the internet, where malevolence flourished unchecked. This time, President Bai had established contact with a multinational corporation, and the collaboration was akin to two venomous pythons entwined, poised to embark on an even more diabolical operation. The volume of human remains being trafficked was greater than ever, signifying that countless innocent lives would once again be ensnared. I widened my eyes in disbelief, staring at Shue Jiutsai, my immediate reaction being one of refusal. "Brother Kai, I cannot partake in this," I exclaimed. "I am merely someone involved in networking, not even a programmer. I do not wish to engage in such transactions, nor do I comprehend them. You have mistaken the person for this endeavor." However, Shue Jiutsai merely scoffed, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his narrow eyes. "Do you believe you have a choice? Do you think those codes are meant for trivial purposes? From the moment you became involved in this project, there has been no turning back. I wasn't aware this was the nature of the work. I thought it was merely some ordinary scam software." I stammered. "Gao Xing, you are too naive," he replied with a sigh. "Damn it, I do not wish to take on this project either, but there is no alternative." Although Shue Jiutsai often appeared indifferent to everything, this time, a hint of dissatisfaction towards President Bai was evident in his eyes. This business had not been his initiative. It was merely a command from President Bai, like an invisible rope pulling him deeper into darkness. He had always been a free spirit. Previously, when tasked with guarding the factory, he roamed that desolate land like a lone wolf. He had come to the industrial park despite his grievances. Yet this time, a profound sense of aversion welled up within him. The trade of human remains was a sinister crime that unsettled even the depths of his being. Shue Jiutsai lit a cigarette, and as the smoke coiled around us, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. He pondered why President Bai consistently entrusted him with the dirtiest and darkest tasks. Was it out of trust, or did he believe Shue Jiutsai was the easiest to control? I too was left questioning why such a matter had fallen upon me. How unfortunate it seemed. The answer lay in the fact that he needed to harness my technical abilities to construct a more covert dark web trading platform. Yet I could not fathom why. Amidst so many programmers under President Bai, it had to be me. This question would later find its resolution. In Shue Jiutsai's office, we conversed extensively, and he was right. I had no choice. Here, I was merely a weapon, to be directed wherever others deemed fit. Through Shue Jiutsai's narrative, I learned that the conspirators alongside President Bai were affiliated with an Indian company. This Indian company appears to operate normally within the realm of international medical device trade. Yet, those documents inscribed in both English and Hindi, along with the bustling scenes of goods being frequently loaded and unloaded at the docks, merely constitute a meticulously crafted facade. Beneath this seemingly legitimate import-export business lies a heinous trade in human bones. They procure goods from nefarious locales, such as industrial parks, and, through convoluted channels, integrate these items into the shipment of medical equipment, dispatching them across the globe. The primary source of these goods is, in fact, the very operations overseen by Mr. Bai. I envision those parcels containing human remains, interspersed among crates of medical apparatus, exuding a chilling aura of death within the dimly lit cargo hold. These bones are fashioned into so-called art pieces or unique medical specimens, brazenly surfacing in obscure trading venues. The hands of those involved are stained with blood, yet they revel in their own cunning. Mr. Bai's collaboration with them represents a sinister alliance. They navigate the vast web of international trade with ease, exploiting the gaps in communication and oversight among nations, thereby constructing this malevolent network. Perhaps, at this very moment, across the ocean in the opulent offices of the Indian company, the executives clad in tailored suits are discussing legitimate business while clandestinely orchestrating the details of the bone trade. This transcends the issue of a mere industrial park. It is a transnational crime. Mr. Bai's acquisition of this park was a calculated move toward this very end. The inhabitants of the park can be sentenced to death for minor infractions or unjustly dispatched to a hellish fate. The innocently deceased become instruments of profit for these demons, their souls eternally restless within this cross-border transaction. Upon discovering the close ties between Mr. Bai and the Indian import-export firm, I felt a profound sense of helplessness. In the face of such a vast and intricate criminal syndicate, I seemed but an insignificant ant. Following this revelation, the park initiated reforms the very next day. It was no longer merely a scheme to defraud, but an endeavor to ensnare many more individuals. A dedicated recruitment team was established, with each member tasked with luring people using various identities. High-paying jobs and online romances were the simplest of tactics. The park devised new schemes, masquerading as a travel agency, offering enticing overseas travel packages to lesser-known yet alluring destinations. Upon the tourist's arrival, their documents would be confiscated and they would be brought to the park. Additionally, fictitious business collaboration opportunities proliferated online, inviting entrepreneurs or business people to visit for inspections, only to restrict their freedom upon arrival and coerce them into illegal activities. My prior platform played a significant role in enabling the park's pawns to fabricate their identities, employing false personas to attract more victims. How ludicrous it is! This mirrors the very tactics that ensnared me initially. I loathe those who deceived me into coming here. Yet what distinguishes me from the very individuals who duped me? An endless stream of gullible individuals will continue to arrive at this place, ensnared by the allure of the internet. I apologize to those who have been deceived. However, when confronted with the specter of death, humanity often reveals its inherent selfishness. I, too, merely yearn for survival. I have assumed this new task and naturally, Shuejiuzai would not allow me to undertake it alone. I am accompanied by Bei Mao, who has introduced me to an individual named Jin Shuji, a South Korean responsible for network management. Bei Mao handles the logistics, while Jin Shuji and I are tasked with establishing contact with sellers in India via the dark web. Jin Shuji is a confidant of President Bai, and it is unlikely that he would entrust such a significant connection solely to me. Therefore, I find myself entangled in this web of trust, with Bei Mao as Shuejiuzai's loyal associate and Jin Shuji as President Bai's trusted aide. What, then, has led to my involvement in this intricate affair? Chapter 78. The following day, we returned to the compound, and as soon as we stepped inside the building, we were greeted by a chorus of cheers. It was wonderful. One of the junior managers was jubilantly exclaiming. It turned out that yet another scheme, facilitated by my software to establish personas, had achieved remarkable success. Upon seeing Shuejiuzai return, the manager responsible for coordination rushed over, his face alight with excitement, and said, "Boss, a few individuals are on their way here. We have new prospects in the compound." He then turned to me, standing beside Shuejiuzai, and embraced me enthusiastically. "Xing, your software is truly miraculous. This time, the persona we created is that of an overseas investment magnate, promoting investment opportunities in Dubai online while showcasing a lavish lifestyle there." Initially, those men were somewhat skeptical, but following the procedures outlined by the software, we gradually lured them in. Another individual chimed in. Indeed, we arranged for a few plants to engage with them in the group chat. When those men witnessed the plants raking in profits in Dubai, they were captivated. We even fabricated some investment return data through the software, and they were completely hooked. Not only did they transfer a sum of money, but now a few of them are also en route by plane. The junior manager laughed heartily, patting my shoulder, and said, "Gao Xing, your skills have truly opened my eyes. From now on, let us employ this method to draw in more individuals." I gazed at them, a complex emotion flickering within me. Yet I replied, "I merely established the software. This success is also contingent on everyone's collaboration." On the very first day of reform, such a multitude of pigs had been brought in, and Shuejiuzai appeared quite pleased. He stood in the hall of the compound, surrounded by a throng of subordinates, all wearing expressions of avarice. Shuejiuzai smiled at the crowd and proclaimed, "Well done, everyone. The software designed by Gao Xing is truly a treasure. This is merely the beginning, and we have already reaped such significant rewards. A junior leader, with a face full of flattery, remarked, "Boss, the persona this time is ingenious. Those individuals bit like fish drawn to bait." We also tailored our discussions based on the software's analysis, speaking differently to various individuals. Those men had no defenses whatsoever. The junior manager's eyes gleamed with ambition as he added, "Once they arrive, let us organize their information and see if there is more value we can exploit. For those who are affluent, we shall extract a hefty sum." After a moment of contemplation, Shwet Jutsai leisurely responded, "Let's observe first. If they can be tamed, we shall make use of them. If they prove unruly, then let us not waste resources." Following the reforms initiated by President Bai, everyone understood the implication of not wasting resources. This was a promising start, and reward awaited all, but we must not become complacent. There remains much work ahead. The voice of the junior manager echoed in the hall as the pigs responded eagerly, seemingly inspired by his ambition. Amid this wicked revelry, a boy of 17 or 18 was yanked out by a guard, his hair clutched tightly. The boy's face was etched with terror, his feet flailing against the ground in a futile attempt to break free. "Umph, little brat, still thinking of running away?" the guard menacingly declared as he unceremoniously discarded the boy in the center of the hall like refuse. Shwedjiotsai furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. "What is the matter?" The guard respectfully replied, "Boss, this lad was sending messages on the computer while no one was watching, as if calling for help." Shwedjutsai's expression darkened instantly as he approached the boy, crouching down to grasp his chin. "You possess quite the audacity." The boy's eyes were filled with terror, yet he feigned calmness. I did not. You are mistaken." "Still defiant? Our surveillance system is not to be trifled with. Do you think you can deceive us?" The boy, trembling with fear, curled into himself. I merely wanted to reassure my family that I am safe. I was not calling for help." At that moment, a subordinate responsible for technical monitoring approached. "Boss, the messages he sent contained our designated forbidden words. Furthermore, upon realizing he could not delete the records, he attempted to flood the chat to obscure them. But all information has already been transmitted to our monitoring terminal." The boy, seeking to alert someone for help, had thought he could delete the messages after sending them, believing the person on the other side could see and rescue him. Little did he know that all computers within the facility were under surveillance, and any attempt to send forbidden words would trigger alerts on the monitoring interface. "Boss, this boy is disobedient. Perhaps we should send him for care. It might even yield us some profit." "The bone collectors are eagerly awaiting new stock," suggested one guard, a twisted smile playing on his lips. The speaker was a Vietnamese named Zhang Zhao, a sinister and peculiar individual who relished tormenting the disobedient within the facility. When the bone collectors wielded their knives, he was among the few who felt exhilarated. Upon hearing that the boy was to be sent for care, some of the others displayed expressions of reluctance. Yet the majority remained indifferent. In this place, humanity had long been perverted. The boy, upon hearing the term care, began to struggle, shouting, "I won't go, I won't go." The terrified boy, having been deceived into coming here, was already frightened to the core by the bone collectors, prompting him to seek escape and help. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently pushed himself towards his demise. Zhang Zhao kicked the boy. "Whether you go or not is not up to you." The boy curled up on the ground. "You wretched beings will face retribution." "Retribution? In this Dubai facility, Brother Kai is the law," scoffed a petty manager. They were troubled by a lack of human bones to sell, and now a willing victim had arrived at their doorstep. Who would have thought someone would voluntarily seek care? The so-called care was merely a euphemism for what they prepared for the bone collectors. As the boy listened to their conversation, despair surged within him. He understood that what awaited him was a torment far worse than death. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. "Crying? Now you know fear? It's too late for that." Zhang Zhao dragged the boy to the basement, violently thrusting him into a small dark room, then instructed the guard, "Do not torment this lad, nor provide him food or drink, just keep him breathing. In a few days, he will be sent to the bone collectors. Feeding him would be a waste." The guards exchanged glances, and one of the older guards furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't this a bit too cruel? I've heard that those who enter the bone picker's realm endure a fate worse than death, and this child appears quite young." The guard's face betrayed a hint of compassion. Xie Zhao scoffed coldly. Humph, he brought this upon himself. To think he could escape from the compound? This is the consequence. The boss will not tolerate anyone who disrupts the rules. The child has only recently arrived and must be terrified by the tales of the bone picker, prompting his desire to flee. The rumors of the bone picker have been circulating throughout the compound these past few days, instilling great fear in the newcomers. Chapter 79. The Value of Exploitation. Zhang Zhao impatiently interrupted. Do not feign compassion here. In this facility, we must adhere to the directives from above. If you express sympathy for him, it will be you who faces the consequences from boss. The guards fell silent, acutely aware that Zhang Zhao spoke the truth. In this wretched place, compassion was the rarest of luxuries. After Zhang Zhao departed, the guard sighed deeply and, glancing at the boy, murmured, Child, how did you end up in this place? It is akin to hell. The boy seemed to grasp at the last vestiges of hope in the darkness. With all his strength, he crawled to the door of the small black room, pleading with a voice tinged with tears, Please, let me go, uncle. I do not wish to die. My family is still waiting for me. His trembling hand reached through the crack of the door. The guard stood at the threshold, brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He exhaled heavily and whispered, Child, it is not that I do not want to release you, but if I did, my life would be forfeit. The boy's cries grew louder. Uncle, I know you are a good person. You must have a way. I do not wish to be sent to those who strip bones. I am terrified. There must be a way. Uncle, please help me. I can offer you money. My family has wealth, an abundance of it. They will reward you. In a frenzy, he pounded on the door, his hand soon bloodied. Yet he felt no pain, consumed by a fervent desire to live. The guard's expression turned bitter. Child, here, money holds no value. We are all under surveillance. Every move we make is scrutinized by the boss. If I show any deviation from the norm, we will all perish. There are no good people here. We are all tainted by blood, guilty of sin. If I were to release you, they would not spare me. Turning away, the guard could no longer bear the sight of the boy's desperate gaze. The boy had languished in the basement for 2 days, shrouded in darkness and dampness, a foul odor permeating the air. He huddled in a corner, his eyes hollow from fear and hunger, his frail body trembling, drenched in cold sweat from his thin garment. Suddenly, the basement door creaked open. Zhang Zhao descended, his eyes glinting with malice and greed. He seized the boy's arm, lifting him as one might a chick, the boy's emaciated form barely grazing the ground. As he was dragged out of the basement, the light grew increasingly bright, yet his heart sank deeper into panic. Where are you taking me? Why are you capturing me? The boy quavered, his voice laced with sobs. Zhang Zhao scoffed, You will soon find out. If you wish to live, cease your prattle and behave. Upon entering a brightly lit room, Zhang Zhao hurled the boy to the ground. The boy, trembling with terror, surveyed his surroundings, noting several equally menacing figures, some polishing knives, others counting stacks of money, each exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. Zhang Zhao approached the boy, crouching down and gripping his chin with his rough, calloused hand, forcing the boy to meet his gaze. Listen, if your family is willing to pay for your release, we might spare your life. What do you say? The man grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his smile resembling that of a devil in the boy's eyes. Initially taken aback, a flicker of hope soon ignited within the boy. He fervently nodded, pleading, I will cooperate. Please, do not harm me. The man handed the boy his phone, and the boy took it, dialing his home number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Upon hearing a familiar voice on the other end, tears streamed down the boy's face. Dad, he barely managed to utter when his parents' anxious voices erupted from the receiver. Son, is that you? Where are you? Are you all right? His mother, recognizing her child's voice, quickly snatched the phone, her voice trembling with desperation. Mom, I've been kidnapped by bad people. They said they would release me if you pay them. The boy wept. A silence enveloped the line before his father's deep voice broke through. Son, don't be afraid. We'll find a way to rescue you. The boy, clinging to his father's words like a lifeline, handed the phone back to the man, his eyes brimming with hope. The man took the call, speaking into the receiver. If you want your son to return safely, prepare 1 million within 3 days. Not a penny less. The boy's parents were struck by the gravity of the demand. As an ordinary family, 1 million was an astronomical figure. We don't have that kind of money. Please, spare our son, his mother pleaded. The man snapped back impatiently. No money? Then prepare to collect your son's corpse. The boy looked at the man, the hope in his eyes slowly fading. My parents, they don't have that much money. The man glared at the boy. That's your problem. If you can't pay, don't blame us for being merciless. The boy's father gritted his teeth. Please, don't harm my son. We will figure out a way to gather the money. The man's laughter echoed. Now you're talking, but you'd best hurry. My patience is not infinite. On the other end of the line, the boy's parents sat at home, faces streaked with tears, caught in a harrowing dilemma. The father, brow furrowed, chain-smoked as the room filled with haze. The mother slumped on the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. What are we going to do? Where can we find that much money? She cried. After a long silence, the father spoke slowly. Even if we sell the house, we won't have enough for 1 million. But our son, we cannot just stand by and watch him come to harm. The boy hoped for his parents to gather the money, yet he feared they would ruin themselves for him. Guilt and anxiety swelled within him. Brother, my family doesn't have that much money. My parents are just farmers. They can't possibly raise that amount. Could you lower it? When I return, I will work and send you money every month. The boy knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, expressing his anguish. Yet it was all in vain. He had forgotten that this was the Dubai enclave. Zhao approached the boy and struck him fiercely across the face. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you lack the funds, prepare to face dire consequences. With that blow, the boy fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, his parents, who resided in China and belonged to an ordinary family, were exhausting every resource for their son. They borrowed money from every conceivable source and sought assistance from relatives and friends, yet they remained far from the 1 million they needed. They were engulfed by an unprecedented despair, each moment dragging on in torment. The mother gazed up at the sky, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 80. Ruthless and unyielding through a haphazard assemblage of resources, they managed to gather 700,000. This sum was composed of their years of savings and the humble borrowings from relatives and friends, each penny imbued with their fervent desire to rescue their son. The father, trembling, dialed the number of Mo Zhao, his voice strained and hoarse. We have managed to gather some funds, but it falls short of 1 million. We only have 700,000. We wish to speak with our son, to confirm that he is still alive, and then we will transfer the money to you. Mo Zhao pondered for a moment before acquiescing to this request. Once the call connected, the boy, upon hearing his parents' voices, burst into tears, exclaiming, Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. The parents, overwhelmed by emotion at their son's voice, were brought to tears as the mother cried out, Son, do not be afraid. We are doing everything we can to save you. The father, stifling his anguish, urged, You must be strong. We have prepared the money. Impatiently, Mo Zhao interjected, Enough of this. You've said your piece. Hurry and transfer the funds. He provided the parents with details of an overseas account. Although they harbored fears that their money would vanish without a trace for the sake of their son, they transferred the 700,000. The moment the funds were received, they swiftly circulated through the digital realm, quickly finding their way into the untraceable shadows where Mo Zhao operated. After the transfer, the boy looked at Mo Zhao with hopeful eyes, pleading, My family has sent the money. I beg you, let me go. The 1 million I demanded remains unmet. Your parents have only provided 700,000, which is insufficient, Mo Zhao replied coldly. The boy implored, We truly have no more money. This is everything we possess. Yet, Mo Zhao remained unmoved. He roughly seized the boy and cast him back into the dark, damp basement. The boy, in despair, pounded on the door, shouting, You cannot do this. You promised. But only an oppressive silence answered him. In truth, Mo Zhao and his associates had never intended to release the boy. Their sole aim was to extract every last vestige of value from his family. The promise of payment for freedom was merely a cruel ruse. They had already devised subsequent plans for the boy, who would be sent to serve as a tool for their profit in the realm of human exploitation. To these villains, life was merely a commodity to be traded, and humanity and morality had long been obliterated by the allure of wealth. Meanwhile, the boy's parents continued to await news of their son's return, oblivious to the fact that their efforts had dissipated into nothingness, while their son remained ensnared in darkness, ever closer to death and a fate far more dreadful. Their world had crumbled, and the days ahead promised only endless regret and suffering. The 700,000 not only failed to liberate their son, but also plunged the elderly couple into a deeper abyss, robbing them of everything. In the shadowy corners of such enclaves, there are numerous tragic tales like that of the boy. They exploit the tender and precious bond of familial love, weaving traps with devastating consequences. On the brink of life and death, the families of the abducted are consumed by desperation, sacrificing everything to save their loved ones. In the end, they find themselves bereft of both life and fortune. In recent days, several new individuals have entered the park. A total of 5 people have arrived, which is considered a substantial gain for the area. They are employees of a nascent company, filled with enthusiasm as they come to discuss potential projects. Their eyes sparkling with visions of future collaboration upon disembarking from their flight. However, awaiting them is a nightmarish reality. They are ushered into a car by several so-called greeters, racing towards the park as their ultimate destination. Initially, they maintain a spirit of defiance, vociferously questioning the circumstances, their eyes brimming with anger and confusion. The guards of the park, however, will not tolerate their resistance. A few heavy punches land on them, accompanied by vicious curses. Among the group, 2 individuals exhibit youthful bravado, their eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit, having clearly grown up in a sheltered environment, unacquainted with such trials. One suddenly breaks free from his restraints, raising his fist to retaliate against the guard. His companion follows suit. Their actions infuriate the guards, who swiftly overwhelm the young man, leaving them battered and bruised. They are not spared, as the guards unleash a furious assault with electric batons. The guard's eyes widen in rage. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Do you truly believe this is a place for your insolence? One guard snarls, "You bastards, this is illegal. When we get out, you will all pay for this." One of the young men shouts, his face flushed with indignation. The guards erupt into derisive laughter. Emerging menacingly from the back, a figure named Mo Zhao strides forward, delivering a brutal kick to one of the young men's groin without a word. The young man's face drains of color, instinctively clutching himself, writhing on the ground in agony, emitting a wretched cry as if life itself were being siphoned away in that moment. Still daring to shout? Montag spits contemptuously. Both young men lie battered, on the brink of unconsciousness. The guards drag them away like refuse towards the basement, witnessing their companions endure such a brutal beating. The remaining 3 appear to have lost their very backbone, finally realizing the gravity of their situation. The defiance in their eyes dissipates, replaced by profound fear and submission. They tremble slightly, daring not to breathe, their gazes fixed firmly on the ground, avoiding any semblance of eye contact with Mo Zhao's fierce glare. Observing their demeanor, Mo Zhao lets out a cold laugh and commences his so-called education. You lot should recognize your situation and obey quietly, unlike those 2 fools. Here, everything must adhere to our rules. If you perform well, perhaps you will suffer less. Should you entertain any rebellious thoughts, their fate shall serve as a warning to you. As he speaks, he brandishes his bloodied baton, each movement instilling terror in the 3. They nod submissively, signaling their unwillingness to resist. Subsequently, they are herded by the guards, confined like livestock within a cramped cage. The cage is constructed from welded iron bars, rendering the space exceedingly confined. 3 individuals find themselves in this cramped enclosure, their circumstances painfully uncomfortable, as they can merely curl their bodies, with even the slightest extension of their limbs proving to be a formidable challenge. 2 of them strive to compress themselves further to alleviate the discomfort of the 3rd. This particular individual is not an ordinary person. He wields considerable influence within the country. However, he never anticipated that this investment would turn out to be a sham, leading him to be deceived and ultimately reduced to such a dire situation. At this moment, Zheng Zhao remains oblivious to these revelations, and by the time he becomes aware, it will be too late. Chapter 81. 6 individuals in the ensuing days. Several more individuals were sent to the facility. Those who complied remained above for training, while the defiant were promptly dispatched to the basement. At present, 6 souls languished in the depths below, each bearing their own harrowing tales, awaiting the ultimate judgment of fate in the oppressive darkness. Among them was the young boy, initially defiant, who had been cast into this abyss. The glimmer of hope had long since extinguished from his eyes. 2 men, battered and bruised, bore the scars of both body and spirit, particularly one whose injuries rendered him weak and crumpled in a corner, his lips as pale as parchment, uttering even a whisper, now a distant aspiration. Their earlier tenacity had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Additionally, there was Xiao Song, the poorest performer in the facility. After more than 2 months of dismal results, he had failed to meet the standards yet again, leading to his abandonment and subsequent descent into the basement. The latest arrivals, 2 young men, had been deceived into this place, their initial defiance now reduced to a pitiful existence, scavenging for scraps. Deemed useless to the facility, they endured inhumane treatment. Initially, there were plans to sever their food supply completely. However, fearing that they might perish before reaching the appointed hands of the bone collectors, the facility occasionally discarded leftover, spoiled food to them, akin to tossing scraps to beggars. The meal exuded a nauseating odor, yet for these famished souls, it became a meager lifeline. They struggled in a relentless battle against hunger and despair, their bodies growing increasingly frail and their spirits teetering on the brink of collapse. Under the compulsion of the facility's owner, I found myself obligated to execute his commands. Together with Bei Mao and 3 other guards appointed by Xue Jiucai, we escorted the condemned to the bone collectors. Bei Mao and another guard drove ahead, while I remained vigilant in the cargo hold, keeping a watchful eye on the individuals destined for processing. The pitiable souls were shoved into the back of the truck, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. Only Xiao Song desperately pleaded for mercy. "Please, I do not wish to go to that place. I will strive to do better." A faint voice inquired, "Were we being taken?" Xiao Song offered no reply. In his dwindling moments, he sought salvation, praying for a helping hand, yet none heeded his call. He sat silently, my gaze vacant as I observed them, my heart awash with conflicting emotions, rendered speechless. I was acutely aware of the punishment they were about to endure, an ordeal more terrifying than death itself, the grisly fate of bone extraction. Helpless to prevent the unfolding tragedy, I opted for silence. The truck continued its journey through the claustrophobic confines, and I too felt imprisoned, ensnared in that dark chamber. The dim, flickering light from the corners barely illuminated the surroundings. In that feeble glow, the unfortunate individuals huddled together, their strength sapped by prolonged hunger, unable even to muster the most basic of struggles. I could scarcely bear to witness the tragic scene before me. It felt as though each glance deepened the guilt festering within my heart, prompting me to slowly turn away. I lost track of time as we jostled in the darkness, until at last, the vehicle came to a halt. The cargo door creaked open, unleashing a wave of damp, frigid air that enveloped me. I leapt from the vehicle and surveyed my surroundings, discovering that we had stopped in a desolate expanse surrounded by undulating mountains, igniting a spark of confusion within me. At that moment, Bei Mao approached and remarked, "We must traverse some mountain paths." The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and large raindrops began to fall in a relentless drizzle, turning the ground into a quagmire. "Damn it, it was fine when we left. Why is it raining now?" Someone muttered, unable to restrain their frustration. As the rain poured, the already treacherous mountain trail became increasingly treacherous. The icy droplets pelted us mercilessly. I gazed at the path ahead, the soil beneath my feet growing slick from the deluge. "Be cautious as we ascend," Bei Mao advised, handing us a thick rope. In an effort to prevent any mishaps during our escort and to keep a close watch on these individuals, who were already akin to frightened birds, Bei Mao had procured a sturdy rope to bind them tightly together. As the rain fell in torrents, Bei Mao was preoccupied with securing the group when suddenly, a fierce instinct for survival surged within the 2 young men. Seizing the moment while the guards were distracted, they summoned all their strength and lunged toward me. Caught off guard, I stumbled and fell to the ground. They exploited this narrow opportunity, recklessly dashing toward the vast curtain of rain outside the vehicle. They understood all too well that capture would bring about torturous consequences worse than death, and in this moment, their singular resolve was to escape. Xiao Song was the first to react, unhesitatingly following their lead. Bei Mao instantly dropped the rope and drew his gun. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire shattered the stillness of the rain-soaked air, resonating deafeningly. Xiao Song's hurried footsteps came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible force had struck him down, sending him sprawling into the mud and water. He was lifeless, 2 bullets having pierced his heart, his eyes wide in disbelief as the reality of his sudden demise sank in, while the rain swiftly washed away the blood that spread across his body. Meanwhile, the 2 young men, propelled by their initial burst of energy, sprinted along the muddy path. One, unfortunately, was struck in the shoulder by a bullet, letting out a muffled groan. As they distanced themselves, the guards were consumed with anxiety. Bei Mao made a swift decision to remain behind and guard the others, preventing any further escapes. The remaining 3 guards plunged into the downpour, pursuing the direction the 2 young men had taken. My gaze met Bei Mao's amidst the rain. His brow was furrowed in deep concern. We both understood the gravity of this escort mission. Should anything go awry, General Bai would not be forgiving, and we would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon our return. The rain intensified, and we ushered the remaining individuals back into the cargo hold. Several individuals stood in the carriage, enveloped in silence, as the agonizing wait stretched into an eternity. Minutes ticked by, each second feeling like a tormenting tug at their hearts. At last, the silhouette of a guard emerged from the curtain of rain, dragging the wounded young man back like a captured prey. Their bodies were drenched, the relentless rain mercilessly pelting their faces. Another guard hastily leaped from the vehicle to assist in restraining the young man, and together they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Chapter 82. The laboratory the young man who had been captured appeared utterly disheveled, his visage obscured by a mixture of mud and blood, rendering him unrecognizable. The wound on his shoulder continued to ooze crimson, the vivid blood mingling with the frigid raindrops that cascaded down, tracing a path along his arm before pooling on the ground, staining the surrounding earth a dark red. This was the lament of this land. Had he not placed his trust in others so easily, had he not forsaken his homeland, none of this would have transpired. Despair engulfed his gaze, his body sagging in exhaustion, having expended every ounce of strength in his flight. The guard unceremoniously tossed the young man to the ground, eliciting a pained groan from him. Bei Mao stepped forward, his voice sharp as he demanded of the guard, "What of the other one? Did he escape? You can't even capture a single person." The guard's expression faltered, his reply hesitant. "That kid ran too swiftly. The mountain path is treacherous, and the rain is relentless. It's truly difficult to find him." Upon hearing this, Bei Mao, filled with ire, kicked a nearby stone, sending a spray of water into the air. I stood to the side, silently observing the scene, my heart a tumult of emotions, somewhat relieved for the young man who had fled, yet anxious about the repercussions that awaited us. At that moment, the rain showed no sign of abating. With a grim expression, Bei Mao gritted his teeth and said, "Let us move on." With that, we bound the remaining few with coarse ropes, securing their hands tightly, forming a chain akin to sheep being herded towards slaughter. As we trudged uphill, I trailed at the rear of the group, each step feeling burdened as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. And the unease within me spread like the incessant rain. After a prolonged walk through the downpour, we finally glimpsed a dilapidated earthen house hidden deep within the forest. It stood solitary, its crumbling walls seemingly on the verge of collapse under the assault of the elements. Could this be the lair of the bone carver? A chilling sensation surged within me, compelling my pace to slow. Yet, Bei Mao showed no hesitation, striding purposefully toward the earthen dwelling, and I had no choice but to steel myself and follow. The interior was modest, dimly lit and foreboding. Just as I wondered why the place was devoid of any occupants, Bei Mao approached the wall and removed a mounted deer head decoration. As the head was taken down, A segment of hidden iron chain was revealed. Bei Mao gripped the chain tightly, pulling with force. A dull mechanical sound echoed as the previously unremarkable floor began to shift, unveiling a dark underground passage before us, resembling a gaping maw leading into a shadowy abyss that emanated a chilling aura. "Take them down," Bei Mao commanded, his voice low and merciless, leaving no room for dissent. The three captives, already enveloped in fear, trembled uncontrollably, yet under the guard's prodding, they had no choice but to shuffle toward the underground passage. I followed them into the tunnel, arriving at what appeared to be an ordinary cellar. The rough stone walls enclosed the space, the ground damp and cold, while the air was thick with the scent of decay and mildew. The scene remained starkly devoid of anything. No tools for dismemberment, no traces of blood. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. As the crowd stood in bewilderment, Bei Mao gradually approached the side wall, his gaze intent, searching for something elusive. His fingers delicately traversed the stones, one by one. At last, he discovered that peculiar stone and pressed it firmly without hesitation. In an instant, a deep rumble echoed throughout the basement as one wall, seemingly propelled by some mysterious force, began to ascend slowly, accompanied by faint cracking sounds. A chilling laboratory materialized before us. Under the harsh glare of bright lights, an array of intricate and terrifying instruments lay on display. The metal tools on the operating table gleamed with a cold, unyielding light, while nearby glass containers housed unidentified organs and limbs, exuding a pungent chemical odor. Anatomical diagrams adorned the walls, meticulously detailing the skeletal and vascular systems. This tableau resembled a scene from a film, with every detail revealing the meticulous planning of the dark forces concealed behind it. A web of intrigue seemed to envelop us. Standing there, merely observing the array of equipment and the individuals clad in yellow garments, an intense chill coursed through me. It appeared that the bone collector had anticipated our arrival. A stern-faced Caucasian pressed several buttons on the wall, and layers of glass doors slid open. He emerged from the depths of the eerie laboratory, his expression devoid of emotion. The yellow biohazard suit he wore glaringly vivid against the sterile backdrop. He cast a glance at those bound by ropes, awaiting care, and his brow furrowed slightly. He then inquired in fluent English, "Why is there a lack of one person? The boss informed us there would be 6. What is the explanation?" His voice reverberated in the stillness of the basement, chilling as the very air that surrounded us. Bei Mao hastily began to explain in English, his tone tinged with anxiety and obsequiousness, attempting to convey that this was merely a minor mishap, assuring the man that the missing individual would be brought forth promptly. The guard beside me, unable to comprehend the exchange, grew increasingly tense. "Gauching, do you understand what he is saying?" "I study programming, so I have some grasp of English." I succinctly relayed the essence of their conversation to him. The Caucasian's expression remained inscrutable, merely emitting a dismissive hum, as if to convey his scorn towards Bei Mao. "You can explain it to the boss," he remarked coolly. Bei Mao could only repeatedly utter sorry before slowly turning away, signaling us to usher the remaining individuals inside. The 3 individuals were mercilessly dragged inside by the bone extractor, their gazes sweeping across the bizarrely shaped and horrifying instruments surrounding them, a fleeting glimmer of realization flashing in their eyes. It was evident that they had already guessed the unspeakable fate that awaited them. They desperately flailed their arms. But the prolonged captivity and hunger had rendered their bodies frail. Despite their yearning for survival, they lacked the strength to flee. "Do not kill me. Let me go. I have money," they pleaded with their last vestiges of strength. Under the brutal oppression of their captors, their resistance appeared utterly futile. They could only be led like lambs to the slaughter into the laboratory. As for me, along with Bei Mao and the others, we were sent back to the dilapidated little shack above ground. Chapter 83. The escaping piglet. The interior of the room was exceedingly sparse, furnished with only a few worn-out chairs. Exhausted both in body and spirit, I collapsed into one of the chairs. However, Bei Mao showed no inclination to rest. He was like an ant on a hot skillet, pacing restlessly within the confines of the room and occasionally striding to the door to peer outside with an outstretched neck. "You continue searching. Bring him back," Bei Mao commanded one of the guards beside him. If they failed to retrieve the individual, the repercussion from the park's owner would be unimaginable. The rain showed no signs of abating, with large drops relentlessly pounding the ground. The guard had no choice but to venture out into the downpour. I wished to join them, but I suspected Bei Mao feared I might escape, which was why he insisted I remain. We lingered in the dim, cramped room, the only illumination coming from a flickering yellow lamp overhead, casting mottled shadows. I stole a glance at Bei Mao, a daring thought taking shape in my mind. Eliminate Bei Mao and flee the mountains. But Bei Mao was armed. Even if I managed to escape, I knew too much. I would undoubtedly send a citywide manhunt after me, and they had connections with the police. Where could I possibly go? It was already a challenge to escape these mountains, and I would not perish immediately. Never mind, this was not an opportune moment. Glancing at Bei Mao's firearm, my courage faltered. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Bei Mao seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to look at me. Xing, you aren't contemplating any ill intentions, are you? Bei Mao inquired coldly. No, Big Bei. I was just wondering when they might return. In this oppressive atmosphere, time dragged on, each second stretching interminably. Over 3 hours passed, and Bei Mao frequently checked the time on his phone, his demeanor growing increasingly agitated. Were they? If this continues, Bai will hold us accountable, he muttered under his breath, pacing back and forth in the cramped space, each step laden with palpable tension. Suddenly, amidst the rain, several indistinct figures began to emerge. Bei Mao rushed to the door, and I followed suit, anxiously focusing on the outside. As the figures drew nearer, they became clearer. Only 2 guards, their heads hung low, appearing utterly disheveled. Rainwater streaming down their hair and clothing. Bei Mao's face darkened ominously as he bellowed. Where is he? One guard, quivering with fear, responded. We searched for a long time, but found nothing. The rain is too heavy, and it's pitch black everywhere. We have no idea where he could have run off to. What are we to do? We can't find him, that damned piglet. We have to keep looking. He can't just fly away. If we don't find him, we're all finished. Bei Mao trembled with rage, delivering a powerful kick to the nearby table, which resonated with a loud crash. If, by discovers, we let a perfectly healthy man escape, none of us will have a good outcome. At that moment, the rain intensified, the wind howled, and lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The 2 guards stood frozen in place. One of them trembled slightly, unsure whether it was due to the cold or fear. Bei Mao paced restlessly within the room, his hands gripping his hair tightly as he grappled with a strategy. Have you scoured this vicinity thoroughly? He inquired. Yes, we combed the entire slope. Then let us search the uncharted half. The rain poured down like a deluge, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Coupled with the vastness of the mountain, it was indeed a daunting task. Bei Mao's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. He stepped forward, seizing the collar of the speaker and yanking him close, bellowing, difficult to find? If we cannot locate him, we are all finished. Chairman Bai placed great importance on this matter. Merely stumbling at the first hurdle would be disastrous. The thought of Bai's ruthlessness sent shivers down Bei Mao's spine. Another guard rushed forward to intervene. Bei Mao, we will head out to search immediately. Bei Mao shoved the guard aside forcefully, causing him to stagger back a few steps before regaining his balance. Hurry! Just as the 2 were about to exit, Bei Mao called out again. Have either of you seen Zheng Hai? Zheng Hai was the other guard who had just ventured out to search for them. Both guards shook their heads. Indeed, perhaps Zheng Hai has already located the piglet and is bringing him back. Bei Mao dared not entertain such a simplistic notion, sighing deeply. Regardless, the piglet must not simply vanish. Even if Cage did not hold him accountable, he could not escape Bai's wrath. He turned to the 2 guards and commanded, You must locate him within the hour before nightfall. The sky is already turning ominous. Any delay will have consequences you are well aware of. Split up and broaden your search, particularly in the concealed caves and the depths of the woods. The 2 guards exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they turned toward the door. Bei Mao stood at the entrance, gazing out at the torrential rain, murmuring to himself, Zheng Hai, I hope you can bring him back. During this time, I had remained in the corner, playing the role of an invisible man. An hour passed, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The rain had lessened. now falling in a gentle patter. The two guards struggled to drag a figure slowly emerging from the rain. As Bei Mao spotted them from a distance, he clasped his hands together, continuously murmuring. I too pondered quietly. To my surprise, that person had not escaped. He had been recaptured, yet we would not face punishment. Splendid. He has been found. Gao Xing, hurry over to assist. Bei Mao directed me from the doorway. I rushed into the rain, sprinting to lend a hand. However, as I approached, an unsettling feeling washed over me. The figure on the ground did not appear to be the fugitive piglet. His head was pressed against the ground, obscuring my view. I followed the two guards as they forcefully dragged the figure inside the small room. At that moment, Bei Mao also sensed something amiss. The clothing of the person was all too familiar. He furrowed his brow and flipped the figure over. Upon recognizing that it was Zheng Hai lying on the ground, his heart plummeted into despair. At this moment, Zheng Hai's lips were as pale as parchment, and a dagger was embedded deeply in his chest. The crimson stains having long been washed away into a mottled pattern by the relentless rain. It was evident that he had completely succumbed to the grasp of death. When the world has happened, Bei, in a state of agitation, felt the veins on his forehead throb violently as he rushed forward to demand answers. The two men stood frozen, none daring to utter a word. The piglet was nowhere to be found, and now Zheng Hai lay dead. Who on earth can explain why Zheng Hai met his demise? One of the guards stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Bei Ge this. Another guard, striving to compose himself, responded. Chapter 84. The absence of brotherhood otherwise. Shall we offer up Zheng Hai? Bei Mao's expression momentarily faltered, yet he swiftly grasped the implication behind the words, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The guard continued to elucidate. One has fled, and the laboratory is short-staffed. Now that Zheng Hai is deceased, sending him in will conveniently fill that vacancy. Another quickly concurred. Indeed, otherwise we would be one person short and unable to explain. Having worked alongside these individuals under Xue Jiucai, I had presumed there existed some semblance of camaraderie amongst them, and I feared that such an action might desecrate Zheng Hai's remains. However, reality proved my concerns unfounded, for Bei Mao, after merely a moment's hesitation, decisively accepted the suggestion of the two guards. Yes, ultimately these foreigners are unfamiliar with him. They only care about the numbers. Although Zheng Hai has passed, if we deliver him, the numbers will align, and perhaps Bai Zong will remain oblivious to the mishap. Slowly, Bai Mao crouched down, gazing intently at Zheng Hai's frigid visage as rain cascaded down his cheeks, blurring the line between raindrops and tears. After a protracted silence, he hoarsely uttered, Zheng Hai, my brother, I am truly sorry. Yet, at this juncture, for the sake of survival, we have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Rising to his feet, a newfound resolve glimmered in his eyes. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, it is imperative to cleanse the scene thoroughly, leaving no trace of our actions. Furthermore, you three must remember, this matter must remain confidential. Should word leak out, I shall be the first to unforgive. The two guards nodded in agreement. Bei Mao's gaze bore into me, intense and somber. Gao Xing. Those two succinct words seemed laden with tremendous weight, and I instantly comprehended his intent. Straightening my posture, I assured him, rest assured, I shall remain silent. We are all in this together. Who would willingly invite misfortune upon themselves? My lips are sealed, and I will not divulge a whisper. We commenced preparations to transport Zheng Hai's body to the sublevel of the laboratory. One guard hoisted the body onto his shoulder, dismissing my offer of assistance with a wave of his hand. After Bei Mao entered the laboratory with Zheng Hai's remains, I remained above with the other guard. He slumped wearily across from me, his gaze hollow and melancholic, staring into the inky darkness of the sky as if seeking solace from the endless gloom. After a moment, he raised a hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Zheng Hai was always a brother of great loyalty, he murmured, his voice hoarse and tinged with emotion. At that moment, I did not fully grasp the depth of his words. I nodded silently, uncertain how to respond. When Bei Mao emerged from the laboratory, we gathered in a circle, the atmosphere as heavy as lead. I was the first to break the silence. Bei Mao, Explaining Zheng Hai's disappearance upon our return will be challenging. Bai Zong will not be easily appeased. Bai Mao's Bao Fulovit. His expression darkening. We shall say Zheng Hai fell into a deep valley during the chase, and that our search yielded no results. That valley is treacherous, with no way in or out. This rationale should suffice to placate. A guard hesitated, pondering the possibility that Mr. Bai might send someone to investigate. However, we first had to navigate the immediate predicament. We must maintain a unified narrative, emphasizing the heavy rain and darkness, under which nothing could be discerned. Only the anguished cries of Zheng Hai echoing before he vanished. After a moment's contemplation, I replied that this was our only course of action, but we needed to meticulously consider the details, such as our approximate locations and the content of Zheng Hai's cries before he fell. The more detailed, the better. The others nodded in agreement. Though apprehensive, they resigned themselves to fabricating this falsehood for self-preservation, hoping to evade Mr. Bai's repercussions. Once we had deliberated on the pertinent matters, night had fully descended. Bai Mao handed the car keys to the two guards and gestured for them to leave first. They hurried away, their figures quickly swallowed by the darkness. A wave of confusion washed over me, and I could not help but inquire, "Aren't we returning together?" Bai Mao, with a serious expression, replied, "There are other matters to attend to." As soon as the words left his lips, I suddenly recalled the task entrusted to me by Shui Jiuzai to await the completion of their so-called artwork for an underground transaction. It seemed I could not escape this predicament after all. I gazed at the flickering, dim light, my heart heavy with melancholy. When would this ordeal come to an end? I wandered around the cramped little room, searching in vain for a place where I could find even a semblance of sleep. The walls were damp, cluttered with debris in the corners, and the floor was uneven and riddled with holes. Must I simply sit here and wait? I murmured to myself, anxiety consuming me. The process of deboning, processing, and crafting a laboratory would surely take some time. At least 2 or 3 days, perhaps even 10 days or a fortnight. Was I truly to endure this confinement in this dilapidated little earthen room? Moreover, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. This place was utterly uninhabitable. At that moment, Bai Mao approached the corner of the wall and beckoned to me. He crouched down and pointed to a stone brick on the ground, succinctly uttering, "Open it." Upon closer inspection, I saw that the gap between the bricks was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing my finger to fit. This was impossible to open. Just then, Bai Mao picked up a small iron plate lying nearby. "Hao Xing, are you blind, or did you simply not see it?" "Baza da Bai. I truly did not see it," I replied with a sheepish smile, internally cursing him for not prying it open himself if he had indeed seen it. Carefully, I inserted the iron plate into the gap between the bricks and summoned all my strength to pry it open. With a creaking sound, the brick finally yielded a narrow opening, and gritting my teeth, I exerted every ounce of strength to move the heavy stone aside. Beneath it lay a key, quietly resting. A flurry of espionage films flashed through my mind. Perhaps it could unlock something significant, maybe a concealed warehouse nearby, or perhaps a door leading to another secure area. I could not help but exclaim, "What is this key for?" "A car key," he replied. However, I had been vigilant on our way here and had not seen any vehicle at all. Upon this barren mountain, apart from a few trees swaying in the tempest and this inconspicuous dilapidated hut, what other structures could possibly exist? Bai Mao tucked the key into his pocket, restored the stone bricks to their rightful place, and led me outside. By this time, the rain had gradually abated. Holding a flashlight, Bai Mao ventured a short distance before instructing me to walk ahead, his watchful gaze revealing an unspoken wariness. I understood his apprehension. After all, our acquaintance was scant, and in their eyes, I was merely a laborer deceived into servitude. We trudged through the mud, stepping deep and shallow, in a singular direction for several minutes. Suddenly, Bai Mao halted, scanning the surroundings, and I came to a stop alongside him. This was the place. Chapter 85. Moving forward, he withdrew a key from his pocket, fiddling with it briefly before pressing it against the ground ahead. Instantly, a deep mechanical rumble resonated, reminiscent of a science fiction film, as the earth slowly cracked open, revealing a platform rising from below. Gradually, an all-terrain vehicle materialized before my astonished eyes. I gaped at the vehicle, utterly taken aback. I was genuinely shocked that such advanced technology could exist in this desolate place. Indeed, wealth can create wonders. It seemed to be a vehicle intended for those bone-picking individuals. As I approached, I noticed a slight protrusion beside the platform, indicating that there were likely other vehicles concealed beneath the surface. The tires were caked in mud. Yet this did nothing to diminish the aura of sophistication and mystery that emanated from the vehicle. Bei Mao observed my expression, grinning with a hint of pride as he remarked, "Surprised, aren't you?" I silently questioned how many more secrets this cursed place held. Bei Mao tossed the key to me, gesturing for me to drive while he would direct the route. I opened the door and settled into the vehicle, inhaling the rich scent of leather intermingled with metal. As I took the driver's seat, adjusted the controls, and took a deep breath, a long-forgotten sense of control surged within me. The vehicle sped down the empty road, the wide expanse devoid of any other cars, as if the entire world had parted to make way for our journey. I pressed the accelerator firmly, and the engine roared to life, the vehicle racing forward like a wild stallion. The sensation was intoxicating, evoking an illusion of freedom. While driving, Bei Mao's phone rang. It was Xue Jiuzai on the other end. After a brief conversation, I heard Bei Mao lower his voice to divulge details about the laboratory. I was unaware of what was said on the other line, but upon hanging up, Bei Mao wore a relaxed expression, indicating that all was well. However, I found it perplexing that he had mentioned keeping this matter from the higher-ups, yet had turned around to inform Xue Jiuzai. "Is it permissible to share this with Kage?" I inquired. Bei Mao slapped the back of my head playfully. "You fool! Who do you think will support us if we deceive Kage? Without him, we're lost. But you instructed us not to speak of it. If they return and mislead Kage, claiming Zheng Hai has gone missing, wouldn't he that I began, but Bei Mao interrupted me. You don't understand. Such matters must remain discreet. I'm not forbidding them from talking. I'm preventing them from speaking recklessly." I nodded, somewhat comprehending. No one cared about Zheng Hai's demise, and later, Boss Bai did not pursue the matter further. I couldn't help but ponder whether Zheng Hai's death was a mere coincidence. Perhaps, in that sinister corner, they had callously seized the moment to end his life when he least expected it. In that instant, brotherhood was forsaken, and the ugliness of humanity was laid bare under the compulsion of survival. Of course, these were merely my later speculations. The specifics remained unknown to me. Aside from the two guards, no one was aware. The scenery along the road transformed from barren desolation to occasional glimpses of quaint two-story white buildings. Before long, we arrived at our destination. Bei Mao instructed me to halt in front of one of the small buildings. I gently pressed the brake, and the vehicle came to a smooth stop. We both exited the car, and as I surveyed my surroundings, a wave of confusion washed over me. "Where are we? Dabaige?" I couldn't help but inquire. He seemed oblivious to my question, engrossed in his phone as he swiftly dialed a number, pressing the device to his ear. Standing beside him, I felt somewhat awkward, my gaze unconsciously wandering over the small building. The entrance loomed shut, and the distant structures remained devoid of light. Bei Mao spoke in hushed tones on the phone, but I could not discern his words. Upon concluding the call, he informed me to simply wait, as someone would come to collect us shortly. Leaning against the car, Bei Mao and I idly smoked several cigarettes, the pungent aroma of tobacco filling our mouths and nostrils, while wisps of smoke ascended, mingling with the damp air. We waited in silence. After what felt like an eternity, the tranquility was shattered by a deep, resonant roar of an engine. I looked up to see a supercar racing towards us like a dazzling bolt of lightning. Its sleek contours unmistakably marked it as a top-tier sports car. I instinctively knew this was our ride. We had waited here for quite some time, with not a single vehicle in sight. The car came to a precise stop before us, the tires emitting a slight screech as they met the ground. The door swung open, revealing none other than the Korean man, Jin Chuji. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled, and his gaze exuded shrewdness. In the passenger seat sat a tall, blonde woman clad in a form-fitting red dress, accentuating her curves. Upon exiting the vehicle, she wasted no time, striding directly towards our SUV with her long legs. Skillfully, she opened the door, took her place in the driver's seat, and swiftly drove away, leaving only a trail of exhaust in her wake. A faint smile crept onto Bei Mao's face as he greeted Jean. Jean Chuji raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Miss me after just a few days? Here I am to fetch you. Now hop in. The last time we met, Jean had said not a word. I had presumed he was not fluent in Chinese. To my surprise, his command of the language was quite impressive, being a trusted aide to President Bai. I examined the supercar, relieved to find it had 4 seats, barely accommodating us. The interior was extravagantly luxurious, the leather seats emitting a subtle fragrance. Cautiously, I slid into the back seat beside Bei Mao, fearful that one misstep might damage some intricate component of the vehicle. Jean settled into the driver's seat, gently closing the door, the muted sound of it shutting resonating with an air of sophistication. As Jean ignited the engine, the supercar roared to life once more, the powerful acceleration pressing me firmly against the seat. The sound system erupted with a pulsating electronic track, the vigorous beats seeming to threaten to shatter one's heart. Lao Jean was exceedingly exhilarated, his body swaying rhythmically to the music, his hands occasionally drumming a beat upon the steering wheel. The car meandered across the road. I sat in the back seat, observing Lao Jin's wild antics, my heart brimming with anxiety. Yet beside me, Bei Mao appeared unfazed, his expression serene and his gaze composed, simply gazing quietly out the window at the passing scenery. Clearly, he had grown accustomed to Lao Jin's reckless behavior. As the car sped along the highway, the landscape outside began to transform. A deep blue hue intruded upon my vision, and as I focused intently, I realized it was the seaside. After spending so long in Dubai, it was my first glimpse of the ocean. During this year in Dubai, I had lived in a state of perpetual darkness, long forgetting the beauty of nature. Chapter 86. The life of old Jean. After enduring so many twists and turns, I had long since lost my sense of direction. I was unsure whether I was still in Dubai or had been transported to another city within the United Arab Emirates. Everything around me felt foreign, akin to a rootless water lily adrift in a current. Time passed, though I could not discern how long, until the vehicle gradually decelerated and ultimately came to a halt beside a cemetery. Silence enveloped the area, with gravestones standing solemnly, casting eerie shadows under the sun's gaze. Old Jean opened the car door and turned to us, announcing, "We have arrived at our destination." He was the first to exit the vehicle. "Are we here?" I queried, glancing at Bei Mao in surprise. "Isn't this a cemetery?" Bei Mao appeared perplexed as well, instinctively touching the gun at his side before following suit. Meanwhile, old Jean, standing at the corner of the wall, shook himself slightly. Upon turning, he startled Bei Mao. "Why are you walking so quietly?" "Old Jean, why have we stopped here?" Bei Mao asked, eyeing the motion of Jean tugging at his zipper. Just taking care of some business. Are you joining me?" In reality, old Jean merely sought a secluded spot for a brief respite, casually remarking that we had reached our destination. The darkness had enveloped him to the extent that he had not even realized we were at a cemetery. The vehicle ultimately steadied itself at our true destination, a villa by the seaside. This residence stood in stark contrast to the remote hideouts frequented by Boss Bai, proudly overlooking the stunning seascape. Surrounding it were several other homes, some villas still aglow with lights. I alighted from the car and followed old Jean into the seaside villa. Upon opening the intricately carved front door, old Jean lightly tapped a smart panel at the entrance, and soft illumination flooded the entire hall. The minimalist decor enveloped us, characterized by clean lines and understated hues, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, yet exuding an air of sophistication and quality. Surprisingly, there were no guards in sight, nor any harried housekeepers bustling about. It seemed that old Jean was the sole permanent resident. Now, with Bei Mao and myself added to the mix, there were merely 3 of us. In the center of the living room sat an enormous glass coffee table. Old Jean casually tossed the car keys atop the table and plopped down onto the sofa, which sank slightly under his weight. He gestured for us to take a seat. "This villa has 5 rooms. Aside from the one I'm occupying, feel free to choose any you prefer." Old Jin's voice echoed through the spacious hall. At this moment, Bei Mao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Select a room that is relatively secure for me." I shrugged, indicating that I was indifferent to where I would stay. Old Jean chuckled, seemingly understanding Bei Mao's concerns. Rest assured, the villa is equipped with infrared cameras all around and a human detection system. If I make a few adjustments, not only will any suspicious movement outside at night trigger an alarm, but even the slightest movement within the house will set it off. This is the most advanced security equipment, absolutely foolproof. With that, old Jean could not help but proudly lift his chin. Upon hearing these words, Bei Mao's tense expression eased slightly as he began to survey the layout of the surrounding room. I strolled through the villa's grand hall, the marble floor beneath my feet gleaming, reflecting my silhouette. A wave of confusion washed over me. I could not fathom the purpose of our presence here and could not help but inquire. Lao Jin cast a glance in my direction. What's wrong? Don't you appreciate this place? Prefer your shabby industrial park instead? I hastily denied it. At that moment, Bei Mao stepped forward to elucidate. We must wait a week for the shipment. During this time, we shall remain here and not return to the park. The outside atmosphere is tense. Infrequent comings and goings could attract unwanted attention. Lao Jin's place is secure. There should be no trouble. I randomly selected a room, freshened up, and then lay on the bed. Yet my mind was troubled, preventing me from falling asleep until the early hours of the morning when I finally drifted into a fitful slumber. In the middle of the night, as I was deep in sleep, the sharp sound of the villa surveillance alarm shattered the silence. Shortly thereafter, I heard the sound of glass shattering. Instantly awakened, my heart raced. Out of caution, I did not rush out, but carefully opened my door a crack to peek outside. At that moment, Bei Mao burst from his room, gun in hand, his expression tense, moving with a swiftness honed from long exposure to such perilous environments. However, upon reaching the living room, he found only Lao Jin, standing innocently by the liquor cabinet. Lao Jin held a bottle of wine, his face a picture of feigned innocence. He awkwardly explained, my apologies. I forgot to activate the infrared system and accidentally triggered the alarm. Bei Mao furrowed his brow, holstering his weapon with a hint of displeasure. You really should be more careful. At this hour, misunderstandings could easily arise. Lao Jin chuckled sheepishly. It's my fault indeed. The allure of this wine was too great, and I simply wanted to sample it, not anticipating the commotion it would cause. Seeing no immediate danger, I feigned having just been awakened and stepped out of my room, pretending to inquire about the situation. What happened? Is someone here? I rubbed my eyes and asked. Lao Jin waved his hand dismissively, explaining, it's nothing at all. I accidentally set off the alarm and disturbed you. I glanced at Bei Mao, who slightly shook his head, seemingly unwilling to pursue the matter further. Our drowsiness was thoroughly dispelled by this false alarm, and to lighten the mood, Lao Jin insisted we indulge in some drinks. I joined in, consuming several glasses. With each sip, his spirits soared further. Under the lights, the alcohol swirled gently in the glasses. As the merriment escalated, a peculiar glint flickered in Lao Jin's eyes. He turned and walked toward a concealed corner of the room, and before long, he emerged with something potent in hand. I recognized it at once. A tightening sensation gripping my chest, for I had witnessed such items countless times in Cheng Guangshan's drug manufacturing facility. He handed over the object, and Bei Mao, upon seeing it, resolutely waved his hand, his expression grave as he stated, we have important matters to attend to in a couple of days. We cannot indulge in such things. If anything goes awry, none of us can bear the consequences. Lao Jin, however, remained unfazed, grinning as he replied, there's still several days left. A little relaxation now won't hurt. Bei Mao steadfastly declined once more, prompting Lao Jin to smirk. With a hint of inebriation, he teased, you're quite the bore. He then extended the object towards me. Gazing at the item glimmering under the light, I hastily declined with courtesy, saying, Brother Jin, I don't think I can manage either. Lao Jin appeared somewhat displeased. What is the matter? Aren't you giving me face? It's not that I am unwilling. It's just that we have been advised against it, as it may hinder our work. Upon hearing me invoke Shui Jiucai as a shield, Bei Mao cast a glance in my direction. Chapter 87 Farewell to an old acquaintance, he shook his head and remarked, you two truly are a pair of dreary characters. Yet, he continued to nonchalantly fiddle with his drink. Meanwhile, Bei Mao and I sipped our spirits in a casual manner. The liquor was both spicy and robust, initially presenting a rich flavor, but its potency surged forth like a tidal wave. I must admit, the strength of this foreign liquor was astonishing. After just a few glasses, my head began to spin, as if the entire world were gently swirling before my eyes. I struggled to rise, swaying as I made my way to the room, my steps feeling as though they were treading upon clouds. "I can't take it anymore. I need to sleep," I mumbled incoherently. Bei Mao glanced at me, then at his glass, before setting it down and saying, "I shall refrain from drinking as well. This liquor is too potent." Hearing our exchange, Lao Jin erupted into hearty laughter, his voice echoing through the spacious villa, tinged with a hint of inebriation and mockery. "You two really have poor tolerance. It's quite disappointing to see you falter after so little." As he spoke, he continued to indulge in his own drink. At that moment, Lao Jin was in a state of extreme exhilaration, his face flushed and his eyes gleaming with fervor. One hand held the bottle aloft, as if declaring his untamed spirit to the world, while the other waved through the air, his body swaying to an unseen rhythm. I made my way back to the room with great difficulty, collapsing onto the bed. Despite my heavy head, a sliver of consciousness remained. I could hear Lao Jin's maniacal laughter and off-key humming resonating from the living room, reminiscent of his demeanor while driving. The following day, as I gradually awoke, the remnants of last night's hangover throbbed in my head. Stepping out of the room, I was astonished to find Lao Jin already awake, busily tending to tasks in the kitchen. It truly surprised me. After consuming copious amounts of alcohol and indulging in drugs the night before, I had not expected him to rise so early, and his demeanor appeared quite sprightly. I strolled to the kitchen door, observing Lao Jin expertly navigating between the stove and the countertop. He moved with the deftness of an experienced homemaker, his actions swift and skilled. A platter was adorned with neatly cut fruits and toasted bread. Upon noticing me, Lao Jin flashed a grin and said, "What took you so long to get up?" "I prepared some food for you and Bei Mao." "Brother Jin, you're up so early," I replied, astonished. "You didn't tease sleep at all last night." I truly admired him. After a sleepless night, he still possessed the energy to prepare breakfast. "I usually cook for myself here. This is what life should be," he remarked as I entered the kitchen and took a seat at the dining table, gazing at the abundant and healthy breakfast before me. It was difficult to reconcile the image of this industrious, life-discussing Lao Jin in the kitchen with the wild, indulgent figure he had been the night before after drug use. Ironically, Lao Jin, amidst this opulent setting, relished the comforts of a seaside villa, meticulously preparing balanced meals as if he were a hermit, detached from the world, living in serene contentment. However, the mere thought of his frenzied demeanor during last night's drug use, coupled with his involvement in the dark and nefarious dealings under Mr. Bai, renders this stark contrast utterly absurd. This multifaceted character evokes in me an increasing sense that in this place, everyone wears heavy masks, concealing secrets unknown to others. Before long, Bei Mao also entered, momentarily taken aback by the breakfast laid out on the table. Lao Jin urged us to eat quickly, mentioning that there were matters to discuss afterward. Once we finished our meal, Lao Jin sat upright, his expression grave as he conveyed today's task to Bei Mao and me, to pick up a shipment. He informed us that an extremely important delivery would arrive today, with the transportation route passing through the dock. Our responsibility was to assist and ensure the smooth handover of the goods. Upon hearing this, Bei Mao furrowed his brow and resolutely declined without hesitation. Straightening his posture, he firmly stated, "I only follow Brother Kai's orders. He hasn't instructed me to do this, so I won't go." Lao Jin's lips curled into a seemingly benevolent smile as he attempted to soften the situation. "Just consider it a favor for a brother. It's quite simple and poses no risk. What's the harm in accompanying him for a short trip?" Bei Mao remained unmoved, continuing to shake his head defiantly. Lao Jin then shifted his gaze to me. I was acutely aware that I lacked the formidable backing of Bei Mao and had no grounds to refuse. Bei Mao merely observed with cold indifference, offering no intervention. Reluctantly, I nodded and rose to prepare for departure. Lao Jin informed me that we weren't ready yet and that we would set out later. In the afternoon, upon arriving at the garage, Lao Jin selected a vehicle that appeared relatively inconspicuous. Once inside, He nonchalantly instructed me to drive while he comfortably reclined in his seat, adopting a rather carefree demeanor as he closed his eyes to rest. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as I navigated according to the route he provided, my eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings. With each sign we passed, I endeavored to commit the route to memory, not overlooking any familiar Chinese characters that might serve as clues to connect with the outside world. The car glided smoothly along the road until we finally arrived at a warehouse. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only our solitary vehicle parked there. Lao Jin glanced at his shimmering gold watch, a look of displeasure crossing his face as he muttered under his breath, "Truly unpunctual." No sooner had he spoken than the delivery vehicle slowly approached, raising a slight cloud of dust. A familiar figure descended from the truck, stirring a mix of emotions within me. It was Xiao Liang. Reflecting on my departure from the factory, I recalled how he had foreseen the dangers posed by Lan Xian and had kindly warned me. At that time, I was naive and oblivious to his meaning. Upon seeing me again, Xiao Liang's eyes widened in surprise. He walked directly toward me, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Xing, what are you doing here? How did you end up with Jin Shuji?" I sighed helplessly, offering a wry smile as I replied, "It's a long story." Concern flickered across Xiao Liang's face. "So how are you faring here?" I endeavored to speak of the brighter aspects, wishing to spare him undue worry. Yet the weariness and concern reflected in my eyes betrayed my true feelings. At that moment, Xiao Liang gazed at me with sincerity and inquired, "Have you considered the possibility of returning? I could persuade Shango. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." "Return? To that den of iniquity? The stronghold of drug traffickers?" Instinctively, I shook my head, my resolve unwavering. I do not wish to go back. Xiao Liang furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly taken aback by my response. "Here, you live in constant trepidation. At least back there, you would have familiar faces and surroundings." Chapter 88. Inconsistency. I gazed at him, my eyes laden with a tinge of complex emotion. "Xiao Liang, do you not intend to leave? Will you remain by Brother Shan's side indefinitely? Are you truly willing to stay there for a lifetime?" Xiao Liang fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "Do you think departing is so simple? Perhaps I do have a way." Just then, Lao Jin called out loudly from the side, shattering the gravity of our conversation. The words I had half formed were swallowed back. A glance exchanged with Xiao Liang made it clear that we had to shelve this topic for the moment and face the task at hand. The warehouse was filled with various goods, and in a corner, some other items lay concealed. The two burly men overseeing the warehouse approached us silently and began assisting with the unloading. Xiao Liang strode directly towards Lao Jin, preparing for the goods exchange. He pulled out a cargo list from his pocket and handed it to Lao Jin, saying, "Brother Jin, here is the cargo list for this shipment. Please verify it." Lao Jin raised an eyebrow, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he barely glanced at it. "As long as you have confirmed it, that suffices. They are all under Boss Bai's command. We are all family here, so why bother with such cumbersome procedures?" He affectionately draped an arm around Xiao Liang's neck, drawing him closer and giving him a hearty pat on the back to convey his camaraderie and trust. Afterward, Lao Jin squatted down and casually opened a box, revealing it to be brimming with snacks packaged in English. Standing beside him, I observed those seemingly ordinary snack bags, yet I was acutely aware of what they truly contained. My time spent at Chun Guangshan's drug manufacturing facility had rendered me well-versed in such deceptive tactics. As Lao Jin prepared to take out a bag for inspection, Xiao Liang swiftly stepped forward to intercept him. With a serious expression and resolute tone, he stated, "Brother Jin, these are all accounted for. It would be unwise to tamper with them." Lao Jin raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, and with a teasing undertone remarked, "Oh, come now. Are you really so stingy? Can I even try one bag? We haven't even begun, and you're acting like a thief." He straightened up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, muttering, "I wonder how this new batch will fare." Xiao Liang, fully aware of the implications behind Lao Jin's words, was not actually inquiring about the taste or quality of the snacks. He turned to the vehicle, opened the door, and retrieved a small bag from inside. Returning, he handed the small bag to Lao Jin, saying, "Brother Jin, this contains a few identical bags. Brother Sean requested that you sample them first. Lao Jin accepted the small bag, and, upon opening it, a satisfied smile spread across his face, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed and pride. As he carefully tucked the small bag away, he nodded in praise. Indeed, Guangshan knows how to get things done. This is how it should be. We are all in this together. No need to be overly serious. The others began to move the goods, and I stepped forward to assist. Meanwhile, Lao Jin leisurely stood by, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze wandering aimlessly around the warehouse, occasionally issuing commands. At long last, the goods were entirely unloaded. Just before departing, Xiao Yang approached me, firmly grasping my hand, his eyes brimming with concern. Brother, I am leaving now. Take care of yourself, and I hope that when we meet again, all will be well with you. I reciprocated the grip with conviction, assuring him, rest assured, be cautious on your journey. After Xiao Liang departed, Lao Jin stood contemplatively before the pile of goods, stroking his chin. He retrieved his phone, dialed a number, and succinctly conveyed, the goods have been received and are currently in the warehouse. Arrange for personnel to prepare for transfer. Once he ended the call, I inquired, are we leaving now? He turned to me and replied, this batch will remain here for now. We'll wait until the arrangements at the dock are finalized this evening before we transport it. We cannot attract undue attention during the day. Discretion is essential to avoid complications, as Boss Bai will not be lenient. I nodded in agreement. He then instructed the two individuals guarding the warehouse to maintain vigilant oversight, meticulously inspecting the arrangement of the goods. Meanwhile, he returned to the vehicle to indulge in a bag of snacks. Lao Jin was undeniably a connoisseur of indulgence. The two men in the warehouse were evidently his trusted subordinates, following his commands without question, their eyes reflecting reverence and loyalty. From the moment we entered the warehouse, they had been busily tending to their tasks without a hint of negligence or defiance. By the time we arrived at the warehouse, it was already afternoon, and several hours had swiftly passed as the vast black curtain of night gradually descended. The delivery truck slowly started its journey ahead, with our vehicle trailing behind. I remained at the wheel, my hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, my gaze intently fixed on the road ahead. As we approached the dock, Lao Jin instructed me not to drive directly there, but rather to park in a more concealed and distant corner. His expression was grave, and a flicker of vigilance danced in his eyes. He produced a pair of binoculars from beneath the seat, lowered the window, and scrutinized the dock's activities. We were not far from the dock, and the sea breeze gently wafted, carrying a hint of saltiness. Just as I was about to relax and lean back, Lao Jin tapped me, urging me to stay alert. Keep an eye on the dock. Be ready to make a swift exit if necessary. Understood, Brother Jin, I replied, squinting towards the activity at the dock. Before long, they had completed the transfer and placement of the goods. The entire receiving process was unexpectedly smooth. From a distance, Lao Jin observed through the binoculars, a look of satisfaction gradually spreading across his face. He lowered the binoculars, visibly relieved, and turned to me, saying, it's time to head back. I couldn't help but exclaim, is that it? Lao Jin shot me a glance, retorting, what else did you expect? What more do you want? I had been contemplating that I felt merely like a driver and laborer today. If he required a driver, there was no need to involve me, an outsider. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I addressed Lao Jin, Brother Jin, I don't quite understand. You really didn't need to bring me along. I am not one of your own. Taking me around exposes my location, does it not? Although I currently lack the ability to escape, I pose no threat to you. Upon hearing my words, Lao Jin suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound echoing within the confines of the vehicle, tinged with a hint of mockery and disdain. He regarded me and said, do you think I would act without discretion? There's a reason for bringing you along. Jin Jiji did not directly address my question. Though doubts still lingered in my heart, I understood that pressing further would yield no answers. In truth, it was only during subsequent actions that I realized they had never intended for me to survive. Chapter 89. Covert transport. The deceased cannot voice their thoughts, which is precisely why old Jean feels secure in escorting me around, allowing me to witness the various processes of this transaction without a hint of concern. To them, I am merely a disposable pawn, destined for demise once my utility is exhausted. what appears to be a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, old Jin's warm hospitality, and the seemingly genuine trust he displays all feel like a meticulously orchestrated ruse. They exploit my yearning for survival and a glimmer of hope for freedom, compelling me to obediently serve them. Upon returning to the villa, I barely pushed the door open when a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. I looked up to see Bei Mao testing a bow and crossbow he had recently unearthed in the yard. He stood upright, his expression focused, his gaze firmly fixed on a target not far ahead, a makeshift construct of several worn cardboard boxes, precariously propped up. Old Jin, noticing this, jested, "Ah, Bei Mao, you seem quite enthusiastic. Where did you dig up this antique?" Without lifting his head, Bei Mao knocked another bolt, adjusting the angle of the crossbow as he replied, "Idle hands are the devil's workshop. I found it in a corner of the basement. Thought I'd give a try to see if it still works." Curiously, I approached and inquired about the weapon's effectiveness. "Don't underestimate it. If shot at close range, its lethality rivals that of a firearm," he asserted. With a flick of his finger, the bolt shot forth, striking true at the center of the target. "Impressive," I remarked. "Indeed, Brother Bei, 100% accuracy." Bei Mao waved his hand dismissively. "A live target would be more interesting. This one is too easy." Old Jin's lips curled slightly as he led Bei Mao and me to the small garden behind the villa. There, 2 rabbits grazed leisurely while within a pen. 2 chinchillas observed the surroundings with wide-eyed innocence. Just as Bei Mao settled in, Old Jin's cold voice commanded, "Shoot them." Bei Mao thought he was jesting, momentarily taken aback. But in an instant, Old Jin seized the crossbow, drew it back, and with a swift whoosh, the bolt shot forth like a flash of lightning towards the chinchilla. The small creature had no time to evade, pierced through the heart, collapsing to the ground, its body twitching momentarily. Blood spread across the verdant grass. A shocking and heart-wrenching sight. I stood there, utterly stunned. I could scarcely fathom that Old Jin would turn on the very animals he had nurtured. The lifeless chinchilla, its eyes wide open, seemed to reflect confusion and resentment. Yet Old Jin remained indifferent, as if the incident were of little consequence. I have always perceived Old Jin's character as somewhat akin to that of Xue Jiucai, sharing a cunning and worldly wisdom honed through years of navigating the underbelly of society. However, Old Jin possesses his own distinct style. Yet, beneath his exterior lies a venomous serpent, lurking in the grass, ready to strike with lethal precision when least expected. His cruelty surpassing the imagination of ordinary men. Seemingly indifferent and carefree, once a matter arises, he shows no mercy to anyone. It is precisely this ruthlessness and adeptness at disguise that enables him to secure his position under the command of Mr. Bai, becoming one of his trusted confidants. Only individuals with such cold-hearted tenacity can ascend to high ranks and wield power. To associate with such a person is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. A few days later, Bei Mao received a call, informing him that the individuals at the laboratory had completed their tasks and instructed us to proceed to collect the goods. Upon hanging up, Bei Mao's expression turned serious. "There must be no mistakes. I've already made arrangements at the port." Both Bei Mao and Lao Jin packed their bags. While I had little to take, we set off, heading once again to that mountain from our previous encounter. The winding mountain roads caused my heart to pound violently within my chest, as if to remind me that this task was far from simple. Upon reaching the summit, the goods had already been loaded into the vehicle. Bei Mao opened the underground garage, and we swiftly switched vehicles, leaving ours behind. The thought of the few living souls now lying together in those 2 large wooden crates filled me with discomfort. Yet what could I do? Those who had been transformed into works of art were once vibrant lives, now reduced to commodities for dark transactions, about to be shipped overseas for the amusement of the wealthy with peculiar tastes. In this Dubai enclave, once you step inside, escaping becomes nearly impossible. After retrieving the goods, we did not return to the villa, but headed straight to the port. Arrangements had long been made there, and everything was reportedly ready. The scenery outside the car window flashed by like a slideshow. The azure sea glimmered before me, yet I had no desire to appreciate its beauty. Bei Mao beside me rubbed his hands incessantly, appearing somewhat anxious, while Lao Jin remained impassive, his face betraying no emotion. The vehicle halted at the Mubarak Island port. a small harbor in the UAE, which, in contrast to other ports, boasted stringent customs regulations and advanced surveillance equipment, rendering it relatively safe. The atmosphere in the Mubarak Island port was thick with tension and unease. I stood aside, watching as the human bones were unloaded box by box. The sea breeze howling through and carrying with it a briny scent that made me feel nauseous. Successfully passing through customs was a perilous challenge. Lao Jin had made extensive preparations ahead of time, acquiring a seemingly complete set of cargo lists and customs documents, with information meticulously forged to deceive. The human bone artworks were disguised as ordinary handicrafts, described on the list in an impeccable manner. As our vehicle slowly approached the customs inspection area, my heart raced as if it might leap from my throat. Lao Jin maintained his composure, engaging with the customs officers while presenting the prepared documents. Bei Mao closely monitored the surroundings. The customs officers began to scrutinize the paperwork, their gazes sharp and professional, turning each page over and over. Subsequently, they approached the crates, demanding to inspect the cargo. Bei Mao wore a smile as the customs officials readied themselves to open the cargo boxes. At that moment, I felt as though my very breath had ceased, my gaze fixated upon the expression of the customs officer. If they perceived us as mere heaps of human bones, would they not immediately raise their weapons and execute us? Would Lao Jin and Bei Mao drag me away to serve as a scapegoat? Just as I believed we were on the brink of despair, it appeared that Mr. Bai had discreetly leveraged some connections he had cultivated in Dubai. Suddenly, a customs official appeared and whispered a few words to the inspecting officer. Miraculously, the demeanor of the customs officer transformed, though still scrutinizing. He no longer sought to complicate matters. With a swift gesture, he signaled for us to proceed. Chapter 90. Voyage at Sea. After we finished unloading the cargo, I thought the task was complete and that I could return home. However, Bei Mao and Lao Jin insisted on taking me aboard the ship. Wasn't the job done once the cargo was moved? Bei Mao exchanged a glance with Lao Jin before he spoke. You are thinking too simplistically. This time, we are interfacing with a company from India, and a dedicated personnel is required to oversee the operations in person. Holding the new identity that Bei Mao had arranged for me, I followed them onto the vessel. The freighter slowly departed from a port, the hold filled with the nauseating scent of machinery oil. Setting sail from Mubarak Port, we were bound directly for Mumbai, navigating through the Indian Ocean. The entire journey was expected to span over 20 days, and any unscheduled stops could prolong further. As the cargo ship gently glided away from the harbor, the engine emitted a deep, resonant roar, and the vessel began to sway rhythmically. Standing on the deck with Bei Mao and Lao Jin, I gazed at the receding land, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. This time, it has been uneventful, I murmured softly. Brother Jin, why are we not taking the old route? If we go through customs, what if we are inspected? It could all end in disaster. The old route referred to the smuggling ships operating at the dock. Boss Bai's already smoothed things over for us. What is there to fear? Once caught smuggling drugs, the consequences would be dire. Yet in Boss Bai's eyes, human trafficking presented a more manageable scenario. He believed that hefty bribes had secured favorable connections within customs, and the forged documents appeared flawless. Bai was convinced that as long as we navigated customs successfully, we could thereafter transport various contraband openly through this channel, significantly expanding our smuggling operations. Moreover, the intermediary was a reputable Indian company, which would lend further legitimacy to our dealings. This Indian company specialized in medical equipment trade, which would inherently attract less suspicion regarding the transportation of such goods. Who would suspect that behind seemingly legitimate import and export operations lay a network for art trafficking? This company had already been engaged in such dealings prior to their collaboration with Bai. Meanwhile, the International Criminal Police Organization had set its sights on this firm. In Mumbai, Indian authorities were conducting a covert investigation into the medical equipment company, having detected potential illegal transactions through anonymous reports and irregular customs data. However, we remained blissfully unaware of these developments aboard the ship. On the first day at sea, I struggled to acclimate. Initially, I found the ships swaying somewhat novel, having never been on a freighter before. Yet, it was not long before the sensation of seasickness washed over me like a tide. clinging to the railing. I felt my stomach churn violently, and I succumbed to a bout of retching. The days at sea grew long and monotonous. By day, I gazed upon the endless horizon of the ocean, and by night, the sea descended into darkness. With no land in sight, it felt as though the world had transformed into a vast expanse of water, leaving only our vessel afloat. The tranquil voyage did not persist for long. The once placid waters were suddenly beset by a ferocious storm. The freighter rocked violently amidst the surging waves, the hull creaking ominously, and loose items on the deck were swiftly swept into the sea. Towering waves loomed like black mountains, crashing relentlessly against the cargo ship. We were tossed about in the cabin, unable to find our footing. Sea water began to seep into some compartments, and a sense of panic arose within me. As I couldn't help but think, are we destined to witness the next Titanic? Old Jean, too, appeared anxious, gripping the edge of the bed in an effort to steady himself. What on earth was happening? How could we be so unfortunate to encounter such a predicament at sea? Damn it, I certainly did not wish to perish here. Unlike the brief journeys of a few hours or a day back home, this voyage spanned over 10 days. As we ventured into the depths of the ocean, we expected to face towering waves, yet these swells were indeed colossal, threatening to shatter the vessel. I clung tightly to the ship's railing, contemplating the enormity of the waves, wondering if this would be our end. Bei Mao's expression also reflected unease, yet he feigned calmness, shouting, "Stay composed. This ship should withstand it. The captain surely has a plan." Just as despair threatened to engulf us, the winds began to subside. The ship regained its stability, and the tumultuous waves gradually calmed. The cargo ship had survived this tempestuous ordeal. Although the vessel sustained damage, fortunately, the crew remained unharmed. As sunlight once again graced the deck, we collectively exhaled in relief, resuming our journey towards India. In the subsequent days, we were met with towering waves, their crests frothing wildly, resembling a cataclysmic event. These monstrous swells loomed several meters high, akin to a moving mountain of water, an apocalyptic sight that would remain etched in my memory forever. As the cargo ship approached Mumbai, a humid warmth enveloped the air. Upon disembarking, we watched as our goods were unloaded onto the dock, a weight lifted from our hearts. Throughout the lengthy customs clearance process, Bei Mao paced anxiously by my side, his gaze fixated on the cargo containers, as if they contained his very fortune and life. He muttered incessantly, "Why is this taking so long? I hope nothing goes awry." After navigating through the intricate customs procedures and the exchange of various documents, we finally succeeded in retrieving our cargo. As we acquired the containers, our Indian liaison had been waiting for us. This individual, a slender man with keen eyes named Raj, greeted us with enthusiasm, his hands clasped in a gesture of welcome. "Welcome to Mumbai, friends. I have awaited your arrival after your arduous journey." While Raj's smile appeared warm, I sensed an underlying insincerity within it. Old Jean, uncertain of the liaison's status, hesitated to offend him and quickly interjected, "Thank you. Thank you. The cargo has arrived. Let us promptly attend to the subsequent matters. This journey has been anything but easy, and we hope everything proceeds smoothly from here." Raj nodded repeatedly, assuring us, "Rest assured, I possess certain means here in Mumbai. However, we must expedite the transport of the goods to the designated location. The boss has instructed that once this shipment is confirmed, you shall enjoy a few days of leisure." With that, he summoned several dilapidated trucks. Before the loading commenced, Raj glanced over the cargo containers, instructing, "Let my team first inspect the goods for any damages." During the inspection, I noticed that Raj's subordinates each bore fierce expressions, with subtle outlines at their waists suggesting the concealment of weapons. Raj's men merely glanced at the box to check for signs of tampering. "Excellent. We shall examine the rest upon our return." We assisted in loading the cargo onto the truck when Bei Mao curiously inquired of Raj, "These goods must fetch a good price here, right?" Raj replied with a mysterious smile, "Indeed, there is substantial demand for these items here. However, the market is volatile, and it ultimately depends on our operations. In essence, it is only within his possession that these goods hold any value." Chapter 91. Mumbai. We traversed the bustling streets of Mumbai, a throng of people hurrying along. Vehicles struggled through the congested thoroughfares, the cacophony of honking horns echoing around us. "Behold our sacred cow." Raj gestured for us to look outside. A herd of cows ambled leisurely by the roadside, utterly indifferent to the surrounding clamor and chaos, while cars and pedestrians alike yielded to their presence. "Just something to eat," old Jean remarked casually, inciting Raj's evident displeasure. To them, the sacred cow represents a divine entity, holding a revered status. Raj's irritation was palpable upon hearing Jean's comment, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Is it the affluent district of Mumbai?" Old Jean pointed towards the towering skyscrapers ahead. These edifices soared into the heavens, their glass facades shimmering in the sunlight, epitomizing opulence and grandeur. However, as the vehicle turned a corner, the scenery shifted dramatically. "Is this the slum area?" Bei Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. Before us lay a cluster of dilapidated houses crammed together. The makeshift roofs were cobbled together from various scraps, and the walls appeared so weathered they seemed on the verge of collapse. Ragged individuals navigated the narrow, muddy pathways, and from a distance, one could almost perceive a foul stench wafting from the cramped alleys. Some beggars extended their hands, their eyes filled with despair, gazing intently at the affluent figures emerging from luxurious cars. The disparity was staggering, akin to a chasm separating heaven from hell. I could not help but exclaim. Bei Mao frowned. "In a place like this, who knows how many eyes are watching our dealings? We must tread cautiously. What is there to fear? As long as the transaction proceeds smoothly, we shall depart with our earnings," old Jean asserted, though a flicker of unease danced in his gaze. The vehicle gradually halted behind a hotel, our destination for this transaction, presided over by the clandestine mastermind of an Indian medical equipment company. At that moment, he awaited us atop the hotel. Raj's subordinates, well-trained, carried a box through the back entrance. Just as we were about to enter the hotel, old Jean suddenly claimed he had urgent matters to attend to, urging us to proceed without him. What could possibly be so pressing? "It's just a matter of moments," Raj retorted coldly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Coincidentally, old Jean's phone rang. The identity of the caller was unknown, and the two conversed in Korean, seemingly wary of our comprehension. After exchanging a few brief words, old Jean hung up and prepared to leave. Raj's subordinate intercepted old Jean. "The boss is waiting upstairs." Sweat began to bead on old Jean's forehead, and his body trembled slightly, as if the pangs of withdrawal were setting in. Yet an unsettling intuition stirred within me, suggesting that this might merely be his ruse to escape. Raj lifted his hand, an enigmatic smile lingering on his face. "It seems Mr. Jean requires assistance." Subsequently, one of his subordinates hastily departed, returning shortly with a black bag in hand. Within the bag lay the very items that old Jean yearned for in this moment of desperation. Upon catching sight of the bag, old Jean's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that escape was no longer an option. With trembling hands, he unfastened the bag, retrieving a syringe and a small packet of white powder, and began to prepare with practiced precision. We observed him in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness and tension. At the instant he injected the powder into his vein, his body convulsed violently, followed by an audible release of breath as he leaned back against the wall, his gaze gradually regaining a semblance of clarity. "All right, we can ascend now," he murmured weakly, nodding in affirmation, mustering his spirit to follow us into the elevator. The elevator ascended slowly. The space wasn't particularly cramped, yet with 2 boxes and 8 individuals, it felt somewhat congested. I discreetly studied old Jean, noting his pallid complexion. My mind raced with thoughts about his recent peculiar behavior. Was it the insatiable craving for the drug, or was he scheming something else entirely? At last, the elevator arrived at the designated floor, accompanied by a crisp chime as the doors opened slowly. Before us unfolded a corridor adorned with opulent carpeting. Raj led us into a spacious and lavish room, suffused with the distinctive aroma of Indian spices. Seated centrally on a sofa was a man clad in exquisite traditional attire. His figure somewhat portly, he was Rajesh, Raj's employer. Upon our entrance, Rajesh greeted us with a warm smile, though his gaze roamed over us with an unsettling scrutiny. Raj gestured for his subordinates, to open the boxes they had brought. The moment the boxes were unsealed, Rajesh leaned in eagerly, examining the human bones contained within. He picked up a sealed bone and swiftly unwrapped it, cradling it in his hands and bringing it to his nose to inhale deeply. Rajesh closed his eyes, an expression of profound ecstasy washing over his face as he muttered in Hindi. The three of us exchanged bewildered glances, utterly lost in the exchange, awaiting Raj's translation. Clearing his throat, Raj translated, "The boss says this batch appears promising, of superior quality." Upon hearing this, Old Jin's previously taut nerves relaxed slightly, and a smile graced his features. However, when the topic of price arose, the atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of tension. Old Jin straightened his posture and asserted, "We agreed on 6 million dirhams, 1 million per person, with 6 individuals in the boxes." The figure struck me with astonishment. Throughout our journey, I had merely played a supporting role, unaware that the price they discussed was so exorbitant. Yet, Rajesh remained unperturbed, shaking his head slowly as he spoke rapidly in Hindi. Raj translated, "The boss says that the circumstances have changed, and he can only offer 6 million rupees." Old Jin's expression soured significantly. Suppressing the urge to curse, he replied, "We traveled this far to deliver. Do not jest with us. We are serious, and the travel expenses have already been prepaid." Raj clarified that the travel expenses referred to the deposit made on the dark web, as they represent a reputable corporation in anticipation of a long-term collaboration. Mr. Bai accepted a deposit of merely 1 million dirhams, with the remainder to be settled upon confirmation prior to their arrival. However, upon inspecting the goods and finding them satisfactory, they astonishingly reneged on their commitment. 6 million rupees, when converted to Dubai currency, amounts to less than 2,000. This disparity is far too significant compared to our previous discussions. It seems you're attempting to engage in unscrupulous dealings. Rajesh maintained a composed smile, seemingly indifferent to Mr. Jin's indignation. He uttered a few more words, which Raj then translated. "Mr. Jin, you must understand that the market conditions are exceedingly volatile. While this batch of goods is indeed commendable, we're currently facing numerous risks and pressures. This price is already quite reasonable." Chapter 92. Black eating black. Old Jin trembled with rage as he stepped forward, intending to reason with them, but was swiftly restrained by Rajesh's henchmen. Seeing this, Bei Mao hurriedly intervened, grasping Old Jin's arm, and whispered, "Let us not act impulsively. Let us see if there is any room for negotiation." "Negotiate what? Damn it, we've been taken for a ride," Old Jin retorted, realizing that the other party had no intention of negotiating and had instead offered an absurd price of 2,000. Insufficient even for a meal. However, the circumstances were decidedly not in our favor. During our time in the elevator, Rajesh's men had confiscated our mobile phones, leaving us utterly disconnected from the outside world. Old Jin struggled to contain his fury. "Rajesh, your actions are in direct violation of President Bai's agreement. Do you truly believe you will acquiesce to this?" Rajesh merely shrugged and spread his hands, speaking a string of words in Hindi. Raj translated, saying, "If you're dissatisfied, you're free to leave with the goods." It was evident that Rajesh held President Bai in contempt. I anxiously observed the situation unfold. We were in a foreign land, not on President Bai's turf, and any direct confrontation could prove disastrous for us. The notion of leaving with the goods was absurd. They would likely apprehend us the moment we stepped outside. After a moment of contemplation, Rajesh spoke again, and Raj translated, "Mr. Jin, do not accuse us of taking advantage. We can offer you a maximum of 8 million rupees." They were clearly playing the rogue, yet the reality was that we were at their mercy, forced to acquiesce. My fear was that even if we accepted, we might still face dire consequences. Just as Old Jin was about to speak, a mobile phone rang. Rajesh retrieved his phone, glancing at the screen, and his smile vanished, replaced by a hint of anxiety. He stood and moved aside to answer the call, speaking hurriedly in Hindi. Seizing the opportunity, Old Jin whispered to us, "This is likely more complicated than it appears. They are scheming, and we must devise a counter-strategy." Bei Mao frowned, stating, "We are on their territory, and they outnumber us. We must stabilize the situation first." Old Jin clenched his fists, the knuckles turning white. His lips quivered as he forced out the words, "Fine, 8 million rupees it is." Upon hearing this response, Rajesh hung up the phone, a smug smile spreading across his face. The transaction seemed set to proceed, and Raj began organizing his men to prepare the payment procedures. Yet, I noticed that the surrounding henchmen showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, they tightened their circle around us. A foreboding sense crept over me. They clearly had no intention of letting us go easily. I leaned closer to Bei Mao and whispered, "Something feels amiss. They can't possibly intend to take the goods and silence us, can they?" Bei Mao nodded silently, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Old Jean, too, sensed the unease. Sweat beaded on his forehead, not from withdrawal this time. "We need to find a way to escape," Bei Mao murmured. However, in this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by so many, the prospect of fleeing seemed daunting. Raj approached, holding a document and requesting Old Jin's signature to confirm the transaction. Old Jin's hands trembled slightly as he signed his name, the strokes appearing particularly rigid. Once he affixed his signature, it would signify a voluntary transaction. Upon returning, would Mr. Bai punish him for his capitulation? Yet, failing to sign would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. At that moment, I sensed the atmosphere in the room had become unbearably oppressive, the mingled scent of spices making it difficult to breathe. Rajesh waited anxiously. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, as if a multitude were running and shouting. Rajesh frowned and signaled to one of his subordinates to investigate. It seemed a riot had broken out beyond the door, with cries, scuffles, and gunfire intertwining. Old Jin's condition worsened, his body swaying precariously. Bei Mao leaned closer, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Old Jin, are you all right?" Old Jin forced out a response, claiming he was fine, yet his pallid complexion and vacant eyes betrayed his frailty. I surmised that his state was likely a consequence of the drugs he had consumed earlier. The narcotics in India appear to differ markedly from those he typically indulged in Dubai, with a noticeably lower purity, resulting in his severe discomfort. Observing the current chaos, a thought quietly burgeoned within me. I must flee, for this might be a rare opportunity. The surrounding turmoil seemed to provide me with the perfect cover. As Rajesh and his men were distracted by the sudden commotion outside, I began to stealthily inch toward the door, my eyes remaining vigilant on the movements of others in the room. Bei Mao seemed to sense my unease. He turned his head, his gaze sharp with suspicion. My heart raced, fearing he might uncover my intentions, and I promptly halted, feigning interest in the situation. The din outside grew increasingly loud, punctuated by gunfire and indistinguishable shouts. Inside the room, Rajesh and his associates appeared flustered. Under Raj's direction, several subordinates hastily stuffed items from the boxes into bags, preparing to make a run for it. Given the circumstances, those outside were either the police or a more formidable gang. "Big Bay, we should flee quickly outside," I began. But Old Jean suddenly doubled over in agony, cradling his head with both hands, emitting faint groans. This scene instantly drew Bei Mao's attention back to him, and he hurriedly crouched down to assist Old Jean. Perhaps fate had granted me another chance. If I missed this opportunity, I might never escape their clutches. I took a deep breath and resolutely reaffirmed my determination to flee alone. Seizing the moment while everyone was focused on Old Jean, I quickened my pace and dashed toward the door. Just as my hand was about to grasp the doorknob, one of Rajesh's subordinates abruptly turned and spotted me, calling out and rushing toward me. I did not hesitate. In the split second before he could seize me, I flung open the door and bolted outside. Beyond the door lay a long corridor, permeated with acrid smoke and flickering emergency lights. Without a second thought, I sprinted toward the corridor's end. An enraged cry echoed behind me, and I dared not glance back, uncertain if they had given chase, yet I knew I had to run for my life. I burst into the stairwell, only to find it congested with a throng of individuals desperately fleeing, the situation spiraling further out of control. Just as I reached the first floor, I encountered several henchmen of Rajesh engaged in a fierce struggle with the Indian police. The wailing of sirens outside the hotel pierced the air, and the flashing red and blue lights flickered incessantly. I could not afford the peril of seeking refuge with the Indian authorities. After all, I was brought here for my involvement in this illicit organ trafficking, And in this chaotic environment, devoid of evidence, no one would believe in my innocence. They would only presume we were allies. I pivoted to seek an alternate escape route. Suddenly, a hand clasped firmly on my shoulder. Chapter 93. Run. I turned back in terror, only to find it was Bei Mao. One of his hands gripped my shoulder like a vice, while the other brandished a gun. You thought you could run away, didn't you? To my surprise, he had pursued me alone. Brother Bei, now is not the time for explanations. Let us escape first. Try running, just try. Given the circumstances, I had no choice but to continue fleeing alongside him. At that moment, we were trapped in this perilous interstice, with the police poised outside and Rajesh's ruthless men intending to end our lives within. Which way? Bei Mao inquired, looking at me intently. I quickly scanned our surroundings, searching for a glimmer of hope. I noticed a passage leading to the underground parking garage on one side of the hotel lobby. Perhaps we could temporarily evade both factions there. This way, follow me, I urged, tugging Bei Mao toward the corridor. The chaos within the hotel appeared to be under the complete control of the Indian police. We sprinted toward the parking passage, our footsteps echoing in a vast corridor. My heart raced wildly in my chest. Before we could approach, I spotted several figures moving at the entrance of the passage. They seemed alert, wielding equipment, but their identities were hard to discern. The individuals were not in police uniforms. It was uncertain whether the police had set a trap here in advance or if Rajesh's subordinates had established a blockade. Either way, this route was no longer viable. There are people, let us go, I whispered urgently. Bei Mao and I swiftly pivoted, dashing in another direction. In the midst of our frantic flight, Bei Mao inadvertently glanced upward, his gaze sweeping over the ventilation ducts above. Gauching, look at the ventilation ducts. We can escape through there. Following Bei Mao's line of sight, I comprehended his intention. The ducts appeared somewhat narrow, and I was uncertain if we could fit, but we had no other options. The ventilation system had become our sole potential escape route. We searched for something to climb on and finally discovered a maintenance ladder in a corner of the kitchen. You go first. I ascended the ladder, forcefully pushing open the grate of the vent, a cloud of stale dust enveloping me. Gritting my teeth, I disregarded the dust that stung my eyes and pushed myself into the duct. Bei Mao followed closely behind, and we began to crawl through the dim, cramped passage. The metallic walls of the duct were coated in greasy grime and dust. The duct was long and increasingly cramped, the air growing thinner with each movement, making it harder to breathe. Faint sounds of footsteps and shouts echoed below. Hurry, Bei Mao urged in a hushed tone. I hastened my pace, using both hands and feet. However, the duct was not a straightforward path. Intersections appeared intermittently, and choosing the wrong direction would force us to backtrack. Fortunately, the chaos below masked our presence, and no one seemed to notice us. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, a flicker of light finally emerged ahead. It was the exit of the ventilation duct. We felt a surge of hope and quickened our pace toward the light. Upon finally emerging from the ventilation duct, we found ourselves in a secluded backyard of the hotel, surrounded by heaps of debris and refuse, exuding a foul odor. With hurried steps, I dashed towards the door, pulling it open with force, relieved to discover that it was unlocked. However, as I stepped outside, our moment of respite was abruptly interrupted. Turning back, I was confronted by several armed Indian police officers who had appeared in the yard. The realization struck me like a bolt. Their weapons glinted ominously, and a palpable sense of danger pierced the air. Without a moment's hesitation, I instinctively turned to flee, my feet propelling me forward with the urgency of a spring, desperate to escape gunfire. Yet, North Mao stood rooted in place, an incongruous figure amidst the tension. Just as confusion washed over me, I witnessed North Mao swiftly reach into his coat, producing a handgun. The police reacted with remarkable speed, almost simultaneously drawing their weapons. However, North Mao was quicker. He raised his hands, firmly grasping the pistol, and without a moment's doubt, pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sharp, resounding gunfire erupted in the air, too close for comfort, nearly rupturing my eardrums. Terrified, I glanced back to see the two Indian officers collapsing to the ground. It was only then that North Mao, as if awakening from a dream, sprinted towards me, his face a mask of madness and his eyes betraying an unmistakable thrill. "Run! Stop dawdling!" he shouted as he ran. I snapped back to reality, resuming my frantic escape. We raced through the hotel's backyard, chaos unfolding behind us. The blaring of police sirens echoed. More officers were converging on our location. I maneuvered away from crowded areas, seeking paths less trodden. North Mao closely followed, his gun still emitting wisps of smoke. We vaulted over a low wall and ultimately found ourselves in a narrow alley. Exhausted from our frantic flight, we finally stumbled into a seemingly safe corner of an abandoned warehouse. In unison, we halted to catch our breath. I inquired, "How did you come by that gun?" And two of them, no less. North Mao, panting heavily, replied, "I acquired it during the scuffle with Rajesh's men." "Impressive," I remarked. Just as I bent over to catch my breath, North Mao abruptly turned, aiming his gun squarely at me. The tension that had already gripped me tightened further. My heart leapt into my throat. "Gao Xing, you were planning to abandon us and flee on your own, weren't you?" North Mao's eyes burned with fury, the dark muzzle of the gun trembling slightly in his hand, as if ready to unleash its fury upon me. A surge of panic surged through me, and I quickly raised my hands, pushing the gun upward, my gaze fixated on the weapon, fearful that he might indeed pull the trigger in a fit of rage. "North brother, I was merely overwhelmed in the moment. I didn't genuinely intend to leave you behind. Rajesh clearly had no intention of allowing anyone to survive. How could I not run?" My voice trembled as I sought to explain. Bei Mao let out a cold chuckle. "In such a critical moment of life and death, you fled, treating us as mere cannon fodder. You truly have some nerve." He stepped forward, aiming his pistol once more at my temple. "No, Brother Bei, I realize my mistake. Please, do not act impulsively." At that moment, old Jean was in such poor condition that I feared we would all perish. It was merely a moment of folly. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down my forehead, and my eyes were filled with desperation. "By the way, where's old Jean?" I inquired. Upon hearing the name old Jean, Bei Mao's expression softened slightly, yet the gun in his hand remained unwavering. Chapter 94. The unknown rescuer old Jean was unable to leave. The hotel was swarming with either police or Rajesh's men. It was likely that old Jean had already been compromised. Just moments ago, at the entrance of the hotel, old Jean had suddenly made an excuse not to enter, which aroused Bei Mao's suspicion. However, with Rajesh's men present, he could only remain silent. In the current chaotic situation, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Whether old Jean lived or died was of no concern to anyone. We sat in silence for a while, each understanding the gravity of our predicament without uttering a word. Even if you were to kill me, it would be futile. It is just the two of us now, and we must devise a way to return. I urged Bei Mao, my gaze fixed intently on the deadly weapon in his hand. Bei Mao furrowed his brow, taking a long time to respond. "We have a contact in India." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within me. Where? Only old Jean could reach this contact. Now, with uncertainty surrounding old Jin's fate, who would dare to return? Obtaining the contact's information seemed as challenging as scaling a mountain. If only we had old Jin's phone. I couldn't help but sigh. Having a phone would be useless. How could such matters be communicated over a device? Bei Mao doused my hopes with a cold reality. Where does old Jean contact the rescuer? I pressed further. The dark web. My eyes lit up at this revelation. Contacting a seller on the dark web? Wasn't that my responsibility at the time? I had established the connection before handing it over to old Jean. Are you sure old Jean is communicating with the rescuer on the dark web? Yes. Then it's manageable, Beitke. Have you forgotten what I do? I am a programmer, and I previously handled network affairs in the park. Accessing the dark web should not pose a challenge. However, Bei Mao continued, they have a private room on the dark web, and the chat room is locked. Only old Jean knows the contact and the password. Another bucket of cold water was poured over my head. I don't know this rescuer. My impatience grew. So do you know or not? I know, but it was by chance. It turned out that this Mumbai rescuer was something Bei Mao had stumbled upon. During the days leading up to the delivery, old Jean had indulged in excess alcohol and substances, dropping his guard. The two had exchanged a few casual remarks about the situation in India, and Bei Mao had casually inquired, in such a distant place, can one manage without acquaintances? Of course, I have a rescuer. Old Gene had inadvertently disclosed this information. How will we contact him? Through the dark web, but you. Don't even think about it. There's a password, and you won't be able to reach him. Had it not been for that serendipitous encounter, Old Gene, in his haze, would have left even Bame Mao in the dark. I gazed at Bame Mao with a serious expression. Since it's the dark web, we must try. We have no choice but to gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Yet, we lacked a computer. This presented yet another formidable obstacle. Bame Mao pondered briefly and gestured for me to follow him. The streets of Mumbai were bustling with activity, throngs of people moving in every direction. Bame Mao and I struggled to navigate through the crowd, our weary and disheveled forms barely making headway, our hair in disarray and our faces bearing the exhaustion of our escape. The people around us cast curious, bewildered, and predominantly distant glances. Bame Mao guided me through the winding streets, his gaze continuously searching for an appropriate target house. At long last, we traversed several streets and arrived at a quiet road with few pedestrians. Bame Mao's intention was to steal a computer. Before us lay a residential area. Stealing from the affluent was too challenging, while the impoverished lacked computers altogether. Middle-class households, however, were likely to possess computers and would serve as relatively easier targets. Steal? I hesitantly confirmed. Yes, he replied, gesturing towards one of the houses, whispering, "Let us check this one out." Begu, how are you so familiar with this area? Bame Mao playfully slapped the back of my head. Stop asking. I saw when we passed by earlier. It was daytime and I suggested, shouldn't we wait until nightfall to steal? I contemplated hiding until darkness fell to mitigate the risks. However, Bame Mao gave me another firm tap on the head. You dimwit. Everyone's out working during the day. There's no one home. By the time they return at night, we'd have to wait for them to fall asleep before we could go in. How long would that take? We need to hurry. Me? I pointed at myself. Of course, you'll go in and steal while I keep watch at the door, Bame Mao replied curtly. But I've never stolen anything before, I mumbled helplessly. We cautiously approached the selected house. Yet, before we reached the door, a dog inside began barking furiously, startling me with its sudden outburst. With a dog guarding the house, we knew we had to avoid attracting attention, and thus we moved on to another house. After walking past several more houses, the barking finally ceased. We randomly chose another house. Bame Mao crouched low, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while I followed closely, my steps faltering with apprehension. Arriving at a window, Bame Mao knelt down to inspect the interior, and I mimicked his actions. The house appeared empty, and we made our way to the front door to attempt to unlock it. I was unsure where Bame Mao had acquired a steel pin, but he inserted it into the lock. Once inside, you go straight for the computer and be quick about it, he instructed in a hushed tone. All right. I watched as he twisted the pin left and right. After a prolonged struggle, the door remained stubbornly shut. Can't you open it? I asked, growing anxious. How would I know? I've only seen it done in movies. Forget it. Bame Mao discarded the steel pin and opted for the most primitive method. He stood up, picked up a stone, gauged its weight, and hurled it at the nearby window. The quality of glass in India was inferior to that of domestically produced glass, shattering with a resounding crash. The moment the window broke, we tumbled inside. Bame Mao swiftly searched for rooms that might contain the computer while I trailed behind him like a timid quail. Finally, in the study, we discovered a computer. There was no laptop, just this bulky desktop. It would have to suffice. I hurriedly rushed over, and upon sitting down, my hands trembled slightly as I opened my computer. The internet speed here is excruciatingly slow. It takes an eternity just to boot up. At this moment, each second of waiting feels like a torment. In my heart, I silently prayed for everything to go smoothly, my gaze fixed intently on the screen. Bame Mao stealthily observed the situation outside through the window. As the jarring sound of the startup echoed, I began to focus my attention. I rapidly struck the keys on the keyboard, accessing the dark web and inputting my previous account details. Fortunately, this account had been logged in once before when I assisted Mr. Bai in contacting the seller, and it was precisely this account that Lao Jin had utilized. Although he subsequently changed the password, my experience rendered this challenge trivial. I concentrated deeply, typing a series of coded messages on the computer to decipher the dark web password. The surroundings were so quiet that all I could hear was the slightly hurried rhythm of my own breath and the sound of my fingers tapping the keyboard. Bai Mao, too, watched anxiously from the side, scarcely daring to breathe, lest I be disturbed. Chapter 95. Contacting the rescuer, a prompt appeared on the screen. Password correct. In that instant, I exhaled a sigh of relief, my taut nerves finally easing. You got some skills. Gao Xing quickly. Check where the rescuer is. I promptly began my search within the system. I opened each encrypted chat room, revealing only 3. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign interface, I recognized one profile as that of the Indian associated with the human bone graft, likely Raj. Excluding Raj's chat room, I was left with 2 others, one of which belonged to the rescuer. My heart raced. The key figure was among them. I opened one of the rooms. Each room allowed only 3 attempts to enter the password. A single mistake would result in the automatic deletion of the contact on the other side. My eyes fixated on the screen. Input password. Attempt 1, wrong password. Input password. Attempt 2, still wrong password. To my dismay, I was unable to decipher the password. The numbers displayed were merely a 6 and a 1. With only 1 attempt remaining, Bai Mao urged me from the side. Haven't you opened it yet? Anxiety gripped me, and I hesitated to make a reckless attempt. Only 1 chance remained. Bai Ge, do you know Lao Jin's birthday or any significant numbers for him? Bai Mao pondered for a moment before inquiring. How many digits is the password? 6. That's simple then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Trust me, the simplest is the safest. With a sense of desperation, I decided to give it a try. Ding. The chat room interface successfully opened. I was momentarily stunned. Wow, Bai Ge, you es incredible. Quickly, see if this is the rescuer. The dialog box was empty, devoid of any chat history. I cautiously examined the contact's profile and online status, trying to gauge their communicability. The information was scant, only indicating the gender, male. I conferred with Bai Mao, suggesting we approach the individual in a manner that appeared casual yet logical. We must not arouse any suspicion, lest they sever contact or take actions detrimental to our cause. I decided to send a message, stating that Lao Jin had taken care of everything and to prepare as previously agreed. We refrained from divulging too many specifics, aiming to gauge their response and test their reaction. All right, let us go with that. If the individual replied promptly and without questions, it would confirm they were indeed the rescuer. Conversely, if they were confused by our message, it would indicate we had misidentified them and that another person was involved. A minute passed since I sent the message, yet it felt like an eternity, primarily due to the fear of the room's occupant returning unexpectedly. Bai Mao, anxious, paced restlessly beside me. Why not try the password for the other room? If they don't respond, and it's not the right person, waiting here would be a waste of time. However, I have a strong inclination that this individual is indeed the one, as the avatar of another person is a pink rose. To access the other chat room, a password is required. You could simply use 123,456. Following the suggestion of Bai Mao, I opened another chat window and entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ding. It actually opened, just as we were about to engage in conversation. A message arrived from the previous room. Okay, meet tomorrow afternoon. Subsequently, the other party sent an address. To my astonishment, the individual on the other side displayed no wariness, and everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. We noted the address and glanced at the map. It was not far. After confirming the location, we cleared all records, shut down the computer, and prepared to depart. Before leaving, Bai Mao made a phone call using the landline of the house, though it was uncertain to whom the call was directed, and there was no answer. He then wandered into the kitchen, circling around, and discreetly took 2 bags of bread. As guests, we considered it a gesture of hospitality. We were indeed quite famished, having not eaten a morsel all day amidst the exhausting commotion. Navigating away from crowded areas, we proceeded towards the address provided by our contact, simultaneously seeking a suitable place to prepare for spending the night on the streets. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I remembered that I had tucked away a few 100-rupee notes in the soles of my shoes. Hastily, I crouched down, struggling to retrieve the crumpled bills. These were given to me casually by old Jean before boarding the ship, but would it suffice to find a place to stay? Bei Mao glanced at the few bills in my hand. This will barely cover a meal. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Counting the notes, there were seven. 7 100-rupee notes are only enough for a single meal? No wonder old Jean handed them to me. This amount is indeed a drop in the bucket. I hadn't anticipated the inflation in Mumbai to be so severe. Nevertheless, these few rupees offered us a glimmer of hope. We decided to first venture out in search of food to replenish our energy before meticulously planning our next course of action. As we passed through the makeshift shanty area, many people were setting up tents, casually propping sticks in the ground and draping cloth over them to create their rudimentary shelters. Nearby, there were iron pots, basins, and modest stools and tables. It seemed to be their home. To be honest, it struck me as even less favorable than the slums of Dubai. Cautiously, Bei Mao and I approached a street vendor. We purchased a few simple Indian breads and 2 bottles of water, seeking a sheltered spot to devour our meal hungrily. Halfway through our feast, an Indian man suddenly approached and squatted down not far from us. Bei Mao and I were unsure of his intentions, pausing our chewing to watch him warily. To our shock, the man pulled down his trousers and defecated. We were utterly taken aback by his sudden action. What in the world is this? Can't he see that people are eating here? Bei Mao sighed and patted my shoulder. Indeed, almost forgot this is India, where such things are commonplace. The people here are rather unperturbed by trifles. The following day, we followed the address provided by our contact and discovered a fly-infested eatery nestled deep within the alleyways of Mumbai. The streets here were even narrower, teeming with people, and the air was thick with a medley of scents, punctuated by an incessant cacophony. Upon entering the establishment, I was greeted by greasy tables and chairs haphazardly arranged, with walls marred by unsightly stains. As soon as I stepped inside, I felt the weight of peculiar gazes upon me. Perhaps my appearance set me apart, prompting their lingering stares. I settled into an empty seat, opting to remain silent and still, feeling conspicuously out of place. I reluctantly ordered a dish, which astonishingly cost 500 rupees. Ah, truly a pittance, I mused inwardly. When the food arrived, I surveyed the unidentifiable dish, its presentation far from appetizing. A single taste revealed a dish that was both excessively salty and spicy. Stealing a glance at Bei Mao, who sat not far away, my mind was rife with curses. Why was I the only one here? This predicament was entirely due to Bei Mao's mistrust of our unacquainted contact, as he insisted on lurking in the shadows to observe discreetly. I was merely a bait. If anything were to go awry, I had no doubt he would abandon me without hesitation. Despite my reluctance, I was bound to comply, for he wielded a firearm. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Chapter 96. Only one can leave. He donned a hat, his gaze swiftly scanning the shop. When it landed on me, it paused momentarily before he slowly approached. Observing me seated alone, he softly inquired in English, "Hello, is anyone sitting here?" I promptly replied, "No, please take a seat." He settled down, and as our eyes met, I sensed a flicker of mutual uncertainty and hesitation reflected in his gaze. After he sat, we lingered in silence for a moment, appraising and evaluating one another. The man before me was slightly stout, with a robust physique and eyes that bore a hint of warmth, exuding a non-threatening demeanor. It was he who eventually broke the silence. "You're from Dubai?" "Yes, we should be acquainted, right?" "Indeed, you are my contact, correct?" We confirmed our identities. He then inquired, "When do you plan to leave?" Naturally, the sooner, the better, almost blurted out, my tone rife with urgency. He frowned slightly, contemplating before responding, "You're quite anxious. There happens to be a ship heading to Dubai the day after tomorrow. I will check and arrange a spot for you. I will finalize the details in the next couple of days and reach out to you." Upon hearing this, my heart sank. A spot? Surely, he didn't think I was the only one. Tentatively, I asked, "Is there only one spot available? Am I the only one?" A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. I shook my head, remaining silent, fearful that he might discern that I was not the one who had previously contacted him. "I will confirm the information and contact you tomorrow." After a brief hesitation, I added, "My situation is rather dire. My phone and money have been stolen, leaving me unable to reach anyone, including you." The man squinted slightly, then nodded. "The safety in Mumbai is quite poor. He retrieved some money from his pocket and handed it to me. Take this for emergencies. Thank you. I will wait for you here at the usual place tomorrow. All right. Tomorrow then. He cast a glance my way, his eyes betraying a moment of uncertainty. If I do not arrive, find a way to leave Mumbai on your own. As far away as possible. Find my own way. What means do I possess? Aren't you the one supposed to assist? The man gestured for me to remain calm. I said if. We exited the fly-infested establishment in succession. Once he departed, Bay Mao swiftly emerged from the shadows nearby, whispering, "How did it go?" I shook my head and recounted the situation in detail. Bay Mao furrowed his brows deeper, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. He mentioned arranging a ship the day after tomorrow, but there's only one spot. It seems he is unaware of how many of us there are. Old Jean must have only mentioned one person returning. At that moment, a dreadful thought arose within me. Perhaps old Jean never intended for both of us to return. Bima paced back and forth, murmuring to himself. We've been betrayed by Rajesh, and old Jean didn't he make it out. The circumstances surrounding this rescue are so bizarre. He never informed me from the start. Could it be that old Jean has already sold us out? A heavy silence enveloped us, the air thick with a suffocating unease. Bima spat onto the ground in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, that scoundrel old Jean. If he makes it back alive, I won't let him off easily. He truly is despicable." I joined in his vitriol. A man had given me 5,000 rupees. Bima and I wandered the streets of Mumbai with this money, hoping to purchase a mobile phone for easier communication with the outside world. However, our ignorance of the local language rendered us helpless. We approached a passerby, gesturing ineffectively to convey our need for a phone, only to be met with a blank stare. The indifference of the locals was palpable. Like two headless flies, we flitted about aimlessly, unable to locate a shop selling phones. Upon encountering a patrolling officer, we panicked and fled, terrified of being discovered. In desperation, we decided to spend a portion of our money on a decent meal, finally satiating our hunger. That night, Bima and I chose not to stay in a hotel, as we lacked identification and feared a police inquiry in Mumbai. Instead, we sought refuge in a relatively secluded corner to spend the night. Lying in that makeshift shelter, surrounded by the damp and decaying scent of the surroundings, sleep eluded me. Worry twisted my mind into a tangled mess. As I tossed and turned, a horrifying thought suddenly struck me. What if Bima intended to eliminate me while I slept, with an opportunity to return home before us? Who could guarantee that he wouldn't be tempted? This notion spread through my heart like a malignant tumor. Unable to resist, I stole a glance at Bima, who appeared equally restless, lying motionless. I dismissed the thought vehemently. The contact for our escape knew only me. If Bima were to kill me, he would have no means to return. I attempted to reassure myself, yet the unsettling feelings persisted. In a moment of vulnerability, I spoke. If only one of us can return, you should go. I will stay. Bima was taken aback by my words, turning to face me with a mixture of surprise and confusion in his eyes. What are you saying? Why would you stay? I replied slowly, Bima, we both understand our current predicament. Only one of us can make it back now, and I do not wish for this opportunity to create a rift between us. You need this chance more than I do. Hai Shing, I never expected you to be so loyal. Why didn't you say wait for me when you were escaping? He retorted. Oh, Bima, why bring up that day? I was terrified by Rajesh. My mind short-circuited, and I just wanted to run. I defended myself. Bima fell silent, grappling with the reality that if I remained, it would likely be as a corpse. After all, I knew too much. The ship was set to depart the day after tomorrow, with only one spot available. Ah, Bima, I too wish to return. Who want to stay in this wretched place? Very well, let us set aside our concerns for the moment. The day after tomorrow, we shall visit the dock to assess the situation and act accordingly. That night, rest eluded us both. The following day, I returned to that dismal establishment. Arriving earlier than usual, my gaze fixed intently upon the entrance. Bay Mao remained concealed in a nearby corner, clandestinely observing. Before long, the contact arrived, his countenance devoid of expression, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. With an impassive demeanor, he handed me an envelope without uttering a single word, then turned and departed swiftly. As I watched his hasty retreat, a whirlwind of confusion and unease stirred within me. yet I dared not inquire further. I passed the envelope to Bei Mao, stating, "This contains the tickets. The decision rests with you." After all, I possessed no authority to decide. Bei Mao opened the envelope, his gaze reflecting a myriad of emotions as he looked at me. Is this truly a ticket? Inside was merely a single sheet of paper, inscribed with an address and a string of telephone numbers. We both fell into a prolonged silence. Chapter 97. The conclusion of the Mumbai journey? Bei Mao's rugged face, already coarse, was now flushed with anger. "Damn it, where are the promised tickets?" he exclaimed. "What use is a string of phone numbers when we have no phones?" He waved his arms, cursing loudly. I too was filled with displeasure. This contact was utterly unreliable, treating us like fools. Had the contact discovered our predicament? The hope of securing a ticket had vanished, and without phones, we were left in a state of confusion. With no other choice, we resorted to our old ways, stealing. Bei Mao clenched his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. Thus, we began to wander aimlessly through the bustling streets. The thoroughfare was teeming with people, lively and vibrant. Yet most were bundled up tightly, making them poor targets, and their attire suggested they were not likely to carry phones. If all else failed, we would have to explore the residential buildings. Just as I was contemplating this, a glimmer of hope caught my eye, prompting me to halt Bei Mao's steps. He followed my pointing finger and soon spotted a somewhat dilapidated phone booth standing quietly by the roadside. "A phone booth!" Bei Mao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I hadn't expected to find such an antiquated relic in India. We hurried to the booth, and I rummaged through my pocket, retrieving a few coins left over from a meal. My hand trembled slightly as I inserted the coins into the slot, listening to the crisp sound of metal falling. Bei Mao picked up the receiver, his fingers awkwardly pressing the numbers on the paper. With each digit he dialed, a sense of tension and anticipation mounted within me. Before long, the call connected. "Hello." I strained to hear the voice on the other end, but the cacophony of the surroundings and the unclear receiver rendered the words indistinct. After exchanging only a few sentences, Bei Mao hung up abruptly. I anxiously grasped his arm, demanding, "What did they say?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Bei Mao's lips, hinting at a sense of optimism. "Perhaps we can both return," he replied. "Return? When?" I barely had time to press further before he shoved me out of the way and swiftly redialed another number. I stood outside the booth, my gaze fixed intently on Bei Mao's figure, my mind racing with queries. What could he be communicating that I could not hear? Surely, he would not deceive me. Inside the booth, he nodded occasionally and murmured softly, his focused demeanor only deepening my curiosity. Finally, Bei Mao emerged from the booth, wearing an expression of relief, his brows lifting in a relaxed manner. I rushed to him, inquiring, "How do we return tomorrow? What do they say?" Yet, all he offered was a mysterious smile, refusing to divulge anything further. He stepped closer, reached into my pocket, and took the remaining coins, boldly declaring, "Brother, let me treat you to something delightful." Frustration and urgency surged within me as I attempted to intercept him. "What on earth are you talking about? We haven't even grasped the situation yet, and you're already thinking of leisure." Bei Mao threw an arm around my shoulders, grinning as he said, "Brother, don't fret unnecessarily. I've got it all figured out. The arrangements were made during that call. Let's take a moment to unwind and experience the unique charm of Mumbai." I frowned, expressing my dissatisfaction. Given our current situation, how can we afford to be carefree? I assure you, the person on the other end of that call is quite reliable. We will undoubtedly return smoothly tomorrow. Let's treat today, our last in Mumbai, as an excursion. Observing his unwavering confidence, I chose to remain silent. Bei Mao hummed a whimsical tune as we walked along, recounting peculiar impressions from our journey. He truly seemed to be enjoying a holiday, while my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of our return, only half-heartedly responding to him. We paused in front of a modest eatery, the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. He inhaled deeply and remarked, "Tomorrow we can return. Let us indulge with the remaining funds." With a few thousand rupees in hand, Bei Mao perused the menu, pointing out several signature dishes. Seated at the simple table, I couldn't help but inquire, "What exactly did you discuss on that call to feel so assured?" Stuffing a morsel into his mouth, Bei Mao mumbled, "Oh, Gaushing, just eat first. I'll explain in detail afterward. You won't be disappointed." Some of the dishes were indeed quite delightful. After satisfying our appetites, Bei Mao belched contentedly and began to speak leisurely. The position offered by the contact is actually on a smuggling boat, and there's only one spot available. He quickly waved his hand, continuing, "But there's no need to worry. I made a second call to Brother Kai." Bei Mao raised his voice intentionally, arching an eyebrow at me in a teasing manner. I pressed on impatiently. What did Brother Kai say? Bei Mao, reclining against his chair, looked at me with a bemused expression and asked, "Gaoxing, tell me, do you truly wish to return?" "Of course I want to go back. That's obvious," I replied. "I am completely unfamiliar with Mumbai, and if Rajesh's people capture me, it will be disastrous. He might already be in custody of the Indian police. If he divulges our involvement in transporting people, the police would be out in force searching for us. I don't even know if there's an embassy in Mumbai. Even if I found it, what would I say when they ask where I'm from, how I got here, and what I'm doing? I could tell them I came to deliver goods for a par project, but that would be a lie, and they'd see right through it. In that case, I wouldn't just be unable to return. They might detain me on the spot. This situation can't withstand scrutiny. I certainly do not wish to linger in this wretched place." Upon hearing my concerns, Bei Mao straightened up, his playful demeanor fading. "Sincerely speaking, I knew you would undoubtedly wish to return. I have conveyed our situation to Kai Go, who assured me he would devise a plan to facilitate our departure together. Tomorrow, we shall await at the port of Mumbai, where someone will be there to assist us. Our hopes rest solely on Kai Go." I inquired further, "Are you truly confident that Kai Go can aid us?" "I harbor doubts that Xue Jiucai would leverage his connections for our sake," Bei Mao disdainfully remarked. "I'm not like you." I reflected on this, acknowledging that he is indeed a trusted confidant of Xue Jiucai. With a deep sigh, I silently prayed that all would unfold as Bei Mao predicted, enabling us to leave Mumbai without hindrance. Chapter 98. The luxurious cruise the following day. Upon our arrival at the port of Mumbai, we waited for over an hour when Bei Mao unexpectedly informed me that we could depart. He then produced 2 tickets, placing them before my eyes. "When did you acquire these tickets?" "I was completely unaware," I remarked. "Throughout our wait at the port, we had not parted ways, and I truly had not seen anyone there to greet us. Was it the gentleman of African descent I had noticed earlier? Or perhaps the elderly lady who had been taking photographs nearby?" Regardless, under Kai Ji's arrangements, we were indeed able to board the vessel without any hindrance. Moreover, it was a luxurious cruise ship, significantly larger than the cargo vessel we had arrived on. After obtaining our tickets and completing the boarding procedures, Bei Mao and I were left in awe by the sight before us. As we embarked, I observed the crew standing in neat formation, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect, an impressive and orderly scene. The deck was adorned with lounge chairs, surrounded by lush, potted plants, resembling a verdant oasis upon the sea. Upon entering the ship's interior, we were greeted by an array of splendid amenities, dazzling crystal chandeliers, marble floors polished to a mirror-like sheen, and exquisite oil paintings gracing the corridors. We arrived at the luxurious suite prepared for us, where a delicate fragrance permeated the air, and the high-end furnishings and decorations rivaled those of a top-tier hotel. I could not help but exclaim, "Kai Go truly possesses remarkable influence, arranging such a splendid room for us." Thus began our 20-day journey home. Aboard this opulent vessel, it felt as though we had stepped into a world of indulgence, experiencing the joys of the affluent. During our days at sea, I would often rise early to the deck, embracing the sea breeze as I engaged in simple stretches. Gazing at the boundless blue ocean, I watched the sun gradually ascend from the horizon, painting the sky in resplendent hues of orange and red. In that moment, I wished fervently to behold such beauty forever. By day, we occasionally dined in the ship's restaurant, savoring delectable dishes ranging from fresh seafood to exquisite steaks, alongside a variety of international delicacies. Bei Mao and I relished every bite. After satisfying our appetites, we meandered through various entertainment venues, the spacious and well-lit snooker hall, and the sun-drenched outdoor pool. After swimming, we would recline on the poolside loungers, sipping vibrant cocktails. In the evenings, the ship's theater showcased spectacular musical and dance performances, allowing me to forget the weariness of the past. Yet, as with all joyous moments, this too would come to an end. After more than 20 days adrift at sea, the ship finally approached the shore, and the familiar scent of Dubai enveloped me. Reluctantly, I descended the gangway. Bei Mao, however, showed no signs of reluctance, urging me to hurry. As we exited the port, an unexpected yet somehow anticipated figure emerged. Shue Jiokai. Kaigo, why have you come personally? Bei Mao greeted him with evident surprise. Shue Jiokai wore a subtle smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. You have endured much on this journey. Naturally, I had to come and welcome you. I quickly chimed in, greetings, Kaigo. Shue Jiokai nodded in acknowledgement. I was inwardly astonished. Although Bei Mao is a trusted confidant of Kaigo, Shue Jiokai's actions this time truly exceeded my expectations. I had anticipated that others from the park would come to receive us, and we would proceed directly back to the park for inquiries. Yet I was taken aback by such treatment. Come, let us not return to the park just yet. I shall take you to my place to unwind, Shue Jiokai said, leading us towards his imposing luxury vehicle. Along the way, Bei Mao excitedly recounted amusing anecdotes from the ship to Shue Jiokai. Kai Yi, the vessel you arranged for me was simply magnificent. I even learned to play snooker on board, while Gao Xing nearly cramped up from swimming in the pool. Kaiga laughed heartily in response. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. Your time in Mumbai was undoubtedly arduous. I echoed his sentiment. Thank you, Kai Yi. Unable to restrain himself, Bei Mao inquired, Kaigo, what about old Jin's matter? Shue Jiokai waved his hand dismissively. Let us set aside those troubling matters for now. We shall discuss them upon arrival. A sense of unease washed over me, knowing that the issue was far from simple. Old Jin was a trusted aide of Boss Bai, and for a living person to simply vanish like that was concerning. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of Shue Jiokai's nightclub. He ushered us into an opulent private room, where an array of beverages and fruits awaited our arrival. Please, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Shue Jiokai beckoned us to sit. I poured a glass of wine for both Shue Jiokai and Bei Mao. Kaigo, we truly owe you our gratitude. Without your assistance, we would still be trapped in Mumbai. Shue Jiokai lifted his glass and took a delicate sip. We are all comrades here. There is no need for such formality. However, the situation in Mumbai is not so straightforward. There may be someone orchestrating behind the scenes. Bei Mao gasped. Kaigo, are you suggesting that someone has deliberately set a trap? Shue Jiokai slightly furrowed his brow. There is a possibility. I am currently seeking someone to investigate. For now, you must recount the entire sequence of events in Mumbai with utmost honesty, leaving nothing concealed. Bei Mao and I began to narrate the details of our journey in Mumbai to Shue Jiokai, ensuring that no aspect was overlooked from the moment we set foot in the city, particularly Old Jin's peculiar behavior. Old Jin was quite odd throughout the entire ordeal. Bei Mao remarked with a frown. Upon reaching the delivery point, he became exceedingly anxious, as if he were hiding something from us. The contact person was equally strange, only providing us with a single ticket, seemingly unaware that there were 3 of us. At that moment, Bei Mao suddenly turned to me, raising his voice. This was all thanks to Gao Xing. He truly is a top-tier programmer. If he hadn't cracked the code, we would have been unable to reach the contact. I felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and promptly waved my hand. I did not contribute significantly. Ultimately, it was your influence, Kaigo, that enabled our safe return. Shue Jiokai listened attentively, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. After we finished speaking, Shue Jiokai fell silent for a moment and remarked, I am not acquainted with this contact person. It appears that this matter is even more intricate than I had anticipated. There is an issue with Old Jin. If it is not Old Jin's fault, then he left his sentence unfinished. Bei Mao took a piece of watermelon and began to chew. Brother Kai, what should we do now? I will dispatch individuals to thoroughly investigate Old Jin's whereabouts and the identity of this enigmatic contact person. For the next few days, you shall rest here under my hospitality. I will reach out to you should any matters arise. Under Shue Jiokai's arrangement, we did not return to the park, but instead relished in the rare moments of respite within his nightclub. The opulent surroundings and attentive service left me somewhat astonished, and I could not help but feel a deep sense of gratitude for Brother Kai's generous gestures. Chapter 99. clearing the park the following day. Bei Mao hurried over to share astonishing news with me. Xue Jiucai and President Bai had a disagreement that escalated into a quarrel. Curiously, I inquired Bei Mao, "Did you eavesdrop through the door?" With a hint of disdain, Bei Mao retorted, "There was no need to eavesdrop. I heard it all from the office. It was quite loud." Furrowing my brow, I was filled with confusion. What were they arguing about? Was it related to our affairs in Mumbai? Bei Mao shook his head. "I'm not sure. I only caught snippets. It seemed to pertain to some vested interest behind this delivery, and Old Jean was mentioned as well." Kai Gu accused President Bai of deceiving him. Halfway through, Kai Gu shut the door, so I don't know the specifics. Both Xue Jiucai and President Bai are pivotal figures in the park, and should their conflict intensify, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of repercussions. I wondered if we, the underlings, might seize the opportunity to escape. Bei Mao paced anxiously in his room. This is troublesome. President Bai is ruthless. What if Kai Gu and he fall out? What will become of us? Being caught in the middle, will we suffer the consequences? I placed a reassuring hand on Bei Mao's shoulder. Don't worry unnecessarily. Kai Gu will handle it well. Besides, his relationship with President Bai is quite complex. Perhaps it's merely a momentary flare-up. Once they cool down, it might all blow over. In truth, I secretly hoped for a more dramatic fallout. As we spoke, Xue Jiucai unexpectedly pushed the door open. "Kai Gu, what brings you here?" I asked. He settled onto the sofa, his gaze piercing as he regarded both Bei Mao and me. Slowly, he spoke, gauching, "Bei Mao has filled you in, I presume." Uncertain of what matter he referred to, I chose silence. "You experienced the situation in Mumbai as well. There are some minor issues between President Bai and me. Thus, at this critical juncture, I require your loyalty." I sat up straight, unwavering, and replied, "Kai Gu, rest assured, my life was saved by you. Had it not been for your arrangement for our return, I would still be struggling in some corner of Mumbai. I will follow you wholeheartedly, without hesitation." Xue Jiucai nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with my response. He then rose, pacing to the window, turning his back to me as he said, "You and Bei Mao should return to the park." I was about to agree when he solemnly uttered, "It is time to clear things up. Gauching, upon your return, ensure that those who need to be removed are dealt with. This is your opportunity to prove yourself." His voice carried an air of finality that left no room for refusal. "Kai Gu, who are you referring to?" Just then, Xue Jiucai's phone rang. He glanced at Bei Mao, signaling him to inform me. After he left the room, I turned to Bei Mao in confusion. Who could Kai Gu be talking about? Why the sudden need to clear the park? Zhao, he is affiliated with President Bai. It's only natural for the park to be filled with his people. Isn't it? Bei Mao scoffed. Things are different now. Can I entrust such matters to Brother Kai with confidence? Brother Bei, this task should rightly fall to you. Brother Bei lowered his voice, saying, "Isn't this precisely the moment for you to demonstrate your loyalty?" It appeared that a significant issue had arisen between Xue Jiucai and President Bai. I pondered silently. Could it be that President Bai blamed Xue Jiucai for the disappearance of Old Jean? Did a conflict arise between the two? However, I soon realized that the situation was likely far more complex than it seemed. On the journey back to the park, the phrase about ensuring the right people were dealt with loomed over my heart like a dark cloud. President Bai and Xue Jiucai had not yet completely severed ties, and Xue Jiucai dared not confront President Bai directly. I could hardly resort to using a knife against Meng Zhao. In a true one-on-one, I might not even prevail. "Brother Bei, how do you suggest I proceed with the cleaning?" Brother Bei furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he drove. Yet his grave expression seemed to convey an answer. I was not alone in my uncertainty. Upon returning to the park, everything felt simultaneously familiar and foreign. I immersed myself in my work, focusing on the upgrade of programs, attempting to temporarily distract myself from the daunting task at hand. Yet, the park was now populated with many new faces. In just 2 months, yet another group of innocent souls have been deceived and brought here. Observing their bewildered and fearful eyes stirred a pang of compassion within me. Yet having endured so much, I gradually became numb. Whenever I found a moment of respite, my thoughts inevitably drifted to Meng Zhao. In the park, he resembled a living embodiment of the Grim Reaper, either assaulting others or finding new methods to torment them, as if he derived pleasure from inflicting pain. I ruminated on what means I could employ to resolve this predicament. As an ordinary programmer, I was powerless, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree in the presence of such a ruthless individual. Lost in thought, I suddenly noticed Meng Zhao glaring back at me. His already menacing gaze intensified, and brandishing a bloodied club, he approached with an arrogant stride. "What is the matter? Gao Xing, what are you staring at?" His voice, gravelly and menacing, seemed to threaten me with his weapon. "Am I not allowed to look?" I replied, mustering my courage. In this park, my technical expertise afforded me a certain standing, which I hoped would deter Meng Zhao from acting excessively against me. We exchanged a few tense words, the air thick with hostility. Just then, Brother Bei hurried over, his voice raised. "What is going on? Why the commotion?" Meng Zhao shot me a furious glare, as though he wished to consume me whole. He then turned and approached the three beaten newcomers, his face contorted into a grimace as he commanded his subordinates. "Lock them in the basement." The three newcomers, already battered and bruised, were filled with terror, yet powerless to resist, allowing themselves to be dragged away toward the basement. Brother Bei observed Meng Zhao's retreating figure, sidled up to me, and whispered, "Did you see that? We must act quickly." A tightness gripped my heart, aware that this matter could not be delayed, yet my mind remained a chaotic tangle, devoid of clarity. Just as I was tormented by the dilemma of how to eliminate the threat posed by Meng Zhao, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. One of the individuals, recently felled and on the brink of unconsciousness, summoned an inexplicable strength from seemingly nowhere, as if the dire circumstances had awakened latent potential within him. He suddenly sprang to his feet and, disregarding all caution, charged at Meng Zhao. Caught off guard, Meng Zhao stumbled and was knocked to the ground. In an instant, his subordinates surged forward in a state of panic, exerting considerable effort to separate the two. Rising to his feet, Meng Zhao's face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "Take him out and torture him alone, so he learns the consequences of defying me." Meanwhile, the other two newcomers were confined to the basement. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, leading me to conceive a potentially viable solution. Chapter 100. Using a knife to kill, I pulled Bei Mao closer, feigning an air of mystery as I said, "Brother Bei, I need your cooperation." "Eagali, Bei Mao inquirit." "What is the plan?" Mimicking his previous teasing manner, I allowed a slight smile to grace my lips, responding cryptically, "You'll find out soon enough. If you won't say, then figure out yourself." Bei Mao turned to leave, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his lack of humor and impatience. "Hey, Bazabai." Let me tell you, I quickly grasped his arm and revealed my scheme. I intended for Bei Mao to send away the few thugs surrounding Meng Zhao, after which I would escort Meng Zhao to the basement. Bei Mao furrowed his brow and asked, "How do you plan to get him to the basement?" With unwavering confidence, I replied, "Don't worry, Brother Bei, I have a way." After pondering for a moment, Bei Mao said, "Tomorrow, I'll find a hapless soul for those thugs to accompany me." I interrupted him hastily. "Brother Bei, no one has made a mistake. There's no need for harsh penalties." He shrugged in resignation, acknowledging that to them, the people in the park were akin to pigs, easily subjected to beating and scorn. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened. "All right, some new pigs should be arriving tomorrow. I'll have those thugs keep watch up front." I nodded in agreement, silently praying for the success of our plan. The following day, I commenced my actions early. While patrolling the park, I deliberately sought to provoke trouble in front of a cage containing a new arrival. Inside, a newcomer glared at me with defiance and fury, and I seized this opportunity, promptly unlocking the cage and dragging him out. By this time, Bei Mao had successfully diverted the thugs as planned. Gripping the electric baton tightly, I led the individual before Meng Zhao, as if escorting a criminal. "What purpose does this person serve?" I stated, attempting to maintain an air of authority. "Brother Bei said to throw him in the basement." Meng Zhao glanced at me, his eyes filled with disdain, and then disregarded me entirely. He, along with his associates, was responsible for managing newcomers, and I had hoped he would take charge. Clearly, he had no intention of following my directives and impatiently instructed me to take care of it myself. My heart sank, but unwilling to concede defeat, I exchanged a few heated words with Meng Zhao. Yet he remained seated, unmoved, and unyielding to my commands. Thus, I was left with no choice but to drag the individual toward the basement. Upon opening the basement door, a foul stench wafted out. I unceremoniously tossed the person into a corner and hurried back to confront Meng Zhao. A new idea had formed in my mind, and I was determined to ensnare him this time. Approaching Meng Zhao with a hint of derision in my smile, I remarked, "Even the living king of hell has someone he cannot manage?" The title Living King of Hell was a nickname given to him by the park's inhabitants, known for his ruthless methods that left people barely clinging to life. Yet he would ensure they lingered on. The individual he had dragged away yesterday was rumored to have lost all 10 toes and had his ears adorned with bows. The so-called butterfly knot involves slicing the ears open with scissors, after which glue is applied to keep them in place. Zheng Zhao has devised numerous torturous methods, and even the toughest bones cannot withstand his cruelty for more than 3 days. The lad in the basement has been particularly arrogant, ceaselessly cursing you and showing utter disdain. I continued, and upon hearing this, Zheng Zhao's eyes widened in fury, the flesh on his face quivering with rage. He abruptly stood up and smashed a nearby cup on the ground. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, he bellowed, "Who dares to challenge me?" With that, he stormed toward the basement. As the entrance drew near, Zheng Zhao quickened his pace, each step radiating an intense aura of menace. I cautiously trailed behind him. Earlier, I had skillfully lured the guard of the basement away. At this moment, the dim and damp basement housed only Zheng Zhao and me, along with those tormented souls confined in cages. The instant Zheng Zhao stepped into the basement, the faint light illuminated his furious visage, rendering it particularly menacing. He roared, "Damn it, who still defies me? Show yourself." I gripped the electric baton tightly, my palms slick with sweat, heart racing. Zheng Zhao was berating several individuals before him. Summoning my courage, I inhaled deeply, raised the baton high, and swung it forcefully at his back. However, Zheng Zhao seemed to sense the movement behind him, slightly shifting his body, causing the baton to merely graze his shoulder. He spun around abruptly, seizing my wrist and twisting it fiercely, sending a wave of excruciating pain through me. Yet I clung desperately to the baton. "You dare to ambush me?" Zheng Zhao glared at me menacingly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I was taken aback, astonished by his swift reaction. Just as I believed my end was near, the individuals in the cage behind me began to kick the bars, creating a clamor. Zheng Zhao turned his head to glance, and in that fleeting moment, I yanked my hand free and struck him hard on the head with the baton. A dull thud resonated as the baton made precise contact. Zheng Zhao's body stiffened momentarily before he collapsed forward. Yet, his physical resilience was remarkable. He twitched on the ground a couple of times before attempting to rise again. I dared not relent, swiftly cranking up the electric intensity to the maximum, the blue current flickering and dancing at the baton's tip, accompanied by a chilling crackle. Zheng Zhao finally succumbed into unconsciousness. I exhaled slowly, striving to regain my composure. After a brief pause, I approached the cages. I was unaware of who had aided me. The one who had just made noise in front of the cages had retreated. Firmly grasping the baton, I opened the iron cage door, warily locking eyes with them. I gradually backed away, exiting the basement. The heavy iron door clanged shut behind me, echoing in the silent corridor. At the moment the door closed, I heard faint sounds emanating from within. I am aware that those who have endured the cruel treatment of Mo Zhao harbor a profound reservoir of anger and resentment within their hearts. Now, the unconscious Mo Zhao resembles a lamb awaiting slaughter, allowing them to vent their pent-up fury. I can already envision the harrowing scenes that will unfold in the basement. Yet, all of this is a consequence of Mo Zhao's own making. Leaning against the wall, I gradually slid to the ground, my mind a blank slate. After a moment, I rose to my feet, determined not to let others witness my state, and I dragged my weary form from the basement. The dim, flickering lights in the corridor seemed on the verge of extinguishing, much like my precarious future within this enclave. Chapter 101. A sudden turn of events as the news of Meng Zhao's demise quietly spread through the district like a shadow. No one cast suspicion upon me. The weight that had been hanging over my heart began to lift. Everyone assumed that Meng Zhao had ventured into the basement to discipline the newcomers, unaware of the calamity that awaited him. Bei Mao approached me with a face full of approval, giving my shoulder a hearty pat. He grinned widely and said, "You've got some skill, brother. This clever ploy of using a knife to kill is truly ingenious. From this moment forth, you are one of us." Yet, the question lingered. Why had Meng Zhao to be eliminated? Bei Mao glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice to confide in me. Meng Zhao was a trusted aide of Boss Bai. During the recent turmoil in the district, it was Meng Zhao who first reported the scandal of Shou Xin being mutilated. I now understand that it was his warning that prompted Boss Bai to summon the bone remover, showcasing his might before everyone. That day, Shui Jiokai sat alone in his office, brooding. You know how fiery Boss Bai's temper is. Kai Gu was mercilessly berated, utterly humiliated. Damn it. If it weren't for him, the ensuing events might have been averted. The situation in Mumbai has further exacerbated matters, and Boss Bai seems to have lost all trust in Kai Gu. By dealing with Meng Zhao, you have done a great service. Kai Gu will surely appreciate your efforts. However, the district ultimately belongs to Boss Bai, and Kai Gu is still under his command. Bei Mao shot me a glance, Gao Xing. Are you genuinely Na-VE or merely pretending? Does Kai Gu have the audacity to act without some influence? I chuckled. It became evident that a labyrinth of power struggles and personal vendettas lay hidden beneath the surface. I couldn't help but inquire, "How do you know all this, Bei Gu?" He smiled mysteriously but offered no answer, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through his eyes. He chose not to speak further, and I refrained from pressing him. In this district, where undercurrents flowed tumultuously, some secrets are better left undiscovered. Yet at this moment, I found myself deeply embroiled in the conflict between Shui Jiokai and Boss Bai, and any hope of extricating myself unscathed had vanished. For the sake of survival, I could only choose to closely align myself with Shui Jiokai. Boss Bai was far too ruthless. Meng Zhao's death rippled through the calm surface of the district like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating only a fleeting disturbance before tranquility was swiftly restored, failing to incite any significant uproar. Everyone accepted his death as an unfortunate accident, and Boss Bai, naturally, had no grounds to exploit the situation. It seemed that, in their hearts, the residents of the district collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The piglets had long suffered under Meng Zhao's oppression. His subordinates were often subjected to scolding without reason. As long as he was displeased, no one else would find solace. His demise brought a clandestine cheer among the masses. I had also fulfilled my mission. Now, Deshir too had risen to become a pivotal figure in the district. His status had dramatically transformed, and the privileges he enjoyed had surged correspondingly. Who could have imagined that merely 2 months prior, he was just an ordinary piglet, vulnerable and at the mercy of others? However, through sheer determination and cunning, within just 2 months, Deshir too achieved an astonishing performance of 10 million for the park, effortlessly and with minimal exertion. Presently, Deshir too is tasked with instructing newcomers on various deceitful tactics. His arrogant demeanor starkly reflects his inflated sense of self-importance. As the saying goes, once a person acquires power, they are prone to losing their sense of self. At this moment, Deshir too is violently assaulting a man in his 40s, berating him incessantly. After all this time, you still can't learn? You're just dragging me down. The man, cradling his head in his hands, remained silent. As I passed by, the commotion caught my attention, and upon closer inspection, I recognized the man's face. He resembled one of the piglets I'd seen 2 months prior. If my memory serves me correctly, he is the owner of a new company. He had come with his employees to explore business opportunities, only to discover it was a deception. One of his employees was seated at a computer, frantically typing away to lure others, showing no interest in the situation at hand. At that moment, the man lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, his weathered face etched with despair. Perhaps it was his age that stirred my compassion. I could no longer bear to witness such cruelty and stepped forward to intervene. Upon seeing me, Deshir too displayed a modicum of respect and ceased his assault. He nodded in my direction. "Xingge, what brings you here? What did he do wrong?" This old man is too foolish. He can't produce results, and despite numerous teachings, he still fails to learn. I'm merely educating him, the Shurtu replied. I glanced at the man on the ground and furrowed my brow. He's older. Perhaps he learns at a slower pace. You shouldn't be so hard on him. With a sigh, a Shurtu responded, Shinga, you have no idea how fierce the competition is in the park, and the pressure from above is immense. If I don't teach them well, I too will face repercussions. Once a piglet himself, the Shurtu now turned against his peers. I silently lamented. Within the park, everyone struggles for survival or profit, and notions of humanity and kindness have long been cast aside. I helped the man to his feet and softly inquired, Are you all right? His lips trembled, gratitude shining in his eyes. Learn well, and try not to get beaten again. The Shurtu released the man and turned to instruct another. What are you staring at? Did you meet this month's performance targets? I shook my head helplessly, fully aware of the limitations of my own influence. Such occurrences unfold daily. Following this, the situation in the park grew increasingly complex. Shui Jiucai visited the park less frequently, leaving management in the hands of Bei Mao. I successfully ascended to the position of the third in command. The second in command, Fei Di, was also brought in by Shui Jiucai. He focused solely on generating results for the park and mingled well with the piglets, rarely concerning himself with other matters. As for why I held the position of third in command, it was simply because I possessed skills but lacked a faction or backing. More importantly, Shui Jiucai became aware of my imprisonment in the water dungeon by President Bai. My heart brimmed with animosity towards him, yet I found myself powerless to retaliate. I took decisive action against Su Zhao, thereby irrevocably opposing President Bai. Within the precincts of the park, however, many of President Bai's associates remained. In fact, half of the workforce belonged to him, while the other half was brought in by Shui Jiucai. Throughout this past year, under Shui Jiucai's guidance, we enjoyed a life of abundance and comfort, and many had already shifted their allegiance. Currently, Shui Jiucai is preoccupied with safeguarding his assets, while President Bai has commenced a systematic and incremental erosion of Shui Jiucai's authority. At the forefront of this assault is the lucrative distillery under Shui Jiucai's control. Even several modest projects that Shui Jiucai personally negotiated have not escaped the clutches of President Bai's malevolence. Chapter 102. The Unveiling of Truth. President Bai meticulously employed various tactics to suppress the distillery, from complicating the supply of raw materials to obstructing sales channels. Even reporting hygiene standard violations, he spared no effort. Although Shui Jiucai resisted valiantly, he was ultimately at the mercy of President Bai's power and methods within the industrial park, and under immense pressure, he was reluctantly compelled to relinquish his distillery. He cited the slow progress of the project and the unsatisfactory returns, seeking to negotiate lower bids with competitors, a series of maneuvers that forcibly stripped these projects from Shui Jiucai's grasp one by one. Each deprivation felt akin to a piece of flesh being severed from his heart. He helplessly watched as the business empire he had painstakingly built was gradually devoured. Yet he found himself powerless to turn the tide. All of his business ventures were conducted legitimately, but they could not withstand the cunning tactics of President Bai. Unable to directly annex them, Bai resorted to various justifications to seize control. Shui Jiucai was acutely aware that President Bai's ostentatious actions were not merely aimed at these industries. The true motive lurking behind was to annihilate him. However, Shui Jiucai refused to remain passive. He began to secretly gather his trusted confidants, myself included, to devise countermeasures. Yet, President Bai's deep-rooted foundation in Dubai made it exceedingly difficult to identify his vulnerabilities. The power struggle resembled a war without gunfire. The relentless pursuit of Shui Jiucai stemmed from President Bai's keen perception of Shui's underlying desire to withdraw from the fray. A person like President Bai would not tolerate even the slightest hint of betrayal. Any potential treachery must be extinguished in its infancy. Meanwhile, Meng Zhao, who had long played the role of President Bai's informant, exacerbated matters by reporting Shui Jiucai's discontent regarding the matter of human bones. Consequently, President Bai meticulously orchestrated a conspiracy. He sought to exploit the cargo transactions in Mumbai to eliminate Shwe Jyotsai's confidence, delivering a heavy warning to make clear who truly ruled the industrial park. He dispatched Lao Jin under the pretense of executing the Mumbai mission, concealing lethal intentions, with the target being Bai Mao. Following the plan, Lao Jin set numerous traps in Mumbai, attempting to ensnare Bai Mao in a dire predicament. However, an unforeseen deviation occurred. The group Lao Jin had arranged at the Mumbai hotel failed to arrive, forcing him to enter the hotel alone. He intended to proceed after the transaction, only to be caught off guard when Rajesh resorted to underhanded tactics, preventing our departure. Subsequently, the Mumbai police, having received intelligence regarding the cargo, traced it to Rajesh's hotel. During the apprehension, Lao Jin was left behind, while Bai Mao and I were fortunate enough to escape. Upon learning of this incident, Shwe Jyotsai dispatched personnel to investigate, and the truth gradually emerged. It was only at this point that many previously perplexing matters began to find resolution. Most crucially, President Bai remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Mao was Shwe Jyotsai's younger brother. This was a secret Shwe Jyotsai had never revealed to anyone. No one had any inkling. I too had only just discovered it. Shwe Jyotsai, having lost both parents, was taken in by President Bai, who, at that moment, had only noticed him and failed to recognize that another young boy lingered in the shadows of the street. After Shwe Jyotsai had acquired the capacity to stand alone, he took Bai Mao under his wing as his subordinate. However, for this particular mission, Shwe Jyotsai harbored reservations about Bai Mao embarking on the journey alone, fearing for his safety in the face of potential dangers. Thus, he decided to accompany him, a seemingly unassuming figure within the precinct, devoid of any influential backing, ensuring both discretion and a safeguard for Bai Mao. Why does Bai Mao possess an intimate understanding of the various secrets within the precinct? Why would Shwe Jyotsai spare no expense in arranging a luxurious cruise to bring Bai Mao back? The answer lies in the fact that Bai Mao is Shwe Jyotsai's younger brother. The recent decision made by President Bai has incited Shwe Jyotsai's ire. For years, he has devoted himself to President Bai, relentlessly expanding the business and generating profits. Yet, President Bai, in a display of ruthless cunning, has attempted to use his own subordinates against him, targeting none other than his own brother. Such treachery cannot be tolerated, given President Bai's current dissatisfaction with him. The days ahead are bound to be fraught with obstacles. Rather than passively await his demise, Shwe Jyotsai resolves to rise in defiance. Shwe Jyotsai is not without his own cards to play. Years of meticulous operations have enabled him to amass a wealth of hidden information, akin to concealed weaponry, which, once wielded, could spell considerable trouble for President Bai. Furthermore, he possesses a portion of independent assets, discreetly scattered across various obscure locations, making it no easy feat for President Bai to dismantle his empire in one fell swoop. Thus, Shwe Jyotsai began to strategize on how to gradually extricate himself from President Bai's grasp. They meticulously analyzed President Bai's sphere of influence, his vulnerabilities, and potential points of leverage. One of Shwe Jyotsai's trusted confidants, a man named Xing San, suggested making use of the evidence they currently held pertaining to President Bai's illicit dealings, including those involving the precinct and a drug manufacturing facility. However, as the precinct is under Shwe Jyotsai's management and the drug factory under the purview of Chen Guangshan, President Bai had effectively distanced himself from any culpability. Shwe Jyotsai was cognizant of this dilemma, which is why he had no intention of pursuing matters in these two locations. What about the Sun City? I interjected. What is Sun City? Xing San inquired. It is a large-scale online gambling platform established by President Bai. Shwe Jyotsai shook his head. Dubai authorities are utterly indifferent to such matters, and President Bai has connections with high-ranking officials. For them, online gambling is a trivial concern. And what about their drug smuggling? Do local police take action? A spark of realization illuminated Shwe Jyotsai's expression. If we could pinpoint the exact locations of their smuggling operations, perhaps I could devise a plan. Even if I cannot bring him down entirely, I can at least inflict some damage. Bai Mao sighed. But we have no direct involvement in that. How can we know? Shwe Jyotsai turned to me. Xing, your inquiry suggests you might have some knowledge? I shook my head. I have no idea. I only know what I learned from accompanying Chen Guangshan during deliveries, which pertain to his delivery points. Xingson shot me a glance. What good is that? It would only set our brother Kai against Chen Guangshan. The meeting yielded no substantial conclusions. Unbeknownst to them, I harbored a secret. During my time with Lao Jin at the dock for deliveries, I had acquired knowledge of both the delivery and receiving locations. The goods delivered by Xiao Liang belong to Chen Guangshan, and upon reaching Old Jin, they become by Zong's. The transactions at the dock are also handled by Old Jin, which further solidifies the certainty that this consignment of smuggled goods is indeed by Zong's enterprise. However, I'm disinclined to take the risk of voicing this knowledge. To speak of it would inevitably lead me to confront unknown dangers. Although I am affiliated with Shui Yukai, I am reluctant to jeopardize myself over such matters. Every action we undertake must be executed with utmost caution, akin to traversing a tightrope. The atmosphere within the park envelopes every corner like a persistent gloom. At this juncture, an event unfolded, subtly altering the stagnant dynamics. Chapter 103. Crucial evidence. Beimao, with a grave expression, was surveying the premises when his phone rang urgently. The caller ID revealed it was Xue Jiucai. Beimao hastily answered the call. On the other end, Xue Jiucai's voice was low and serious. Beimao, someone has come to the park to ransom a person, a man in his 40s, namely Hong Tao, apparently a businessman. Please check if this individual is present. Upon hearing this, Beimao's mind conjured up a rough image of the man. It must be the same person who had been beaten by Dashi a few days ago. Initially, when he had been lured there, everyone thought he was merely the owner of an inconsequential small company, not worthy of much attention. Who could have anticipated that he possessed considerable influence domestically? Now, his family had somehow contacted Xue Jiucai, offering a staggering 5 million, merely seeking to ensure his safe return. Xue Jiucai specifically instructed over the phone, "At this juncture, we must avoid complications. Arrange for him to be released tomorrow." Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Beimao promptly replied, "Brother Kai, I understand. I will take care of it immediately." After hanging up, Beimao wasted no time and sprang into action. First, he sought out Fei Di, who oversaw the management of the piglets, to inquire about the man. Fei Di, who spent his days mingling with the piglets, was well informed and quickly identified who Beimao was looking for. "Are you referring to the little boss who came 2 months ago?" Beimao nodded. "That should be him. Where is he? Bring him here." When Fei Di brought the man over, he was battered and bruised. What happened to him? Fei Di glanced at the man, estimating that he must have failed to meet performance expectations. Estimating? Aren't you responsible for the piglets? Who inflicted these injuries on him? A flicker of guilt crossed Fei Di's eyes. He could hardly admit that he had become a hands-off manager, leaving the oversight of the telecom region's piglets to Dashi while he spent his days around the female piglets. Dashi just devised a new method for collecting payments, so he let them practice a bit. This Li Hong Tao is rather slow on the uptake, unable to learn anything. It's understandable that Dashi is anxious. Tell Dashi to rein it in. With the current momentum, does he not realize the implications? Beimao inquired, posing several questions to confirm the man's identity. Keep a close watch on him. In the coming days, ensure he is sent out safely. We cannot afford any mishaps. If anything were to happen to him, the consequences would be dire. Fei Di nodded vigorously in agreement. The man was taken to a separate room. Fei Di, with a stern countenance, addressed him. "In a few days, you will be able to return. However, remember this. Once you are back, do not utter a single word about what transpired here. Otherwise, even if you wield influence in your country, we have ways to make you regret it." The man silently nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Once Fei Di departed, I seized the opportunity when no one was around and quietly entered the room. Upon seeing me, the man's demeanor relaxed slightly, for I had previously intervened to rescue him, and he bore no significant animosity towards me. I mustered a faint smile and softly remarked, "I truly envy you. Soon you shall leave this wretched place and return home." The man sighed and replied, "Indeed, this place is hardly fit for human habitation. To leave is merely a stroke of luck. Thank you for what you did last time, Xing." I waved my hand dismissively. "You are considerably older than I. Calling me brother makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. I ought to refer to you as big brother instead." The man smiled wryly. "In this place, age matters little. For someone like me at the very bottom, I must address everyone as brother. Just call me a Xing Li Hong Tao." I nodded, slowly taking a seat across from him. With a sigh, I began to recount my own experiences. I, too, was deceived into coming here, initially believing it to be a promising opportunity to earn a fortune, only to find myself ensnared in this den of iniquity. Each day, witnessing the brutal events unfold before my eyes, it is unbearable. The man listened, a flicker of sympathy crossing his gaze. He urged, "Do not lose hope. There will always be a way out. It is evident you are a good person. If it weren't for you, my injuries would likely be far worse than they are now. What good is being a good person if I cannot help more people?" I suddenly raised my head, my eyes resolute as I looked at him. "If given the chance to expose the truth of this place, would you dare?" The man visibly flinched at my words, hesitation etched on his face, and he remained silent for a long moment. I sensed he might be questioning whether I was a spy sent by Bei Mao to test him. I continued, unabated, "If I have the opportunity to return, I will undoubtedly reveal everything. We cannot allow more innocent lives to suffer here. The darkness of this place must be brought into the light." The man remained silent, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. After a considerable pause, he finally asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" I rose and walked to the door, turning back to say, "If your thoughts align with mine before you leave, visit the restroom in the park. The second stall contains what you need. It may prove beneficial, perhaps even pivotal in changing everything." With that, I opened the door and stepped outside, leaving the man alone in the room, lost in profound contemplation. I was uncertain of his decision, but I had done my utmost. I could not escape nor bring those items with me. My only hope rested with Li Hong Tao. I hoped he would return home bearing those truths, illuminating the dark corners of Dubai as parks. Even if he betrayed me, I would accept it. However, I believed he would not do so. The day he departed, he was personally escorted by Bei Mao and another individual. I feigned casualness while lingering upstairs, but my gaze was fixed intently on his every movement. As Li Hong Tao exited the building, he hesitated momentarily, standing still for a while. Just as I feared he might not proceed, he exchanged a few words with Bei Mao and, under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, made his way toward the stall I had indicated. My heart tightened, and I silently prayed for everything to go smoothly. While Li Hong Tao entered the restroom, I continued to observe Bei Mao and his associates, anxious that they might notice something amiss. After a brief moment, Li Hong Tao emerged from the compartment, his expression appearing composed. Yet I could still discern a hint of undeniable tension beneath the surface. He slowly followed the guards as they made their way toward the entrance of the compound. Each step seemed to tread upon the very core of my heart. I stood by the window above, my palms slick with perspiration, my gaze fixated upon them without a flutter. Li Hong Tao drew ever closer to the gates of the compound. Just as he was about to cross that threshold, symbolizing freedom, he was suddenly halted by the guard at the entrance. A gruff voice rang out. "Hold on. We need to conduct a search." Chapter 104. Did he take it? Startled by a sudden fright, Li Hong Tao's body trembled slightly, yet he endeavored to maintain an appearance of composure. My heart raced my throat, and my mind became a void, filled solely with dread. I feared that if anything were to be discovered on Li Hong Tao, not only would his life be in jeopardy, but the slender hope of revelation within the park would also be irrevocably extinguished. This was the sole piece of evidence. Should it be uncovered, all my previous efforts would be rendered futile. As for me, I too would face dire consequences, with my fate unlikely to be any better. The guards at the entrance swiftly encircled Li Hong Tao. I was upstairs, consumed with anxiety, yet powerless to intervene, forced to witness the unfolding events with helpless eyes. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, each passing second stretching into eternity. The searching hands roamed over Li Hong Tao's body, and my breath nearly stilled. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, my hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into my palms, oblivious to the pain, my heart heavy with worry. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for the worst outcome. When the guards completed their thorough search of Li Hong Tao and found nothing, A flicker of doubt ignited within me. Could it be that he truly had not taken the items I had concealed in the restroom stall? Or had he, upon entering the stall, succumbed to fear and changed his mind? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through my mind. After the search concluded, Li Hongtao walked steadily, step by step, out of the park. The heavy door creaked shut behind him, as if to signify a definitive separation from that nefarious place. He walked directly toward the vehicle that had long been waiting outside. The sunlight streamed upon the car, refracting beams of hope. The moment he opened the door and settled inside, I felt as though he exhaled a profound sigh of relief. The vehicle gradually started, the roar of the engine resonating in the stillness outside the park, proclaiming Li Hongtao's imminent journey toward freedom. I stood on the upper floor, watching as the car receded into the distance until it vanished at the end of the road, a wave of frustration washing over me. I remained uncertain whether Li Hongtao had indeed taken it. Perhaps it would be more reassuring to ascertain the truth myself. If he had not taken it and preferred to distance himself from this matter, I must prepare by relocating the items to a safer place. As I descended the stairs, I unexpectedly encountered Bei Mao and his companions ascending. "Where are you off to, Xing?" "Stomachache. Need to use the restroom." Just then, Fei Di emerged from somewhere, clutching his abdomen. "Hey, why is everyone here? Let me through. I need to use the toilet urgently. Why does everyone suddenly have stomachaches? What did you all eat?" Fei Di pushed through the crowd. "I don't know. Just let me pass," he urged, hastening down the stairs towards the restroom. I felt a surge of anxiety. Who knows? Perhaps the chicken leg from lunch wasn't tea fresh. I must go to the restroom as well. Bei Mao furrowed his brow. Hearing them say, that makes my stomach feel a bit uneasy too. Could it really be the chicken leg from lunch that went bad? He mused, continuing in the direction of the office. I observed Fei Di sprinting ahead with great urgency, my heart racing with anxiety lest he venture towards the second pit. If Li Hongtao indeed took the USB drive, there would surely be traces left in the corner. Should he discover this, it would spell trouble. This rotund fellow, typically inactive, was surprisingly swift at this moment. An unsettling thought began to fester in my mind. Could it be that Li Hongtao had divulged this matter to Fei Di? Fei Di often mingled with the piglets in the park, and prior to our departure, he had even threatened Li Hongtao. The more I pondered, the more dread enveloped me. I called out to him while hastening my pace. "Fei Di," I shouted thrice, but he paid me no heed. "Lin Hai." Only then did he slow his steps. "What do you want? Did I not tell you not to call me that name?" Ever since he transitioned from following Shui Jiuzai to becoming a junior manager, he had shunned any mention of his past as a piglet in other parks. That chapter of his life was a source of deep humiliation. It was said that before escaping from the previous park, Lin Hai had suffered the amputation of a finger and had lost several teeth, even being forced to consume excrement. After his escape, he wished never to recall those memories, opting instead to change his name. Now, as I called out to him, it felt as though he had reverted to that time when he was still a piglet, which irked him greatly. Yet, it was the only way to gain his attention. "If I call you Fei Di, you can't hear me?" He retorted. "I'm in urgent need of a toilet. I have no time for this." I hastened to his side. "I need to use the restroom too. Wait for me." "Wait for what? Are you going to share a stall with me?" As we neared the restroom, I was about to enter the second stall when Fei Di forcefully pushed me aside. "You go to the other one." I refused to yield, pulling him out. "First come, first served." "Gao Xing, I've noticed you're terribly unreasonable. If I hadn't waited for you, I would have arrived first, so you take that one over there. Why don't you go? The other stall is crowded and far too odorous." Ignoring him, I dashed into the restroom. At that moment, Fei Di's stomach growled, and with no other option, he pinched his nose and made his way to the adjacent stall. Once inside, I quickly glanced towards the corner. The soil there was dry, not resembling that which had been excavated. After searching the restroom thoroughly, I found not even a twig. I began to dig with my bare hands. However, as I excavated, I noticed the earth was unusually loose, as if it had already been disturbed. The pit displayed a mix of light, fresh soil, and dark, damp earth. Digging deeper yielded nothing. I recalled this should be the correct depth. Time had elapsed, and I felt uncertain, so I dug a couple more times. Still, there was nothing. The item was indeed absent. Moreover, judging by the looseness of the soil, it appeared to have been excavated today. It seemed that Li Hongtao had taken the item, compacted the pit afterward, and covered it with nearby soil. It was indeed a meticulous concealment. Yet, a question lingered in my mind. How had he managed to smuggle things out without being discovered during the search? I pondered this question for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. It was only later, upon encountering Li Hongtao once more, that he revealed the answer to me. I brushed off the dirt from my hands, finally feeling a sense of relief. As I exited the restroom, Fei Di happened to emerge at the same moment. He sniffed the air, wearing a grotesque expression. Upon seeing me, he landed a light punch on my shoulder. Damn it, it stinks to high heaven. What do these pigs eat every day to produce such foulness? I feel like my rhinitis is flaring up. Is it really that bad? Why don't you go in there and see for yourself? I thought to myself, having experienced it firsthand on my very first day at the park when I nearly vomited from a stench. All the toilets there are similar. With so many people in the park, which one could possibly be odor-free? The second stall had the fewest occupants. I was unaware there was such a distinction. Isn't it customary to choose an empty stall regardless? My curiosity piqued, I inquired, why are there fewer people in the second one? Fei Di covered his mouth with one hand and whispered, because someone died there. Chapter 105. Li Hongtao's employee, a sense of dread inexplicably enveloped me. Although it was commonplace for someone to perish in the Dubai complex, the notion of a death occurring in the restroom sent a chill down my spine. It was no wonder that everyone avoided the second stall. Who was it? I had heard it was the former supervisor of the complex. What was his name? Fat Brother slapped his forehead, struggling to recall. Ah, yes, it was Sangu, I remembered. Upon hearing Sanji's name, my steps involuntarily faltered for a moment. Fat Brother remained oblivious to my unease and continued speaking. I heard that when he took over the complex, he offended Boss Bai. He was indeed foolish to offend anyone. But to provoke Boss Bai was particularly reckless. Boss Bai was notoriously ruthless. I heard that Sanji's demise was quite tragic. He was held down in the restroom by Boss Bai's men, suffocated to death. Fat Brother grimaced, as if he had witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand. After his death, they simply disposed of his body, tossing it into the restroom, and I imagined it must have long since decomposed. I truly did not anticipate that Sangu would meet such a grim fate. Initially, when Chun Guangshan informed me that Sangu had been taken away by Boss Bai's men, I never received any further news. I never expected he would die in the complex's restroom. Ever since learning of this incident, I have avoided the second stall. Lying alone in bed at night, I pondered the vast disparities in the fates of individuals. Among those I had met here, few had met with favorable outcomes. Myself, Fat Brother, Sangu, Huang Tianxi, our fates diverged dramatically. Meanwhile, someone like Li Hongtao, who had only been in the complex for 2 months, emerged relatively unscathed, having only endured a few beatings. Now, he had been taken back by his family. How fortunate he was. The vast majority, regardless of wealth, could not return. I wondered what kind of influence Li Hongtao's family possessed that allowed Xue Jiucai to agree to his release. Perhaps it was due to the turmoil within the complex. Xue Jiucai likely wished to avoid further complications. I sighed inwardly, recognizing Li Hongtao's fortunate circumstance. Suddenly, the sharp wail of an alarm shattered the night's stillness. I sprang from my bed, my heart racing. Could it be that Boss Bai had decided to take action? Was a bloodbath about to ensue in the complex? I hastily donned my clothes and rushed toward the door. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Fat Brother emerging from next door, his expression one of irritation. Clutching a walkie-talkie, he muttered curses under his breath. That damned Xiaoji, causing trouble in the dead of night. Xiaoji? Who was that? Before I could grasp the situation, I hurried along with several guards towards the dormitory building. Chaos reigned in the dormitory. Inside, a man seemed possessed by a demon. His eyes bloodshot and wild. His once neat hair was now disheveled, with several bald patches resembling a patch of grass ravaged by a storm. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his entire face contorted in rage, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. Like a frenzied bull, he rampaged through the dormitory, while the other workers stood nearby, none daring to approach. He swiftly delivered a kick, sending a dilapidated wooden table splintering into pieces, scattering its contents across the floor. 2 guards hurried forward to intervene. In the ensuing chaos, Xiaoji swung his fists vehemently at the guards, yet his bare hands were no match for their clubs. The dull thuds echoed throughout the dormitory, and within moments, Xiao Ji found himself toppled to the ground. He lay there, hoarse with desperation, shouting, "Why? Why leave me behind?" His voice, tinged with tears, resonated with despair, rendering the stillness of the night particularly haunting. Meanwhile, the guards busied themselves clearing the scene, while the injured were carried away. The unruly Xiao Ji was confined to a solitary cell, his fate all too predictable. Fei Di approached me, shaking his head in resignation. This lad is indeed pitiable. Yet his outburst guarantees him no favorable outcome. I inquired about the situation and learned the backstory. Fei Di informed me that Xiao Ji was an employee brought in by Li Hongtao for a business collaboration. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ji, Li Hongtao had returned to his homeland. The day after Li Hongtao's departure, Xiao Ji discovered his boss's absence. Initially, he assumed that Li Hongtao had merely been taken out for a lesson by the formidable Deshertu, but upon further inquiry, he learned that Li Hongtao had been redeemed by his family. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing him to collapse emotionally. Xiao Ji had once accompanied his boss on what he believed to be an ordinary business trip, only to find himself ensnared in a living hell. With his employer abruptly gone, he was left heartlessly abandoned. His family resided far away, completely unaware of his predicament, and even if they had known, they lacked the means to secure his release. Lying on his dormitory bed, waves of anguish surged within him. As he reminisced about his parents and the once blissful life he led, the entwined feelings of despair, anger, and helplessness culminated in an explosive outburst that night. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he could no longer restrain himself. He sprang up and rained blows upon the bed. In a fit of rage, he began hurling objects around the room. With 10 individuals residing in the cramped quarters, he was not alone. His commotion roused others from their slumber. One individual admonished him. At that moment, Xiao Ji had lost all rationality. Reacting to his roommate's reproach, he lunged at him like a rabid animal, engaging in a violent scuffle. In the chaos, he bit down on a roommate's ear, tugging with such ferocity that a blood-curdling scream erupted as the ear was severed. The guards, alerted by the disturbance, swiftly opened the door. At that moment, 2 figures, seizing the distraction, crouched low and scurried towards the exit. The guards, noticing their escape, quickly called for reinforcements over the intercom and activated the alarm. The security of the compound was akin to an impenetrable net. Just as the 2 fled the dormitory, the alarm blared like a death knell, and the piercing beams of searchlights illuminated the night, rendering their silhouettes unmistakable. In the playground below, the 2 individuals resembled the filling of a bun, beset by several guards who pounced upon them like ravenous wolves, forcefully pinning them to the ground. They were met with a relentless barrage of fists and clubs, raining down upon them mercilessly. The pair writhed in agony, emitting heart-rending cries, desperately pleading that they would no longer flee. Yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. It was only after several agonizing minutes, having been battered to a pulp and sustaining broken bones, that they could no longer rise. The guards finally ceased their assault, and the 2 were unceremoniously cast into the basement. Like a heap of mush, they lay on the ground, clinging to the last vestiges of life, devoid of any strength to stand. Awaiting them was an even more brutal punishment, for the establishment showed no mercy towards those who dared to escape. Chapter 106. Atone for one's crimes, Xiao Ji sat in the dim confinement room, staring blankly at the dilapidated wall. His clothes, torn and tattered, rendered him a pitiful sight. A single night was sufficient to transform a calm demeanor, as his anger gradually yielded to a fervent desire for survival. The following day, disregarding all else, Xiao Ji implored to meet Fei Di. He understood that without seizing this opportunity, he would soon face severe punishment. Fei Di, however, granted him this favor, appearing at the confinement room's entrance accompanied by several subordinates. Xiao Ji fell to his knees with a thud, clasping Fei Di's legs with both hands, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Brother Fei, I beg you to spare me this time. I recognize my errors. Yesterday, I was blinded by folly, causing chaos. If you grant me mercy, I promise to atone for my misdeeds." Fei Di frowned and scolded. "Only now do you acknowledge your mistakes? Your outburst yesterday sent the entire compound into disarray. Everyone is aware of what transpired. If I do not impose some consequences, how can we maintain order in the future? Brother Fei, please allow me to explain before you decide my fate. I have a plan to bring in more people to the compound. I know many friends and brothers who are striving out there. If I tell them about a lucrative project, they will undoubtedly come without hesitation. I can lure them all to the compound, thus rectifying my wrongs. Fate D snorted derisively. You, who were in a frenzy yesterday, now claim you wish to atone? Are you attempting to pull a fast one? Xiao Ji, anxious, felt the veins on his forehead throb. Brother Fei, how could I dare? Look at my current state. I have come to my senses. It was my fault yesterday, and I implore you to grant me a chance at redemption. After a moment of silence, Fei scrutinized the Xiao intently. How do you plan to atone? Share your recruitment strategy. My friends are quite naive and easily trust me. I can paint a bright future for them, claiming there are high-paying jobs available, and many know I recently secured employment. Your boss just returned from abroad. Do you think anyone would come? Xiaoji promptly responded, I won't contact my colleagues from the company. I've been missing for 2 months. An entire company is aware of it, so they won't come. However, I can reach out to my friends. I'll first tell them I've been doing well here and discovered a great business opportunity, but I need a team to collaborate. I will send them some fabricated photos and videos. I will ensure they believe me. Xiaoji spoke earnestly, having spent the entire night devising ways to secure his survival. Brother Fei, I genuinely wish to contribute to the compound. I beseech you, grant me this opportunity. After a moment as contemplation, Fei D slowly replied, Very well. I shall trust you for now. However, you had best not attempt any tricks, or you shall find yourself in a fate worse than death. Xiao Ji felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodding fervently. Thank you, Brother Fei. I assure you, I will not let you down. But Fei D abruptly interrupted him. There is a saying, while the death penalty may be evaded, the living punishment cannot be escaped. Yesterday, due to your unruly behavior, someone took advantage of the chaos to escape. If they hadn't been promptly apprehended, who would be accountable for the loss of 2 individuals? Xiao Ji's complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet, and he collapsed to the ground once more, pleading with tears streaming down his face. Brother Fei, I swear I won't dare again. In light of my willingness to atone for my sins, please spare me this once. However, Brother Fei remained unyielding. This is the price of your mischief. The rules of the park cannot be violated. A flicker of resolve crossed Xiao Ji's eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, Brother Fei, whatever punishment you deem fit, I accept. I only ask for swift resolution. With this declaration, Xiao Ji ceased his pleas for mercy. An opportunity was better than none. Since Brother Fei had granted him a chance to redeem himself, he would not meet his end. Punishment was inevitable, as long as it did not involve torturous methods. He could endure. You have some sense, so let us take a finger. Brother Fei slightly raised his head, signaling his subordinates to lift Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji thought to himself that it was merely a finger, nothing to fear. Yet, his body trembled violently, akin to a leaf in a storm. He was forcibly dragged to a dilapidated table, his arm firmly pressed against its surface. A masked subordinate slowly picked up a sharp knife, glinting ominously under the light, its reflection piercing Xiao Ji's eyes. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle, but was firmly restrained by several others, rendering him immobile. As the cold blade made contact with his fingertip, he emitted a chilling scream, a sound that seemed to pierce through the thick walls. The guard, as if toying with him, gradually pressed the knife down, forcing him to watch closely. Xiao Ji's eyes widened in terror, fixated on the blade that was slicing into his finger. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as the blade delved deeper. With a sharp crack, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the table red. Ultimately, that finger was severed, falling into the pool of blood. In an instant, the pain felt as if his finger were being scorched by flames, the excruciating agony nearly causing him to faint. Everything around him blurred, and all he could see was the knife, now drenched in his blood, and Brother Fei's indifferent silhouette. His heart-wrenching cries sliced through the silence of the building, echoing from the first floor to the third. This sound was not solely Xiao Ji's. It resonated with the 2 individuals in the basement, who were simultaneously enduring their own torment. Each piglet was shaken by the anguish and despair encapsulated in that cry. This was precisely the outcome Brother Fei desired. He aimed to ensure that everyone understood the dire consequences of defying the park's regulations. Xiao Zhi's body slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, his right hand clenching the severed digit, blood continuing to flow profusely. Brother Fei, with an expression devoid of emotion, tossed a roll of gauze to Xiao Zhi and then leisurely settled into a chair nearby, crossing his legs. His gaze inadvertently fell upon his own finger, now missing a segment, momentarily lost in thought. The maimed finger stands as a testament to his arduous struggles within the merciless confines of the factory, a price paid for his ascent from the depths of despair. After a prolonged ordeal, Xiao Zhi gradually regained his composure amidst the excruciating pain. Fat Brother's impatience was palpable. "When will you commence your plan?" Xiao Zhi parted his lips to steady his breath. "Fat Brother, it can begin now. Just return my phone to me, and I shall prepare immediately." His lips were devoid of color, and his entire countenance appeared ghastly pale. Yet, he was more terrified of Fat Brother's potential reversal. "Hand over the phone," Fat Brother commanded. While awaiting the device, Fat Brother regarded the severed finger with a glint of amusement. Xiao Zhi, on the other hand, held his mangled digit tightly, staunching the flow of blood. Meanwhile, the two individuals in the basement were not faring any better. The room was suffused with heat, and white steam billowed upwards. 2 buckets of boiling water sat before them, simmering ominously. Chapter 107. Inhumane torture, hold them down. A guard shouted menacingly. The other guards surged forward, pinning the 2 individuals firmly to their chairs. Their eyes widened in terror as they struggled desperately, but their resistance appeared utterly futile against the guards' overpowering force. "Do not be afraid. This is nothing compared to the scorching sand," one guard sneered, a twisted grin spreading across his face. His words instilled a profound dread within the 2 captives. Although they were unfamiliar with the term scorching sand, the tone of the guard conveyed a chilling sense of foreboding. The so-called scorching sand represented a dreaded punishment within this facility. Those who erred would be shackled with iron chains and dragged like cattle deep into the desert. In the desert, the ground temperature often soared to an excruciating 60 or 70 degrees Celsius. They were forced to walk in circles upon the searing sand, each step akin to treading on hot coals, as the skin on their feet gradually succumbed to the intense heat. The ordeal would continue until their legs sank into the sand. This torment frequently lasted several hours, during which the prisoners not only endured the excruciating agony of severe burns on their feet and legs, but also faced the lethal trials of high temperatures and dehydration. Gradually, after several hours, their legs would become ensnared in the soft sand, sinking deeper and deeper, rendering any attempt to escape futile. At that moment, the cruel function of the iron chains would be unleashed. The guards would attach the chains to the rear of a vehicle and then abruptly pull, yanking the individual from sand. In that instant, the skin on their legs would tear and peel away, leaving them horrifically mutilated. As they confronted the scalding hot water, their bodies trembled violently, akin to being boiled alive. Their eyes reflected sheer terror, as if they had already envisioned their grotesque and tortured forms. One of them attempted to plead for mercy. "Please, spare us. We understand our mistakes." His voice quivered and rasped, yet the guards remained unmoved. One guard seized a pair of tongs, clamping one individual's foot and plunging it into a bucket. A blood-curdling scream immediately pierced through the entire building. As the boiling water made contact with the calf, the skin rapidly reddened, swelled, and blisters emerged, bursting forth to release a murky liquid. The other individual, witnessing this horrific scene, lost control of himself, nearly collapsing under the weight of his despair, repeatedly muttering, "No, no." However, the guards displayed not an ounce of compassion. It was evident that the legs of the 2 were beyond repair. Xiao Zhi heard their anguished cries, trembling hands reaching for his phone. Enduring the pain coursing through his hands, he downloaded a plethora of photos from Dubai to his device and opened a social media application. As he logged into his account, hundreds of unread messages instantly flooded the screen. His gaze instinctively fell upon the very first message from his parents. In that moment, it felt as though his heart had been struck with great force, leaving him breathless with anguish. Yet, he dared not reveal even a hint of his feelings in front of Fei Di. He could only suppress the longing and guilt within him and directly open his social media feed. He meticulously selected a few photos of exquisite food and stunning scenery, posting a grid of 9 images. How much more convincing would have been had he been able to share pictures of himself enjoying Dubai. Xiaoji whispered. Fei Di scoffed disdainfully. You still want to take photos? No. I just need to take one picture. I can use photo editing software to change the background and enhance the images. Fei Di fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons ultimately. He decided to observe the reactions to this social media post first. As soon as the post was published, it created ripples akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves upon waves. Comments flooded in like a tide, and notification sounds chimed incessantly, with several eager friends even sending video call requests. Xiaoji forced himself to muster some energy and began replying to the comments on his post. Are you still in Dubai? How are things with the boss? Xiaoji, where have you been for the past 2 months? Everyone is worried about you. These were colleagues who were relatively aware of his situation. With Li Hongtao returning to the country tomorrow, they would surely learn the truth. Therefore, he did not consider responding to this group. Instead, he set his sights on unsuspecting friends and good brothers, intending to lure them with sweet words and false promises. Brother, you're doing so well in Dubai that you've forgotten about us. Brother, no replies to messages, yet posting on social media. This life seems good. Xiaoji replied to the messages one by one, concocting an excuse to smooth things over. He had been preoccupied with the preparations for a major project, so busy that he hadn't had time to contact anyone. Now that the project was finally gaining some traction, he decided to take a break. Brother, you're doing well abroad. What project are you working on? Can you share? He responded to each comment in turn. I'm also working with some friends. The prospects looked promising and they needed someone, so I came. I thought I'd earn some money while enjoying the scenery. It's not much. This overseas company has just been established, and I'm making about 70 to 80,000 a month. A few curious individuals directly initiated video calls, those sending video requests. He could only ignore, fearing that his current disheveled appearance would be exposed to his friends. I have a meeting to attend. It's not convenient to take a video call. He could only weave lies in the chat box. His fingers, pained from the injury, felt particularly clumsy, with each tap on the screen accompanied by sharp agony. Yet he dared not pause for even a moment. Fei Di watched quietly from the side, his gaze scrutinizing. He waited to see if any fish would take the bait. Meanwhile, Xiaoji's friends, in a state of unemployment, harbored some doubt about his words, assuming he was merely boasting. After all, it was normal for men to show off while away from home. The claimed monthly salary of 70 to 80,000 seemed exaggerated. In reality, it was likely only around 10 to 20,000. Xiaoji's classmate contemplated the plan to travel to Dubai, unaware that the seemingly honest peer on the other end of the phone had already become a member of the Dubai community. Witnessing such naivety, Xiaoji sprang to his feet with excitement and handed the phone to Fei Di. Success had come swiftly, yet Fei Di's enthusiasm seemed misplaced, as the individual in question had not yet arrived. Nevertheless, it was a positive step forward. Xiaoji seized the moment to mention the photography plan, to which Fei Di readily acquiesced. Taking a mere photograph was hardly a daunting task, and if Xiaoji could indeed bring over a group of individuals, it would prove immensely worthwhile. With dreams of high-paying jobs abroad, Xiaoji's classmate unwittingly became the first victim of the scheme. Chapter 108. All is an illusion. Fei Di provided him with a piece of green cloth, which he carelessly draped over the wall behind him. He then raised his phone, forcing a faint smile, and snapped several photos. The smile appeared painfully contrived. Xiaoji patted his face, attempting to ease the stiffness. After the photo shoot, Xiaoji needed to download Photoshop on the computer to edit the images. Wait a moment, don't try any tricks, warned Fei Di, who was baffled by computers and suspicious enough to make me his watchdog. He had specifically summoned me to oversee Xiaoji's every move, fearing any sign of treachery. I stood silently by, observing Xiaoji. His movements were somewhat sluggish, the pain from his injured fingers still tormenting him. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast. Once the download was complete, Xiaoji adeptly launched Photoshop. His hands, once employed for creating beautiful designs, were now to be utilized for this dubious task. He took a deep breath, striving to immerse himself in the familiar realm of design work. He first employed the color range tool to select the green background in the photo with precision. Pressing the delete key, the background transformed into a transparent layer, leaving only his isolated and disheveled figure suspended on the screen. Subsequently, he retrieved the pre-downloaded image of a Dubai street scene and copied it over. With keen vision and remarkable skill, he gradually adjusted the proportions between the street scene and his figure. His eyes flickered between moments of conflict and renewed focus, as his conscience battled with the instinct for survival. Yet, in the face of desperation, he had no alternative. Had it not been for this predicament, his talents would have undoubtedly secured him a commendable position. After adjusting the proportions, Xiaoji meticulously began to tweak the colors. He slightly squinted, scrutinizing every detail of the photo, enhancing saturation and adjusting contrast to ensure he blended seamlessly into the picturesque backdrop of Dubai. One after another, after more than 2 hours, he completed 6 photos. The perfect images lay before him. In the photographs, Xiaoji beamed, with the bustling streets and iconic architecture of Dubai in the background, creating an impression of complete harmony. Tourist attractions, tea in offices, fine dining in upscale restaurants. However, beneath this veneer of success, Xiaoji's heart roiled like a tempest-tossed ocean, unable to find tranquility. Gazing at the images, guilt and remorse welled within him. He understood that once these photos were shared, they would ensnare his friend step by step. Yet, in this dire situation, he could only seek a means of survival. Xiaoji posted a second update on his social media. Before long, his notifications erupted. Friends he hadn't contacted in ages began to message him. Among them were 2 peers of similar age, who were the first to confront him. Xiaoji, you sly one, thriving in Dubai and not even bothering to inform us. Friend A's message carried a hint of resentment. While I toil away back home, you seem to be thriving in Dubai, remarked friend B. Xiaoji forced a smile and replied, not at all, just fortunate to have encountered a good opportunity. I'm merely sharing my daily life, hardly a tycoon. Come on, look at your photos. You're living a life of luxury. How did you find such a splendid job? Friend B inquired eagerly. It was an unexpected business collaboration that led me here. Xiaoji confessed, his fingers trembling on the keyboard, each keystroke feeling like a monumental weight. You're being inconsiderate, secretly getting rich and forgetting your friends. Friend A sent an angry emoji. Have you stopped reaching out now that you've struck it rich? I truly didn't mean to. I've been so busy with work that I haven't had the chance to contact anyone. Xiaoji earnestly explained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. One after another, several people commented, expressing their envy. They were all of a similar age, and here was Xiaoji, flourishing. Who wouldn't feel envious? No, everyone has their own path, Xiaoji replied. Sai, what opportunities exist back home? We lack degrees, struggling for 2,000 a month, working ourselves to the bone. This statement struck a chord with Xiaoji. The moment had arrived. After a while, he sent a message to his classmate. Lazy, would you consider coming to Dubai to work with me? I've just expanded my business here. It's easy and not tiring. You can earn at least 8 or 9,000 a month, and after 3 months, a minimum of 10,000. Upon hearing about the potential income, Xiaoji's friend quickly replied, is that for real? Zhiga, what kind of job is it? I know nothing and only have an elementary school education. Can I even apply? Xiaoji casually fabricated a job description. I've set up a small factory for chocolate production, no degree required, and they're currently in need of workers. There are positions for packaging, unloading, and dedicated driver for transportation. If you come, you can just manage them, working 5 to 6 hours a day with a guaranteed 8 days off. If you work overtime, earning over 10,000 a month is not a problem. After sending the message, Xiaoji waited, but Lazy took a while to respond. Thinking Lazy was skeptical about coming, he switched to another chat to reply to someone else. I also want to go to Dubai. Do you have any opportunities to bring me along? Friend tentatively asked. Just as he was about to respond, Lazy finally messaged him. Zhigo, is the job really that easy? Please don't joke with me. I just checked, and a ticket to Dubai costs over 3,000. That's my entire monthly salary. Xiaoji sighed in relief. realizing Lei Zi was merely checking ticket prices. Of course, I wouldn't joke with you. Trust me, come over and I'll arrange everything for you. You'll earn back your ticket money in half a month. I'll cover your food and accommodation, and you could save over 100,000 a year. During this exchange, Xiaoji also sent Lei Zi several photos of local factories in Dubai. All right, Brother Ji, I believe in you. This miserable job of mine has made me contemplate resignation, and I might just hand in my notice tomorrow. Fine, I await your news, my friend. Witnessing these individuals one by one fall into the trap, a smile of satisfaction graced Xiaoji's face. This signified his success. He would evade punishment and perhaps ascend like the Great Stone, rising to heights where he might occupy the position of Fat Brother. Achieving such a status is not beyond the realm of possibility. Fat Brother tirelessly brainwashes this group of piglets daily within the confines of the park, proclaiming himself one of them. He has never contemplated escape, instead choosing to contribute step by step to the park's success, treating it as his own home, which has led to his current accomplishments. Over time, this group has become ensnared, unable to flee, gradually indoctrinated by his ideology. Throughout the day, Xiaoji engaged with these brothers, some of whom believed in him and came readily, while others hesitated or outright dismissed his words. Chapter 109. Behind the glamour, having successfully ensnared yet another victim, Xiaoji continued to entice the next individual. He sent forth the same persuasive rhetoric, accompanied by images of the chocolate factory. Just starting out, and I truly need your support, he remarked. That's splendid. Xiaoji, you must assist me when you arrive. If I can earn money in Dubai, I shall never forget your kindness, his friend C exclaimed with enthusiasm. All right, have you made up your mind? Tomorrow, I have an interview for a managerial position. If you come, I would certainly entrust you with overseeing the factory, as we have been brothers for many years, and I would feel assured leaving in your hands. I am definitely going, Brother Ji. I have contemplated this thoroughly. There are no significant opportunities for advancement here at home, and Dubai is such a remarkable place. How could I turn down this chance you have offered? Friends C dreamt of their future together. Once I arrive in Dubai, let us gather and celebrate. You must show me around. Absolutely. I await your good news, brother. After concluding the conversation with these two friends, Xiaoji sank into his chair, appearing as if his soul had fled. The web of deceit he had woven was beginning to take effect, and he was on the verge of dragging his friends into the grim reality of the Dubai scheme. He gazed at his injured hand, now stained with guilt